Stocks back to the upside here this morning to kick things off on day 2 of mega cap tech earnings to come later on tonight. We'll get Apple on the back of Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla after the close last night. Both Meta and Tesla back to the upside here this morning. Microsoft, not so much. It was record capex for Microsoft that seems to be a bit of a sticking point here as far as their earnings are concerned. We'll talk about that coming up. The Fed, meanwhile, holding as expected yesterday on interest rates. Fed Watch, however, still pricing in 2 cuts before the end of the year. Fed Chair Powell very clear in his messaging yesterday, stating that they will make the next move on interest rates based on data, not on what the calendar is saying, which I think the market kind of took as a ho-hum moment. That was the least volatile Fed day I've witnessed in quite some time. But I mean, what else is he going to say at this point? I mean, it's been the message from the Fed, from Powell specifically for months now.
I mean, I'm just speaking for myself, but that was one of the more bullish, one of the more dovish statements that wasn't accompanied with a Fed cut. He said basically the U.S. economy chugs along every single time they think it's going to hiccup. He talked about tariff-related inflation and how it could come to a head by the second half or the middle part of this year. So, I mean, I don't know. I personally liked what I heard in terms of numbers, in terms of forecasting economic strength from the Fed. So, yeah, we'll have to see.
What do you make of that, though? Like the simple fact that he went straight to the point and said, the next move will come based on data, not on
That's nothing
what
new,
calendar
Brendo.
it is.
He constantly says that, data dependent, data dependent. It was more the nuance of how he kept stressing the strength of the U.S. economy, even though they felt there would be hurdles along the way. Those hurdles were unaffecting it or ineffectual in kind of derailing it from continuation. I personally have been following his statements more for about 6 years now, and this was one of the more bullish ones that I personally have watched.
And I was wondering, and you messaged me halfway through that and kind of said the same thing, and I was wondering in the moment, was it more just the filters have come off and he knows he's coming to the end, so
I'm just going to say
it just kind of seems like he doesn't care at this point as much anyways, and why would he after everything he's been through? But anyway, we'll keep an eye on any comments that come from that. But yeah, I mean, lots of things moving around here this morning. Once again, Tesla, one of those back to 440 right now. Just hearing, yeah, we're getting a bit of an uptick once again for Tesla. Nice move. We did give some of that back on the call. Wasn't too much, I read, exciting-wise, coming from Tesla on the call last night. So we'll see if we can hold some of these levels. Microsoft, on the other hand, not so much. We're back to, what is this, 450, I guess, trying to bounce off 450 right now.
Isn't this interesting? A tale of 2 different stories, right? Record CapEx for Meta, record CapEx for Microsoft. The market rewards one and makes the other one pay. Now, I'm not saying that there weren't other variables. For example, Azure, right, didn't grow as quickly, so that probably had a bit of a negative effect. But it's really interesting. I was forecasting it the other way because, again, like I said yesterday, I don't see, the immediacy of how Meta is going to monetize all this CapEx, whereas Microsoft, where they're monetizing it through NeoCloud, right? So interesting how the market digested that.
And it's becoming more clear that the market's going to reward those who are already monetizing and have a clear path to it versus, just hopes and prayers at this point. So a lot to consider coming today, but later on today, obviously, Apple going to be the next benchmark for the overall market, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Morning. I don't know, just on that the Microsoft Meta thing, at least for Microsoft, 45%, almost half of their backlog was OpenAI. And if we're getting concerned about that, then I think maybe that could have been something. You can't explain away the entire move. They had a good quarter, but maybe that was a reason why it moved around to the downside the way it did. Now, that said, I heard, Brendan was like, and we said the same thing, Sean. It was like, well, the market itself didn't move that much on a Fed day if you look at the overall. But if you look at where we did move, like silver was a 5% move during the Fed from top to bottom. Like we went 100, like basically $100 or just above there. We're at 100.5. It got all the way to 106 and a half. So $6 move. I mean, yeah, over 5% move over there. And you looked over at what gold was doing during that time as well. It's maybe not as big, but it did a couple of points. So fair enough. You make the argument, and you'd be right to say that the Qs were waiting around for obviously some pretty big earnings and weren't going to move that much. But there was plenty of volatility. It was just not in the necessary space. And I think that was because we had big earnings to come through, and we're not done yet. We got a bunch this morning. I mean, you got Caterpillar, you got Lockheed as well. After the bell, we're going to tonight stick around because we're going to have Apple. Obviously, you might have heard of them, and SanDisk as well. That should be another big one. So it was to me, it was more the fact that the overall market was waiting for the big earnings, and it was like Powell wasn't really saying much of anything that was going to move the litmus. So it was just the volatility stayed where it's been in the metals, and everything else just was sort of waiting around. So you know where you got to be looking today. Silver will be on the mind. Certainly, obviously, Meta, unbelievable to be up over $700. Great Q for them. And yeah, I think definitely catch people by surprise. But don't sleep on the fact that Lockheed and IBM made all-time highs as well.
Yeah, IBM 324. Thank you, Randy.
Aren't there though? This is very depressing.
Those look kind of questionable.
Little tiny.
Yeah, Microsoft might be the one if you're dip buying today, down 7%. I mean, this one has been crushed pretty nicely, man, from 550 all-time high down to 450 right now. So you're giving up $100 on 550. This makes sense. I mean, we came right up to the 200 period moving average, got hit, and then right back down. And it's not like the sky's falling on this name. I mean, you're only back down to where we were mid last week right now and into another support area. So if you miss that sort of bump up there and you're wondering about, hey, what's good with Microsoft? The problem is the guide, right? So the guide's not the strongest there for Microsoft. And as Sharif, Brendan, everybody mentioned, it's up and away here for Meta as this huge growth name continues to outshine the rest of them here this morning, up 8%. But IBM is still there, right? IBM is up 10% today. And that's going to take out that 324 high. It's past all-time high. I think it was right here at 321, right? Let me just double check that on eSignal. But yeah, this was the last. A lot of these names, 324, actually we made 324.90 in November, according, right up to here. So, many of these names are right back to these levels, that we're talking about. Meta's very key level at 800. Yeah, I would love a coffee. That'd be great. But 325, let's see if we can break through there. IBM with a nice number. And you just mentioned, even a name like Caterpillar, it's not going to move. Well, sometimes I guess it can move that 8, 9, 10% or something like that. But we'll take a couple points higher here on Caterpillar. They're looking to just extend their sort of win streak here as well. As look how smooth this is off this 50-period moving average. So that continues to win. Bitcoin's still doing jack all down here at 88,000. So we'll see if that can get going. And a new record high again. You mentioned silver, but gold 5,500 an ounce.
The move will stop on silver and gold when Bill Belichick gets in the Hall of Fame.
This is just so hopefully never. Right down here, December, $400, beginning of the year, up to 504. So you're already up 25% or so this year. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The problem with this stupid Hall of Fame crap is it's basically just a hall full of plaques voted anonymously by people. It's crazy. You should have
manufactured nonsense.
Yeah, you should have to put your name on your vote at least.
I love the MLB guys that after the fact tell you a lot of guys the good ones they'll tweet up be like, here's who I voted for, and be like, and then they'll explain it.
Because it's such a privilege to be. I'm just saying, it's like such a privilege to be in there.
Yeah.
It's kind of like if you don't want if someone like that has that resume like Bill Belichick, maybe they should just get in on that alone, not people's opinions of who the person is.
You know why it matters to me? Like it's manufactured. A lot of it's manufactured stuff. But the reason why
it's more ridiculous, right?
Yeah, like sometimes you look at the age of the guys, and I'm sure nothing's going to happen. I'm not saying anything's going to happen to Belichick, but you want to be able to enjoy that kind of moment with your family. If the person deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, like it's
don't wait till they die, right?
Like it's utter nonsense. Like holding on, like it's happened to a few baseball players where they get in with the Veterans Committee, and it's like, well, they've already passed, and your chance to triumph. It's a weird thing that you could be the greatest and it's obvious, but people have these like petty issues. One owner in Napoleon in particular. But we just had MasterCard. There's a lot of earnings to get to this morning. MasterCard as well, yet another one with a bit of a beat. It's up a couple of points here. I mean, my concern for them has more to do with the president taking aim at rates and how the stock all of them have been reacting to that. So I don't know how much I like that balance, particularly in MasterCard. Like, you always talk about the 3-day rule, but I think this is certainly one where they might have bigger things weighing on them right now, that's for sure. And someone in the chat was like, well, you didn't say Western Digital. Correct. Western Digital also reports tonight. We'll cover them all tonight.
Western Digital.
It's just when you're listening during earnings season, when you get like the heavier weeks, like we're not going to say every single name, trust me, that reports. We'll cover all the big ones to the best of our abilities, but you're right. Western Digital and SanDisk. I know I only mentioned one of them after the bell time, but a lot to get to before we get to that. And I know a certain someone who's matching his brethren today, because Joe and I'll tell you right now, Joe and Sharif are matching, is very excited about. See, got the maroon. No, you're really excited about Tesla with this switch up.
Oh, Neil.
Yeah.
Neil, this is the move, Neil. This is the move. I mean, because if he had to create a new gigafactory, that would be years. We know that, right? That's going to be a couple of years at least. And then we also know that the Model S and the Model X are aging. They really haven't done a major redesign. So what a perfect move to actually switch up some of those factories, retrofit them to make Optimus. Now, I've got to say, this is I'm a little upset, all right, here because now Tesla doesn't have a high-end model anymore. The X and the S were the two high-end models. You can kind of get the Plaid. That's the one that could, have over 1,000 horsepower. So I don't know if he's going to fill that void, right? Maybe not in the near term, but he kind of loses a segment there. But Breno, he doesn't make too many of these. We always look at the amount of deliveries and the amount of produced.
Yeah.
And the S and the X are like low double digits, if that, compared to, triple digits for the S and for the 3 and the Y.
Yeah, I mean, the Y has been the model for years now. So, yeah, I mean, as we've been saying, I think it's more about the narrative switch, and it's more about understanding how long in the timeline it's going to take to get to this robotics narrative and AI narrative switch. So, I was just reading this note on Amazon, Microsoft, and NVIDIA this morning. The trio discussing up to $60 billion in additional investment into OpenAI. And I mean, it's getting to a point where, at some point this has to be enough, and there has to be something coming from this, but clearly not there yet.
I don't know how I feel about this. I'm just telling you, I'm just speaking for myself, and I can only do that, but I'm not impressed with ChatGPT anymore.
No.
Like just this morning, I'll just give you an example this morning. Getting the morning note prepared, halfway through right now, maybe I've summarized 5 or 6 articles, start screwing up. I've got to restart the window again to kind of realign it for the way that I like. And I haven't changed anything about the input. I haven't changed anything about how I'm doing anything, but it just starts changing the way that it wants to give you information halfway through. And then I also complained to you about something else. It won't give you any information that it considers to be proprietary, that it considers to be behind a paywall, even though it's not.
Yeah.
So, for example, you're trying to find maybe something about the earnings calendar or earnings data. Widely available online. You see it, a quick Google search will show you that it's free. No, chat's like, no, I can't give you that. That's behind a paywall.
Interesting.
So there is issues there.
It's interesting. I've tried many times comparing the higher tiered Gemini straight up versus ChatGPT, the higher tiered ChatGPT.
Way better.
I mean, I haven't seen any reason as to why one is $200 and the Pro Gemini is not. I mean, if you're involved in Google Office Space or Google Workspace, it's included in that, the Pro version of Gemini. So it's, I don't know. Anyway.
We have 3, right? With our
It's part of our Office package that we have here. NVIDIA, guys, back to some recent levels here. Anyways, looking pretty positive here over the past couple of weeks. But I mean, they got to put their money somewhere, I guess, is maybe the narrative we can go with.
Well, for NVIDIA, yeah, I mean, I thought, coming in today, NVIDIA would have been a little bit higher, but then we get that story here today, again, about the H200s being a little bit of a problem, heading into China there and looking at those orders. I was just trying to find the story in our, Jensen said there's not yet approved imports of the H200 AI chip. The company has not received new H200 orders from Chinese customers. So that's, we really got kicked out, just like what, where's my mouse again? Just like what Sharif was mentioning there, Brennan was mentioning, NVIDIA, I thought, and I left yesterday's, and by the way, thank you everybody for joining us. We're going again today at 4 p.m., so make sure you do join us one more time. We had all the earnings live, all the prints as they were coming out. It was a great time and a lot of fun. We want to thank over 8,000 of you, I think was the peak at one point, maybe even higher. So thanks for everybody for staying and watching with us last night and watch tonight as we have the big reports again. But yeah, you saw, like, with the CapEx spends apparently still alive and ready to go, you still see NVIDIA with an upside move because, as Brendan said, man, they gotta buy these, you know, high-end chips. And NVIDIA, Jensen came out and said Tesla had the strongest stack out there, and now we're going to see what's going on with that. We had an XAI boost of $2 billion into XAI. So what does that mean? You know, how is XAI going to keep up with OpenAI? Well, here's $2 billion more, and that might go directly into NVIDIA. So, yeah, but then this H200 story, sort of kicking it down. I don't really want to trade this off of Chinese news because that just goes back and forth with the imports and the exports. So I think I'm going to be looking long for NVIDIA today. I'm just trying to figure out what kind of levels, because generally I'm using like the 200 period, but we're underneath it. So there's really not too much support here for NVIDIA right now. So I'll probably have a look. This is just a 1 minute chart, but yesterday's low of 190. We actually had that. That was yesterday's top trade idea. So there, you know, we could use that again today. So maybe NVIDIA 190, something to talk about. And then honestly, AMD. This one just keeps on. It's just
check out 250 on the 15-minute.
Yeah, I have the 30-minute up here, but yeah, this is AMD's looking pretty good right into here, 250, 260. But this is what it is on a 30-minute chart. Just trying to tick up, that's 260. But again, like, it's pretty nice. We've got to break this trend back down. So there's that 250 level.
Been holding.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. That's a great short if that can break.
A loss of 250 on AMD breaks the trend and breaks 3-day support. But I'm not overly bearish on this space because of the CapEx spending. It's like it's hard to look at that huge. Excuse me. What was it up to? Like the midpoint was 125, something like that for Meta. When we were expecting 110, and then Microsoft up their CapEx too. Like, isn't that what we wanted? So it's hard to be bearish on the chips, but like that AMD 250 does kind of stand out there in the ether. On the Rail just sent us a super chat.
Oh, okay.
Here. Let me throw that one up.
I didn't see that. Where did that go?
Thoughts on Palantir 150 seem to be good entry. So we had this discussion about Palantir yesterday, and outside of here's the 200 period moving average. If you look at the daily chart, it's the support on the daily chart is at $150. There's your accumulation there. There's your wig bottom in November. The 200 period SMA on the daily is just something that it's been respecting. So I'm just zooming it out so you can see how far you have to go back before it even touches it. So you're getting a potential bounce off the 200 today, which to me, it's like kind of a simple thing. If it's able to hold above 160, you get a breakout trade. If it doesn't, then just ixnay on the ounce pay, and then that's not going to happen. But I was looking at the higher time frame on Palantir and thinking, when you get a pullback and suddenly once you're past 10%, you're past 20%, right? You go into the stock turns into bear territory. I like to look at the weekly and the monthly, and I think that's where you get the confirmation. The weekly is where you get the confirmation of that 150. It's the 50 period. There's a triple bottom on the weekly here. The good news too is this probably not probably. It absolutely allows you to wait for them to report on Monday, right? Like I doubt that we're going to lose this $10 and more on Palantir in the next two sessions. And on Monday, we'll get a chance to see if it's going to bounce here on earnings. So I do like the level, and it's because of the weekly. As for today, I think it's simple. Like if it's able to break through the 160 level, it can be a nice little temporary low. But wait till after earnings on Palantir. Don't have to wait very long. Yet another name.
Yeah,
that you know will be all over on the show as well. Yeah,
it's going to be a huge report. I'm obviously a little bit nervous there about Palantir. We'll see where it winds up going, but more contracts always seem to be pumping in for them. Let's see what their guide looks like on Palantir. I think that's going to be a big one. All right, 820 right now. I mean, we talked about silver making new highs, gold making new highs as well, and then the Meta trade back to 725. I mean, 800 is going to be really key for that as well. Yeah, good. Yesterday we had a great guest. Maybe we may potentially have Luis Barbado today, so if he does come through, that would be fantastic. Talking some small caps, but there's always small cap runners. So we'll be able to.
Or dumpers, Joby.
Oh yeah, I saw Joby. Is Joby still a small cap name? I guess it probably is.
Yeah.
I don't know. It has such.
I don't know their market cap on them.
I don't know. I mean, some of these names, like all of them, right? Like Astera, all these things. Oh, we have YSS today, by the way. So this will be...
They're 12 billion.
12 billion?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Yellowstone right here. Going to come through. This is another one of those space names. So we'll figure out what this IPO is starting to look like. It's in our system here, but that's the expected opening price right now, $34. I'll stay here and take it. I mean, it's 4.6 billion or 4.2 billion enterprise value. They're releasing like between 500 and 600 million worth of shares. So, you know, underwritten by Goldman. We'll see what winds up happening with YSS today. Just another IPO. EQBT. Oh, one of the ones was EQ. I can't remember what it is anyways anymore. But we'll see. There was another space one, Voyager. That was one. So this was another recent IPO in space. It was not well received. So I just wanted to show, like, this is, I believe, you know, when this is a red candle, I believe we opened up at $70 and then closed that day at 60. So I'm not sure what the indicated open price was for Voyager. I'm guessing it was down here and it was up. There wasn't enough demand to hold the bid, you know. So that's another name to watch out in the space sector that you got to be careful with. QP, that was a good one.
Yeah, equipment share. That
equipment share. Yeah. I knew that. I should have said. I knew the name symbol there, but it was EQ. So equipment share. So that's another. That's a great one.
That's a great one.
That's one of the more recent ones. But just Voyager sort of in the same space there as today. But we'll see how it's looking. Right. If there's.
Exactly.
We like to look at, and we're gonna go just one second.
We like to. I want to see increasing. Like,
yeah, I was going to stay right here.
Like, I don't want it to be 34 the whole time. I want that to 40, even higher.
Our exactly. Our indicator will show on here once it's ready to go. Probably right at 9:30, they'll start putting in some bids and offers. As long as it's, this will be a good number. If we got like 1.4 million paired or something like that, then that would be a good trade for me. But if we're only pairing off like 500,000 shares, 600,000 shares, then that means that there's a lack of interest there. Like they're bringing to market 14 million shares, and there's only an interest of 500,000 off that opening print. That's not great. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening, and Neil and I will hold hands through that with you guys, and then Joe and Sharif will also be looking at it, and we'll try to give you some ideas on what we're thinking. Yeah, that's a good goal. His goal is to make $100,000. Yeah, he'll settle for $50 or $50,000. So yeah,
he didn't pay after the 50, so I don't know. But we're definitely ready, and we're not settling for Joe. We're heading over there to learn more about options.
Yeah,
absolutely, guys. All right, once again, a lot of activity in the world of derivatives. Mostly gold here, a lot of activity, guys. At that $500 level, we're north of that. And what I was going to get at here this morning is that the open interest isn't substantial, but some good volume starting to kick in. I think that we had the ability to climb some we did in the post-market yesterday, obviously a 24-hour market there. At that $500 mark we mentioned, this was fluctuating crazy, and we were talking about it a little bit yesterday, just the appreciation of that specific contract and other contracts as well. So the spread is absolutely insane, and it'll probably remain to be like that. It's not going to tighten up too much because this was documented a little bit just before the close. So keep that in mind, guys. That spread, if we are fortunate enough, you might get a couple points, but $80 just involved here. So that is a little bit of a tougher look. But as for your delta, guys, 423.423. So for every $1 change, you're going to see a $42 change. So it'll only take a couple of points in GLD in order for you to gain that back. But we're north of that zone right now. And as for your gamma exposure, relatively light, surprisingly so. And then you're at the money IB sitting around 57.6%. As one of the other hot commodities, guys, silver, $110 mark. I mean, we're pushing 107, 108 right now. With 33,100 contracts there, and open interest sitting around 11,500. at $100.10 strike price. Once again, the bid and the ask is relatively tight. It's only $5 there, so we're not going to complain too much about that. And your delta, 0.35, so not too bad, and very, very little gamma exposure. But one thing that you want to keep an eye out on, and we were talking about a lot about this yesterday, is your at-the-money IV sitting around 127%. So you're going to be paying a little bit of an extended premium on this one. Let's see if we can continue to climb here today in these commodities. Now, as for some of the puts, yes, Starbucks, guys, Starbucks heading lower, putting up almost a 10% move in the pre-market and off that earnings report, giving the majority of that back. So right at that $90 strike price, we have volume around 4,540 with open interest 5,930. Now, as for your bid and ask, you're seeing a little bit of a spread here, guys. Nothing substantial. Your delta is always going to be negative. Keep that in mind. And gamma exposure, once again, relatively tight, but your active money IV sitting around 79.9%. It's going to be heightened due to the increase in volatility in the pre-market, but things did start to cool down a little bit. Keep an eye out for potential based on Starbucks at that $90 mark. Now, as for the NASDAQ, guys, a little bit of a slide before the earnings report, but we're not going to complain too much. We're going to see if this is going to be the bottom. I mean, we're pushing a little bit higher here, but as for the Q630 strike price, volume 36,100 there, and then open interest, relatively cool around 11,000. But your bid and ask, not bad whatsoever. You're looking at $7, not going to complain. And then your delta 0.38, gamma exposure, once again, relatively cool, and your at the money IP. I mean, if we talk about this and get a little bit more in depth in it, we can see that around 10, 14% or so. So you're starting to see somewhat of an increase, but that's also due to the earnings report and the mega cap names reporting. We will be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades, guys.
Yes, thank you, Joe. And Starbucks was incredibly.
Yeah,
that's a really disappointing daily chart. There's nothing else you can say about this because it felt for all the world like this was going to be the chance, that $100 level on Starbucks. And all it did is put in one of the nastier reverse candles that you will see. Like you're only going to see kind of like that on earnings. Unfortunately, that $90, like based on just the crazy reversal here, top to bottom, I think the $90 actually would make some sense. But I mean, until it gets there, it hasn't really completely lost a bit. Like there's some support potentially at 95. I'm hesitating to even be remotely bullish on it when you get this kind of a rejection. Yeah, that's a turnaround candle. You don't need to be a charter market technician to have seen it. Great same-store sales. The report actually looked good. Brian Nichols, by all accounts, doing a solid job over there, but it didn't seem to matter for the entire thing. It sold. So until this one settles down, I hate to say it's in the penalty box, but it's like it's skating over to it. Let's put it that way. Like that reversal candle looks as bad as the Leafs are playing.
Leafs go 8-0-2 and then 1-4 at home. So I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, no, I think I like that Starbucks. I like the pullback. I mean, that's when. I mean, Joe's the one talking about the pricing of these options and what that looks like. But I think when you get a move like that on Starbucks, which went top to bottom yesterday, 10%. Like it was up 10%, then give it all back down to that $95 mark. We'll see if it can hit 100 again. But that's why options are so expensive. Especially around earnings days, right? We had Spot Gamma on yesterday. He was talking all about, implied volatility and how expensive it is trading options, around earnings. That's why sometimes it's a good idea. Like, for example, I know Shree's been talking about Meta for a while. So if you thought that Meta had a chance to, put this kind of number up, and weeks before, and sure, it dipped down. I don't know. I mean, to get the very bottom is lucky, but weeks before is when you can sort of, edge into potentially some of those options where they get a little bit less expensive. Obviously, there's going to be time involved in that as well. There's a price to pay for time, but approaching day of, day before, day after, the pricing gets a little out of whack. So you got to sort of make your play and hope that you get these kind of moves. And we always talk about it, actually, the implied moves. So the 4%, 5%, 6% move. So today you would be printing both on Meta and on Microsoft options, but you would not be on Tesla because Tesla underneath that 4 or 5% move that was expected, right? And so that's it. Options, obviously a great way to trade this market, especially heading into and around earnings. Just be careful of how expensive they are. All right, 8:30 there. Let's go back over to the desk, see what they're talking about.
We have some data coming in.
Yeah, we have some data at 8:30.
A couple things to note, nothing major that's going to or potentially going to move the market. Initial jobless claims, 209 is coming through here at 8:30. 209 versus 205, so a bit of an uptick there. 210 was the prior number, so lower than the prior, but a bit of an uptick versus the expected. Balance of trade for November, 56.8 billion, comes in downside versus prior 29.4 billion. Exports for November just coming through as well, 292.1 billion. Also a downtick, 348.9 billion on the import side of things. Again, this is all for November. 1.82 million on the continuing claims. Consensus there, 1.86. So good to see. That's probably 3 weeks in a row, I want to say, of that number specifically trending in the right direction to the downside. We're also getting there. It is non-farm productivity quarter over quarter, 4.9%, exactly in line with expectations. Coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, factory orders and then wholesale inventories as well. Shouldn't be too much of a worry for this market today.
Yeah, Jerome Powell commenting on the state of the job market yesterday, Brandon, saying basically no new hires, but you're not seeing mass layoffs, so it's kind of like in an equilibrium mode. Another reason why maybe interest rates could come down later in the year to kind of stimulate possible hiring, especially from some larger companies, but kind of in different numbers here for me anyway.
Yeah, I checked early this morning, and it was still pointing towards 2 cuts before the end of the year. When that will actually come through remains to be seen, but the Fed funds tool, that is. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I mean, the narrative yesterday was, as you were saying, more on the bullish side than anything that we've heard from them for quite some time. So is that just his best wishes maybe on the way out the door kind of thing?
And what I really liked, and I was telling you off camera as well, they're monitoring the different sectors, the different categories that were affected by the tariffs. And they're saying we have enough data now. We're not forecasting what the tariff rise could be because we've got basically data since April onwards. And they expect that the effects of these increases, I personally see it, inflation increases because of tariffs to come to a head by the middle half of this year. So I think, I don't know, I'm just speaking for myself. Did you get the Google phone again?
I did.
What's going on? You dropped the iPhone?
I did.
Wow, that's a move, huh? Okay, you caught me off guard there, a little attention deficit disorder, but I noticed
you're all over the place.
No, but what he was trying to say was, I think, if we've really seen the worst of the tariff inflation, I think that this would have been a successful endeavor because we haven't really seen that reflected in numbers, especially as you compare it to the GDP growth, the top line number that we're getting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have to, anticipate that that's going to be the case, I think, going forward for, the foreseeable future here. I was just reading an interesting note here. This number we just came out with, the balance of trade number specifically, not the import exports, but again, for November, negative 56.8 billion. That is the widest month over month U.S. trade balance since 1992.
Interesting.
Negative, obviously. So the widest number we've seen since 1992 on that print. So again, the market not really reacting to that. Just keeping an eye on this XPON. A few people talking about that one too, guys.
XPON.
Okay.
Well, it's
always some small cappers here.
Well, it's above $1, but like Gapper that made its high and is underneath the volume weighted average price. The other, we were talking about that Joby, and I neglected to mention, we mentioned Joby, and we're like, oh, there's movers around here. They're down 15%. There was an offering, so a little dilution. Has this losing the 200? Has this losing support? They didn't put this on the note, but I'm actually going to. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to pay for locates either. If this is able to pop back into this prior support right around 12, this could be a pop and fade idea on Joby. But when talking about inflation, with all these input costs going up, copper just making power moves. Even in the chat, people are talking about it's up again today. Right? And at the highs, literally as we speak, and gold and silver. So that's the kind of thing that trickles down as well. So one of the biggest things, or if not, well, maybe even the only significant thing that Powell said, which I think you could sink your teeth into, or that the Fed said in general, was they took away the line that said they're more concerned about the labor market than inflation. It's not to say that their primary concern was inflation, but they had a focus on the labor market relative to inflation, and they took that line away, meaning they're on par. And that's exactly where everyone gets this whole "they're going to pause for a while" thing, because if you're saying that, it's implicitly saying that there have some rising concern in inflation, in my opinion. I think that removal of the statement had more to do with these inflation concerns that they have relative to the job market, but we'll see. That's why you're not getting much of a move. But yeah, Joby, another one that's going to be on the move here today, with the offering down 15%. Yeah, there's always small cappers abound, and I'm not. Look, first of all, I'm not saying Carvana is a small capper, but sometimes you don't have to look at some kind of $1 stock to get insane movement. Like Carvana's up 6% today, and it feels like a nothing burger. The short report yesterday on this one was absolutely wild in terms of what the price action did. And it's almost back to the 440 level. Like, it was falling, and then the volume picked up right here at 440. This has a chance to break above when that story was dropping, which is wild to me. Like, if you put a list of things that I did not expect to see this morning, it was Carvana getting back to here. That's a little shocking to me.
Yeah, no, that was an interesting report there yesterday on Carvana, dropping them, and then a nice battle back at 375 or so, I think, or was it? Yeah, 375. Yeah, good little level there. All right, so we just talked about earnings. I mean, people are on the chat are all about, like, for some reason, people are just obsessed with Palantir here, but they will be reporting. Obviously, we talked about that on Monday evening, so wait out for Palantir. This one, for me, I think and I know Neil already covered this a little bit, but I just want to do it again. I think this is a good spot for earnings. Like, sometimes you don't want to be all the way up here because then you're kind of like priced to perfection again. This was the run up into last earnings, so it's going to be a little different of a situation. Like last earnings, we ran up. Sure, we made all-time highs there in the after hours. I remember sitting here talking about that as that was happening. And then the very next day, it kind of just sold off, and it continued to sell off for about 2 weeks before it found a base at the exact level we're at today, made the move basically back to 200 flat, almost exactly, and now it's down another 20% or so from that level, right? So that's now, if Palantir just meets expectations and can have a decent guide, which I would think that Alex Karp knows what to say here, this could, have real explosive move back to the upside on PLTR. So, I know Tesla's one of the original like meme kind of cult stocks. Palantir has that in it as well. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening with PLTR. This is not one where I think you want to buy actual shares maybe heading into the print. This is one that I think could be real explosive, where you'll probably get some, and maybe Joe can talk about this during his show there or on Monday, because it's going to report Monday night. You should be able to get a nice move higher in Palantir, or it just absolutely loses and it's the other way. But what a different setup heading into earnings. Last time ramped up, boom, print comes, good quarter, but not good enough, gets hit. Here we go to the downside, been taken out, PE still obviously huge, but maybe it's set up for a move back higher. And I own Palantir shares, but we've been getting lighter on this name, so I'm fine with it. Obviously, I'd like to see it move higher. I own I've got IBM, Microsoft, Meta, Palantir, like you name it. The only one is Caterpillar I see on your screen. I was actually just going to go over that and mention that was one name that had a report that I don't own. So I really like Caterpillar, though. It's a freaking great stock, man, off that 50-period moving average. Caterpillar is a monster.
Yeah, it's the definition of not moving right now for Caterpillar on their beat. There's another one, the Southwest. If we're talking about earnings, before we go back, and we're going to throw back over to Sharif and Brendan, but Southwest making some moves here, flying up 6%. Yeah. Now, there's an outside chance. I don't know, one chance in three. I'm making up the odds that you get a 52-week high break on Southwest up here at 45. That's worth watching, and even like the 44 level could be interesting. It's it's not the only airline that's made some power moves. And we know these can be really tradable. And it's in a bull flag. Like you can see, look at the consolidation, trend up, consolidation, drop earnings, and then maybe we get this breakout through that 45. So there's just so much to watch, and we'll try to cover pretty much everything that we can today. But let's fire it on back up to the new Pixel 10 owner, Brendan and Sharif.
I don't know why this is such a breaking news event today.
And the chat's commenting on it too. Yeah. So no, genuinely though, what do you think about the new Pixel? Because I remember you had the previous model, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's so far so good. I mean, it's been literally 10 hours. So
okay. So this
it was literally last night. So give me a day, and I'll have a full review for you. But I think we have Luis joining us this morning from Barcelona. He's going to give us his rundown once again on some small caps this morning. Good to see you, Luis. First off, busy week once again for small cap world. We've had, I mean, take your pick. You must be a happy guy over the past couple of days here with the variety, anyways.
Yeah, it's been quite active week. As usually, we have one runner going crazy. In this case, was VNAI. This stock was moving high and with a lot of volume, breaking highs, and liquidity started to disappear. It was a trap liquidity on this stock. And always after we have one crazy runner stock, we have this running cycle where every day we see 400%, 200% in some names.
And again, we had this conversation last week, but let's focus once again on things that are maybe coming back to earth a little bit, if it's not necessarily a first day type of a move, but maybe a second day type of a move. Let's see the list here this morning. What's catching your eye so far?
Well, first of all, I would like to take a look on this stock because it's a particular pattern that we trade a lot. It's SER, this stock with 5 million float. And look at this because this is a chart that we usually trade. I'm going to show you here. So you see this stock has moved up a lot. Okay, gapping up, breaking VWAP, breaking pre-market highs. So the first thing we have to do is look back, look to the left, as I used to say, and check if we have some resistance. And as you can see in the chart, we have a $5 resistance here from previous days, weeks, right? You can see there, it's loading there. You see, we have a resistance here. So we are gonna short this stock against this daily resistance that we have. And if you miss that trade because it's too risky, because you're shorting front side against this resistance, you just wait until it goes lower highs, it loses VWAP, and you go short here. Against this VWAP is another lower highs, and you have the VWAP at resistance, you go short here, and look, it's already almost $1 down. So that was an awesome trade in one pattern that we usually trade. We let it go up until the resistance, daily resistance. We let it go down, and we only go short when it go against VWAP. We call it VWAP rejection.
We had a couple of questions, Luis, last time. We were discussing the aspect of locates and the cost surrounding locates, and a few people were mentioning after the fact that they didn't really understand the concept of, first of all, maybe just run through what is a locate, first off, and how that actually applies in this case, and why necessarily, if that cost of borrow is higher, it kind of negates the ability to make this a profitable idea.
Well, locate, as we talked about, is the ability to go short in a stocks that usually your broker doesn't have to borrow, right? So you have to pay extra cost in order to go short on this stock. Usually we're talking about low float stocks with a high short float. So most of the stocks are already borrowed, or there is so low float that the broker doesn't have. So you pay locates in order to be able to go short on these stocks. When you trade small caps for the last 4 or 5 years, it's been quite common that we are paying locates in this stock. Why deny the trade? Because if the borrow fee, if the locate is so high that the movement is not going to be profitable enough, that's a problem. Let's see this ticker, for example, SER. Let's say you're paying $1 per 100 shares. That's okay, because with 1 cent, you already make the profit. But what if they ask you $50 per 100 shares? That means that you will have to make 50 cents move in order to pay the locate. So that would be crazy expensive, of course.
Definitely, and great explanation. We're already well into the money here, if that was the case on something like SER. So, I mean, a ton of volume on that one. I see a few other ones moving around here. XPON, another one. You looking at that today?
No, not looking at that one. Let me check, just in case I see something interesting. XPON. Let me check here as well. First of all, as I said, look to the backside if you have in the future some nice days resistance. We had one resistance, it's a little bit far, 190, so we're gonna wait in this stock. Was very good to trade last night after the market closed to go short there, maybe short there against this pre-market overnight highs, but right now it's already pretty much dead. We will look, if we short this one, we will wait until it pops and fight the VWAP 115, 120 to go short, but very unlikely. Another stock we have been checking is, let me remember, is GCTK, this one. Look at this chart. It looks quite crazy, but it's some pattern that it's repeating a lot in the small caps. It's what we call pump and dump, right? The stock goes up like crazy, non-stop from $3.40 to $6. It is very tricky, I know, to go short front side here. So if you are not crazy, brave, or indisciplined or whatever enough to go short on the front side because you see some daily resistance from other days, you just wait and see. When it goes down, it goes against the VWAP, you go short there. But in order to do that, you have to look to the left. Look the chart, the historic chart. And does that pattern repeats a lot? At least you check the pattern, it's unbelievable. I think was the CTK, right? Hold on, yes. Look at the past and what happened. A few days ago, the stock moved from 4 to 7 and all the way down on the same movement few minutes later, 10, 15 minutes. We go to another day from 6 to 9 almost and all the way down. So it's a pattern that this stock particularly repeats a lot. So if you see the stock moving up very sharp, wait until some confirmation like it did here, right? It loses VWAP, it recovered VWAP, you go short there with a tight stop in pre-market highs, and just end of day. It's already almost negative, the stock, after going up almost 100%.
I want to throw one concept at you here, and a couple of people mentioning not only this specific stock this morning, but I've seen it over the past couple of days. TRX, this is a gold company. So definitely on the small cap scale of things as far as the price is concerned, but we have this obviously massively positive catalyst behind a company like TRX Gold or a small junior miner for that matter. Take your pick, there's plenty of them. When you have such a positive catalyst behind a move, potentially in a stock like this, is it hands off or are you waiting for a solid sign that says this thing's done?
No, it's not a hands off, of course. It's about sympathy plays. You pick up the stock that it looks better for your setups. It did one very nice trade yesterday, I think, buying these pullbacks. We don't go always short. Sometimes we go long as well. Also, the statistics in small caps are telling you that going short is more statistically positive, but also we go long. When do we go long? When the cycle is a runner cycle. Do we have this? Yes, we have it from a few days. We are in a runner cycle, so longs are more comfortable jumping in the trade, first. Second, we have a very active sector, like in this case, the gold. So you have two ticks, two checks to go long. Are we trading above VWAP? Yes. Are we trading above pre-market highs? Yes. So you have all to go long on the dips, on the pullback, like here again, all the day yesterday. And also look for sympathy plays. Maybe it's not the best stock on gold. We have NAMM, which is the one which is moving more. Okay, it's moving from $1 or 0 point something to $9, almost $7.50, sorry. So if this stock start to run, it's gonna push the other ones like Thirsk and other small caps related to gold.
Luis, always great insight. A very busy week for small caps, very busy week on your desk, especially. Great to have you as always. We'll speak again soon.
Thank you very much, Brandon.
All right, so, Joe. right.
looks like Joe's
Yeah, Joe was muted there. So I was just going to say, we'll go back to Joe in a second. You know, the big thing about what Luis is saying there is that checklist, in my opinion. Yes. You know, like, is it above VWAP? Is it in the right sector? What does the volume look like? You know, how is it profiling? Because you can't just choose any. Well, it's the same for all stocks. I mean, sure, you
stock long in an uptrend.
You can apply it to all the names. You know, like, for example, if you're avoiding earnings plays, does it have earnings? Like, that would be the first X, you know? Or if you're looking at it, then that's, so I think you can apply it everywhere, but I think it is most important, obviously, to pick small cap runners, because those are the names that you won't really know anything about, and they'll just show up out of the blue. Exactly. So if you have definite boxes that you can check, I think that's it, right?
And they can be good, because you have to remember, a lot of the appeal of trading them is that you don't, like, they're not covered by a bajillion analysts and have a bunch of huge money in them. Right. A lot of times, like, that's the appeal. But they all, like everything else, you got to categorize them. Some of them are habitual line steppers. I love that other that chart you showed where it's just pump and dump every single time. And another one, anything, if it's a gold miner right now, well, then playing it to the long side has been working out. I'm going to guess it's got to be pretty busy over there for Joe with the upgrades and downgrades. When you have this many earnings, weeding it down can be a little bit difficult because lots of analyst movement. Joe, what do we have?
All right, guys, let's get right into things here. At the top of the list, yes, we have Microsoft to start things off. BMO Capital choosing violence this morning, guys, with a $625 price target, lowering it to $575. You're down approximately 7% here. And once again, Datadog on here, BMO Capital across the board here, guys, $215, lowering it to $170. You're down almost 5%. Now, First Solar as well, too, getting the downgrade, guys, outperform to a market perform. And ServiceNow getting that price target lowered from $175 to $170. That is going to be some of your downgrades. Now, as for some of the upgrades, guys, we have Lam Research getting the upgrade going from a hold to a buy and a price target of $890 by Summit Insights. Now, Shreve, as soon as I had this up here, he's like, man, Joe, that better be on the upgrade side. And correct, it is going from an equal weight to an overweight here, guys, by Barclays. You're up 3.75% this morning. And then a substantial move in Meta. We're getting a buy rating, guys, but also a price target increase. Sorry, that's been switched up. We're going $808 to $890, all right, on META, and then GE Vernova as well, too, guys, getting that price target increase to from $680 to $780. This was a little bit of an error, but that's okay. That is going to be $890 as a price target set by Mones, guys.
All right, PDSB Biotechnology under the NASDAQ. PDSB is the symbol. They are transforming how immune systems target and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. Please, if interested, go check them out at pdsbiotech.com. We want to thank them for their continued sponsorship, and they had a couple nice moves over the last couple of days as well. So yeah, go check them out and you know, support the cause and do your due diligence. Find out about PDSB Biotech. So yeah, thanks, Joe, for all of that. And you're mentioning Lam Research was another one that just keeps going higher. Reminds me of that Caterpillar, and everything just keeps on trekking higher and higher. And there's more money to be made than just mega cap names. I mean, I feel like we sit here in our portfolios, and all I have is like all these Mag 7 names and a few other little fun ones. But it's these names that continue to climb.
If you look at where, if you look at in tech, the last few months it's not been about Apple. Google's been pretty good. It hasn't been about those Mag 7. It hasn't been about the Qs. It's been about the memory chip names. It's been about ASML. It's been about LRCX, about Lam, Applied Materials. I mean, Intel. There's the moves that are happening in some of these names. I actually thought, based on the quarter, the Lam would be up more. But then, you zoom out. What are we even talking about? This in September, this thing was $100, and it just tagged $250. So it runs so far going into the earnings. Yeah, it's kind of hard to get a double-digit day out of it for Lam, unfortunately. But Yeah, that ServiceNow is not looking very. That wasn't looking very good. But it wasn't that one that caught my attention on the downgrade side of it. First Solar is like this is. I didn't realize this had cleanly broken trend, consolidated, and rejecting that lower high at 250, and now one's threatening breaking down. This one feels like a short to the 200 period moving average. FSLR breaking down. I mean, such a clean trend break too, and then it gave you the consolidation. I guess you call that like a bear flag after this great hold of the 50 period. So yeah, there's some structure to the downside as much as Lamb and some other names look good. Yikes! had no idea this one was doing so bad. But one of the better ones in the space, I guess.
What was the one? Brian Shannon. Oh, he liked Sunrun. It was. Sunrun, right? Yeah. So let's just check out what Sunrun did over the last couple of days. I mean, Brian was just here 2 days ago. So yeah, it looks like a continuation there. He was here. $20 up to 21. Yeah, I don't know if he's in it yet. I think he was talking about building up steam to break this. So, yeah, Sunrun. There we go. Brian Shannon gave us this one there. One of the stronger names in the space. Sunrun. Okay, nice move higher there. I have the U.S. dollar here as well. I look at a 1 minute chart all the time on this thing. But if we can go, I don't even know where the minutes thing is gone here, but this is still a 1 minute chart. Oh, here it is down here. You can go look to a 1 day chart and just get to see what's exactly happening here with the dollar. Nice move down there this is a 1 day. I need a different day here for that. But there's the move yesterday off of earnings, off of the Fed. So we'll have to see if we can get some movements here in the US dollar today, kind of bouncing a little higher there. Nothing to do with earnings, but we'll watch this with gold and with silver and everything. And I'm going to figure out this chart. So let's get back over to Brendan and Sharif, and we're going to start going through the rundown soon.
All right, we were just talking about copper here. I mean, there's a couple of different ways that you can have a look at this, but what a move this morning. This is just an ETF, COPX. I mean, futures are up better part of 10% here this morning for copper. The COPX pushing $100 for the first time right now after a 3-day consolidation here. But I mean, if you zoom out a little bit, just going back to the beginning of the year, like $72 up to 100 here for the COPX.
And like at the same time, when the demand for copper is shooting through the roof, as we're talking off camera about, data centers and all the huge build out that's happening right now, apparently it's facing copper, that is, structural supply crisis as major discoveries declined over the past decade. I'm talking about from 2015 to 2025. Miners favored existing mine expansion. So there wasn't that much new supply coming online at the same time when demand was going through the roof. So much like all these other critical minerals or metals like gold and silver, this is really running here quite aggressively.
As we're sitting here talking about other ways outside of tech to make money in this market, wow, what a move for copper here. Note just coming across on Ford from Piper Sandler, looking pretty positive. And Piper Sandler analysts were busy this morning. I saw 10 at least, mostly based on the earnings that came out last night, obviously. But we'll get into that coming up. We'll get into what to expect otherwise this morning with the rest of the market. Let's check out the futures though here.
We literally closed at the exact same price on the SPY that we did the day prior, 695.5, the exact same print. And much like yesterday morning, we're ahead of it right now, but we're still looking at yesterday's high as that area of resistance. So we're talking about that high 698, well, the wick there goes to 698 on the dot, the closing print 698 on the dot. The wick goes to about 699. So that's going to be our first level of resistance, that 698, 699 area. If we continue to sell off, we found a very, very clear area of support, Brendo, at 692.5 yesterday.
All right, lots to understand this morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Link is below. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. All you need is an email address, and then you get that delivered right to your inbox every single day. A ton on it today, including all 3 mega cap tech names that we got last night. Let's get rid of them right off the top. Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla all together here. Microsoft, the standout here to the downside. On the weak side, we're turning around a little bit right now. Again, testing that 450, comes right back down through it, below right now. The CapEx spend number going to be a theme here today?
It is, yeah. Record for Microsoft, as we talked about on the top, but it was really the Azure concern. I mean, it's still grown at 39% year over year on the quarter. That's something to sneeze at. But the market was, they had high expectations. So the reason it's down is because they printed 40% year over year growth last year on the quarter. And, you know, that's below some buy-side expectations. Now, they are guiding quite healthy here. They're saying forward guidance for Azure should come in at about 37 to 38%. That's roughly in line with what consensus was. With respect to guidance, Brendel, and margin pressure, they're guiding Q3 revenue of about 80.65 to 81.75, and implied operating margins are supposed to come in at 45.1, but that is also getting compressed as a result of the CapEx. And that CapEx is expected to increase substantially. They're saying capital expenditures and finance leases surge about 37.5 billion just in the quarter, not the year, the quarter. And that was up 66% year over year. Still less than the 100% that we saw on Meta for 2026.
When will the appetite for the spending run out is the question. Here's Tesla, meanwhile, leaking back to the downside a little bit. Unfortunate story with Waymo under investigation. Google's autonomous driving division under investigation after a collision. Tesla coming down, not necessarily on that per se, but I mean, overall, I think a decent report here for Tesla.
I really like the report on Tesla. Obviously, it's not great that the deliveries are dropping, but that's something we already knew it was coming. So that's not a surprise for us. What was completely a surprise for me, and I'm pretty sure a lot of other people, was the cancellation of the Model S and Model X, the two higher end models, but those are the two oldest models as well. And what better product, Brendo, than to replace them with an Optimus supposed to scale by the end of the year? I can't wait to see these things.
He alluded to this. He didn't come out and actually say that, but he alluded to this going back to that investor day at the end of last year. Like, they didn't announce anything at that point as far as the production side, but everyone kind of left that saying, okay, well, if they're going to be at 1 million by 2027, how the hell are they going to do that? Now we know. So Tesla guys, I mean, kind of interesting chart here so far today, but definitely coming in pretty hard.
It feels like this, like we're in a world where Tesla right now is okay, let's not look at the actual numbers and let's focus on the future and let's focus on Optimus and let's focus on Robotaxi. And essentially, you got a really big decision that got made with regards to the Model S and the Model X. To push forward in the future, to get rid of those, and let's get Optimus production out there. So I think that's the reason why you're able to be we're able to be up 1%, declining revenue for the first time. It's not like that's not going to be good. This slide in the pre-market that it's on, like, it's one thing if we get the gap up and you're holding these earnings levels, because it was right at the precipice of, you know, kind of holding a key 445, and then you started thinking about like a bull flag in there and then pressing into the 450. There has been nothing but sell in Tesla this morning. Like, there has not been a bounce. Prior day high is already getting tested and losing that. Maybe the 36 or the 32 will provide you with some support. But I'm going to be hands off on Tesla, because it was really pulling back into prior highs where push comes to shove. And especially on an earnings name, I think the 15-minute wait is going to be in place for me on Tesla, because that's kind of an over-under type of level, that 438, and I want to see what we do at the open there. With regard to Microsoft, we mentioned this with Microsoft earlier. 45% of the backlog for Azure is OpenAI. And it seems like if you're considered to be too dependent on OpenAI, you're getting punished. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the Azure growth came moving forward, 37 to 38% moving forward, right? And they put up 40% last quarter. So it's just like, that's part of it, right? I mean, you can't have that. And we're going to talk about Meta. Oh, we're talking about Meta. We're talking about them all right now. Oh. You know, Meta had the expansion of the CapEx, of course, but then showed some growth numbers. Microsoft kind of showing the opposite. They're spending all the money, but yet they're going downside in their Azure growth. So that's not going to be obviously a great call there for Microsoft. But I think, like, again, like, who cares what I think, honestly? But at the end of the day, it's right into these levels again, where if you are sort of a Mag 7 buyer, I think Microsoft right here, it performed real well the last time it got down here. It hit those hit the skid a little bit, hitting the 200 period moving average and not putting up a great quarter. So yeah, Microsoft downside. I don't have any trade ideas for this one today because I actually think it's going to go higher right there. But then, the trade that I wrote down on the sticky note, which is out today, is just 432. Like, let's just see if this holds down here on Tesla. Obviously, yesterday we had a dip down, as earnings were coming through and there was an imbalance and whatnot. The futures kind of went down. So I'm not even considering that kind of stuff. I'm looking down here at 432 for Tesla. I actually like the idea of throwing away the Model X and Model X and S there. I don't see too many of them. I see more X's, I feel like, than S. And it's funny because I sent a message to Marissa last week. I think I said it on the air. When are we going to get our Model X? And then now I guess we have to get a used one at some point. So 438, but she still wants the Rivian, so it doesn't matter. But there's a nice downside move, anyways, in Tesla. Looking to see if there's some support down there. I like the idea of the move. We've not looked at Tesla as a sort of a car company for at least a couple quarters now. Those deliveries keep coming through. We know the story in China and Europe and here in the United States and Canada as well. Still declining sales. So it makes sense, get rid of the weak and hopefully put in the strong. And, if Optimists are going to be in 25 to 50% of households, whatever, was that the Optimist or Full Self-Drive? I can't remember what he said about that. But anyways, aggressive targets for 2026. And we already know he doesn't have to get held to those targets. The fact is that they're going to start rolling him out. And the margins should be probably quite huge on those robots. So
Brennan will be the first one around here to get an Optimus.
Yeah.
I'd bet money on that for sure.
Yeah, I don't think any of us will get one anytime soon. But
no, not soon. I mean, we're waiting at least a couple of years for that for sure. But I want to shout out everybody because if you're a trader and you're trading U.S. stocks, options, or futures, then you've been blindsided at some point. A stock you're trading has a big move, and you're sitting there wondering why. It's not always your fault. A lot of times, large funds build up huge positions in the options market before the name you're trading even reacts. So to gain an edge in today's market, Spot Gamma's daily Flow Patrol report reveals where big money is positioned. You can identify stocks building momentum ahead of the price moves. To get 2 free weeks of Spot Gamma's Flow Patrol, you can scan the QR code on screen and go behind the curtain to see what the professionals see. Shout out to Spot Gamma and check them out. I mean, we have Joe on and we had a great job with Brent yesterday. And I'm willing to bet there's going to be some options activity tonight as we get more earnings, including a certain company that makes and sells a lot of phones.
Yeah, not doing a heck of a lot here so far this morning. Apple gapping a little bit higher with the overall market. Going to be very, very closely watched, I feel, coming up tonight. I mean, we got this update as far as Siri is concerned. Now they're saying maybe a month we'll have the first version of Siri with Gemini baked in.
That's going to be good because we know Google's voice-activated software is just exponentially better than Apple's. So I'm really looking forward to that, Brendo. Let's talk about what analysts are expecting for the earnings report today. We're looking for EPS to come in at $2.66, which would be up from the $2.40 they posted last year on revenue of $118.07 billion. That would only be a slight increase, though, guys, from that print we got last year. $117.5 billion, or a little bit less than a half, is what we got. iPhone sales, though, will remain the key swing factor, as well as China demand, which will certainly be under scrutiny. We got reports earlier in the year that China demand had picked up quite aggressively on the back of the iPhone 17. Analysts expect, though, iPhone revenue to be roughly flat to slightly down. And that doesn't jive well with me because we've seen this upgrade cycle be a lot stronger than the 16s, so I'm not sure really how they're reaching that point. Services, their largest margin business, as we know, expected to grow in the high single digits. We're also looking for gross margins to remain near highs. And Apple has been kind of restrained, as we talked about, with their AI messaging. Leaks come in every now and again as to what we're going to get. The market's going to be looking for incremental AI disclosure and clarity on timelines.
No pressure, Apple. No pressure at all. If you zoom out a little bit, guys, a bit of a channel going back a couple of weeks here around this 255 up to 260, 262 area, kind of chopping around just below that, heading into a very key report here.
Yeah, and I think, along the lines of what you're seeing with Microsoft, don't freak out if Apple has a good report and it ends up down. You saw this, we've seen this before, like Amazon was out of favor for a little bit and that's running again. And last year, Alphabet at one point was out of favor and then it went absolutely ham, and Meta was sort of left for dead and then it went absolutely ham. I mean, you've already pulled back pretty heavily going into the report, bouncing already. I think it would have been cooler if we'd been bouncing off the 200 period going into this report. I feel like they would be able to do no wrong. But the fact that we already caught the bounce off 250, for today, unless there is a move down that takes you into the 250 on an earnings day, I don't know that I want to touch it. But certainly, I think they priced themselves a little bit better going into this earnings report. But we just saw what seemed like not a horrible deal with Microsoft get punched a little bit. And if Apple did the same, I think you're going to get a buying opportunity. Like, I almost think Microsoft, like, this is going to be give it a day or two, and you're talking about DCAing into it. And if Apple loses 250, I think that would be a similar story after the bell. But I'll stay hands off. There's plenty moving around. Like, I mean, come on. You see what's going on with gold and silver. You got the IPO today. No questions asked. There's going to be movement. Bitcoin lost 80. I mean, Bitcoin has been trash. Back at 88,000.
That's Bitcoin. I don't understand Bitcoin.
Like that one, when everything was rallying in the afternoon, it just did not participate in the move at all. So there's lots that you can sink your teeth into that you don't have to worry about. Well, everyone cares about the report tonight, so I'm going to stay away from Apple.
Apple has an interesting story behind it too, because Tim Cook might be leaving at some point. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll have to wait to see if there's a succession plan there and what that looks like for the stock. That might give a little shakeup to it if they don't like who's planning to come through or what is going on with Tim Cook. But look, man, massive free cash flow. Apple is just a machine. They have a huge buyback, one of the best in the business. We'll see if that continues here today. But yeah, I think it's actually primed for a great report. I mean, bouncing basically off. I mean, Neil just said the 250 mark, but we tried to get into the 200 period. It's been hit to the downside. You basically just have one up day in the last, who knows, in the last 30 days, like one real dramatic day, and that was 4 or 5 days ago. Other than that, it's been really beat up here. So I think it's primed to hit this out of the park. So let's wait to see what winds up happening with Apple. I still, I like their install base. It's going higher, not lower. And yeah, clear out for Google, clear out for Gemini coming through on Siri. I was just saying the big update is supposed to come in February, where Siri gets the whole relaunch and the whole OS is supposed to be revamped a little bit there. So we'll find out what that means for Apple and if that's on track and what they're talking about. But hey, it's the same story every quarter, man. Like Neil said, if it does get hit on dips, I think you want to try to buy it. I don't buy Apple at these kind of levels. It's just too much in the middle. I would say you either got to wait for that 200 period moving average, or if it takes the 50 and you're not in and you missed it, then it does run to 290 anyway. So that's 270 break up to 290. You still get your 10% that way. But yeah, I like Apple. Small dividend, huge buyback, free cash flow monster. Hard to not like this name. And plus we still have like the wonder about what Berkshire is going to do with all their money as well. I don't. Seems like they've been selling off their Apple position, which we know that they've been doing, but I don't know if they start to buy back in at some point or not. But yeah, I like Apple tonight. I'm excited for it. That is for sure. All right, it's 9:12 right now. Gold all-time highs. Silver starting to pump up. We talked about copper. Oh man, I might just sell my house just for the copper alone. Like, how much has that been added? I'm gonna go figure out how much copper. Yeah, when was my house built? Like, I gotta make sure there's tons of copper in there.
You gotta get Bubs to come in, clean you out, take it to the metal man, and get that bank.
Yeah,
just don't do what Bubs did after.
What, is that a wire one, Bubs? Oh, okay, that's why I don't understand.
He's actually maybe.
When you said that, I thought you meant Trailer Park Boys, when the guy's stealing those carts and taking them in, and Bubbles.
Well,
right there. But I was like, wait a minute, there's no copper in shopping carts. It's all like steel and stainless and all that kind of stuff.
One of their heists was to knock down
a copper joint?
Bubbles and his boy went to knock down one of those like light poles.
Okay.
They see one that's down, they're like, we take this to the metal man, we'll be fine for a week. So they're like, well, we knock down one of these things, get it to the metal man.
The metal man doesn't pay that much. Well, now it must, because that's a good point. Like, I took, was it a dishwasher or something there? I guess dishwasher doesn't have that much metal in it. Or maybe no, it was I had like a stainless steel barbecue, and the guy wanted to give me like $10. The thing was like huge and heavy and everything. But anyways, better that than, got to recycle it. Or there's a guy that comes around with his own truck, and I just leave things out there and he puts it in. It's like, I don't return liquor bottles or anything anymore.
No, there's always someone that,
Yeah, the guy comes around and.
People in the neighborhood that do that.
Yeah.
We used to have the guy at our building when we had our trading floor.
Yeah, it's always nice to help those guys. You get 10 cents a bottle or something. I don't know, whatever.
But you're definitely getting a little bit more than you were in the metals as we talk about gold, silver, and copper. and just about everything to the upside.
Here we go.
Just flying. And the miners as well, as you were talking about with Luis there, Brendan.
Yeah, take your pick. Everything to the upside. Ho-hum, another day, another all-time high here for gold. We cleared 5,600 and then some on gold this morning. We're coming back in a little bit here, but solidly above 5,500 way today. It'll probably be 6,000 when we come in. This is just unreal.
It is unreal. I mean, the spot price, the futures price, take your pick. They're all marching up. Silver, as well, as Neil mentioned, up almost 4% there. Look, you know, everybody's got a reason. Everybody's got an opinion as to why this thing's moving up. Let's talk about some of them. Some of the analysts here are saying demand is being driven, of course, by geopolitical risk, as well as ballooning government debt, uncertainty around rates and currencies. We'll talk about that in a second, with the U.S. dollar really dropping to local lows. Persistent central bank buying, though, according to analysts, continues to underpin the move up, with expectations of eventual monetary easing to boost non-yielding assets. That means, like, hopefully we get the 2 cuts later this year, as well as other central banks. But it's U.S. dollar index down 11% in the past 12 months. There's an inverse correlation between the strength of the U.S. dollar and gold, so that obviously has a buoying effect. Analysts are arguing, though, that prices are being driven more by liquidity flows than the actual physical supply and demand. So it's a bit of a disconnect, Brendo, between the real markets and the speculation. And as a result, some people keep making the same argument that we're going to have aggressive pullbacks. But the other side of the coin is, when these commodities trend, they trend for a while.
Yeah, and that was kind of the narrative I was leaning on this morning when we were talking with Luis about the junior miners, specifically small cap, and going to benefit from this, higher prices and the ability to sell their product. But when it does start to, you know, normalize,
right,
what will happen to some of these? But I mean, I just pulled up GDX here. This is a weekly chart for GDX going back to the beginning of 2025. This thing's just been straight to the upside. XAU was another one I saw this morning flying around. This is gold and silver if you want to get really crazy, guys.
We want to get insane. I'm ready to lose my mind one more time up in here.
That's all these things are.
And finally, that gold grill that I bought a couple years ago, finally it's starting to pay off a little bit over here.
Well, I got to go back into. Well, the problem is the backyard's covered in snow, so I can't even dig up the chest. I'd probably get to it. It's just too much work.
Yeah,
we'll
exactly.
have to wait. Hopefully, this run will last long enough that we can do that into the spring. But there's 2 patterns happening, one on gold and one on silver. And I've been playing the one in silver, which I think I do again today. But the last 2 days on gold, it's been more, let's lull you into a we're not doing anything, and then look at the clean breakout of resistance late in the day. And then yesterday, gold, lull you into we're not doing much.
Gold.
And then late breakout at the end of the day. It sets up a resistance level that it doesn't seem to want to punch through for the entire day. And then at some point, this time it was 2:30. Well, it was after Fed, I guess they waited for. And then 2 days ago, it was literally at 3 o'clock. Waited for power hour before it did like just a crazy breakout. So I think for gold, maybe wait for that. Whereas silver, on the other hand, what's been working is allow it to, I'm not going to save these trend lines because then they get marked up. Allow it to set up a trend, break the trend. Set up a trend, break the trend. Like this kind of a thing. Yesterday there was a really tight one on the 15 early that worked, and then there was a late one that you had to play after Fed. So it's on the 15-minute chart for me specifically on silver, let it set up a trend and then break the trend. And when it's trending up like this, it just requires a ton of patience. But when it's trending down, it's almost easier because if you're favoring the long, you just wait for it to break the downtrend and you punch long, and it's been pretty good. So that's all I'm doing with silver. Wait for that 15-minute trend to set itself up, which requires patience. I wasn't even in this thing until it was literally 10:30 or something, like 10:15 to 10:30 was the first entrance in that one when it caught the bid. But for GLD, maybe it's almost better if it just consolidates all day. Then you get these late day breakouts and it goes ham. So you can be patient and wait for that too.
Look, I wrote down silver here. I mean, I've been trading it a lot lately, but there's silver 105 long. I don't, now it's gone. But I was going to say, like, we're trying to play the 200 period as a guide there. You can check the sticky note out here. I'll put it in the chat for everybody. But, yeah, I mean, there it goes. Like, we're writing this stuff down when it's at 107 here, you know. And I'm just saying, like, oh, 105, you know, if that comes in. And I wrote down yesterday's closing prices, you know. But there she goes. So a play on the monetary system as well, right? I mean, people have really lost faith in what Bitcoin stands for, I feel like. So they're running to silver, they're running to gold, and it is just like, this is up, you know, on the year. I mean, this is kind of feels like it might be even just getting started. I was laughing the other day when some analyst was like, gold or silver is just getting started. I was like, what? But this was $70 Jan 1. So now you're at 110. You're up 55% in, you know, 20 trading days or less. So, I mean, this name just keeps on putting 5% on its head every single day, and here it goes again, another 5% here today. So these are lines, and they're nice, but that's a 21, that's the 50, that's the VWAP, that's the 200. They're all pointing up. They're all saying, let's go. It is full steam ahead on silver. Generally speaking, like I've had written down here on the note, let's take pre-market high breaks. Like we've been taking those all the time. You know, like yesterday's pre-market high, I guess we should have zoomed back out on this one. You know, you see yesterday, there's the move down in silver, made the move, and then once we finally broke this 102.50 in the after, when the announcement was going on, you started to skyrocket upside there as well. But today, we don't really have a pre-market high to sort of break, so we've already done that at 108 and change. That goes from this morning. I think a pullback into this area makes a little bit of sense, 108.50, but I think Neil's right, is just wait to see what this action is, because it's going to collapse one day like real bad. It just takes somebody that's some kind of a whale or somebody to dump whatever silver they have, or someone's going to say something. We got a little bit of a scare yesterday when either Hassett or I can't remember who it was. Derek kept on correcting us there. Mentioned, or Besant kept on.
It was Hassett.
Yeah, mentioned something about the U.S. dollar and supporting it, and silver whooshed downside there. So I don't know. I don't know if that can stop it. It whooshed downside, then just ripped right back up. So yeah, it really feels like this is something to watch out for here on SLV. The trade is definitely higher.
Joking around. Like I saw one point in the chat, someone was making GameStop is going to change themselves to silver stop, or BMNR is going to stop investing in ETH, and they're going to go all into silver. Okay, so I know this is all fun and funny and jokes. If any of those types of headlines start getting said for real, then we got to top. If I start to see that kind of nonsense, or just you know, we're considering putting silver on our balance sheet for some small cappers. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I feel like that'll be signaling us the top for sure. We haven't seen anything like that. I mean, the closest thing you came to it, which I think is actually perfectly reasonable, was when Tether is saying they're going to put some other reserves into gold. Like the entire premise of stable coins and Tether is to have a very good and stable balance sheet, and some of that being in gold is not, like, it's not crazy. Maybe not the best prices here, but it's not a crazy notion. It's an old one to have a stable balance sheet. What has a stable balance sheet, pays a dividend, isn't considered sexy, is up 8%. And it's not a secret what we're going to talk about next, because it's right there on the screen.
We got it.
Yeah, it was a no doubt positive report last night after the close, just straight to the upside. The second the numbers hit, we went from basically 292, 295, all the way up to 325, where we're hanging out this morning, 315, 320 for IBM on better results. They did make a lot of comments. I was reading about the quantum space, and a lot of people taking that this morning and saying this is probably not good for the Rigettis of the world and other of the smaller names in that group that we've touched on many times.
And what they said specifically, Brandon, and it came from the CEO, by the way, Arvind Krishna reiterated that IBM is on track to deliver its first ever large-scale quantum computer by 2029. So a lot closer than one would expect. Definitely before the end of the decade, if you believe his timeline. Let's talk about the earnings, Brendo. It wasn't a huge beat or anything like that. 452 EPS beating 432 on revenue of 19.69, beating the 19.23. But what really stood out to me here was profitability, net profit doubling, almost nearly doubling year over year, up to 5.6 billion, up from 2.92, really highlighting that operational leverage. Their guide looks decent as well, guiding 5% full year revenue growth, but that's moderating a little bit from the 8% that they grew at last year, but still a good headline number, ahead of the 4.6 expected by the street. And free cash flow now expected to rise by over $1 billion, hitting 14.7 billion, supporting, the dividends and the buybacks that the company's engaging in. So not a bad look there. And their software revenue, I'm just going to go through some of these categories, up 14% year over year, Brendo, to $9 billion, driven by automation, data, and the Red Hat demand, and infrastructure revenue, which they make a lot of. Their mainframes, all the large servers that they have, up 21% year over year. That does make sense, though, with the data center build out.
Some of the smaller names, as we mentioned, on the quantum side, here's Rigetti downside this morning. Most of them looking like this, guys, on, for the most part, a really good report here for IBM.
Yeah. So I'm looking this one up. The last time, let's put it this way. IBM has been paying dividends since Babe Ruth was a pitcher. 110 years is the streak. I was trying to think of like a big good baseball anecdote.
That's a good one.
So, like, but if you're not a baseball fan, just like
Babe Ruth was playing around in
1916, because I think we get traded to the Yankees and after the Black
Honus Wagner.
Yeah, Honus Wagner back then. Hey, that just sold again, I think.
No, the Golden is there. Yeah, it's at 3 points. I was looking last night. It's at 3.6 million right now.
Okay, yeah, so that's the card's crazy. IBM is it's done unbelievable. It was a good Q. I think, like she said, there's a lot you can point to. Good cash flow position, which supports the dividend, is going to be a theme. I think the way it's trading, like pre-market here, like it's kind of a fail of the high, at least for now. You got to look back to about 312 to 313, if not 310, like somewhere in that range. It's like a full percentage range as it's trending down in to look for a dip. We've seen the story before where it looks really good, but it never catches that bid. It's going to have to do some kind of a trend break. I love the stock. I own the stock. I'm not a buyer of it up here. I'll be real with you. But if after this report it revisits any of this support, sign me up. Like the 50 period, that 300 to 290. If we end up down there, I think it's that's a dip buy, and that's one you throw in there. It probably takes 2 or 3 days to get in there, and that's what you wait to do. So I'm certainly buying the dip here, just not buying the top.
Yeah, so I know this one for sure. This is a name that I've had in the portfolio maybe for, I don't know, almost 20 years probably. So collecting those dividends, it was really a sleeping giant for a very, very long time and didn't do a whole heck of a lot. And right now it looks like it wants to break out again. So yeah, IBM, like just get the name in your portfolio. But realistically, buying something up 8% is difficult to do. I understand that. So I would wait for a little bit of a pullback, especially if you do think that there is a washout coming. You can almost wait until the end of earnings season. We've seen complete reversals in some of these names, right? I mean, I think this was the last earnings day where it was all the way down into the, we could look this up actually, October 23rd. I'm almost certain this was an earnings day. Made a move down into the 200, then just took off straight from there. Obviously, this earnings report is going to be different because we got this big middle finger to the shorts, but it still could top tick there and pull back. So for me, just waiting on IBM, you can see the trend is now a little lower here today. NASDAQ now turned red. We started the day up a little bit there, and now it's turning into that red zone. So I would say stay away from some of these big names. Even stay away. I mean, we talked about Meta. I'm even staying away from Meta up here. Like that's kind of climbing higher. I would love for it to come back in and buy dips. I'm not saying stay away from this name, but with this sort of increase play here, up 10% at the day's high, just very nervous about what this NASDAQ is trying to do. But Meta just doesn't have to follow the NASDAQ. That's taking out right now, just now, take out day's high. So there goes Meta. But yeah, I like IBM. I like that dividend about 3%. An easy way to catch a little bit of a floor, I guess, on what to expect on IBM. At least you can catch that dividend. Although, if the tech space falls, man, that 3% is gonna
it's not gonna
look like nothing. Anyways, Meta getting a pop to days
almost
high.
740 now for Meta.
Yep. Gonna be a crazy one. All right, 2 minutes left, and yeah, here we go. The IPO. Let's go find out the details. I'm gonna probably take this one long you know, but
it's a matter of how much I like it. It's not.
Yeah, the last couple haven't worked out, but let's go talk to Sharif or Brendan about it because we only have a minute before this market opens.
It might be in the right space, a little more interesting anyways in the space. York Space Systems, in fact, coming to the NYSE. YSS is going to be the symbol coming up today. I mean, 30 to 34 bucks, 600 and change million. So it's not huge, but let's see what happens.
Not bad.
Yeah.
What I noticed right away is that it was priced in within the range, not over. And we've been seeing a lot of the ones over the range. They'll be like $2, $3 over. So that's the first thing. Upsize float, they increased the size of the float by 15% from 16 million up to 18.5. It has tier 1 support. By that, I mean the likes of Goldman, Jefferies, Wells Fargo, all underwriting it. Market cap and valuation at $34 a share. It'll be 4.34 billion, and we expect it to start trading today, Brendo, on the NYSE.
You guys will be all over that probably during the midday. Expect that to show up somewhere around then. Remember, 10 o'clock numbers today, guys. Apple after the close. Good luck.
Yeah, I actually did a little bit. I was looking last night. I mean, generally speaking, it's the IPOs have become like between 11:30 is like the earliest you can get it. It seems like, and then 1:30, sort of the latest. One of the last ones was 1:30.
The big one's 1:30 is about as late. It's always before 2 o'clock.
You don't mind if it's later either if you're going long because the longer it is.
It means there's more interest. And speaking of interest, you should have some interest in Beta Pro. Shout them out as we ring the opening bell right about now. Didn't get a chance to talk specifically about Bitcoin. So I'm shorting the 50-30 on Bitcoin. That's the first thing. So prior lows yesterday, I like the short. But much like yesterday, if we just fall off, I'll look at this $50 level on IBIT, I should say, down at 88,000. Meta is already 740 just broke on Meta. It's now 741 as it just continues to go. It did reach these levels. It was a 741 top in the aftermarket yesterday. So this is a fresh break, not all-time highs, but certainly a big breakout. Palantir is not going to break higher, it seems.
Tesla's not doing much.
It's whoa.
So both winners and losers are going in their respective way right here. Microsoft breaks that low of 445. Now we're into 437 as Microsoft who thought Microsoft's going to go SSR? Put your hands up. I mean, come on. I was not expecting that one. Here it goes. It might get the bounce.
Hey, what's happening to AMD here?
This is what I'm trying to say right here with Meta is maybe that might be the high. Watch out for 744. I don't know. It's down 10 bucks from there now. Microsoft, there it goes, man. It is going to get SSR. NVIDIA, you just said what's going on with AMD.
AMD is up to $260.
Okay, I was going to say, as long as it's not going opposite of NVIDIA.
Well, that's not going to flat bottom break the 250 anytime soon. That's certainly for sure, obviously. And Palantir, the other name that we were discussing, and was a lot of chatter about Palantir because of what happened to it yesterday. That broke yesterday's low almost instantly. So that just went red. And for everyone asking in the chat, SSR means short sell restricted.
Oh, okay, yeah.
If a stock goes down 10% from the prior close on the North American markets, the uptick rule goes into effect. That means you cannot hit the bid on, I have Tesla up right now. You can't hit the bid to go short unless the last print is green. So there's some greens you could hit the bid.
Why is AMD
short.
doing that?
So I don't know why AMD is doing that, Sean. I'm questioning that myself. Who knows? But Tesla, okay, so Tesla is actually bouncing. I still want to see a 15-minute candle holding 438. And the other thing that we're looking at, obviously, is going to be silver. It was breaking higher, fresh highs. It's still kind of consolidating here. It needs to set up a trend for me to trade this. I want a trend break one way or another, and we just opened up. Oh, Meta's right back.
This is NVIDIA right now.
Meta just gave up 730.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a reverse.
Mentioned to everybody, I would not be longing Meta up here, and there it goes. But we should have longed NVIDIA. We had written down 190, but there it goes. It's only 930 too. Let's just relax for a couple seconds there. I was about to short AMD off through 260. That was the top tick there. Shorting it, I don't know. There. That's hilarious. Like it was just at 259.50, and then it literally bumped $1 in one print. This is what we're talking about. People are marketing in. Like, look at this. It was just at 260.50, and I was like, oh, man. Like, so if you just took a 260 short, you just lost 50 cents probably there, and now it's $1.50 in the money. So explain that to me, why I'm going to sit here and put in real shares into something like this when this is just what's happening. That 260 short I would have got smoked there as it comes right back up also. But here's 193. See you later, man. NVIDIA, let's go, man. We really, really enjoy this stock. I mean, this has been such a nice little banger right there. We said yesterday this was going to be the trade for today. So maybe we should take a little bit of a break here of 194 or 193.50, whatever that is right there. You had basically 194 on NVIDIA, but it's starting to go upside right now. That's going to be a good trade. I think I'll take that break. I just wanted to see exactly what that level was, but it is a nice little break there happening on NVIDIA. Even right now, the break is already on 193 and change. That's yesterday's high level into the close, but there it goes, man. NVIDIA still ticking higher and higher. Silver's not doing, I mean, we should have been long NVIDIA already. Silver's not doing a whole heck of a lot here.
Yeah, it's...
could fade, but we're waiting for some key levels to come through on silver, and then just check back. We haven't looked at Tesla yet, another earnings name. So again, you know, we're not, I wrote down
Cruise lines are going nuts right now.
Yeah, RCL reported, right?
Yeah.
There it is, nice downside move there, 432. This is the level that we said to look out for. We were never gonna sit here and take that trade, but there it goes, breaking back down. I guess they don't like the Tesla report either. Did Softy go 10%? Yes, it did. So now your SSR on Softy. Wow, man, everybody just giving it up. Were you smart enough to sell Meta at the top or what? Meta's still going to be okay, though. Meta's still up 9%.
Yeah.
So.
But that's why you don't want to chase at the open when you're gapped up like that. I don't know if you want to chase RCL with a report and up 13%. CCL is going to be up on Sympathy. So if you're looking for bullishness, because the market doesn't really have much of it right now, you're probably going to have to look at small cap or somewhere, or you're going to look at these cruise lines. My goodness, yeah, Tesla's really losing the bet. We were joking around about we weren't joking around, but we were saying this 150 in passing on Palantir, that support level at 150. It's going to get there at this rate. So yeah, there's no way I thought this was going to be a thing, but it looks like it is going to be a thing on Palantir at the 150. Let this one calm down, or
starting
hit
a
the
short.
150 level. The only thing I'm trying to short was that IBIT right now.
Oh man, silver's coming in quite nicely as well. We have the US dollar. I started to short on AMD. We have the US dollar right here. Maybe I'll zoom in. We can have a quick little look to see what that's doing. So starting to go to the upside. I'm short this name against 259.50. I'm not going to give it to this 260 again to get run like that. So we'll wait. We're short right now on, okay, here it goes. We're short on AMD. Now there it is, man. You're instantly in the money right there, $1. So we are doing it again right now on AMD. Let's just see how far it can go. We are now almost, well, it's a buck and change. Let's get out of 20% right there at 50s. There it is, man. It's $1.50 in the money. We got it again right there. We'll see if this one can go into the gates of hell for advanced micro devices. It's now $1 and $2 now in the money to the downside here on advanced micro devices. As we get lower and lower, we'll take out another fill. There it goes, man. AMD, see ya. We waited for the trade. It's there. There it goes.
We got a super chat in here very quickly. Control Alt Escape. Andre, can you get that one up because I'm not on the page? JPM to the upside off a trend break on the daily chart. Okay. Bought at 297, taking light profits today. Swing target 330. Look, I'm looking for where there might actually be some strength today. Yeah, JP Morgan. I haven't looked at the other banks. That's pretty darn clean off the 300 level. Love that support on JP Morgan. I'm a bigger fan of Morgan Stanley, so it is what it is. Like, you kind of pick and choose. I like the deal making. We got an IPO again today as well, and that one's bouncing off the 50-period moving average. I think you can't go wrong dip buying quality stocks for sure. Whether or not you can do that today on Microsoft, I don't know. But IBM did dip, and if this is a real wick, we tagged 312 once. Have to do it again, but this is looking at least a little bit strong. Man, are you kidding me, IBIT? Yeah, Bitcoin already hitting to the downside. Got another super chat.
All right.
What about AppLovin? Ooh, I don't know much. Does AppLovin have a story today? I don't think so. I don't think AppLovin's got a story today. It's up, which is not what the market is doing. Yeah, it's just another one.
Confirmed, no story.
No story. So just another bounce. It's just another bounce off support, I think, with AppLovin. I'm not a gigantic fan, to be real with you. Like, there's more enticing things at 200-period moving averages and support levels, right? Like, I'm actually looking at this move in Microsoft and saying, like, when. It's hard not to like it here, but we always talk about the 3-day rule. But it's hard not to want a DCA, like 420, picks them up at 380. Like, this is getting stupid. 10% down on Microsoft after that quarter?
Yeah, no, thank you. We will we'll take $4 on AMD. AMD just cracked into 254. So we get a 254.25 fill right there, right into sort of where we started the day. Could start to bounce back up. I'm out of 60% of it. Let me take another piece right here. Out of 60% right now out of about 65% or so of AMD. I'm still bidding near the lows here of 254.25 one more time. If we can get that fill one more time, we'll try that. And then the pre-market low is 253. So we can, that would be, 253 would be something else. But let's see if we can get a bid down there at 253 as this one continues to go. So see you later on AMD. All right, so Tesla, just to go back in, I mean, welcome everybody. Yeah, hit your like, hit your subscribe as we show everything. Yeah, 425, down 1%. Not a big move for Tesla, right? I mean, 1%. And generally speaking, you'll get that on a normal day, not an earnings day, but it is straight down. I like the idea of focusing on optimists and everything and robotaxis, but the market right here, not appreciating what they had to say yesterday. And if Elon can't save it, then who's going to? And there it goes all the way down to the downside. A little bit of a retracement back upside now for AMD. Let's take out another piece here. I just don't want to get caught with being too greedy with all of these plays. We'll take out another. Oh, did I just get that? Yes, I did. So I just got 255.85 for $2 or so on that one. Wow, about 230. All right, let's see what Apple's doing. Apple, again, like, if we're seeing what's happening right now with these names, I don't know what Meta's doing, but we saw Microsoft getting crushed there.
Meta hasn't had a green candle.
So Meta's down as well. So no surprise here that Apple continues to fall down a little bit. And then our good friend Google as well. That was probably falling to the downside. This would be the name that I'd buy on any kind of weakness here, Google. So we'll have to wait for the long-term account. We'll have to wait to see where that's going. Hopefully AMD and everything can keep on making its moves lower. NVIDIA was a 190 look for me yesterday and today, but right now we're still short on AMD. So we're gonna have that one settle down before we wind up doing anything here with NVIDIA. But yeah, that's
425 just went on Tesla. Wow. 152 just went on Palantir. I cannot believe Palantir might actually get to that 150. So IBIT came back to VWAP. Look, every single day I like a pop and fade in this thing. And if it doesn't pop, then it's the fade off the volume weighted average price early, which that obviously worked yesterday. We'll just do it again today. Into not yesterday's low, but Wednesday's low is going to be the play. You mentioned silver, but let's show it again. It's holding up pretty nicely. It just bounced off the volume weighted average price. There's still no distinct trend. But there is one forming, and it's to the downside, right? Like if you have from the pre-market highs, it's still forming one. I'd still give this at least until maybe 950, get a couple more candles in there for sure. And my goodness, right? Palantir now crossing 151.5. It wants 150 at this point. There's almost no question we're getting down. But it's a huge support level on Palantir. That's the only reason we're bringing it up. Palantir doesn't report until Monday, but Meta as well. Like Meta was breaking 741. Now look at this thing. You're coming back in. 700 seemed like a reasonable support level. That was our initial resistance when we were live with you guys. We popped to 700, consolidated for a bit, and then it went absolutely ham. As we're still heading downside heavily here. I see in the chat, feed apparently is going again.
Is it? Good for them.
Get it, feed. Oh my goodness.
Up another 38%.
38%? Oh, no, we joked about this, that feed is feeding the shorts, something they do not want. No, this is, wear the brown pants today if you're short this stock. Feed up 40%, past $3. This was a $1 stock yesterday, and now it's a $3 stock. 10 minutes into the open. This thing is wild.
So AIM breaking VWAP right there. We just took another fill at 255 again, right there ahead of the 200 period. The 50 period moving average. I'm still going to wait. I'm still waiting down here for another fill. So here it comes. We're bidding 254.25 to get out of a third of what we have left. And there we go. Now that will put us in 20% left. So we have, 25%. 25% left right now on AMD as we just grabbed that bottom tick again there on AMD. Meta still going southbound. What? 717, Neil. I didn't realize it was that aggressive right there. So yes, sir, we do have the banger on AMD, man. That's been an absolute monster. I didn't even realize IBIT broke 50. I see that on your screen now as well. But there it goes, man. Meta to the downside pretty aggressively. And then, like we said, this is the problem with day one of earnings plays. You don't know where the bottom's going to be or the top, so you can get it both ways. But Microsoft right now might be telling us a story of 430. Just came right into that. It looks like it wants to bounce off of it. Not really anything for me technically on a 430 level here, but psychologically, maybe that was the stopping point. And we said as soon as it got SSR, you sometimes do see false bumps a little bit. So not that this was a false one, but we're going to wait because it's still very, very early. We don't even have, we just have a close of 2 5-minute bars. DXY kind of not doing much. And then before I go to Adara, I just want to do our minute-by-minute check on silver. That's now only up 3% as it's faded off 110. Again, not a psychological level on an ETF, so that doesn't really matter too much there. And then the other one would be gold, and then we'll go back over and see what Adara's got for us. Down as well. So just down slightly here on gold off the open. Adara, I haven't been able to say hi to you today, so hi Adara, how are you doing, and what story do you have for us?
Hi, I hope you guys are doing well. I'm doing well. I just want to let you guys know some of these earnings calls are happening right now, including that of MasterCard, but I want to mention Boeing. Boeing apparently going to be building 4 additional MH-139A helicopters for the U.S. Air Force. So U.S. Air Force helicopters here for BA. That's going to be on watch. I just wanted to mention that headline. We do have some economic data coming at 10 a.m. That would be the factory orders month over month, as well as wholesale inventories and wholesale sales. Back to you.
AMD is now $5 in the money, so we'll floss it off, and we will say obviously a big thank you as Randy brings us some espresso. Mine seems like I had an accident. I got a little spillage action. Good thing it didn't spill all over myself, but that must have been from before. So cheers to everybody. If you're having an espresso, have it one with us, and watch this money sort of climb through here on the shorts today anyways, as Apple just takes out 256.
There's nothing catching a bid that I can see outside of IBM and Intel. IBM's at VWAP for what it's worth. Intel, without a particular catalyst, is above VWAP and trying to break higher. So if there's a kernel of strength in a tech stock, it's for whatever reason going to be in Intel. And IBM makes sense to me because they had a good quarter. But Intel being up is a bit
Nasdaq's down 1%, dude.
Yeah, we're already down a point. I don't know why Intel is even up. It's like this stock, if anything, should be selling back in. All right, Palantir's getting even closer. If you're looking at this level 150, it's obviously going to be a heavily trafficked area. I don't expect we see 150 that it would be clean. There's almost no chance it's going to be clean off the 150 level. The wick lows are all the way down to 147 on the daily chart for Palantir, so this could travel through once or twice before coming back in. But if it trend breaks, that's what I'm going to like for sure. And speaking of trend breaks, you're resuming that downtrend on SLV. There we go. I want to pull this over so you guys can see better. And now you've really got a downtrend going on SLV. So if it breaks that, that's what I'll like to the long side. If it gets to support, that's a different story. Support being the highs of yesterday at about 106. So silver was holding up better, but now that it's showing some weakness, that gives you something to revert. You can't buy the dip reverting long in silver, which has worked until it starts going down. Side Quest Investor, this is the second time you sent this super chat. Are we at the top? If you've been saying that for a while, it's been wrong. And in a bull market,
yes?
you got to. Well, I mean,
I don't know the answer to that question.
We still have Apple earnings. We still have Alphabet earnings. We still got Amazon. It's just so much that has to happen. But I'm not calling a top today.
I mean,
day after the Fed is usually the wrong day to make a decision.
Anytime you call something, it's. Are we talking about the top in the Nasdaq? Are we talking about the top in the S&P 500?
I'm just like in the S&P.
Yeah, I think you never want to do something like that until you do say go through what you said there. You got to go through earnings season first, and there's so many big names still to come, man. I mean, sure, we just got the big stack yesterday, but you could just throw out many names out there that will affect the market moving forward. Speaking forward, Google's still down that 1%. I mean, look, we're $5 in right now, $4 in, sorry, almost 5. We did go 5 down there at 253. We got another fill there as I took a 254 fill, and getting lighter and lighter on this. Actually, on that note, let me take one more piece out here at 30. We'll build that level and then try to get that out. But yeah, Google, go over to Neil's screen. I mean, that one's really getting hit to the downside. And then with one day before SoFi earnings, is SoFi in the AM tomorrow, Adara? Yes, because I was going to say because it's Friday, so
I hate that.
no closing closing earnings. And if there is, there was not yet actually, Andre, as there was Pan W, I think was the most famous Friday. Remember they kept rescheduling and everything?
Yep, I remember that.
And eventually it was on a Friday. But if you are a savvy Canadian trader, then you would be looking to boost your exposure. You can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves while minimizing the impact of, you guessed it, currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Please read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Those levered ETFs and everything are great tools for day traders. But check it out. There's obviously a time decay, and everybody watching this show would know about that because Neil and I discuss that all the time. But it's funny because I was watching another channel, something called BNN, and it was programming is not really where we are, but they did have an ad for Global X on there as well. So they're making a push. Go check out Global X for sure. All right, Eddie the dealer, we got a super chat. Throw it in there when you get a chance, Andre. But no rush there. This guy is switching the show,
Eddie
doing
the
everything
dealer.
he can. What is he dealing? Silver over here? Minus 2K. Okay, 30 contracts. All right, so $1.50 a contract on silver.
What was
I mean, the thing about
everyone has to have a trade plan. Like I don't know what your out was. What's your risk tolerance?
I was just gonna say right, like what is when do these expire? But at the end of the day, I would not panic about silver. Like I don't know how much that's worth to you to let those things expire, but silver has crazy runs. And like just because it just touched down on the 200 period, oh my God, what did I write down?
It's actually trying to break the trend right now.
So it's trying to break it back to the upside here for silver. So don't panic too much on this, but I think Neil just nailed it. Like you got to have a trade plan. So if you've dumped into this trade $5,000 and you're down $2,000, you're down 40%. That's probably pretty reasonable considering you're probably trying to shoot the moon on this, right? So I don't see any reason for silver going down today, but watch the US dollar would be my take. I wrote down 105 as a dip buy opportunity. That's yesterday's open.
Yeah, it's yesterday's close.
Yesterday's closing price. So I thought silver had a chance to make the move back in. But there it is, bouncing nicely off the 200 period. So Eddie, the dealer, if you're gonna ask me where to cut bait on this or bail, I would say a break of basically this pre-market low 107. And you can even, if you want to get save a little bit of cash on that and not hold it all the way. And again, this is not financial advice. You're just asking us for some levels. 107.50 is the current low. So, sometimes when levels break, they can get pretty ugly. So do your best on that one. And I'm sorry about that, Eddie the dealer. And I hope you had some big wins to sort of counteract that. So
I'd hope so. If you've been trading silver long, then hopefully you have. But yesterday's high is also Monday's high. Like you have a double top at this 106 level. So anybody, like if you're swinging something, for it to not even lose this double top that it gapped up over, like hopefully that wouldn't be concerning whatever you're down, because I feel like minimum risk is until it breaks somewhere under that. Speaking of,
you can put the YSS order in, by the way, but it's not doing anything.
Oh, okay. So we have.
So let me just indicate this. I know Neil is going to go on to something, but I'll give him a second if he wants to put the order out. I don't know.
No, I want to pay for locates too.
Yeah. So this is what this looks like today. YSS Yellowstone. They're going to come through. They are a play. It's a space name. I'll have to figure out exactly. I was reading about it yesterday, and I forget. I don't want to tell you guys. Maybe Derek, can you do maybe a 30-second rundown on YSS? For people, no, take your time. There's no rush. But it's not, here it is, right? I should just highlight it so we can see it. It's not like an aggressive mover here on the imbalance locator. So we only have 114,000, that's nothing. I told Neil, if this thing's like under 500,000 for the paired volume, then I don't even think we need to participate, because the idea of trying to buy the opening print on these IPOs has to be with demand. And it's like I don't want to say you're the sucker, because I don't know where it's going to go. But like if I put into this imbalance, let's say even 1,000 shares, like I'm kind of a big part of it.
Well, for the record,
and I don't want to be part of it.
We've literally not taken the opening print on it.
Yeah.
Alan said is not at least a few million.
Yeah, I was going to say a million. That's why I was like, if 500,000 is what we're talking about.
I can't even believe
Yeah, feed, man. That was up 38%. I'll look at this and we're going to go over to Adara, but yeah, up $4. We had actually talked about this again. It's the feeding tubes for hospitals in there, and we talked about over 38 hospitals, and there it goes, man. Yesterday this was $1. We started talking about this last week. It's $1 up to $4 now. There goes feed. So yeah, buddy, as the market is getting fed downside right here. Oh, I didn't even realize we got that. Okay, we get that, Phil. Just like, look at that crack. That cracked the low of the day and just dropped like $1 instantly, then went $1 right back up. Oh boy, man, that is a $5 winner right there as we get into the Lambo. That's not a Model S because, you know,
can't get those
anymore. But I guess that could be one because you're driving it right now. All right, Adara, what you got for us back there?
There's not too much info on this company. It's also not called Yellowstone. It's called York Space Systems. They said they're going to be, this is just their website, this very, very hard to read font says, we design and manufacture all phases from space-based infrastructure to secure data routing and advanced technologies. We deliver mission-critical solutions that ensure global connectivity, resilience, and strategic advantage. So basically, very, very opaque space stuff is how I would summarize this business because it's kind of hard to find any info on them. Yeah, this is their website, though, York Space Systems. Even the menu is very weird and hard to access. But yeah, I mean, cool look here for YSS. Apparently they got a partnership going back to July 2nd. That is the most recent announcement this company has had. That's like over 6 months old, guys. Back to you.
I was trying to read that. What did it say about baseball becomes the first?
Why did I see
Here it is.
Rocky?
Jersey patch deal.
Why are they showing
Dante Bichette?
25 years ago?
It's a weird website.
What? I understand that, but I don't understand. What the hell's a jersey patch deal? Should I be going short this thing?
No, but if you got a jersey patch deal, why are you
model.
showing me Dante Bichette from like the guys?
Because they're trolling us.
We're being trolled.
They're trolling with the Bo Bichette
patch deal 20 years ago.
Where's the Bo Bichette?
That doesn't even make any sense. No, but like if you look here, it says they have the #1 provider, the U.S. Department of Defense, proliferated warfighter space architecture. I mean, that sounds all well and good, but I don't know, man. I have a trouble trusting somebody that would have that up there and then you don't have recent footage of the rocket. Like, oh, that is just beyond bizarre. Anyways, I'm trying to.
I'm not going to worry too much about it, but I do think that it's.
Look, it's binary right now. The open interest is still 1/3 of a million shares. That is absolutely nothing. This is a great super chat from Eddie, and I want to give. I don't have an applause. I don't know. There's like a fist bump one we can maybe do, but Eddie the Trader, if the chat has questions and can't afford a super chat, reading the best questions, I'll ask Sean Neal for you. I'm here to support too. Eddie, that's unbelievable gesture. We tried.
By the way, you could do a penny. I mean, I understand that. I understand that people want to hook up their credit card and all that, but that's a great point. I mean,
we try to get to as many as we can. Sometimes it's.
We're always looking at the chat. If there is something there, we will definitely call it up. The super chat just lets us see it. It's not like we're cherry picking those, but we do. If you do contribute, it's nice, and we do like to answer those. But
that's very clear.
All right, so you're in nothing. I'm only in the one trade.
It just hit the low, so
there goes Bitcoin, Microsoft again.
Like I was looking to play the range. It didn't get to 50. It didn't get to 50.30. So we short VWAP because it's the only place you can. We reloaded VWAP, and then it got to what day is today? Thursday. So it's Tuesday's low. So 2 days ago, the 49.4 that it just bounced off of. So I'm out because it went to structure, and then I'll just play the next available pop. Maybe it pops to VWAP like yesterday. Maybe it doesn't. I have no idea. We'll look at whatever is going to be next. My sights then go over to silver because that's the only thing doing something remotely around what the plan of action was going to be, which is it's trending one way. Clearly trending to the downside, holding up better than the market, which I think is a bit of a plus. All it has to do is break the trend line, and I would take my first shot at silver. It's not a big trend on the 15-minute. That's the only thing it's giving me pause. Like it's a B because the trend is on the 3-minute, not the 15. The 15-minute trend breaks have been much better for silver. And if you're still waiting for Palantir to get to 150, whoops, that's Blue Ocean. It's here now. Remember I said it might not be clean? Well, it's not clean. Why is it still Blue Ocean? I hit enter. There we go. So there was nothing clean about the 150 level. It's already gone back and forth on consecutive candles. So it has to break this trend through here. And remember when I showed you guys the daily chart? The daily chart on Palantir, the wick through 150 is to 147. So there's at least like a couple of dollars worth of wiggle room underneath the 150 that this could go to. But it's at the point now where at least I'd be looking for a curl. Eddie, again.
Tons of memberships here. Thank you so much to Eddie, man. I mean, it's a 10 spot, it's a 10 spot, it's a 10 spot. That's 30 memberships at $5 each. That's 150. Thank you so much for all of that, man. IESC earnings tomorrow. You're welcome. So you go check out IESC according to Zister Fitness there. But thank you so much, Eddie, and everybody's just collecting all of those right there. And it's going to get you, of course, if you are a member, you do get this morning note by Sharif. That's pretty much the most important thing. You can send some fun emojis and everything, and it's just a way of supporting the show. But today's just 16 pages there. Comcast, we didn't even get to Comcast. Southwest, talk about all of that today. SAP, everything's in here, man. Lockheed Martin is in here. Alphabet, everything is up in here. There's Apple Q1 earnings probe, everything Tesla. But thank you so much. This is a note that Brendan, myself, all of us look at every single day. We want to thank Sharif, and we want to thank Eddie for that. That is, he just dropped 10 more. More. All right, man. What a beast. Man, Eddie the dealer, man. This guy's dealing out memberships right now, left, right, and center. So I don't know. We'll get the subscriber percentage going. This is to become a member, right? I mean, if you guys would like to, hit the subscribers. We have over 551,000 subscribers. And Eddie the dealer, you guys, he's going to be your favorite guy on chat right now because just because of that, you're all going to see the value of that $5 a month. That's all I can tell you. Check that out. We want to thank Eddie the dealer. That's why, and by the way,
if you don't know what's going on and you're listening to us right now, you have to hit the subscribe button so that you can jump into the chat.
Yeah, if you're not in the chat, you don't get those memberships.
You can't get the memberships unless you're in the chat. You got to be in the chat and you have to enable gifts. That's important.
What's up, Adara?
Up is in 5 seconds, now 3 seconds. We're getting the U.S. factory orders per month, 1.6% forecast, negative 1.3% previous. Waiting for this number to populate here again. That is factory orders month over month. It looks like we came in here at 2.7%, so higher than expected factory orders month over month for November 2025. Wholesale sales month over month, 1.3% higher than the forecast of negative 0.1%. So again, higher than expected factory orders and wholesale sales. And the market just keeps pushing lower. This is the NASDAQ making new lows today. Be aware here, guys, in terms of other economic releases, we have those numbers at 10. We're not getting anything else. But at 11 a.m., we do have U.S. President Donald Trump having a cabinet meeting. So that's certainly going to be on watch. Let's talk here about some of these mega earnings. Microsoft, Tesla, Meta, all reported yesterday after the bell. Here's MSFT at base lows. All three of these double beat. But Meta, I cover the strongest here, guiding higher than expected, despite CapEx guidance a lot above expectations. Tesla and Microsoft both at days low. Tesla announcing a $2 billion investment into XAI, which is also run by Tesla CEO Elon Musk, and Microsoft struggling because its growth for Azure slowed down a little bit here. Meanwhile, Apple and tech earnings after the bell, maybe the more exciting or snappy report after the bell tonight is SanDisk, SNDK, AAPL earnings. If you want those earnings, check out the market recap show tonight. Earnings with myself, Sean, and Neil. In the meantime, Sean and Neil are ready to give you guys trading content. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Remember, factory orders and wholesale sales higher than expected. Back to you.
I want to show you something. Check the shirt I'm wearing. Okay, now here we go. Watch this.
The shirt from that. Why is the color so wrong? Go back.
This is like this was made like 4 years ago. It's darker. It's I mean, you can see by the low. It's the same.
You all saw. You know what you're looking for. Everyone watching that, everybody just saw the watch go from one hand.
Oh yeah, again. Yeah, it's funny. It's like that David Blaine stuff. The watch goes
mine is worse.
Yeah, you changed.
They slapped the pigment. First of all, they slapped me dark. What is even going on with that?
How come you're so dark there?
But it is super old. That was not
darkness.
That was not made by our current.
Holy shit!
Throwing that out there.
Get Eddie, my guy. A 50.
Eddie again.
That's 90 memberships.
Everybody needs to get in the chat to make sure they can get these. Get in the chat right now. Make sure.
Jeez, thank you so much. That is absolutely.
Eddie's not playing.
Honestly, man, thank you so much for that. That just, I mean, that's awesome, man. I mean, as you guys know, we've expanded our team here. We've, you know, Joe, Sharif, all these guys, Adara, we've got Sia on board right now. So, like, I know it's, like, 90 is a lot, and we want to thank you, Eddie, for all of that, and obviously the financial help on that is great, but we're putting the money back to work, man. But same tag on IG. Hey, just go find me, man. You will, you'll get tagged right back. So, you know, just find me a friend, send me whatever message you want, man. That is an absolutely great. Thank you so much, and good luck to everybody out there, but especially you, Eddie, obviously, on that one. I don't know, Eddie, if you have this, but right now, man, we are going into the gates of hell. We're now $7 in the money on AMD as that just bleeds downside right now. I have no idea, like, how to hold these things, so we're being a small piece left, but there it goes to the downside. Like, could not have predicted this, and that's the one thing that I'm trying to get better at, trying to hold, like, a much bigger position for things like this, but it looked like it was a pretty much bouncing early, right? And so I was pretty happy getting off at the 200 period moving average there, and then just letting it bleed. And obviously the bleed is for real, because there goes Palantir as well. Whoops. We've been mentioning this one negative since like 180 or so on that break, right back down through here, and it just cannot catch a bid. A couple days ahead of earnings, Palantir. Like, if you want to buy a call on Palantir, buy it now, because like it's getting absolutely smoked, and you get a 5% discount today at least. And I don't know if the call is going to be right, but we had talked about what the setup was heading into earnings, and you're right back into here. I do not like how easily that took down the 50-period moving average. So Palantir getting hit, and you made a comment yesterday, and we sort of talked a little bit about it. But software as a service here, the Palantir's. It is like that, but obviously with their foundry and where they've been built, they're not just something that someone can just replicate. They have the certifications from the U.S. government, but we're getting killed here on Palantir. So nice downside play there, down 5%, but still $7 here.
Air territory
on AMD.
Off the hot.
Oh yeah, it's down 20% easily. I think it's down 20% this week on Palantir.
Week? No.
I don't know, where was it? I mean, from that 180, I'm saying 180 down $40.
Maybe.
If it gets to that, I mean, right into here.
140 something.
Yeah, so there it is. Like just back here, we were 183 in Jan 16th. So yeah, about like 10 days or so, and this gets bearish or already into bear territory, as Neil mentioned. But we're $7 in the money on AMD with a very, very small piece. And yeah, so far so good on the trading. Silver to the downside today. There it goes. It does break that 107. 50 or so area that we were talking about right there. Does make a move to 106.50 now, finding a little bit of a bounce spot, but silver downside. Gold, I feel like, is going to hold up a little bit better than silver, but both hitting the downside right now. So yeah, man, not great, as my computer has to be restarted again, I think, as it's going super slow.
You know what? Yeah, I'm
I don't know what's going on today.
Well, okay, I'll be real with you. Like, the chat went really crazy, and I was trying to engage in the chat, and like it was crashing. So I think it was like a Chrome thing. My PC was slow because there was so much going on. In the midst of this tank, I can't make this up, but Intel's breaking out the high of the day. So we're gonna get to Fluffy Hippo just 1 second, because this was not on the trade plan today, but it just bounced off yesterday's support. It's got a trend line up. If it wants to join the party and break the trend line, fair enough. But if it can bounce here and take out the high again, I'm gonna go for a long. And one of the only things that looks like it's strong, now we can get that super chat up from Fluffy Hippo. I'm glad that we are your favorite Canadians. Thoughts on Redwire? I've been DCAing on dips, like the chart, did your research, would love the take. So if you've been DCAing and you love the chart, and you've been doing your research, first things first, you've done the work, you've got to trust your own system, you've got to trust your own plan, for sure. That's what trading is about, that's what investing, swing, whatever it might be. But it's hard to argue with, I'm a trend line person, and when I started trading, I had like so many trend lines on my charts, it was absolute utter nonsense. But if I got crazy like before, where it's like, this is the trend line from the bottom, it's got the 50 period supporting it, here's the trend line on the daily when it started making the higher lows, you can then connect that. It's got support at 9, it's then got support at 11, it's got theoretical support at 10. On this particular dip, it hasn't tagged any of those levels. So like the place is usually, if I'm looking to DCA into something and I like it, then I'm looking at either the 10, for the 11, the 10, and the 9, and then giving it to the 50-period moving average. Or maybe I just pick one of those or two of those, depending on how aggressive I want to be. But this pullback hasn't touched any of the trend lines on Redwire. So still looks pretty good. Speaking of looking pretty good, let's go back to the day trade here, because Intel is now threatening, and I didn't hit save, so this is still going to be here. It's now threatening to break the trend along with the rest of the market. If it holds, the plan of action, if this holds and takes out the high, I'm punching long. That'll be 48.50. If Intel holds this trend line and breaks 48.50, I'm going long with a stop pretty easily underneath the trend line. Like, it gets really easy. One of the reasons I like trades like this is it gets very binary, my actions. And by the way, that Bitcoin, there has not been a bounce to get back in. 3% down now on IBIT. You never know it's going to fall this far. Obviously, a bit of a fail. And Palantir is bouncing as well. But remember how patient I was telling you for Palantir? Only now is it attempting to break the trend line. And the reason I call it the trend line, there's one bounce, resistance, there's the open. So at least now it's trying to break the trend line. Confirmation would be holding this candle on the 3-minute above. But it might actually be Intel before any of that happens on Palantir. Still looking incredibly weak. The market's been so bad, the worst thing you could do is be early on a long setup or just trying to go long something that isn't strong, right? And even as I say that, like, here's Intel losing this bid. Like, it's just absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. Yeah, this market is, what's crazy is you had such good numbers. Like, all the reports were good. Yet we're selling anyways.
You're just seeing like a huge flush in many names, and now it's starting to hit gold again. I don't know if you're just talking about that, but there it goes, gold to the downside.
Silver broke 106.
Ooh, okay.
SLV, not silver. Sorry.
Yeah, and look what's happening to IBIT, Bitcoin. Yeah. $50 down to 48 and change. Man, we are losing. Like, anything that's been like a sort of a risk on sort of asset is really getting hit right now. Like these IBM, or not IBM, the NVIDIAs of the world, the AMDs, which has been a very risky play, obviously near some of these highs, right? Like a Tesla. And sorry, by risk on, I just mean like when the market's blasting and everything, like these are the stocks that lead it, right? And if you're looking for some kind of a return, and we say it's like a risk on day, that's generally when the market starts to rip. And then when this kind of a day happens, obviously you're getting flushed in those risk on assets, right? And that's a name like a Palantir. And if the NASDAQ started the day up 0.4, I think when we sat down here today, now you're down 1.5 on there. I had only written down silver at 105, and that was yesterday's closing spot. So like we are getting like right into that right now on SLV, and you can see right here dollar strength right there. That's the opposite of what we want to see for silver, but it should be good for multinationals. We talked about that, but that doesn't even matter today. But there's silver bouncing almost at our 105 area, so I think we could probably, let's take a shot down there. I mean, obviously, wow, we are now $9 right now. Hydration Nation, man, hydration up. AMD down to $250. Maybe we just end this trade. Let's just follow this 200 period, this 21 period. So do you know where my stop on this one was? Basically a break of 259. So we give ourselves about $1 worth of risk to make 10. I just said to Joe, like, wow, I got this AMD trade on, and he's like, nice trade. I was like, I never make enough money on it. But there it goes to the downside, which we would have held it all, but that's tough to do. 252, let's just get out of there. If it does break, we'll cancel our stop order. You can't have multiple stop orders here. 252.01. If it breaks, we'll get out of a 100 key of this trade, and that will be a break of your 21 period, which has been the momentum right there to the downside. I'm not going to use the 50 or the 200. It's too high up. I'm not going to give up $4 back to the upside. I'd much rather try to go long somewhere to try to pick that up. U.S. cloud-based companies downside. Intel's up.
It's down 1%, but it's
it's up from its opening. It's up almost 60 cents. Oh, you're in it. Okay,
taking the breakout.
Okay, good. Yeah,
it's 48.5. It just held VWAP, so it's loosely holding this trend line, not perfectly holding the trend line, as a matter of fact. I'm just going to get that out of the way. Cloud things. You're above VWAP. You're trending up. If you take out 48.5, it's like 3 cents above the current high. Once that happens, if the market has even a mini bounce, you've got to figure this would be good for Intel. And then the plan of action would be I like the long into this 49 level, yesterday's high. So that gives you
110 memberships
as well. Now up to 110 memberships.
110 memberships.
Oh, by the way, remember Palantir attempting to break the trend? Nope. Nope. This is why I wait for confirmation. Right? Like what happens? This is the candle for your trend line break. It's red. The second candle does not hold or break the prior, so no entry point. This is, like, for me, I've had more reasons to not take reversion trades lately in January. And I think it's helped out because you get the reversal where you're looking for it, but it doesn't break back through 150. It doesn't show you any signs of strength, so I don't have to jump all over it yet. Silver, on the other hand, silver is starting to hold a little bit. So the all-day trend from the morning, it's got a long way to go to be able to break that. But if you look at it from VWAP, it's showing some signs of slowing down right into prior close. Looks like it wants it, though. Yeah, it looks like it wants it.
People are asking about sticky note. Yeah, it's right here. It's on X. I just put the link. Did I put the link in the chat? Yeah, I did. It's just some ideas that Neil has one on X. We all have our little posts here. Silver 105 is the only one that's going to come into play because NVIDIA, we're already short AMD. All these were longs. We said watch this IPO long right here. We'll go over the IPO in just 1 second with
Still
why.
way too small.
Wait a minute. It's not Yellowstone. It's the other one. York Space. Yeah, Yellowstone was like
it's the name of the holding company.
Yeah, the holding company that's trying to bring this thing. Okay, so here we go, man. Right into 105 again. Like I said, this is probably, wow. AMD is now a 10 spot right now. So that is your face slapper there. AMD now $10 in the money. We might have to, let's adjust this now to 251. We'll cancel our stop on this one. And now let's just go to 250.50. Honestly, I don't think it's going to rally up there. I just don't want to keep changing it all the time. All right, so we'll go to silver. And just have a quick look. Okay, well, now it's literally at my level of 104. So, all right, silver, sorry, 105. All right, we'll try it here. Well, I don't know, man. All right, we'll try small. I'm only going to give it to 104.50. Like, honestly, if this breaks lower, we'll get the heck out of Dodge here on SLV. All right, so there you go. Okay, nice little move higher. We'll get something out at 17s, and we'll wait, man. Now it's whatever. We just took there 40 cents on it. Let's see if it can continue a little bit higher. But yeah, silver looking like they're right back in. Wow, what a beast this SLV is today. Well, we put down 105. We'll give it 50 cents worth of room. Looks like we might get stopped out of this ASAP. Crypto stocks getting absolutely crushed, man. Bitcoin now into 85. So here we go. We're going to get stopped out of silver. And this is what we're talking about, Neil, about having a plan of action. So did not feel comfortable about it. Did not take very many shares. Lose on silver there as it continues to drop through our level of 105. See you later, man. That was yesterday's sort of closing area. So that did not hold at all as we tick lower on SLV.
But I can tell you right now, up 70%, and that's just today, is FEED. Feed is a medical device company to keep an eye on. We're talking NView Medical, and they design and market guided feeding tube platforms to hospitals across the U.S. today. The majority of hospitals do this procedure blindly, and that leads to avoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS for feed tube replacement, which can provide and improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. And what stands out is the growing appetite for this platform throughout U.S. hospitals and how their tech fits right into clinical needs. Today, they're already in 38 hospitals. As hospitals push for safer, more efficient solutions, NView looks like a company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch, which, I'd be real, you guys have already been watching it. Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, the chat's probably mentioned it more than we have today.
By the way,
this stock is insane.
Yeah, not to interrupt you there, but silver just made a $2 move down. Immediately $2 down. So I'm glad that we took that super chat and we talked about this $7.50 level, 107. This is why you have that plan, man. I was myself willing to lose 50 cents. And we didn't even lose 50 cents. We lost less than 50 cents. And there it goes because we were long at 88s. And there it goes. And we bought a little bit more at O's there, but we took some profit. So less than a 50-cent hit on a smaller piece as Jesus, man. By the way, Bitcoin is now at a crazy level.
Maybe 5,000.
Yeah, so we haven't seen Bitcoin. Here's Bitcoin right now. We haven't seen this since mid, I believe anyways. I think it's
I'm actually
about mid.
looking for a long one.
What?
These are mean reversion plays.
Yeah, since mid-December, I believe there. Yeah, 85. Yeah, right there, December, whatever, 20th or so. Nice move down there for Bitcoin. But as you mentioned, this is a level where if you believe in this thing, maybe. We just went to 98,000, man, 3 weeks ago or so there, and now you're all the way back down. So yeah, nice move there for BTC, needless to say, as that one just gets falling out of bed real quick right there. And this is the first, look what looks different about everything here, right? It's like this is the biggest candle. Obviously we have bigger gaps through, but that's a big one. 110 down to 101, give it down 10% here intraday on, or roughly 10% intraday on SLV. SLV is now at 101. So this is just getting worse and worse and worse by the second for silver. So will we catch a bid on that? I'm not sure. I think it's better off looking the other way and looking short. As you can see, the dollar just keeps on ripping higher as well. So normally good for multinationals.
Eddie's got a super chat about silver.
Okay, let's go, Eddie. Because Eddie just dropped 120, I believe, memberships, by the way.
We throw that, there we go. Silver refineries are overwhelmed with backlog. Jewelers pause buying, leaving pawn shops and coin dealers overstocked. Grab. Well, if you've been grabbing physical, that's usually the way that's usually the way to play it. But grabbing the bottom on this, it just bounced $3. You know what? I gotta show Bitcoin. Bitcoin also
needs to start to head up.
Bitcoin. Look at this. That's a huge trend break. Yeah, this always looks ridiculous, but this is clearly, I don't have to draw the trend line. This is a break of trend. I still have an order to punch Intel long, which, believe it or not, is about to break out the high of the day. If you're looking for strength that isn't feed, it might just be Intel. And silver was strong, but it's looking weak. I'm just trying to get into this reversion and give to the low on IBIT. Wanted to show you guys that before I ticked over to silver. Look at the bounce off 101 on SLV. That looks like a capitulatory bottom. That's exactly the kind of thing that would turn. I'm not seeing enough of a bounce in Palantir. It feels like IBIT's just way more of a parabolic move down. So I would always prioritize that. Like, there's more shot to go to the upside. And I'm kind of hoping this could have, I'm flipping to this and hoping this move has brought Warner Brothers down to my bid. But, no. Yesterday I had this trade on Warner Brothers. I know it's a buyout, but it is what it is. It did the same level here at trend broke, and it's breaking the trend as we speak. So I'm into IBIT, but I'm looking for mean reversions down here, and that's going to include this stock.
I'm going to try, I was going to say, like, if we do get back up here to 105 and change, I think I'm going to try a short on silver where we basically tried the long. That could be a big problem. But let's just see if it does have enough to reverse. I mean, we might not get any kind of a reversal at all here on silver. But if we do, then look for a move back up. I mean, this is 5 minutes ago we were at this level, so it's not like it's something that we need to worry too much about right now. But yeah, silver right now trying to do something, try to get back to the upside. So we'll try to short that and then see what winds up happening. But over to Adara for our small cap recap.
Let's talk here about GCT Semiconductors. This one certainly not at pre-market highs, but nice, continuing to bounce here off these lows, announcing a licensing agreement with leading satellite communications provider to accelerate global 5G connectivity. So it looks like a semiconductor and satellite play a nice space here. Both those spaces pretty good here for GCTS. Then we have FEED. Of course, this has been discussed a lot today, but our friends at FEED or NVU Medical continuing to trade higher, announcing a distribution agreement that's been signed with UDeliver. That was as of yesterday. So again, day two play for FEED. Last but not least, your DCX. This one a little bit choppier, more range bound. This was featured on our watch list this morning. They announced on January 26th, that would have been Monday, that they have actually, they got a listing here, a notice that their NASDAQ listing is now an issue. Now, again, only 4 days later, they announced that they've regained NASDAQ compliance. So DCX, we're getting NASDAQ compliance in a number of days. Good look for digital currency. X Technology, back to you.
Thank you, as all. No.
Thank you very much, Dara.
There's just absolutely no need for me to say it out loud when we have a button that says, well, by the way, Sean just stepped away because he had to wish his son a happy 14th birthday. So everyone in the chat, when he gets back, He's gonna be on the phone right now, but when he gets back, wait till he's back, and then when he sits down, we just try to time this right. Just type into the chat, happy birthday, Baron, but do it when he's sitting in the seat. Don't do it now, because we want to do this one live. So he turns 14. I'll never forget, Baron stole the show at my wedding. It was awesome. We were very much bring your kids to the wedding kind of deal to our friends, and let's just say you know who started the dancing on the dance floor, and he was all over it. Which is really cool. He was like 3. He'd been like 3 years old, I want to say, at the time, which is super cute. So there was, look, did we talk about that reversion on IBIT? So we broke, this is hard to see, it went so far to the downside. So it broke that prior bar high. There's no chance to get in. I wasn't chasing the move up there, so I just kind of put some bids in front of that prior bar, like this open at about 48.3. So grabbed the long way too high up, which means I got like a quarter of the shares I wanted because I didn't want to chase the move. The entry needs to be down here a little bit more because I'm risking to lower the day. But it goes up to 48.5 and immediately retracing. Still a pretty weak market. And then I told you guys about the Warner Brothers. That was just, I did this yesterday, and it was huge on a reversion at these prices yesterday. And then it did it again at the close, but it's just a VWAP for now. So the reversion's trying to come in here. Palantir is now making the curve. So for the first time today, like Palantir, that trend break actually held the bottom of the trend line, and now you're getting some good higher lows. I elected a couple of others because this was still looking weak, but it's looking pretty solid. If we can hold 148.5, consolidate here, I think the path to VWAP is still in tow. Market continuing to bounce. Somehow Intel was so relatively strong earlier, and it still hasn't broken this high. It's just, it doesn't want to break 48.50 yet. I still have I moved my order so you can actually see it. I have an AJ one now, so you can actually see the order. I'm only crossing up a few pennies for this to break out the top. Intel down 1%, but one of the few things that's threatening the high of the day right now.
All right.
The chat's going nuts, by the way. You might want to check it out.
Oh, happy birthday. Oh, you mentioned it. Yeah, thank you for that. Oh, wow, I should tell him that as well. Chat going nuts. Forbears, thanks.
In time, yeah, 10:24.
Yeah, 10:24. Yeah, it's my kid's 14th birthday today. Wow. He wants to go. I was just saying that to Joe. I was like, I just had to say happy birthday to him. But yeah, 14 years old. Like, wow.
Can't believe how quickly.
What a beast. And he wants to go. So around here, the kids can pick whatever they want to do, obviously, for their birthday dinners and stuff like that. My parents will be here. His brother will be coming down from Waterloo and all that kind of stuff. And he's missing his chess tonight, so he chose to do that. It's fine. He wants to go out to dinner, choosing the Mandarin, which is a Chinese buffet place. So he always, last time we went to, what's that?
Down with that.
The Brazilian steakhouse, Copacabana. So we went to Copacabana last year. He loved that, and just like more steak. But he's into sushi now. So he wants to go to Mandarin that has that there.
You gotta get the right sushi spot.
Yeah, January the 29th, man. What a crazy. He was 2 weeks late, and my daughter was 5.5 weeks early. So a tale of two kids. He came out 10 pounds, something, like a big baby, and my daughter came out 5 pounds. So it's just a
polar opposite.
Crazy situation up in there. But yeah, thanks for that, and thanks everybody there in the chat. So he'll probably really like seeing that. But okay, yeah, that's that. AMD, I just changed it. I mean, we are getting lower. We're at the day's low for AMD. We said we would keep on moving this. I moved it to 250, but now it's even lower here. 249.50 is going to be my out for AMD. I'm just trying to stay disciplined with these outs, right? And because I'm trying to work on seeing about holding something just a little bit longer. And if we can do that, then what lines are we going to follow? How are we going to follow those type of things? That's what I'm really worried about. So like I should have essentially, once this move started happening, all of these outs, like right into here, once this move broke, that is fine because that's another 200 period test, but I need not have gotten out right into here probably. But there it goes downside. We're trying to get better at all that. And hi-ho is breaking $100. So
isn't it already broken?
No, right now. There's the $100 break right now. Wow, Brendan just came back. He was in a meeting. Silver now down 5%. Everything cracking. Like that was a $10 move lower there. 10% intraday on SLV. I mean, we started the show sort of saying that this was going to crack at one point, and I don't think look, I don't think down 5% is necessarily cracking here. YSS is about to crack. This might happen earlier than we think here, Neil. I don't even see it anymore on here.
No, but the open interest is...
There it is, 500,000.
Still 500,000 shares.
But I don't mind the paired value. The paired... I got to get one that only has this, but the paired value was, I was saying 500,000, but you're right, the open interest right now is not that heavy. So right now, Goldman Sachs and the lead underwriter, it's Goldman Sachs and Jefferies, like they just only have 45,000 shares here of people willing to buy it, and look what the price is, 38. So I don't know why they're running this thing higher right now, but that's the price. It's 38 bucks. We're going to get our stops in. You know, if this breaks below the price where it opens, then we do want to stop out of this stock immediately. The sort of trade for me is, if this is not a huge buy imbalance, then you sort of want to take the opening trade. Wow, silver is
now down to...
I'll just finish my thoughts, but you want to take the opening trade and then get out if it breaks, especially on a day like today where there's absolute massacre happening.
I'm not locked that I'm taking it.
In the market, I'm not...
I'll take it.
I'm in it to take it.
I'm going to take a minimum lot on.
Yeah, so that's just a different beast there. Wow. All right, man. And then here's the silver trade that I was just talking about. We got that super chat early, and I still got to thank Eddie, man. If you're not part of the chat, Eddie the Dealer's dropped 110 memberships today. So you got to be in the chat. Hit the subscribe to get into the chat. Have your automatic memberships enabled, and you'll get one right there. $5 a month, you'll get Sharice Morning Note, and you'll thank us later, or you'll thank Eddie later. But there goes silver. I don't even, you know, that break of 105, instead of going long, we could have gone short. But that was yesterday's close, and I wanted to support it. There it goes. Here, this is what you get. So you see all this? You get these handsome little emojis there when you become a member. But anyways, play around with that. And thank you to Eddie. Big time, man. Big time thank you. To Eddie, the dealer.
Yeah, big shout out to Eddie.
You know what he's dealing? He's dealing memberships. That's what he's dealing.
What's crazy is like people have to getting into the chat so they can take advantage of the memberships in the first place. So please do so, because that's important. Like if you're not in the chat, you can't get the free membership. I ended up taking that Intel break almost instantaneously. So it jumped up. There was a hard reject at the first 10-cent level, just to go over what happened. Now my stop's at the prior bar every single time. However, I did flat half of it like instantly. Just looking at the way the break was going on the tape, immediately flatted half and left the other half with my stop. IBIT reversion is still that's still holding the higher low for now, but it's not giving me any reason to jump back into the trade. Like to add back in, it's putting a higher low as we speak, but I'm not there yet to want to average back up into this. I want to see another higher low, like actually establish a trend like this. Bottom, give me a higher low, then give me another higher low, and then you can convince me that we're looking a little bit better. Palantir still stinks. It's heading back. It's trying to do the same thing. It's trying to put that higher low. Once it proves it can do that, I think it can be worth a shot into the volume-weighted average price. And then, of course, silver. At this point, 7% down. The only thing left on silver is, in terms of lows, would be like the 95 level. But on a 15-minute chart, I want reversions on the 15-minute chart on silver. Look how sharp this is. You can't even really draw a trend line on the 15-minute. That's how ridiculously sharp it is. It's not even setting that up. Like when it did this before, it was stair-stepping to the downside, not completely falling all over itself. So I don't really have much to work with there. It's looking at the lower time frame on silver. So if it sets up on the 3, that's what I'll have to wait for. But not yet. Not yet. Still want to be patient.
I'm trying to be patient here, but I'm trying to also get in a little bit here on this TQQ trade. It just looks like the NASDAQ, I don't know if it's basing out here or not, but we've had a little bit of a base that just got formed about 10 minutes ago, and then we had a real nice bump up. Like if we can get a bump up to $55 right now, then we can exit out of this trade, or maybe some 54.8. Well, let's first of all play our plan. If this comes up to that 54.60 area, we will sit there and we'll take an out for like maybe 20%, and then we'll see, because that's our 21 period moving average, the same one that we're following AMD down, which we might get stopped out of AMD soon. And then we're just going to give this to 54 break. There's not even really a level here for that. I'm just trying to find out, if there is something happening on this name, we'll try it. And 54, I'm not looking down here at that. This is, again, a triple levered ETF. If you're really going to look for key levels, you may want to look at, the NASDAQ itself or whatever. But we'll try one more piece. And then, honestly, if we break 54, I just giving myself an out. Like 20 cents is my upside sort of target on a little piece. So if we lose 20, 30 cents on the downside, that is pretty comfortable for me. And we'll do that. And we'll give back, obviously, if that happens, a little bit of energy back on that trade. So we're just waiting for that. And that's about it. 54 break and we're out of this trade. I'll average it back in like 54.12s or something. We'll get another piece, but that's what we're gonna do. See if we can take a little bit of risk on this name and then back there to the upside on hopefully the NASDAQ, just giving it a little bit of space there to see what it wants to do. And speaking about space, we still wait for YSS. Right now, 573,000 paired off, and the value is still 38 on the tap.
That's so small. I can't remember a time it was past 10 o'clock. And liquidity looks so small.
Maybe it opens up early.
Just very quickly, did not reload on IBIT. I think that was the right call. Like it tried to bounce. It was a mean reversion play, and if it breaks the prior bar, then I'm going to jump out. There was just a super chat up there.
Oh, was it?
We're going to go to Adara first, and we'll come back and we'll get to that super chat.
Let you guys know, I saw some people in the chat asking about the U.S. natural gas storage data. So negative 242 barrels, forecast here negative 238, previous negative 120. So that's the deal there with these natural gas storage barrels as we do get another low in the NASDAQ. Also, guys, if there's any kind of earnings content that you want on XITTV Research, any earnings you want visualized, please tag me in the chat and let me know so that we can get that content out there for you guys. Also, UiPath on watch list just came through. Banyan Hill calling this one a long idea. So again, long call here for PATH. Back to you.
Okay, we're gonna throw that super chat back up because I know it got missed there, and that's from Aodell Smith. I just think the market is realizing that the overspending on AI is not bringing in the returns the companies promised over and over and over again. I mean, Meta's revenues were pretty big; they weren't bad, but I think I would have to agree with
the numbers have been huge. I agree with that.
Both Microsoft and Meta came out with higher than expectation on the CapEx spend. I was surprised. Like I said, just keep watching the CapEx spend on Meta. That's if it's too big, it's not going to be good for them. It ended up not mattering. It ended up mattering more for Microsoft. Now down 12%. Meta, on the other hand, this will be deceiving because it's up 7.5%. But overall, since the open, it's been selling. So the money has been coming out of this. It was good volume in the post market as well, but this is only barely holding on to the low. So I would agree that could be a theme for the weakness that we have here for sure. It's just weird to me that Meta's up 7.5% if we're really thinking that.
Wow.
Like if that's the theme, why is Meta not falling even further?
Have you even witnessed, I know you're witnessing it, you're talking about Meta, but no, AMD is down to 245? Like this is first of all, it's $12 in the money, so we'll go bearish on that one, and we already talked about this, the face slapper in the same shirt that I have. More hair there, less facial hair, same shirt. But there goes AMD, man. I don't even, like now that, oh, that's a 15-minute chart. I was gonna see now, where's my 1 minute candle now? 248, so let's just adjust this, man. Our last stop on that was 249.50. We can now go, let's go 247.51. I'm long, while the TQs might come out in just a couple seconds right here, but there it comes. So big level, the level doesn't matter. 1 penny, there it goes, 1 penny below, we're gone. So we actually get, I'd hate to punch out at the very bottom there, but it was not a big position. We're just trying to test, okay, you know what? Maybe we did, all right, let's put on something. I know this is going to look a little bit revenge trading, but we just might have got taken out there near some of those lows. Let's just give it, we'll put on the same trade again, but this time with like 20 cents worth of risk. Let's go to 53.89. And if that winds up losing, then we can, okay, well, here it comes right back in. All right, it looks like we'll get stopped out one more time there. But big trade, obviously, there on AMD. Did I even put that order in? Yes, I did. We still wait for YSS. But yeah, it doesn't look like catching this falling knife is going to work out at all on the NASDAQ because we're down 1.8%. The name that I wanted to call before I realized what was happening there in the futures was Apple. Apple's actually not doing anything. So ahead of, well, let's do it. There we go. We lost again on the futures. Ahead of that earnings play today. Apple right now down 0.17, so it's not actually getting clapped that hard right now. So that would be a name to look at for potential strength maybe if this market ever rebounds. So maybe Apple would be something to look at there. But yeah, so far not so good. We just tried the few. Look, we tried it twice. I call this the futures, it's the TQs, it's the NASDAQ. But a couple tries there at 54 bucks. Just thought maybe enough was enough off that little bottom there. But once that broke, I guess it was baked in to go lower. So there it goes, man. Yeah. Anyways, 54 bucks on the TQs. Let's see if it winds up holding, man. The better play may be an Apple, but to try to find a long now just seems kind of like disastrous. Is that the same super chat? Did Tesla snap back?
No, that's it. Oh, that's a different super chat. Our bad, Aodell. To answer your question, Microsoft and Meta aren't the only stocks. You missed Tesla and SAP overnight. Yeah, of course, out of Europe as well. SAP had its worst day, down day in, I forget, it was a very long time. I forget exactly how long. No, yeah, you're right. I mean, oftentimes, like, you'll hear us summarize things.
Tough to grab them all.
No, you can't really mention everything, but you're right. This is more, there's more breadth to this than just a couple of names. We just usually give you the highlights. Again, the only thing. Here comes
Apple again.
And like, I come back to Intel because it's the only thing which is showing a pretty clean trend. And finally, now it's got 3 points on the uptrend and VWAP, so there's a trend breakdown to follow the market, but also there's a potential trend bounce. I tried the breakout trade and immediately, like I said, I immediately didn't like it, so took out half and then just left the other half to my stop, which was like pre-market high. But this is setting up for a trend break on the 3 for sure on Intel. Just an absolute wood shedding moment. Like Tesla's at 420. That's obviously a big psychological level. It's bounced there before, but when it bounced off 420 last time, it got to 417. So anyone looking for a bounce play on Tesla, remember that last time it was able to bounce here, it bounced off the $17 level, not the 20 level. Same area, $3 on Tesla's not even 1%. To put it into perspective.
Whoopsies.
So it's still within.
How did that even fill?
If it even goes through. Yeah, so I'm still gonna look at Intel because it's got this nice clean trend line that I can work with.
So I must have put in the wrong price. I meant to get in once we broke this, but I guess we just broke it right there. So we're gonna go long on silver now, just because we're finally breaking that period marker there, the 21 period. So we'll take a long here at 50, see if it wants to go, give it just a couple more breaths down below 100 bucks and then get stopped out. We bounced off of this 99.75 a couple times. So we'll see. All right, again, not putting in a bunch of risk into there, but just thought maybe this was the first time we could have got a momentum break right there on SLV. No, if anything, that might have been a short. That top is right there. We actually got into the money and could have taken out about 30 or 40 cents, but instead we do wind up losing that as that comes right back in again as well. Still waiting for YSS, but yeah, will there be a bottom in silver? I mean, the dollar is starting to come back down a little bit here, so we could see some strength in silver, but yeah, so far not so good on SLV today. Down breaking through 100 bucks, and oh boy, nice downside move again for SLV. Wow, good thing. See? Like, you get stopped out, you lose whatever we lost there, 50 cents, I believe it was, and downside now, and it's a good thing we got out. Man, that would have been a good short, eh? All right, now $14 in the money on AMD as that just continues to go lower. We should fix our stop order on AMD, but that is just really tanking. 247.50. Where did I put it? I put it at 247.50. Okay, so we're fine. All right, over to Adara in what is a bloodbath day, down 2% here. You know what, like Mag 7, yeah, right. We had 3 of those names report, and they're all death. So I don't even know what this means moving forward, man. Megadeath, yeah, Megadeath. Yeah. Microsoft down 12%. And where is Meta? And then we'll go to Adara. Meta 712. We didn't think that was going to be hit today.
It's going to be a weird day to take along in an IPO, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it does. All right, back over to Adara in the back.
And it's funny, too, because as that super chat said, there is a lot more to the market. And I bring that up because, yes, the market's down, but you wouldn't necessarily guess that just by looking at some of these sectors. Finance to the upside, health tech mostly to the upside with the exception of Thermo Fisher earnings day one. Consumer durables to the upside. You've got Consumer services to the upside, mostly helped by two earnings plays, Comcast and RCL. Communications to the upside, utilities to the upside, energy minerals to the upside, distribution to the upside. Non-energy minerals being dragged down by Newmont, trading lower with gold down about 5% right now. But let's talk tech services, because this is where you really start to see the earnings influence. And by that I mean a lot of tech services sharply to the downside, trading lower, with Microsoft down a whopping 12%. Palantir, you've got down 6%, Oracle 5% to the downside and nearing the 160 level. But then you have two earnings plays that are really strong here. Meta up nearly 7%, and IBM pulling up back aggressively from highs, but still up about 5%. Meanwhile, electronic technology, that's going to be a lot weaker across the board here. AMD, Micron, Broadcom, NVIDIA all down 2% or more. So kind of a mixed picture in tech. But again, when you look beyond tech, a lot of things are quite strong. Back to you.
So, oh, there we go. So if YSS is still indicating, oh, never mind. The tap, where's my tap go? Yeah, it's still indicating 38 with a small open interest, but I was just telling Sean, the locates usually here at Real Trading on an IPO, paying to be able to go short, what I mean, typically once the stock is available to ask, it'll be one price, and then as you get closer to the open, the price goes down. It's stayed at an elevated level, relatively speaking. So there's actually maybe more demand for traders to want to short this thing. But it's still a buy and balance. It's indicating 38 with a price at 34, so we'll see what happens with it. Intel does not break higher. It ends up breaking lower. So that trend that we were looking at, it breaks the trend to the downside. So if it's going to break the trend to the downside, I shorted into it, but I did not get filled in the 90s. I actually had to chase it to the 80s because that's how far it went down. Bouncing off the lows. And if we continue this pattern, I'll look to short into the volume-weighted average price there, as it has been absolute death. Bitcoin just went through 85,000 and continuing to go lower and lower and lower. My goodness. Like, we haven't been, like you were saying, we haven't been down here since the November lows. Like, you're basically, the 47 level is all we got on IBIT. And yeah, they're just saying our ISS still indicating 88. I'm taking a minimum lot on the IPO for two reasons. One, it's got low volume, indicated by the paired volume being 600,000 shares only and not millions. And then the second part is the sentiment in the market right now is incredibly bullish. Actually pretty bearish.
Yeah, indicating 38 off 34. So we'll see when that goes. But it's just hitting in our ear now, so I have no idea when that's going to wind up hitting. All right, man, tried silver once, twice, three times. Yeah, I'll try it again. I just think breaking, I'm just looking for, like, we're not down, well, we're down on it, but we're not down much. We can get this back, and it's just such a dramatic move, and we called this. We never called this move down there. We saw a little bit of a worry spot yesterday when we started talking a little bit about the US dollar. But yeah, silver right now hitting the skids. And I was going to go long on 99.50 break, that little link right there for a break longer, and then just give it 50 cents back to 99. So that was going to be the trade that I was looking at. But as this continues to fall, I'm still looking at it, and I still will take it. But I'm definitely not sitting in front of this. And I just go back to that talk that we had. We got a super chat earlier, 10 or 20 bucks, and the individual was down $2,000 on this trade. And it was like, look, man, I don't know how much, what kind of exposure you've got to that in options, but like that break right there sort of was the bottom, right? And we said as soon as you break some of those pre-market levels, and of course that was a level that was just sort of developed during the day as we opened up in the first 20 minutes. Once we broke that, it was sort of downside, and then I took the 105, and I'm fine taking that. That was yesterday's closing area. I was really happy to do that. We gave ourselves 50 cents, and then we gave ourselves another 50 cents right here on basically a break of the 21 period. Look how nice this looks downside. I'm still going to take it breaking 99.50 as we said, so that will happen. And then see, like it moves like 75 cents at a time here. So you got to be very, very careful with that. But here we go. I'm going to try it. I'm going to give it 50 cents. So, don't at me when I lose or anything like that. That's the plan. If it loses 50 cents, we're out. We've share sized appropriate for that kind of a play. And if it goes upside, then yeah, we have way bigger upside risk than 50 cents or a gain, potential gain on this trade. So let's just see if there is a little bit of a bounce back. And of course, gold bouncing would be nice as well. And that's not happening. So we'd like to see obviously both of them bounce in order to make a difference. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. Just waiting for SLV to get through that level. If you see a 99.50 print, that'll trigger me in. And I'm doing this all automatic. So you know, the order's in there. As soon as it hits on the time and sales, our software will fire out a bid and fill me, and we'll see what price I get. It's not a market order. I'm only crossing up 10 cents. Hopefully that gets me that fill, and then we'll work on it after that. But yeah, wow. Uber getting killed, man. Everything. Tesla.
Well, just look at your quote boards.
Yeah.
I'm assuming people have quote boards. No, but if I just look at my quote board, like look at the depth. We have ETH 7% down, Coinbase 6%, Affirm catching strays 4%, ARM 4%, AMD 3, Broadcom 3, Intel, which was somehow relatively strong, is down 2%, Amazon, Alibaba, Boeing, like everything I watch. And what's going to be up today? The VIX probably, Moderna. I mean, Meta's tricky. Look at Meta since the open is down 2.5%. CCL, remember RCL reported, so they're to the upside. That's where the strength is going to be. The strength has been in those names, and of course, feed. Shout out to this holding VWAP, still up 70%. Look at this. Look at it go. This actually has a pretty good wedge pattern. If you're watching this thing go nuts and you're looking for an entry, it hasn't gone to VWAP, but it's forming a bit of a wedge. So you could have like a wedge breakout. This pattern breaks in both directions, obviously. Like it could easily break lower too, but yeah, that's where the strength has been. And I'm hoping it'll be in the IPO. Still going to take a min lot there. Intel has not come back in for a VWAP retracement, so still waiting to get more shares as this has finally turned the other direction. If this loses the bid, if the market ends up with a 2%, like more than like a 2.5 to 3% day, and like 2% isn't the turning point in the NASDAQ, then Intel's got a huge shelf that it can lose at this low. And if that happens, I'm going to be in this trade, either with the breakdown or just the VWAP short.
Yeah, so I stopped to fail on myself there. That was a fail. So like every time we break, you know, it should just be a long. It should be a short, sorry, at this 21 period moving average. But like I'm almost stupid enough to take this again. Like I never going to be able to predict, you know, an exact price on something like this. So we could actually maybe roll a little bit lighter and try to hold this for a little bit more. But I kind of feel like there's a little bit of a base here, and I don't want to be. Is that another 50 super chats?
It's another super chat.
It's another 50 memberships.
Another 50 memberships.
From what I can see.
Eddie's going nuts.
Eddie, man, you have really dropped that. Yeah, so we're using, Neil has the quote board that he shows. We have our own proprietary software here. It's called P8. So it's with real trading. But he's talking about the quote board there.
Yeah, this is on the P8 system. So what you do in P8 is you make a bunch of lists for all the things that you're watching. Like I have like close trade, watch list, upgrades, downgrades, Bitcoin. Sometimes when I used to do the pre-market, like the pre-market updates when Adara was gone, I'd make lists for that. I have a hot list, healthcare futures, and then I have my today in play is just that's the stocks that I'm following. So I just load a list up and it'll automatically get all the columns I want. Only a day trader would actually have the bid and ask size. Because I want to see if on one of the stocks I'm watching there's like a ridiculous size order, then I'd be able to look at it on my quote board. And that's all in the P8 system here. So in real trading, if you're at real trading, it's a useful tool. And then if I want to look at Uber, I just click Uber, slide over, guess what chart just popped up? Uber. So it gives you like a base of operations, that's all. It is already 10:50, which I know means we've got to go over to Adara, I believe.
Let's talk money talks. I mean, it's been quite the week for the U.S. dollar, hasn't it, guys? Between U.S. President Trump saying that he can move it up and down like a yo-yo, quote unquote. We had Scott Bessent yesterday talking about this DXY as well, denying any reports that there was going to be some intervention here with the U.S. dollar and the yen. Now, this was actually the reports of this intervention here is actually what caused this gap down. So we're going to have to wait and see here. Either way, since Bessent's comments, the DXY has calmed down a little bit. This is our second green day, but again, we are coming off a lot of weakness here for that DXY. Tomorrow morning, we do get some PPI data that I think it is important to remind you all of. That's going to be PPI year over year and month over month, and also core year over year, month over month. We are expecting on the year over year side, both core and non-core to actually a little bit lower. So we're expecting a cooling here in year over year PPI. Month over month expected to be flat, but then PPI core month over month actually to be hotter. This is going to be kind of the next number here, it looks like, for PPI. I also want to recap the FOMC decision. So again, once again, for the straight meetings July 2025, we continue to have some dissenting votes. In this case, 2 dissenting votes, both Waller and Myron voting in favor of the 25 and the majority voting for no change, which is what ended up being voted. Now, with that in mind, 86.6% of participants still not expecting any cut in March, only roughly 13% of participants expecting a March cut, but we have almost 2 months to go until that meeting, so things are likely to change. As of yesterday, the first meeting where you start seeing cut odds is going to be June. Looks like that is the case, guys. Make sure to like and subscribe.
8 minutes to go. Oh, no. No.
Minutes for what? Oh, yeah, it was for lunch. I didn't even realize the time here.
Yeah, feed.
Right now.
For the first time today, feed just lost volume-weighted average price. Look, it's been having such a day. Like, it is what it is. It's up 66%. These things can't last forever. But it ends up breaking that trend in the other direction, unfortunately, for feed. Not dead. You can hold on to view up here. Maybe you just rinse some people out. Maybe? I don't know. But, that was like the only kernel of strength. We can forget about VWAP on Intel. That's just not happening. It's now closing the gap. I don't know how far this gap is going to go, but $47 is the target. So target is a target at 47. That's what I'll look for. So 7 minutes until 11 o'clock, but that's just a number. That feed is still 700,000 shares open interest for this IPO. 700,000 shares. I'll be real with you guys. I don't think there's a single IPO that was over $500 million for 20 years. Where it's less than 1 million indicated for the open. Usually it's at least a few million shares. This is as low as it gets. Could some of it have to do with the market, like the valuation being low? Maybe. Could some of it have to do with the market doing what it's doing right now? Possibly. Well, but this does not have the profile of some of the better IPOs we've seen. Another 50.
We're now, another 20. I think there's been about a 200 memberships.
Okay.
Or from Eddie. That's 200 times $5. This guy's $1,000 right now in super chats. So thank you so much, man. And it's not only super chats; it's giving it back to the people, like we talked about. So hit the subscribe. You got to go over, hit subscribe, become a member, get into the chat, and then just ask Gemini or something how to accept super chats or how to accept memberships, because there's a way to set up your system so you can do that. There's probably like 100 and change people in the chat. So if you get in there right now, then you'll be part of this. So we want to thank Eddie. All right, man, here we go. We finally got something now. Now we've got silver. All right, let's take out a piece right here at O's. If we can get that at 100, there it is. We got some there. So nice play there, 50 cents or so. We said we wanted to take that break. We lost 50 cents a couple times on this, so we'll make 50 cents back and see if it can continue upside right now on silver. Of course, it can't do that the first time I punched in. And so I have to take the loss, and then now the second time, here we go, man. It will be $1. I hope so anyways. Let's put an offer up here at 10, just ahead of this level there, 101. So let's go to $100.80. We'll put an offer there, and then we'll see if the rest can fly, and we'll try to play off of that. And I don't know if you heard me, but we're still $15, $16 now in the money on this AMD short. But it's just right into here, 244.50 would be the area. I put a 245 trigger out. So if that does happen, we're going to get out of that. YSS, Neil just talked about it. Still 700,000 shares paired. We'll wait to see when that hits. And we'll probably, I don't know, I don't want to speak for Neil, but I'm going to take it. The share size, yeah, going to be in question what kind of share size we actually use on that. But we'll be here.
1/10 of the last one.
Okay, perfect. So then you'll hear us on the midday show probably. If we take it, Sharif's going to be here, Joe's going to be here. YSS probably opening. Look, IPOs have opened up at the latest about 1:30, so I can't. It'd be silly for us to promise anything. But you know what's been going?
Those guys are going to get.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to be there. So if they're there, they'll shout out when it opens, and I'm sure all of you in the chat will as well. It's kind of a hot thing because of aerospace and satellites and all that. What's going up? So York, what's it called again? York Space Station or something like that. Oh man, I'm all over the place on that one. Okay, so Bitcoin's the lowest level since early December, down 5% on Bitcoin. But the financials is the only real green shoot here today. Financials finally going to the upside a little bit, so that's good. Meta, well, I mean, Meta's great. We talked about Meta, but I can't sit here and tell you you know, the NASDAQ has been performing quite well. So Meta and IBM, remember IBM was up, what, 10% at one point? Now only up 5.2%, but still a great day for Meta and IBM shareholders, that is for sure. Oppo day, I said NVIDIA was gonna be a blast long because, you know, we thought that, hey, with all this CapEx, and it seems like the story continues in the space, but no, NVIDIA down 2%. Broadcom keeps getting slapped, man. AMD is the big one for me, man, 15 bucks in the money on that. Micron down, Intel down, Amazon down, Tesla, the other earnings name, down. Caterpillar, where's that at? I hope that's still up. Like I said, well, I know you guys own it, so I hope it's down so I can buy it, but I hope it's up for oh, there it is, yeah. So here's
no way it's up.
Yeah, it's up 0.8, holding the bid.
Really?
So yeah, there's, you know what, GE Vernova had that good print. They're down 3%, so we can watch out almost 4% for GE Vernova if you're trying to get an earnings play. That was yesterday.
I'm only surprised because I think like Caterpillar's an AI build-out play as well, as much as it's.
Yeah.
I would expect it to move somewhat similar to that, especially after making a fresh high. Like GE Vernova, of course, in a market like this, of course it's going to be down. But I'm genuinely surprised. Caterpillar, that makes me like this stock even more. If you're flat today, when it wasn't even strong on a good earnings, that's a good sign. I think this is a very good sign for a CAT. Right, Intel just bounced hard off the 47 level. The 47 was just yesterday's breakout level, that's all. So there's your breakout through 47 yesterday. Hey, that's pretty cool. So when it broke out 47, the actual top was basically the same high that it made today. So if you take the opening range yesterday on Intel, that's the opening top to bottom here today. This YSS, like I said, we'll be all over it for you. And the only name, when I look at the locator, we haven't even looked at the locator today. So there is a locator. We've talked about every name here: Tesla, Palantir, Feed, a million times, Silver, Microsoft, Meta, Robinhood was discussed, NVIDIA, SQQ, I'm going to skip. TCGL we have, and apologies, AMD, SoFi we have, Carvana we have not. So I don't know this TCGL. I'm sure that's some kind of a small capper. But yesterday, Carvana, with the short seller report from, I don't remember the name of it, whatever. It wasn't one of the ones that we know by name.
How could you forget that?
That's such a cool name. How could I forget that? Gotham City Research. I should never forget that again. Gotham City Research is the coolest name for a short seller ever. And Carvana is still up 3.5.
I wonder where they're located.
Gotta be in Chicago.
Yeah, probably Chicago. Maybe downtown Toronto. I don't know, something like that.
For those that don't know, obviously Gotham City is modeled after Chicago, Metropolis, New York. I think most people know that in the DC universe.
Yep. Another out a little bit there on silver, as we're just taking 50 cents there. Don't know where this thing's going to drop into, but we do know something that we have today, every day around here, unless it's a snow day.
Based on the market, it's got to be tilapia.
At a lunch. Oh, man, tilapia last week, man. I know it was a good one, and you guys were really, really excited.
We have it every week.
It was a minute before we had it, but now it is back. Bruce Wayne, the CEO of that report, yes. So, okay, man, Thursday today we have a British flag, so that's nice. And today we've had this many times, and we've talked about it on the show. And actually, this time it's not shepherd's pie. So shepherd's pie must be the lamb. That's the thing, because right now today we've got beef pot pie. So beef pot pie, generally chicken pot pie is popular in my family, but beef pot pie right there with roasted seasoned vegetables. Ooh, biscuits and gravy, along with a little side salad. That's what's for lunch, beef pot pie.
Biscuits and gravy.
I mean, I think I'm pretty happy about beef pot pie. We'll see how that goes. We had beef yesterday, so that's always a little shaky. You don't like to have the same protein back-to-back days.
It was good, though. My complaint about the beef yesterday was that there wasn't enough.
Yeah. No, I meant like the quality. Like if it's the same protein, maybe it was
I thought it was fine.
Rehashed.
I thought it was fine.
No, I thought yesterday was great. So hopefully we have another repeat of that. But it's 11 o'clock already. So YSS still indicating $38.
That's 800,000 now.
Yeah.
At least get to $1 million. It
will. Beef style tilapia pot pie. Yeah. Famous right there. So we did average in. We got a little 99 there on silver, and that goes blasting to the high side now. So making a little bit of money back here on silver. Maybe it does give us that winning feel about it again. More outs there. As now we're 70 cents in the money on SLV. Let's see if there is a little bit of a turnaround. $16 money on AMD, SLV. Good day today, Neil. We will see everybody very, very soon. The campus program, Kunal wants to know about it. I don't believe, are we, my friend's got his headphones on there. I don't think it's running, but send it in. Go to realtrading.com. There's a link there for the campus program. You can submit your application at any time. Okay, so go in there, submit it, and then they'll get back to you and let you know, Kunal. So there it is, realtrading.com, and go into the campus program. We'll find out for the midday show or whatever if it's open again.
I don't know if they open it up periodically.
And we'll bring that news to you. But there goes silver. Now we're $1 plus in the money on SLV as it just continues to sort of climb a little bit higher. So thankfully, we're making a little bit back here on this silver trade. All right, now everybody over to the midday show.
Good luck,
Thanks,
everybody.
There you go. Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. See who's in the chat. Say hello, hello. If you haven't said hello before, throw your name in. Shout out to JC Trader, All the Cream, Cheezers Live. We got Yummy Thai Foods, Mikey D. Rider, Papacito, Rex Banner, Possit, Something Pup, Chris Mills, Pete Zapai. Shout out to Bax. Shout out to C3 Malt Trader, Darling Green Plates. We got Gun Dogs Direct. OG Wisdom, love that one. Gladys G. Shout out to Gabby Do or something. Who else? Eddie the Dealer, Durant Gordon. If you're new, throw your name in. I'm looking for new names. We got Steve G. Double Dip Chip, yes. George Costanza messed up that day, man. He could have had a good thing with that woman, but it wasn't to be. If you know, you know. Vancouver, Seat O Sky, Cross Country Curious. Okay. We got Tariq, Dillion. We got Eliza. Shout out to Jack B. Nimble, JR. Who else, man? We got Lady Sore. Neil, Nelly, LOL. We got Steve Knight. Shout out to the OG Darwin. He says Neo at potential support, so watch out for that. Rack Stacker, Joey. Okay. Mac Wilder. Who else, man? JJ, Junder Clover, and Jordy, I should say, VWAP. I like all those new names today. A bunch of new names I haven't seen in the chat. Good morning, Joey.
Yeah, I like that as well, too. The market headed to the downside, guys. Once again, good morning to everyone. My guy, Gorav, Bizbot, I haven't seen you here today, but I also haven't really been engaged into this chat. Good morning, Jody, and everyone else. Yeah, guys, I mean, it's definitely been a hectic one. We have TSLA down about 5.8% here. We took a couple of attempts on it, guys. Let's get right into things. And then I was like, you know what? We got to wait and be patient and eventually go with the flow, because trying to catch these bottoms right now does not seem to be the strategy. But other than that, we go over to on TSLA, nothing to worry about. But I'll tell you one thing, and I put it in the chat this morning. I had a massive scare on CVNA. I was trying to short this thing. I don't know what it's at right now, 422, so roughly where I got out. But holding this against me up until 432 was not a good time. And then you know what? I was like, hey, let's just get out of this before we cause any more damage or decides to rebound. So there it is. CVNA is still slightly positive here this morning. All right, Eddie, I'm going to call you Eddie the distributor. How's that one? Trader TV, I got a delivery for you guys. It's incoming. DM me for pin. Same tag IG. Wow, man. All right, wow. Eddie, you're on fire today. I don't even really know what to say. A couple hundred memberships, multiple super chats. Eddie the dealer, man, you are an absolute superstar, and that's going to come from everyone here. So thank you once again, Eddie. We couldn't be more thankful for all of that, the donations and everything along those lines, man. What's for lunch? No, it is not IHOP. It is not IHOP. All right, guys. TQs. Let's see what we got. Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. Let's hit this for. We'll hit this for Eddie. All right. And then we're gonna hit this for Eddie as well, too. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at what we're looking at here, guys.
Get it.
We have the TQs, Meta, SLB, Tesla, and GLD on the radar. Man, oh man, what a monster climb that we experienced yesterday in silver, obviously, after the FOMC and Jerome Powell speaking, and gold as well, too, continuing to climb. But this morning we see an aggressive sell-off, so not too good of a look so far. But I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see buyers start to engage once again, because Katina Man's long this, so he must be onto something off of those lows. So not too bad, guys. TSLA, GLD, SLV, Meta, and the TQQQs is what your boy has his eye on. Now, one thing to note before we send it over to Sharif is take a look at the 5-minute volume profile. All right, so you can see that the dominant side is with the bears, and we're starting to see a little bit of a breath here. Well, what am I going to do? I want to see how price reacts around the volume-weighted average price, and then maybe we go with the flow, and we try to stick where the vast majority of the volume is coming in, and that is to the short side. So that's kind of what I'm thinking right now here on SLV and GLD. TQs have been getting slack, so I'm not going to be chasing it, but eyes on SLV, Sharif.
Sounds good, Joseph Options. All right, I just worked into a trade. This is going to be the first one of the day. Look, I don't know what the hell is going on in the world of small cap gappers, but almost every single one of the small cappers I have on the side chart is on the MX network, and that displeases me greatly. But we're going to have to go with the flow because I don't really have a choice. So TCGL, Amex. I think Feed, no, Feed's probably the only one. Hold on, double check. Feed, show yourself. No, that one's NASDAQ. ZSL, GDXD, GCTS. They're either the NYSE or they're the Amex. And I don't know why, but we're just going to have to kind of go with the whole thing. But here we are. The biggest, the baddest of the small cap gappers right now is TCGL. And I got to tell you guys, my charts are acting up big time today. So this is going to look like it's going to happen a whole bunch of times. So let's just take it off and go into the white charts. We're halted to the upside right now on TCGL, up 234%. Okay, good. Decided to behave itself a little bit over here. Good boy. Good boy. Ooh. Yeah. We're halted at 29.17. Halt time, 11:05:45. Earliest will be open, 11:10:45. Tap showing 29.17. You want to know why the tap is the same as the halt price? Because this one's on the CrapMex network or whatever, Amex network. We're not going to be able to see the theoretical auction price. So that's kind of the thing about trading these small cap gappers off the NASDAQ. We're going to have to fly blind, especially when one is halting to no end. Let's just count the halts for, you know what, in giggles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 halts, all of them upside, some 10, 110 I should say, mostly 5. So expect it to open up after 5, but we are on the way to $30. Let's see if $30 ends up being any sort of resistance. 20 certainly was not. 234% in the Ville of Green. But there goes GCTS, and we're taking prints on this one into the $0.50. Let me wet the beak over here at 53. Get it, GCTS. We're waiting now at 50. We're waiting now at 57s and 62s. Let's go. This one's looking good. 56. Can we get into 57? We go. Can we cross? There it is into 58. Looking for continuation now into the 60s. Good look here. And this one, it caught my attention because it was a mother of all rounded bottoms. And it certainly had resistance at $5, Ram. Because we saw that one reject earlier right around 7:15. So we are now officially above the pre-market high. That double top at 7:15, 7:20. We cleared that. Now, here's the deal. You know how I feel about these $0.50 resistance levels where, we never really clear them that cleanly until we're, a good amount past them. So 58 to me is not clean enough. Let's see what we get. Now it's 59 high of day, looking for more. So we got the beak wet there at 58. We're waiting now at 61. Good look. Into 59 we go. That's another new high. Let's go ahead and set up now. You know where I'm going now. We're going to put one other print in the 60s. But if I'm going to wait in the 60s, Joey, it's compulsory.
It's not going to be at that level, is it?
Well, it's of course it is.
Oh.
But we're going to put a couple of outs in the 60s, okay?
All right.
So we're waiting now at 62 and then 69, looking for continuation now on GCTS, looking fantastic. Semiconductor name, but I care very little about what this does and care much more about the intraday technicals, as I'm not falling in love with this name. I don't really care what it does, okay? Some of you may find that off-putting. that's the nature of intraday trading. Into 61 we go. We get the print into 61, Joey.
Yes,
We're
sir.
looking for 69er now. Let's see if this one wants to weasel up. It's showing me 62, good strength on this one, but no continuation. 63, 64. All right, the breakout is on now. Let's see, can we, you know what? I'm not even going to wait at 69.
Oh, that's crazy.
No. We're going to go ahead and wait at 75, Joseph Options.
Oh, okay.
This guy's like blasphemy, right? So let's see what we can get here. Now, I'd ideally like to get a little bit more. So let's see if we can dip down into the 50s. We dipped down into the 50s, Joey. We know that we rejected 50s earlier. So I'm probably going to look to add into the 50 level. Shout out to Cy Stam. Yeah, I don't know why Streamlabs held back your message there. All you were doing was putting out a number. I think you should be entitled to put out whatever number you so choose. Anyway, moving back now to TCGL. It looks like this one will be a 10-minute halt. It's 11:11, and this one still hasn't opened. So let's keep an eye out on this one. Again, we're going to have to fly blind on TCGL as it is on the Amex network, and we won't know what the theoretical auction price is. Boys, what's the ticker for the IPO so I can put it on there, please? YSS on the NYSE, right? Thank you very much. So as the boys were talking about this morning, we do have an IPO. It's space related, and I mean, come on. You don't have to be a crazy trader to know that space very, very much in vogue at the moment. Whether you're talking about ASTS, you're talking about Rocket Labs, oh yeah, I forgot about that. $1.5 trillion possible valuation for SpaceX this year. Insane. Needless to say, space is in vogue, and that's why we're going to be looking at this one today. The theoretical auction price showing $38 at the moment. Let's take a quick look to see what the imbalance locator is showing us about said new IPO. Let's go ahead and change this one, Joey. We're going to go from the NASDAQ into the NYSE, and then we're going to do a little bit of ordering here. Let's see what paired volume looks like. Paired volume, YSS, and there she is right there. We have a neutral imbalance with an order, size order there, 15,800 and 15,860 shares. We've paired over 1 million shares so far. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Again, neither buy side nor sell side, so apparently it's neutral at the moment. YSS, the one we're talking about right now, and we're going to keep an eye out on that one for when it opens. I'm going to go ahead and put that on the side chart, Joey, so that when it does open, we kind of have a little bit of forewarning there. All right, moving back now to GCTC. It's zagging, 164 high, dipped down now into 158. Let me give you some technicals on this one. Obviously, we know the half dollar will be a possible area of support. I'm talking about the $1.50, but below that we have 144 to 145. That's a 10 EMA on the 5. I also see a flat top break on the 1 in and around 140. Let me make my case to you guys over here. Oh, Peter's here. Yeah. So. Dude, it's freaking me out, these charts. What's going on with them today? What's going on? All right, so GCTC, I see a flat top break at around 140. So that will also be another interesting level for me. If it picks up, if it dips down into there, I'm going to be looking to pick it up. Joey.
All right, guys. Yeah, sorry, Fluffy Hippo. I swore you got that email. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe it just didn't.
Fluffy.
Yeah, someone didn't CC to. I don't know what's going on yet, but the memo was sent to everyone. All right, guys. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Once again, that is going to be SLV, and you can see we're starting to head in towards the volume-weighted average price. Somewhat of a rebound here in the overall market as well. We're not going to get too crazy and ahead of ourselves, saying it's going to be a full-on recovery. Let's see if we can break the volume-weighted average price first. I think that's going to be a key level we want to keep an eye out for. Now, as for Tesla, guys, same thing. You're getting a rebound there and in META. What has Microsoft been up to? We'll pull that up and see if there's any opportunity. Oh, yeah, okay, that just typed in Meta. So I know Neil was talking about muscle memory. For me, when I type in the M, it just goes automatically to META. But now MSFT, no strength here whatsoever. So all the way down to $422. I mean, we were trading at $452 before the open, and then substantially higher even last night. So a good opportunity and a good continuation if you are short this name. $484. That's a hefty haircut if you ask me, already down 12%. Let's take a look at this name from a daily perspective as well. I mean, guys, like we talked about this for quite some time. look what happens. Like, okay, yeah, cool, sick. All this was fun and games, right? Exactly. This was all fun and games until it wasn't. And then sure enough, you give back the majority, you're heading into this gap. And we say this time and time again, it doesn't matter how, like, Microsoft is going to be just fine, in my opinion, and we're going to get more into the numbers, obviously, later on throughout the day. But look at this. So you go on this nice move for quite some time from May all the way until August. So you get a couple of months, and then you do absolutely nothing once again for a couple of months, and then boom, clean flush to the downside. So no matter how strong the name is, the market for some reason will always make you pay. And what would I get? What am I getting at here?
What are you
getting?
getting?
It's the exact same thing with Google, right? Like eventually you're going to start to see a hefty pullback, and that's why I have no issues whatsoever with sitting on my hands. Where is that next level going to be? Who knows? I'm not going to say we're going to fall all the way down to 208. That would be absolutely disastrous. But mid 200s, I like our chances there. So GOOGL might potentially come back into the downside at some point. At some point, don't forget that, guys. Wait for that earnings report.
There goes GCTS into the high of the day. We went the beak at 76. Into 79 it goes. GCTS is him right now, okay? Big boy move right through that 150 like it doesn't even matter. What do we have there, Joey? We had 145, and we wet the beak there at 177, 176, whatever it was. Keeping an eye on this one, getting a little extended now, looking for continuation, possibly into 2. Now, what I want to see is, are there going to be any aggressive sellers? So what I'm flipping to on my top screen, as you guys know, I keep that 5-second chart, that shorter term time frame on the top screen, so I can kind of spot any obvious areas of support or resistance locally. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on right now. But I did weasel into a new trade, Dusty, okay? DUST, again, on the MX network in at 65, looking, of course, you know where, 69, and then we're waiting for 74. This is a nice hold off the volume weighted average price on the Dusty one. But you know what? You never really know with these ones, because this one looked like a buy program. There was nary a red candle the entire morning, obviously bucking the trend with the market. And then a couple of red candles come in, and they come in at 11 o'clock. Well, why? Well, if you've seen one, you've seen a lot of them, right? And a lot of these algorithms, these buy programs that are set to accumulate positions, well, they shut off at around midday. That typically means price reversion, mean reversion, whatever you want to call it. And so we have to be accounting for that. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to lose a VWAP. It just means it may hang around at VWAP until either the buy program gets turned back on or other buyers step in. So going to keep a close eye here on Dusty, and I'm going to give it to the mid-50s to see what situation is. Back to GCTS. Ugly topping tail candle coming in into 179 high day, dipping down into 166. We're about to break current bar low. Current bar low, well, if the platform was operating in the way that it's supposed to, my platform, not the company's platform over here. Yeah, I know, right? I know who's around. Can you imagine, right? 165 current bar low. We're about to lose that current bar low right now. So 164, we end up turning red on this candle. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. The 10 EMA on the 5 is kind of adjusted a little bit now from the mid 140s into actually 150. So right away, I'm looking at that mid 150s level for a possible dip trade on GCTS. Like we always say, though, with these small cap gappers, these topping tail candles are not the end all and be all. These are intraday trades, meaning what? That means that people are going to be taking profits at technical levels. Sometimes those aggressive profit takers end up manifesting in topping tail candles. We've seen this so many times, right, where the topping tail candle comes in, and then 1-2 candles later, another high, an intraday high gets put in. So it's not the same thing as seeing a topping tail candle on a Meta, on a Tesla, on an Apple. Oh, that's what I'll submit to you guys there, okay? So we're going to keep my eye on GCTS. We're keeping my eye on Dust as well.
All right, cool, man. Yeah, let's take a look at one of my favorite tickers, something that I'm going to be looking to get involved in and see how it's holding up today. If anybody can guess what it is, I'll give you a little bit of a hint. It has now struck a new deal. It premieres not at 10 o'clock anymore, but at 9 o'clock, okay? And one more hint. The CEO is bald like myself.
Brian Armstrong.
No. That's going to go with TKO Holding, Sharif. We are talking about the UFC and TKO Holding.
Come on,
so they're going to get Brian Armstrong. I mean, Okay. No, I mean, what from Brian Armstrong would premiere from 10 o'clock to 9 o'clock?
I don't know, man. Maybe there's a crypto show that they're going to launch on Coinbase app. I don't know, man. Leave me alone.
I mean, glow up, Vlad. Maybe you can start to follow the people. That's going to be TKO Holdings, guys. I'm going to look to get involved in this by a little bit. We're down 11%. We're starting to get somewhat of a rebound. Obviously, big-time liquidity issues. So with that being said, you're going to see a spread within this name. But I like our chances here on TKO. If you zoom out, and even head over to a longer-term time frame, like Obi likes to do, like the 3-month and the 6-month. And I don't typically go, but we'll do that. Man. We're gonna go to the monthly here. Oh yes, we survived, Sharif. Yes, all right, we like seeing that. Steady up and to the right, guys. I mean, from December 2014, this name has been absolutely phenomenal. We'll go to 20s, been on a monstrous run, so 513%, a nice steady, and they offer a pretty good dividend as well too. So we'll keep our eyes out on that, guys. Volume. I mean, my transaction's relatively light, right? Like, I mean, for the past couple of days, you've only seen me trade a couple of names. We were short Starbucks the other day. We were short AAL on Monday. So, I mean, I'm just looking for that primetime opportunity. And if you get in at the right place, it allows you to be in those all-day trenders. And that's what I'm trying to find here on silver. How we react. Is it going to be a full recovery? I don't think so. We talked about the volume by time profile. And let's go over it once again. Look at the increase. We're slowly starting to cool down here now. Are we going to get that curl over right at view up and then make potentially that second leg lower? What I want to see is a couple more 5-minute prints. We hang around in this consolidation. We don't breach through this level, and then maybe we can get that slow curl over once again in SLV. But as for the TQs, right back at VWAP, but here is VWAP holding price and hugging price relatively tight. It looks like a moving average here today, like the 20 or the 50 or something along those lines. So keep an eye out on that. Can Tesla breach? Maybe, possibly. Only time will tell. We'll head back over to one of the other big names that reported, and that is going to be MSFT. No rebound, lots of sellers still completely engaged. So what do you want to do? I think just go with the flow. Don't make your life complicated. And guess what? With that being said, I think you're putting yourself in the right place at the right time. Regardless if it gets somewhat of a bounce, who cares? Trend down, go with the trend, try to find yourself a short entry, and that's what I'm doing here with silver as it's breaking through that 101.42 level, and the volume is slowly starting to pick up on the LTF. What is LTF, you may ask? The lower time. And what time frame am I referring to? That is going to be the 1 minute. So, oh my God, wow, this thing just dumped. Dude, this thing just, my days, brother. It just dumped 20 cents just like that, cracking through support. So the 5-minute consolidation that I was looking for, another 10 minutes or so, isn't happening as the momentum is definitely starting to pick up once again. And that is going to be the Southeast on SLV.
All right, here we go. We got back into GCTS. Not a bad entry over here. I didn't get bottom. I'm talking about 165. We ended up getting 175, scalped up into 184. It did stop me out. I mean, I put my stop at current bar low. That was probably not the right thing to do. Let's see if we can get back in. This one's still showing strength. GCTS looking real good, dilly-dallying here above the $0.75, right around that 4/5, but it does look like it wants to take out current bar high and intraday high, mind you, which is $1.84 separately. I'm involved in the dusty one at 65, just got the print there at 69, waiting now for 74s. There's 71, not a bad look for the dusty one over here, and we're going to also look above that high day. The high day is 483, so we're going to put 485 to see if we can clear that. And then we'll report back to you guys on that one. Back to GC, right back into the high day. Paper-handed trade by me. I should have definitely been holding that. I had my stop too close. I should have given it to prior bar low, which would have taken me down into 164, 165. But that's all right. We'll look to weasel back in over here. But I am seeing a couple of topping tilt candles manifest the current candle and the prior candle. So that's telling me that there's either aggressive profit taking at this level or the shorts are really eyeing this area for an entry. Hard to tell which is which, but we're going to look to see if we can get above that 184 and what the situation is going to be. I want to bring in the side. Oh, is that the from Eddie?
Oh, wow.
At least you brought something with you that's nice this time instead of being mean and indifferent all the time. Look at her. See how indifferent she is? She just walks away.
I like this.
I told her yesterday, bro. I'm like, told her it's her secret weapon.
Are you, whoa.
Okay, nice.
Are you going to have one?
I'm not, no. I had half a cookie this morning.
Okay. Damn, Eddie. The Krispy Kreme. You know the boys are going to be indulging in that. And everybody's going to, oh, man, the aroma of that is absolutely insane.
Where is the Krispy Kreme around here anyway?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure there's one in Kensington.
Was there?
One, yeah, right by Kensington.
Oh, you would know. Yeah.
I mean, Wingstop.
Right, oh, baby.
Look
oh,
we're going to have one. That is absolutely.
We're going to have one.
Oh, this smell. Get that really out of here.
Get that garbage,
no, it's not
garbage.
garbage.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Very kind of you, man. All class, Eddie. We really do appreciate it.
The distributor,
Thank you so much. Yeah, you can take them now. Thank you, man.
Give the boys some here. Let's get this literal garbage out of here.
Half a cookie. Dude, another 200 squats, fluffsters. Yeah, I know. You know.
Yeah, they are.
I had a guest at my house on the weekend,
and
they brought cookies.
Oh, snap.
So there were some left over on the kitchen counter. Joey saw it on the way to work this morning.
This morning
after brushing my teeth.
Yeah, great.
Like 10, 15 minutes after brushing my teeth.
I think this is really important. What kind
of
cookie?
Chocolate chip.
Chocolate chip. All right. Another
Eddie, oh my goodness. Sorry they only had one flavor for summer. Eddie, you're not allowed to say sorry, brother.
Apologizing for
please. Thank you very much, Eddie. Brother, that's very kind of you. We're very appreciative. Obviously, you know, I don't even know. I hate to be put in these positions where I'm like, you know, thanking people. I feel awkward. But yeah.
Why? You don't want to thank him?
I don't know how to say thank you without feeling awkward.
It's just
okay. Problem I have.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man, these are
my life.
Yeah, thank you. Try to make it a little bit more easy there. Thank you very much. Yeah, Eddie, it goes a long way, man. Those things are smelling absolutely insane. I don't know what it is, man. A little bit of sugar for me, I feel like it goes straight to the gut. It's just a weird
you're going to say it goes to your legs.
But, okay, I get what you tried to do there. Just bought BM&R, $29, $3.20 calls, 4 of them. Thoughts? I don't like BM&R. All right, Excel card. I don't like BM&R. I don't like MSTR, and I don't like the crypto space right now. I don't know. I'm just giving it to you, and I'm just being 100% honest with you. That's as simple as it can be, right? Like, look what the crypto space is doing. We have IBIT down to $47.
From someone substantially out of the money.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, so I mean, and just like giving back an insane amount of unrealized gains. I'll pull up Bitcoin for you guys, and this is why I don't like it, and I've talked about this on multiple occasions. It's just the lengthy consolidations, right? Like, I don't know, everyone seems to be flocking to actual physical gold. Now we have this downtrend that's officially being broken here at 84,000 on Bitcoin. I haven't been paying too much mind to it, but once again, this is when first the inception of IBIT. We consolidate for how long? 8 months, and then sure enough, we make a move. We pull back the majority of that move. We make an additional leg higher, and then now we're starting to head towards some key support levels. I don't like the crypto space right now. Will it rebound? Hopefully, eventually, because it's one of my largest holdings, and it will remain so. But if it does pull back to 40 or 50K, there's a lot of people going to be in a lot of trouble. And why I don't like BM&R here? Well, look at this. We talk about this often, and I do it as well, too, like with Netflix and some other names. Why are we trying to make our lives complicated buying things that are already down 85%? Like, I get it. It seems value. When there's blood in the streets, you want to buy. But if you're heading towards some key support levels, do you truly think that this thing is going to bounce anytime soon? My opinion is going to be no. Can some form of catalyst step into the crypto space? Absolutely. But that's kind of just throwing up what my grandpa used to say is wish in one hand and do something in the other and see what feels first. Let the catalyst come into play and then make your move. Stop trying to catch these falling knives, because speaking from experience myself, like Netflix and other names, it's just better to wait for that trend to break and then get involved after that.
We're going to Adair.
We're going to talk here. I mean, I may as well do crypto while I'm here. It's 11:30, so we're going to talk about Bitcoin. You guys also were just talking about it, so I think it tees it up really nicely. Bitcoin obviously quite weak, and as Joe mentioned, nearing that 84,000 level. The real reason I wanted to talk to you guys, though, is U.S. President Donald Trump just posted on Truth Social saying that he had a very productive telephone conversation with President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico, saying that it went well for both countries, and it sounds like they're going to talk soon. So maybe keep an eye on some autos. Names like Ford and GM. Looks like there is some kind of U.S.-Mexico chatter agreement happening right now. I also want to talk here about Robinhood while we're here discussing crypto, because there's an interesting Robinhood catalyst yesterday, right after the bell. Bloomberg reporting that Robinhood is going to be apparently vying for a key retail role in the SpaceX IPO. Now, we have no details on that yet, but either way, if this is in fact the case, that's pretty huge for HOOD. So HOOD, again, a crypto adjacent name, that's certainly going to be on watch with that catalyst yesterday after the bell, which we brought you during the earnings after market show. We're going to do another earnings after market show today, so don't miss it. Also interesting that Trump posts that Truth Social post. We were expecting a cabinet meeting from him. It has not started yet as far as I can tell, so the second that starts, I'll keep you guys posted. I have the stream. I'm just waiting for it to go live. Back to you.
Yeah, I was reading about that this morning. This is going to be super interesting. So Robinhood actually wants to get you the IPO price, not the actual opening price. So you're going to be able to subscribe at the IPO stage, which I think is fantastic for retail. It's a long time coming. I don't understand why we haven't been able to do it, because we're not sophisticated investors and we need to be babysat by regulators who need to look out for our own best interest, because we can't.
And why would they want to make it that easy on the average individual?
I know, yeah. Why would they do that, Joey? That's crazy.
Why would we give you potentially the best price possible?
No. You're asking too much, bro. You're just asking too much, okay? Like, I don't know. You got to temper your expectations a little bit. No, but I really do like this, right? It's the first step. We'll probably see it from more brokerages, probably ours. I'm assuming if Robinhood's doing that.
Involved with
exactly.
That. So,
exactly.
I mean, Vlad's trying to bring you a lot of things first as well, too, right? Obviously, the tokenization. Yeah, tokenization. I mean, he's working. He already gave people. I think he might be the first to do this as well, too. But we know that it only happened in Europe, Sharif, is that access to private markets, right? So you have the ability to get into the SpaceX and into OpenAI via tokenization. So Vlad doing a lot here. I think that's going to be good for the same core. Congratulations on that trade. I know that my guy has been trading it. Considering, speaking of the devil, let's pull it up here. We may as well, right? Considering, I mean, we broke that $100 mark. So there's a lot of selling going on right now. And I mean, there's so many charts that look identical. So let's pull this up. You get that $100. You get a nice little pop. Not quite back to the volume weighted average price. But look what it is. Like, for me, this is Condor Nation. For all my options traders, this is Condor Nation. And I'm going to pull up the Qs in momentarily. But I wouldn't be surprised if Robinhood starts to break. It doesn't matter what the name is. We were talking about it in Microsoft as well, too. You go on a 412% run, you're going to see somewhat of a hefty pullback. The market is just going to be able to just hold on and wait significantly longer. You think it's going to rebound? Well, guess what? It's probably going to take significantly longer than what you're anticipating. Now, as for the NASDAQ, we almost touch it. We do. Maybe it's like by a couple of pennies. The Qs here, you get that all-time high, or you run right into it, but now you're starting to pull in. So if you stay within this range after the mega cap tech names report, and you just happen to be fluctuating between that 640 level and that 580, this is the Condor life, right? Like, you're going to have heightened premiums, and you're going to have a range in which you can just set and make your trade based off of. You don't have to be directionally biased, and that's when you can run into a little bit of trouble. It's like, hey, direction. Well, guess what? Eastward is a direction as well, too. And with the power of options, you have the ability to create strategies with that. And what is that strategy? That is going to be the Iron Condor. You essentially place a bet in a trade saying that I don't care what direction you go. You can go up or down, but just stay within those lines. And that's the beauty of Condor trading.
All right, I'm in feed over here. Feed above the volume weighted average price, putting higher lows, higher highs, looking for continuation. Got a beak wetter at 18, in at 13. Looking for that $0.25 clearing. There seemed to be a lot of price action earlier on, in and around the $0.05 to the $0.25. It lost VWAP, ended up holding 350, reclaims VWAP. It also kind of started breaking trend. Remember, we've been really using these trend lines a lot, especially to be able to gauge when the downtrend. Oh, Jesus Christ. When the downtrend is broken. It seems to have, but you never really know with these ones. So I'm giving it the current bar low. Prior bar low, in case you want to gauge there, is 387. 387 is prior bar low. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on, looking for that move into that $0.25, $0.75. I've also tightened up the stop a little bit here on Dust, DUST. It's hanging out at the volume weighted average price, but it's actually using the 10 EMA on the 5 as resistance here, where it had been using it as support. So I'm unsure kind of how to feel about this one, but I'm going to continue to hold steady until I get stopped out. I've kind of put my stops in place, and so come what may. GCTS, feels like it might be setting up here at the 10 EMA on the 5. Prior bar low, a new candle just opened, 153. I'm going to be looking for a 162, 163 breakout. That would take us above prior bar. And if that's the case, then it's a 10 EMA hold and a move above prior bar. That probably lures me back into the trade. So we're going to continue to watch GCTS to see exactly what's happening there. And then Jaguzman, yo, buddy, look at RPGL. Sure, absolutely, buddy, I will.
All right, buddy.
Let me just hold on.
Buddy.
RPGL, what do we got over here? Okay, it's going to take 20 minutes to load, so we're going to have to leave that one for a second. We'll get to it once it's done loading. All right, GCTS is breaking above prior bar. Let's give this one the old college try, and we'll see what we can get on this one. Maybe a move back into the mid 170s if we're really lucky. Then it takes out that 184. So packing the patience in at 63, showing me 65s, looking for continuation. There's 67 now. Look, can we get a little bit higher at 69? There it is, doesn't cross, so we don't get the print. Back down into 67, 68 showing up again. So we're gonna have to pack the patience over here. If it doesn't, if it keeps rejecting at 69, I'll just take the print there and we'll cancel it. Perfect. Let's move up a little bit more now into 74 and then into 82. So we'll see what this one has to offer. There it goes right back into 68. Look, let's see for a 70 print now on GCTS. Trying to give this room, but there's a seller here. Selling at 69, now they're selling at 68. Into 69 we go, but aggressive price action here south of the 70 penny area. Unusual, let's see. Not too much posted on the gateways in the way of size, so most of this is an iceberg order. And you can just see because there's size coming in on the level 2, all the while it's green on the time and sales, meaning these are buy orders that are coming in. Well, what the hell are they buying if nothing is being taken off the level 2? That is your hint that this is a hidden seller. Look at the monster hidden seller there at 69. If he ends up getting out of the way, this is going to get clipped to the high side. It's just about who has more buying power and conviction at this level. So 69 rejects, no clearance on that level. We'll have to pack the patience there. So we're in 3. Did I get stopped at a feed? Oh, that sucks. No, it's holding trend. I'm going back in. All right, we're going back into feed, and we're just going to give it the prior bar low 4-4. All right, we'll just actually give it a bit more room than that. So there we go. Give it, yeah, down into here. Allow me a second. There we go. Hopefully we won't feel too bad about that feed thing. Sorry guys, I see the tags coming in the chat, but I got 3 positions, so I won't be able to look at it too much at the moment until some of these resolve. So packing the patience here on GCTS, looking for that move back into the 70s, also still holding the dusty one, which is having a lot of trouble clearing 70 pennies. Not really sure what the hell is going on and why the volume's dropping off markedly like that. So that's my situation, Joey. What are you looking at, brother?
Yeah, I got Carvana. I'm curious if Adara's involved with this name here to the short side, or maybe Obi or something.
I tried. I could not ever get filled where I wanted. At one point, I did short. I got wicked out, and I just have avoided it.
Oh. Yeah, fair enough. I was in it. I just didn't hold, man. This was, full disclosure, this was a massive bag hold, and I was on timer. I told Gaurav this, and I'm like, you know what? Even though I do believe it was a short, I was in a little bit too early. And I mean, if you look at it, 425, that'd be $10 right there, but that shoulda, coulda, woulda, and what if history. So we just got to move on and look for that next opportunity. We have Tesla slowly starting to roll over once again. The inability to breach the volume-weighted average price. But I'm telling you guys right now, I'm starting to see the consolidation zone that I want here in SLV. If we do decide to curl over, I'm going to start to participate to the short side. This may take a couple of attempts, but be patient, be patient. Allow that turtle shell type price action to form, and then sure enough, we can maybe take that leg lower. I want to use this as an example. Was it Starbucks? No, I think AAL maybe a little bit of a cleaner one, but it's identical. So let's wait. I can pull it up on my. I have it in my logs, but let's go over to
guys. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
Let everybody
okay, let's pull this up here, and this was from Monday. We'll head over to Monday, but this is what I'm getting at. You get these pops, and then you slowly start to curl over once again. So same thing in the same narrative. You get those curl overs, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. This is a higher time frame, and if we head over to a 5-minute, you'll be able to see it more distinctly. So again, boom, you get that pop into VWAP, consolidate for 15, 20 minutes, and then you take that additional leg lower. You get the retest, and then you break through the key support levels and put in a new low of the day, and then eventually it's just an all-day fader. All right. Shout out to I don't know what, but I was gonna say something, but I didn't want to name drop or anything. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a kid I played hockey with back in the day. His name was Fader.
Fader.
Yeah. Well, his last name was Fader. Yeah, brutal.
I feel like you may not like him that much.
He wasn't a bad guy. He wasn't a bad guy. Yeah.
You were gonna make fun of him though, Joey?
Well, I said fade the fader, essentially, is what we were getting at here. So, Bang, what do you got going on?
We're doing it live on feed, my boy. There we go. We got 11s on feed. We just wet the beacon, the 40s. Let's go feed. Wow, did you guys see that price spike up? 483 high into 69. Boom, into feed. It's 100% up on the day. Good trade over here, 483 high. We end up taking prior high at 1010, which was 468, so it's a 483 high. Good look here for feed. Let's see if this one's got the juice to get into $5 right now. Up 100%, couple of trades on this one. Let's see if we can get back in here, Joey Options. So packing the patience on FEED. This is like the only one that we're trading that's actually on the NQ. Let's keep an eye out here. So levels, let me give you the levels. Current bar low, 420. Current bar high, high a day, 483. Prior bar low, 398, essentially 4. So if you were to get in here and you want to base it on prior bar low, you're looking at 50 pennies worth of risk. The 10 EMA on the 5 is also jiving with prior bar low. It's right around that whole $4 level. So keep your eye there. And then separately, got to go back over here to GCTS. This one still has the seller at 69 that we can't shake. So this is a higher low, but currently a lower high. This could be trouble here unless there's a big buyer that's going to shake this 69 seller. And I haven't seen anything really come off the gateway. In fact, more size has come onto the gateway at 69. So that's going to be trouble there. DUST, we're a couple of pennies in the money on this one, but this one is boring me to death. Super, super slow, even though it's doing volume, mind you. Like each candle here has like 1.5 million shares. It doesn't really look like it's trading that way. Very thickly traded. Look at the size, pardon me, posted at these gateways. Like each level has like several thousand lots. So a little bit unusual here. What is this, man? What's the market cap and the float on this piece of thing? All right, 7.91 million market cap, so it's tiny. What the hell, bro?
Dusty.
Hold on. It's a gold ETF, says Katina Man. Ah, that's why it's okay. Before taxes, 200%, the inverse opposite of the day performance of the global miners. Yeah, I don't understand why there's so much size, but the point is there's thousands of lots. Look at the size at 69, guys. I haven't seen anything like this in a while. Okay, so we're gonna wet the beak here in case this thing loses in a hurry. Back now to what's it called? GCTS, still zigging and zagging here. I'm like 1 penny in the money. I don't like this one, I gotta tell you. Even though it's above the 10 EMA, it does not look good. Eddie sending another 10 memberships. This guy's doing it live.
What did this guy hit? Like
he hit something. That's fantastic.
Let me know. Did you put it all on black or red?
So if you got to, in order to get one of these free memberships, you have to be active in the chat. If you're not, it won't trigger your name. But here's who got it. We got Kirk Cross, 26. You got one. Chad Canals. You got one. Supplice Oliver. You got one. Raman Boo. Gambling Guru. We got Amy in LA. She got one as well. Marcus Shanlin. Let me just move up again. Sorry.
Where's my guy,
Marcus
Bizbot?
Shanlin. We got Matt. All right, Matt, you got one. Ao Adam and Evelina. All you guys got one, and I'm going to take this opportunity to let you know that you're able to get my morning note every single morning. It's sent bright and early, right around like 10 a.m. or 10 a.m., sorry, 8 a.m., usually a little bit before. Let me flip over here to show you exactly where to go and to get it. You just go super simple to the YouTube Trader TV Live homepage. There she is right there. You click posts. And then just move on down. It'll say members only in that green rectangle right there. Hit the read more, and there's the Google Drive link. And there you go. Be bright and early, right before we go live, 10 minutes before we go live. Today's note, Joey, 16 pages. Well, it has to be because we had so many different earnings, right? So
absolutely.
We have to make sure that we were all covered there. But thank you again, man. Very kind of you to gift memberships like that, and obviously the donuts, the super chats. It's been quite ridiculous. Thank you very much.
And it's not even Christmas. Like what in the day? Another super chat. All right, no, I'm long on Sydney Sweeney new lingerie. So is Sharif. Sharif is big time long on
Siren, Joey.
Siren.
It's sirens.
How is that donut there, Fabian?
How do you like it? Good?
Yeah.
Glazed?
Damn. All right, man. All right. Whenever we're ready. I think Shreve maybe should be doing this one here. Here is a medical device company to keep an eye on. Enview Medical, ticker Feed, F-E-E-D. Sharif has been crushing it today. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform to hospitals across the U.S. today. The majority of hospitals do this procedure blindly, leading to unavoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS for feeding tube placement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. What stands out to me is the growing appetite for this platform throughout the U.S. hospitals and how their tech fits right into clinical needs. Today, they are already in 38 hospitals. As hospitals push for safer, more efficient solutions, Enview looks like a company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch. Yeah, definitely keep an eye out on that one. So, guys, this is what I'm talking about. We're going to head over to Adair here momentarily, but, man, this is setting up how I wanted to. If we continuously reject the volume-weighted average price, if I can post up at the top end of the range, then sure enough, we might get a little bit of a move lower. Consolidation, breakdown, slowly starting to form that turtle shell. But something that is going on right now, that is META, Meta Platforms, now back up to 727 as the as Microsoft looks like it wants to head towards the low of the day. Are we ready for Adara?
Okay, go ahead. Yep.
We do have U.S. President Donald Trump. He has started his cabinet meeting. He already talked about how the Dow has hit 52 record highs. Unclear over what period, I guess since the start of his presidency. He also said the S&P 500 above 7,000. He's saying they're going to be working in a bipartisan way to avoid the shutdown. So, guys, he's starting, and it's coming in strong. Keep an eye here as well on Uber, Lyft, and GeoOGL. You can see here the bit of a pull down there in Uber. Google not really moving. We'll take a look at Lyft. Seeing a report that the U.S. is opening a probe after a Waymo self-driving vehicle struck a child near a school. It caused minor injuries. The child is alive, but either way here, looks like the U.S. is opening a probe into this autonomous driving. Again, unclear who exactly is going to be impacted, but that's going to be on watch. Back to you.
Yeah, that's on the morning note, by the way. If you want more details on that, go into the morning note. It's never good, of course, when an autonomous vehicle hits a child, but the obviously. But the indications are, at least from the initial data, that a human probably would have not reacted as quickly as the autonomous vehicle. So go in, read the data, see kind of what you think about the whole thing. But apparently this thing pulled over immediately once it hit the child and called 911 on its own. I'm talking about the Waymo vehicle, all automated, all autonomous. Interesting. That's all I can say there. Let's keep an eye here on GCTS, breaking back now into that mid 170. So we took out that 69 seller. Let's see if we can get back into the 184. That is the high of the day. We're still putting in lower highs. By the way, feed coming back down in now. Look for that hold, possibly at around $4 to 407. We breached prior bar low, which was 420. Current bar low, 418. We're showing 23s now. Get in here, get to current bar low, or you can be a bit more patient, wait for 406 to 4 in and around that level. That's what I'm going to be waiting for myself. And then Dusty, man, this one is just, you know what, Joey? Every time I get out of these ones that do nothing but don't break down below key levels, I regret it because I'll end up taking it out at a time that I didn't expect. So I'm kind of insist that I stay into this one and then let it manifest in whatever way it's manifesting in. Sorry, just give me a second here to put my chat up. Tam Panda, what is going on with CADX? What was the catalyst? No idea. Let's have a look. So, CADX, what is this? Perspective Therapeutics, radiopharmaceutical development, $250 million market cap, up 31% on the day. It's not loading up on my chart, so I can't even tell you. I'm not seeing anything in terms of a news catalyst. Nothing is in on my blotter, so I'm not really sure what to tell you about that. But let's look at it on the side chart over here. Do you know if the Waymo car's computer called 911 or a human? It said, "Look, Ichiro, I know you're a premium member, so read the note. I'm pretty sure it." Look, I'm not 100. I don't want to say 100% that it was the car itself without human intervention.
Get that, Adam.
Without human intervention, calling calling 911, but that's the way I understood it to be. I mean, that's my understanding, but double check that information, make sure it's kosher there. I'm just waiting for this one to load up. Okay, so CATX, is it halted up? No, it's not halted up, it's just not doing any volume. What's the volume on this? 4.4 million shares traded on the day. All right, this is not bad, man. This is not bad at all. Who mentioned this? Oh yeah, it was Tam Panda. Not a bad one at all, brother. We're gonna put this one on the side chart over here. Look, it's looking fantastic. So take off ZSL, put CATX on there. Good look, good look. I'm gonna want something more around that 310, 315. If it comes in, if it doesn't come into there, I'm looking at 3.25 where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. That's what I would say about CATX. Otherwise, I'm not gonna jump in at the breakout level. But yeah, good call out on that one. Thank you for CATX. Going back to feed over here. Here it comes in possibly prior bar lows 418. I want to see if it wants to hold up here. It's got higher lows but lower highs here on FEED. I want to see if it wants to hold up, and then I might get back into this one for the price spike up. And let me see here, 418, right? We're showing, what are we showing? 23s. Here comes, wow, it lost it in a hurry. Oh, wow. Okay, so feed. Good thing I didn't get into this one. In the $4. Current bar low, lost $4. 398. Right back above 4 we go, though. Into 410, 411, but it's an unbroken lower high and lower low. So I'm not jumping in here, Joey. What are you looking at, my man?
I hit the wrong hockey here. So we're slightly, I didn't mean to do this, guys. I told you I was thinking short here on SLV. So we're involved in a little bit to the long side. I mean, if it continues to break down, I'll just hop out, but that was definitely an accident on my behalf. Just hit the wrong hockey there. So a little bit of a fat finger on that one. So we'll be patient to see if it's going to work out. No need to panic just now, just in case it does want to rally a little bit. All right, bang, we'll take it. Bang, and we'll, okay. And, I mean, hey, it is what it is, man. Mistakes, I mean, I made a mistake the other day that worked out on silver really good for the kids. So we'll take this little bounce, maybe right at some key support levels as SLV is starting to climb a little bit higher. I mean, we could take this out right now and just be patient and wait for our opportunity to come onto exactly what we're looking for. So not a little bad. We'll take a scalp. But I got to go and check this out. Our guy, Adam James, you see me write a comment on one of your new videos, brother. Congrats, good stuff. I'm always in love with that. But our good friend, Adam James Abroad, HPN, also, hey, lads, please, beaten up, but on the up now. Absolutely. Let's take a look at that for our friend, Adam James, the fellow Canuck. Obviously, I'm extremely sarcastic. He is American. Yeah, he doesn't.
Some of his comments are very clear.
Yeah, exactly.
I like
GRRR. I mean, liquidity issues here, right? Like, we're not going to be trading this thing. The monthly looks absolutely, oh my God,
what happened, Joey?
Way. All right, from a daily, you are getting a little bit of a rebound here. So that mistake costing us largely, guys, as you can see that silver is starting to head to the downside. But back to Gorilla Technologies, it'd be tough. A lot of us on the floor here, Adam, won't be trading this just due to the fact of liquidity issues. If you head over to the higher time frames, you're still experiencing those gap ups. But a nice little rebound. You're not wrong about that. From 1475 all the way up to 1553, you're going to get 5% just like that. And the daily is bouncing off lows as well. So $10 was that December low, and then now you're up 50% from that mark. But one thing to note as well, too, my friend, is that the downtrend is still fully intact. Once this snaps, then I think you might get a little bit of a green light. I highly doubt that you're going to be looking to swing this. Oh, it has snapped. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's broken there. Good opportunity to get on the backside of the trend with GER. I think you're putting your money where your mouth is there, Adam. Adair, what do you have for us?
I'm talking about his visit to Detroit automakers recently, saying that Ford is doing really well, and that he enjoyed his visit to the factory, that they stopped them from having to close down a factory. GM also trading, not really trading higher here, but he's mentioning GM as well. So a bit of a move here. GM and Ford both being mentioned here by U.S. President Trump during his cabinet meeting. Back to you.
All right, good stuff. All right, so yeah, there it is. There goes silver. Oh, just that little mistake costing us big time right there. I'm glad that we got out of the long off of that little pop. But you've seen my game plan, right? Like, we're going to wait for this consolidation. We had that 10 minutes or so that we were looking for, and then now we got that curl over and heading towards some key support levels there in SLV. One more bounce, and if we fail to establish a new high, then that's going to be my green light to go to the short side. Whether it works or not, only the market will know, but I believe I'll just be putting myself in the right place at the right time. But META, right back to the top side there, Sharif, $728. I wouldn't be surprised if we push 730 on Meta. Nice nice inverted hammer print as well too here on GLD. This was phenomenal. I was telling Katina, man, when I was trading this thing yesterday, man, oh man, was I ever tripping over dollars to collect pennies. And sometimes that is frustrating, but hey, you put on winning trades, you have to be happy with it. And I understand the nature of trading is, hey, you have on this, but it always should be more. Why? Because the opportunity to get more is there, so you have to try and take advantage of it.
All right, we have an announcement to make, by the way. Starting on Wednesdays from next week, and this is for everybody, but you know, most notably the small cap traders that are on the stream. If you're with us in the morning on Wednesdays, you know that every other week we have an individual from the beautiful city of Barcelona, Spain. His name is Luis Barbato, and he's been a guest on the show since before I even worked here. I used to watch him back in the day during COVID, and he was on a lot, and he was one of the people that I really looked up to for small cap trading. He's going to be with us, with Joseph and I, every Wednesday at 1 p.m. going forward. We will be doing the small cap recap type of discussions. Now, if you know Luis, you know that he is more focused on shorting these small cap gappers. And if you've been listening to me yak for a long time, you know that I want to add shorting small cap gappers as a sort of tool in my arsenal. So I am super, super excited to have Luis come on, not least of which because he's a fellow small cap trader, but he's going to kind of show us the ropes here at how to short these bad boys. So super excited. So if you're small cap inclined or you want to learn maybe how to short these small cap gappers, maybe you're not interested in going long, then join us every Wednesday. It's going to be 1 p.m. Luis Barbato, myself, the Joey Options. Super pumped for that. And make sure, make sure you're joining us, man. And I'm super pumped about this, needless to say. All right. Dusty is starting to do good things over here. It's woken up. It's cleared to 10. It's on its way to 80. It's an 83 penny high, but I'm packing my patience on it, okay? Yeah, there you go, Farm Trader. Farm Trader's pumped about that. All right, I like it, I like it. All right, good, good. Keeping an eye here on Dusty, looking for that move into to the high of the day. I added a piece here on GCTS into the 10 EMA on the 5. It's not a great looking chart, but it's not losing trend either. So I'm trying to pack my patience here. I see a lot of bottoming tail candles, especially on the 1, which means, you know, to me, that buyers are stepping in here long right around that 10 EMA on the 5. So if enough buyers step long, maybe we'll clear some of these sellers, and then we'll actually take out some of the high of the day into 84. Separately, Cat X, shout out to Tam Panda, man. What a great call out by you, brother. It only gave us one red candle pullback here on the 5. That wasn't enough for me. I was looking for a little bit of a deeper retracement. I didn't get it, so this one's going without me. But CATX, I'm going to keep my eye on this one. And by the way, another Amex stock. I don't know what the hell is going on today, but most of these small cap gappers are trading on the Amex network. That's the situation. By the way, I've said very little about TGL. Joey, look at this. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. We're going on almost 50 minutes now of this stock being halted. Now, let me just double check, make sure there's not news pending. It's circuit breaker, okay, volatility, circuit breaker. So this is, it's not news pending. So I don't know why the hell this is taking so long, but maybe because it was moving in a parabolic fashion. So TCGL halted since 11:05. It looks like it's going to be maybe past noon hour before this one opens because it's 11:58 right now. So who knows exactly what the situation is. We're going to pack our patience and we're going to let you know when it does open. Separately, I want to remind everyone we have an IPO today on the NYSE, YSS. It's space related, and we know the space scene has been in vogue lately. TAP showing 38. The original IPO price was 30 to 34. It ended up being on the higher end of the range, 34. But Joey, we've seen most of these IPOs, especially the ones that have been good, above the range. So if it was 30 to 34, it would be like 38. So does that kind of give you pause a little bit, the fact that it wasn't over the range?
A little bit, you know what I mean? I think a lot it has to do, for me, it's the pair volume. Want to see how much participants are really starting to get involved,
That's my man.
involved with that, right?
So let's take a look at that, actually, now that you brought that up. Where is it at? Here it is. All right, so on YSS right now, we're still showing neutral. Super bizarre, and we were showing 15,860 last time as well. But the paired volume is changing. 2.4 million shares they've paired so far, but we're still seeing a neutral, neither buy nor sell side imbalance right now. So, okay, we'll keep an eye out on this one, and hey, if it changes its tune and starts showing us a little bit more more data, whether buy side, sell side, maybe we'll put an order for this one. But at the moment, I don't have any. But I don't know if you guys can see, the big kahunas are at their desk, and they're going to be taking this IPO.
Oh, are they?
So yeah, there they are right there. Shout out to the OGs. They're both taking this IPO. So yeah, they don't take all the IPOs. So that says something to me, right?
Exactly.
That says something to me.
That says enough.
There you go, John.
So I have to get involved in that. When I was going to ask you, were you GTL when you were in your younger days?
What does that mean?
Gym tan laundry, baby.
Oh, yeah.
I know you're gym, obviously, but you're gym tan laundry.
I never really tanned. I'm dark as it is.
Yeah,
and like, my skin sees the sun, bro.
Yeah.
It darkens up pretty quick.
As for the laundry part, hopefully you were, I know you were part.
Dude, I'm a Sunday afternoon, late morning. I'm
right away. It's
right away.
Yeah,
I've got to have all my stuff ready for Monday. I don't like waiting. And, yeah.
All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, there it goes. You got a little bit of a dip there in SOV to 101. Now, this is going to be a key inflection point in my opinion. 102. Let's see if that's going to hold up. If you head right to the back to the top end of this, if you head right back to the top end of this range, and then momentum picks up and you break through view up, then just be cautious. It might not be a short in play. Okay, cool. Yeah, absolutely. So, guys, we're going to send it off to Adara. No Neil's lesson of the day. I know. Oh, it's right. We're sorry about that. But obviously, yeah, Neil and them have the IPO. Don't forget, we're always going to mention that. But we're going to send it off to you guys with Adara and happening now.
I'll be brief, guys, in light of the IPO, but I do think there's some things to talk about here. Nice push up in this market, at least from the lows. This is now a 1, 2, 3, 4 going on 5 green 15-minute candle streak after lots of weakness to start the day, and a lot of that driven by these Mag 7 earnings. Now, even though Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla all beat estimates across the board, Microsoft particularly was dragging the market lower, and that's not the end of Mag 7 earnings. Tonight after the bell, we're going to get Apple, AAPL. They're going to be reporting at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. That's the expected release time. Let's see if they can continue to have some growth in their iPhones. They're projecting double-digit percentage growth year over year. But last year, China sales declined. SanDisk, SNDK, also reporting after the bell at 4:05 p.m. Eastern. I also want to let you guys know some Trump announcements today. Currently participating in a cabinet meeting. Has already mentioned health insurance companies, Ford, GM, and the market. So it's quite the jam-packed event. I will be covering it for you guys right here from this desk. But also, I want to let you know, 4:30 p.m., Trump making an announcement. That's all it says. Unclear what the announcement's going to be about. If I get any reports suggesting what it could be, I'll certainly keep you posted. But this is an interesting look here. Trump with an announcement at 4:30. So in addition to this cabinet meeting, could be more Trump news on watch. Back to you.
All right, guys, we're continuing to watch here. GC popped into 70, took a beak wider. It's still putting in higher lows, but not necessarily higher highs. Still above the 10 EMA. I don't know. This one's thickly traded and not really doing that well. It's also a bit of a compression pattern, mind you. So, you know, we always say, compression patterns, they resolve in the direction of the trend. But my observation lately is sometimes, lately it hasn't been true at all. But this trend line here is interesting. Resistance, then flips to support. So I'm going to try to base my exit off this. Let's see if it can hold up into that high 150s. Ironically enough, that's where my stop is. So GCTS still in focus, up 62 some odd percent. But shout out to my man, Jag Guzman. Yes, RPGL is the one he gave me. Now, this is sub $1, 63 penny high. Sorry, guys, the charts are just not acting properly today, so we're gonna have to wait for that one to load up again. But while I wait for that one to load up, let me tell you about the other one that's moving. It's okay. Wow, are you kidding me, dude? Here we go. Blackout as well. All right, anyway, CATX into 355. Looks fantastic here on CATX. I'm not sure what's going on with my platform today, but they're all blacking out. Please don't black out, please. Okay, there we go. 63 penny high here on RPGL. Some technical areas that I'm interested in, Jag, are that 52 to 53 area. That's the breakout area from 11 o'clock. Popped into 52. VWAP and the 10 EMA kind of overlapping in between 51 to 52 pennies. So it's not my favorite as a result of it being sub $1. But hey, if it sets up in the right way, on it. Pack in the patience on this one. Let's see if it sets up. TCGL is still halted, and feed is, it's going to black out again, guys. Sorry. RR. We're going to look at that one in a second, Katina Man. But feed, we're going to look at feed over here for a sec. Still putting in lower highs, trying to hold up above the 10 EMA. I'd like a move above 440, but you could build your position near these levels and then give $4 or thereabouts as your stop. This candle here, 1150, ended up, I think, breaching 4 by a couple of shekels, 398. So you know there are buyers hanging around into that 4. Now, another thing you can do is wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. You haven't gotten a new high since that 1140 candle. So it would not be, beyond the realm of possibility that we get a new high, maybe into the mid-30s, and then you end up trading up quite well. So in fact, that's what I'm going to do here on feed. I'm going to put a breakout trade above the third of a dollar. Let's go ahead and set up that. And then we're going to go 433 breakout trade there. We'll give it a couple of shekels worth of room, right? Because, sometimes there is a liquidity grab in and around that level. So go just like that, and we'll see if we get it on that bad boy. The chart does not look bad, so that's why I'm kind of looking through that. There goes CADX into the high again. Unbelievable for CADX over here. Very clean. So I'm going to have to set up something here on CADX, but it's not giving you the opportunity to get anything in. Casey, 526, Sharif, after an hour of halts, when will these go to T12? I have no idea. That's a great question. I'm assuming you're talking about news pending. I have really no idea, but I've seen some of these volatility halts extend past, sometimes half a day. It's very unusual. It's very unusual, but that's kind of the thing we got to get in. The last time I had an entry on my blotter was this side up, Assassino, 1108, and that was it. And we're not going to know what TCGL, the tap is, because it's on the Amex. And that's kind of one of the things I hate about the Amex network, is you have no idea what the buy-side imbalance is during, in this case, a very prolonged halt, almost an hour. So sorry, Case, I couldn't help on that. By the way, the Katina Man wants to look at Rich Tech. Rich Tech Robotics is absolutely doing it over here. So let's take a quick look at RR. It's really losing the bid in an aggressive way. Rich Tech Robotics down 20%. Oh, baby. Looks like it might be headed to that $4 area. Let's just load up this on the side chart. 407. I think this is the low of the day currently on Rich Tech. Let's see what the news is. Is there news on Rich Tech? I'm not seeing anything. Watching Rich Tech Robotics. Here it is. Do you want to go to Adair? Okay, we can go to Adair for this.
Yeah, Rob, Rich Tech apparently dropping after Microsoft denied any commercial relationship with Rich Tech after claims of a close collaboration. So Rich Tech, basically, we know there were some talks of potentially a collaboration with Microsoft. Microsoft saying that the company, I guess the engagement with the companies was simply a standard customer program. There's no commercial relationship or close.
Yeah, hold on. Here it is, guys. So if you want the actual short report, here it is. This is the website right there, so you guys can do. I'm going to post the website for the short report in the chat. You guys want to go ahead and read it? It's right there. But that's the extent of the whole move on Rich Tech. So this is the short report right there. Microsoft denies, by the way. But yeah, keep an eye out on that, Joey.
Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't have that as one of my picks there. Rich
This guy, I love it, bro.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, it depends on which way the wind's blowing.
You know what I mean? So exactly.
Which way the wind's
Obviously
blowing.
being extremely sarcastic.
My man.
Nice work there, Gorv, on that move. Let's go, man. We're still being patient, waiting for this. Once again, guys, we'll go through the couple of trades that I took here today, and we're going to start that off with TSLL. It's unfortunate that it didn't work for us, but there was no bid, and it never really got that rebound. But we were a couple minutes up, we were looking for, so a couple minutes after that open, right? Like, if you're not going to get that kind of move back towards the volume weighted average, right, sure enough, you're going to get into this kind of downtrend, and that was the case. So 2 attempts on that one, and then we fouled out on TSLL. I'm not worried about it whatsoever. And we're going to head over to CVNA. It did go to a low of around $215, I believe. Wow. A little bit less. Where's that? Why is this doing that? Okay, there's some weird candle somewhere. Anyways, we got a nice little, it wasn't nice whatsoever. I had to sit through this pullback towards the volume weighted average price. And eventually it did tank, but I got out when I was not supposed to, but I did get out eventually, and we got out of there unscathed. So I'm happy about that. But eyes are still fully on silver here, guys. I think these are most definitely in play. And we'll go over these contracts I mean, go check your boy out on X as well, too. I post the upgrades and downgrades and the options contracts, both puts and both calls on that page. I'll be doing that every day from here on out. So if you want to go and take a look at that, 110 was those levels that we had for SLV, and then 500 also on GLD. We are now trading south of both of those levels, so take a look. Yeah, Michael, Mike Peter Ryder, I know you were on those. You're commenting as always. Thank you very much for that one, brother. Much appreciated. So Street's significantly more active than I am here today, but I think if we get in at the right place at the right time, we're going to be able to hold on to a nice solid position. If silver wants to go the other way, I mean, we're down 3%. I'm not worried about it. We're still holding up to that. We're still holding that 102.50 level. So I know Katina Man's along this, so I'm going to keep an eye on it.
All right, Eddie's talking about BATL, but so is, there's a bunch of other people. I want to shut them out. I think it was Amir who mentioned it as well. Let me give him credit. Amir, yes, you said I suggested BATL. Let's look at BATL. This is the chart, though, on Rich Tech. BATL, what we got. Sorry, guys, the charts are what they are today, so we're just going to have to wait for this to load. I'm going to take off TGL from the trading screen over here. We're putting RPGL. Shout out to Guzman, Jag Guzman for that. Look at this, Joey. Look how long I've been waiting for this thing to load.
I think at that point.
There we go.
The timing
there you go, my man. There you just got to look at it there. All right, this is a great look here on BATL.
Boy.
What is this up on the day? 30%, $88 million market cap, volume, 7.12 million shares. Great breakout through 5, a flat top breakout, if I've ever seen one. So how do we get into this now that we're a little extended here? This is a good look on BATL, and I was looking at it yesterday clearly because I have trend lines drawn there. And so who I'm going to take off? GCTS kind of lost the bid out there, so we'll put BATL instead. And there it goes into another high day, 545, 546. Great strength on this one. Let's put it on the side chart and let it update here. Yeah, Joe, you're going to have to take over for a bit.
Yeah.
The charts are, I'm going to have to flip programs.
Yeah, absolutely. Super chat. Yeah, I know. I didn't see the thing is though. I don't really understand this, Curtis. Hey, Bell Fiber, man. Maybe I can make a phone call or two for you. Maybe there's something that's been hit as of late. All right, so we'll take a look at that. I'm obviously being sarcastic, but I don't know which region you are in Toronto. It might be a little bit of an underestimate. Joe, don't underestimate SLB. We'll go back to 105. I'm sure go long on it. Yeah, I mean, hey, man. Stick to your guns. I got a game plan, whether it works or not. I'll take your words into consideration, but I'm not going to overly allow it to influence my next decision. If I'm right or wrong, I'm willing to live with it, right? So, okay, Danny Boy, this guy. I'm going to read this, but I quite don't understand. I understood your other one, but I'm not too sure about this one. All right, Danny Boy. So yesterday, while researching sources of free cheese on the internet, I stumbled across some potential profitable info about the moon, which I was previously unaware of. But let's keep this just because of us girls for now. I don't understand. The other one I understood before, obviously in regards to the 88 unguarded bathrooms in whatever stadium you were referring to, Gillette Stadium maybe. I think that's where the Patriots play. Yep, that's what I was looking for. Thank you for that, Katina Man. So yeah, thank you very much for that, Danny Boy. I mean, it sounds like Stolen Cheese Dispenser Incorporated is on full bloom and looking to maximize margins and everything along those lines. So ticker SOL SCDI. Check that one out. It's not going to be on the Amex, NYSE, the NASDAQ, or anything along those lines. It's more or less private, I believe. You're going to have to contact Danny Boy himself in order to get involved with that. Maybe Vlad Tenev, because he could get you on the tokenized side of things, which I'm sure we'll be talking about here later on today. But my man, wow. Okay, Corb. Yeah, what a massive pop there in Robinhood. Going off of the overall market, our friend, our good boy here, long off of this 5-minute candle. What a beautiful play. 199.46 all the way up to 101.70s is Robinhood starting to rebound. And there goes SLV. So maybe this consolidation isn't going to be the one that we're going to be looking for a potential short. If there is somewhat of a rebound, then so be it. We look for any forms of indecision. But as for Meta, right back up to $733. That's a big time move. Let's run through a couple more of the Meg 7 names while we're at it. What has NVDA been up to? I'm glad that I trimmed some. We're down to 188. Okay, I mean, we did pop up to 193. It was off to the races. Sure enough, the bunch of bunch of people stopped out right out of the gates, and then sure enough, we'll head to the downside in NVDA. Now, Apple starting to trade above the volume weighted average price as well too. Microsoft can't really catch a bid, so you want to find strength. Got ABGO looking pretty good. Salesforce, I don't know why that's all the way up there, but anyways, Palantir all the way back up to $150. IonQ, this is some of the quantum names you're starting to find a little bit of a rebound. I know some people were talking about Getty this morning. Yeah, waterfall type price action there. And then BBAI 562, ooh, taking it on the chin there as well too, guys. So Robinhood, SoFi, what have you up to? Can't quite break you up just yet, but a nice solid recovery. And there goes silver. So I'm going to classify this thesis as invalid right now. If you do slowly start to roll over, maybe there's going to be an opportunity. But if not, just go with the flow right now.
Ben is in this in the 20s with shares.
No.
Yes. Okay, and look where it just gapped up to.
Where's it at now?
It's halted at 53.90. Do you know where it was halted before? 29.11. He's sitting there. He's like, I have a move. He's like, well, let's see what happens. I was talking to him back there because it was still halted.
On the previous halt, he moved.
No, he was in before. I was telling you, he's from the 20s. So this one halted.
He was in on that halt, right? The $20 halt.
Before.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So this is up a big TCGL halted again. 53.90. It is up 517 and almost 0.5%. What a fantastic move for this one today. Very dangerous, mind you. And we had to fly blind the entire time. We had no idea what the theoretical auction price was going to be. Oftentimes when things, are halted for that long, people want to get the hell out of there. So they're putting, sell market on open orders. And clearly that was not the case this time. So fantastic look there for everybody who's holding TCGL. Casey, were you in that? Casey's dropping cash in the chat. Shout out to Casey. Casey, are you in that? Let me know. TCGL open, she wrote earlier, but I don't know. I never talking to you about it, but I don't know if you were in it. So fantastic look for anybody who held that monster, but we're going to keep an eye out on it, and once it's open, we'll let you guys know. RPGL, the one that our friend there, what's his name? Guzman, Jag Guzman was giving us into the volume weighted average price. Let's put that up on here. GCTS, that's not the one that I'm in. Give me one sec. RPGL, there we go. Let's see if it's on the NASDAQ. One sec. Yes, it is on the NASDAQ. Volume weighted average price, 53 pennies. Prior area low is 48 pennies. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to Adair.
Trump just said they're going to be announcing the Fed head in the next week. Either next week or in the next week here. That'll be with Scott Bessent and I believe also Howard Lutnick. So again, we're likely to get this Fed chair announcement within the next week, according to U.S. President Donald Trump. Back to you.
Kind of what we knew from his comments on the weekend, Joey.
Yeah.
That, he was talking about even possibly right before the FOMC meeting, but, I don't think people were really thinking that was going to happen. What are you looking at, brother?
I'm trying to just pull up the imbalance here on, I know you have it, but
you want me to pull it up?
I just want to take a look at it here and see what we got going on. It's YSS, right?
YSS on the NYSE, here it is.
Oh, it's on the NYSE?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I thought
So
it was on,
you still have a neutral print there, neither buy nor sell. Size 21,075. We don't know which side that's on, but the pure volume is 2 and 3, a little bit more than 2.75 million shares so far. So.
All right, good stuff. I mean, there goes IO silver away. So the consolidation that we were looking for didn't have what happened, but then it decided to take a little bit of a leg higher. So that's fine, man. A nice recovery here in silver with a high of around 110. We're now trading at 103. We did jump all the way to $96, and gold starting to recover as well, too, guys. So let's just go with the flow and not try to go against anything currently. So yeah, potential longs if we held on to that 102, but I wasn't going to hold it $1 against me or anything. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ and the SPY. We have yet to do that here. And then we'll go over some of the top performing sectors momentarily. Just 12.18. Meta, what a big time recovery here in META. We're only $10, a little bit less off of that previous high in Meta. So Zuck and company, that's good. The account is loving, the long-term account is loving this one for sure. Not so much on NVDA. Now, as for SPY, what have you been up to? Spider. What do we do here? We don't want to compare symbols right now. SPY, yeah, now trading above the volume weighted average price as well, too, guys. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. Now let's head over to the top performing sectors and see if we can find some relative strength. I know a lot of people were talking about XLF this morning. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have that near the top of the list. Now, here it is, and we are going to the comms communication service, obviously being led by the likes of Meta, up back almost to 10% or roughly, or something along those lines. All right, 2% there. Energy sector 1.7, real estate 1.06, financials up 0.8%, right? So that's one that we wanted to look at. But the tech sector down 2.66%. That's going to be your last and your worst performing one. Materials 0.47, and consumer discretionary, obviously being led by the likes of Tesla. Now, as for the week, guys, okay, things really starting to take a turn. We were up quite a bit earlier in this week, 2.5%, we'll call it flat. The IWM going even more negative, down 2.6%. You have the Dow negative, and then the SPY holding on by a thread. But we're also going to take a look at some of the earnings report. We're going to send it over to Sharif, and then when we get back to me, you know what we're going to do. We're going to look at the expected moves and some of these bigger names. We have Apple, SanDisk, Visa, Western Digital's, Deckers, and High Tide.
All right, PDS Biotechnology trading on the NASDAQ under ticker PDSB is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with their initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. To learn more, check out www.pdsbiotech.com. Shout out to them. All right, we're involved in CADX over here at 82. Just went the beak at 88. Looking now for a 90 continuation on CADX. Let's see if this one can squeeze into 4. It's another MX stock, by the way. I guess all of them today are going to be really on the MX, saving it for except maybe the IPO and one other one, I think Feed. Let's see if this one can kind of work up there. Prior bar low is markedly lower than here. It's about 360. So I'm not going to give it to prior bar low. But yeah, there, that's exactly what I'm talking about, that level right there. Let's see if it holds up. Current bar low, by the way, is 380. So pack the patience over here on CATX, see if it can squeeze into the 90s. We have a 91 penny high. Separately, I'm continuing to keep an eye on BATL for a possible entry there. So we're waiting in the mid-90s. There it goes into the mid-90s on CATX. This could be a 4 squeeze here. Let's post at 99. And we're going to post north of 5.
It's
Joey,
open, it's open, it's open.
Okay, here we go, guys.
I literally was just getting this ready.
YSS open, here we go.
I was literally just getting it ready, and I was going to ask you, did you put in your Lou? Yeah, no, it's heading to the downside
Current bar
right
low,
now.
36.44. 36.44, low of day.
Oh, that would have
here we go, high of day, 38.47. Okay, so let's watch now. Can this one continue? 36.44, low of day. We're showing 36.90s here, Joey. It's about a 25 penny spread at the moment. So let's see, up still a little bit over here. Not bad look. Take over for a second because I just got into feed over here. Breakout on feed. Breakout on feed, guys. There we go. Let's see. We're into 45s. We've got 29s now on feed. Let's look for the continuation over here. We're looking for 50s. I got the breakout trade there. On the feeded one. Let's see what else we can get.
That's a good look. There's a good look there on YSS. You might get a little bit of a bounce here, guys. Once again, not much data to be going off of. Only 3 minutes, but a straight flush to the downside with that top opening up around just a little bit north of $38 or $37, I believe, is what it's displaying that on one chart that we opened up at. But now we're starting to climb a little bit lower. YSS volume at 4 million shares and continuing to move a little bit lower. What IPO says electric passes. YSS, my friend, on the NASDAQ. So look to get involved in this extremely volatile. We're looking at a 40 cent spread right here. Sharif, do you have something going on?
Both, man. All right. We're long feed, guys, at 29. Here comes 55. And look at CATX, man. We're long. Oh, we just took it out there. Dang, into the high of day. Okay, so we had some here on CATX at 80s. There it goes into 420. The breakout is on now on CATX. This is getting parabolic, 430 now. Big breakout on CATX, man. What a move here. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Let's see if there's continuation. Are we showing a halt perimeter? I don't think so, right? No, this is not a halt. I don't see the, hold on. Is it? No, we're just getting selling in and around here. No, this is, wow, another high into 429, Joey options. Very, very strong. We're going to pause for a second here. We got to go to the big desk, but it's feed and CATX and the IPO.
I'll be quick because there's a lot of excitement, but two quick things. The first here, U.S. Senate blocking the spending package, which does bring portions of the government closer to another shutdown. The second thing, though, and more interestingly, we had the Rich Tech Robotics story. Hunter Brook basically saying they talked to Microsoft. Microsoft denied any kind of close collaboration with Rich Tech Robotics. Now there is an article, a blog post circulating around from January 20th of this year, which people are saying confirms that Rich Tech Robotics and Microsoft are in a partnership. Now, here's the thing. Microsoft said that whatever kind of relationship they had with RR was purely a customer relationship. I read the blog post. That, to me, doesn't really change things. It still just seems like it's a customer that they're just kind of popping up. But I will take a look to see if there's anything further here with regards to RR and MSFT. Either way here, I guess RR Long's trying to point to some evidence suggesting that RR and Microsoft are, in fact, in some kind of partnership. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Yep. Okay, so here we go. CATX, it's coming back into 4. So I'm exhausted my shares. What's my move? Am I getting back in here at 4? Let me give you the technicals. 10 EMA on the 5, 72. Prior bar low, 80. Current bar low, 02. You want to give it to current bar low? We're at 8s. You're going to risk 6 pennies. Here comes 5s. Can we hold current bar low, or are we going to break it? We're breaking it. 401, 398. It's losing in a hurry. Let's see if it bounces right back above 4. So the buyers are stepping in at the whole dollar. Not surprised by that. So the trend continues. Higher lows, higher highs, because the current bar high, 34. Prior bar high, 32. So good continuation here on CATX. I didn't get any 4s. I mean, that's probably on me. We can still try our hand here.
Oh, my God.
What's up, Joe? You want to take over?
Yeah, it's really moving. 33.20. What a clean flush. Oh, my God. Cap tone, man. That is not good. Capote, whatever your name may be, man. Oh, that's not good. You should have told me that. Long 1,000 shares of YSS at 34.50. Or maybe are you short? I have no idea. For your sake, I hope you are short, because that just took a massive, massive move lower. So yeah, not too good look of York Space Systems. Now, as for going with the flow, because that's what we want to do is go with the flow. Guys, look, how many trades I've taken. I made one mistake already on SLV. We take a little scalp, and you know what? Some days it be like that, all right? So this is as real as it gets with Sitting Shreve and obviously everyone here, is that some days if it's not there, don't force yourself. And that's something that obviously I want to put on good trades, but I also don't want to put on stinkers either. Why? Because I have to go home and sit with that stuff. And I like to perform well, right?
Bang.
So 104.78 now on SLV. Is it going to be one of those recovery days? I think so, man. I'm getting really amped up. So never mind the short on SLV. Wait for those pullback. That's a nice ABCD pattern we're experiencing right on the 5-minute time frame. Maybe we can get a continuation and head towards some of these key, excuse me, pre-market support levels. There goes my pen. I'm throwing stuff. I'm hyped up. We got Sharif putting in trades. I have no trades, and I'm still ready to rock and roll. So I'm going to keep my eye on things. We'll run over our scanner momentarily. Not too long ago, we went over the best performing sectors. Now I just have to look to get involved. Full disclosure, down half of my shutdown off of those TSLL trades. All right, that's light, small potatoes, as Kevin Dooley would like to say. If you know who Kevin Dooley is, shout out to you. So, anyways, actually, I'll do this. Pure love to the individual who knows who Kevin Dooley is from and where he is from. All right, so shout out to that. Now back to these markets. GLD. That dump all the way up from 510. We're slowly starting to recover for that right now to the top side.
All right, back feed, looking for a 4 hold over here. Wet the beak into the mid-teens. Looking for another print at 20. And we're going to hold for the high of the day. Sorry, that's CATX, not feed. Feed is really doing it. Here comes the $0.50 again. He's making me laugh. I don't know, you're giggling over there. Usually there's somebody. Oh, okay, my bad, brother. Okay, so price high, 455. We're showing 53s now. Let's see if he wants to get that 100% on the day. The seller here in the mid-50s that we can't shake. So we're going to clear. Yeah, frankly, it's 4.5. A hard row to hoe, man. I mean, like, look at this. Rejected off 4.5. Now on a wick basis, we've cleared it with no decisiveness and no closing prints, mind you, of that 4.5. It's about to come back into my level. I'm going to stop out here. Let's see if what we can get a little bit more back in. EED, very wild price action today on this monster, but there's certainly a $0.5 seller here. If we can clear that $0.5 seller on a decisive basis, I'm going to get right back in, and there it goes. What a stupid mistake that was to get out there. Let's see now if they're $0.5 step. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Let's move a little bit over here into the 60s and into the 70s. We hold the $0.5 generally. It doesn't look like we're getting a lot of buying above the $0.5. That short seller is quite amped up to get everybody caught offside. So anything below the mid-40s, let's go ahead and wait down into the mid-40s, and we'll give this one a little bit of room. Now, we got the patience here. So we're going to keep an eye here on feed, looking for that continuation. Let's see the $0.5. Are there any buyers stepping in at the $0.5? Not quite yet. Looks like they're selling coming in at the $0.5. All right, we'll get stopped out there as it does lose that trend. Let's go to the big desk.
Some more context here in this Microsoft Rich Tech Robotics things. I do think it's important to note. I looked into it, and they put a press release here for Rich Tech, which clearly is what the short report's referring to, just based on the language. So Rich Tech Robotics, as of Wednesday, or sorry, yeah, that's today. It would have been as of Tuesday, saying that Rich Tech Robotics collaborating with Microsoft to advance agentic AI and real-world robotics applications. Now, at one point during the press release, they mentioned a close collaboration between Microsoft's AI co-innovation lab and Rich Tech Robotics engineering team. So here's the actual website for the lab. Because yes, it's a close collaboration. That's what the short report's saying. Okay, there's the collaboration is close. But look on the Microsoft website describing the program. It does describe those collaborations. So the AI experts at Microsoft will be collaborating directly with the team of one of the companies part of this lab. So long story short, when I actually look at this program and the press release, what the short report is saying is not, what they're alleging Rich Tech is saying is not quite based in reality. It seems like Rich Tech is mostly just quoting the Microsoft program itself. So a little bit more context in that short report. Not all of this is quite as clean cut as it might appear. Back to you.
All right, print there on CATX, we're holding 4, up into the 4 mid-quarter, so we're back in the patience here on CATX, but it's about to lose current bar low. Current bar low is right here, I think, 414, 413. There's a buyer stepping in here at 14. Buyer. You couldn't see any size posted there on the buy side. Let's see if this one can pop off and take out that 434 high. We have a lower high, but a higher low right now on CATX.
Good look. So, yeah, just looking at some silver here. All the way up to 35.60 roughly. And then now starting to slowly pull down a big time rebound off of that $33 low. And then rebound. So, Capote, whatever you're, sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, but yeah, nice little play. Am I going to get involved in silver all the way up here? Absolutely not. Waiting for a good opportunity. I'm going to run through the scans and head over back to our watch list and see if we got anything that is kind of catching our eyes. I mean, buy high, sell higher is the ideal thing in the market I have to start looking at here momentarily. But Dell Technology, what was I just on? Oh, no, I have to find that ticker that I was just on. It was starting to form a really interesting period. Gorev, there goes all the way back up to 102.26. I mean, this is we haven't put in a red candle since 11:45. We almost have an hour of just straight buying here in Robinhood. I have to find that ticker that I just had on here because there's a beautiful hammer candle formed right at the volume weighted average price. We'll be back momentarily with Sharif.
All right, guys, as traders, whether you trade U.S. stocks, options, or futures, at some point, each of us has felt blindsided. Suddenly, a stock you're trading moves sharply and you're left guessing why. And it's not your fault. Often large funds have quietly built up huge positions, huge, in the options market well before the name you're trading reacts. That's sad. To gain an edge in today's market, SPA Gamma's daily flow patrol reports reveals where big money is positioned, so you can identify stocks building momentum ahead of major price moves. Get 2 free weeks of SPA Gamma's flow patrol. Scan that QR code on your screen and go behind the curtain and see what professionals see. Shout out to them. All right, I weaseled into the IPO here. Small shares. If it loses 35, I'm out. I'm looking for a continuation. It did breach prior bar high. Current bar low, I should say 34.33. Current bar high, 35.75. We've got 56s. It's showing me 34, so we're out of the money. But I'm looking for a possible move into 36. Let's go ahead and wait at around that level. We get it, we don't. I want to take a shot at this. It's up 4.38%. Big move into 38.47. big move as well into the lows, 32.64, showing, you know, that it's generally holding 35 at the moment, but with no real aggressive buying. So we're going to pack the patience right back into that $0.50 we go. Can we get a resolution into 36? I feel like maybe we're on the back end of the move and a possible V-shaped retracement, maybe into 38. Let's see what we get. We got a couple of green candles here on the one, more than a couple, 4 in a row, but now we're actually getting lower high. The candle at 1233 actually did lose prior bar high, and here we are right in the 35. Is there a buyer at 35? Let's see. Do they step into 35.20 we go? So there is a buyer at 35 for now, but for how long? And how many shares do they have? Are they convicted in their position? We're dilly-dallying here at 35 in the mid-teens. It's about a 5 to 10 penny spread, depending on when you're looking at it. And there it goes right back into 35 again. And there's buying guys at 35. So somebody's buying this at 35. For how long? We'll have to wait and see. But there is a buyer, a hidden buyer at 35 on YSS right now. Adair.
Just be aware here, guys. AAPL on watch hours before its earnings report. Financial Times reporting that the company is buying an Israeli startup called Q.AI in a $2 billion deal. So again, Apple reportedly acquiring a company, according to Financial Times, just hours ahead of its earnings report. Potentially keep an eye on AAPL here. Back to you.
That buyer at 35 is a staunchy bugger. I just don't know how much juice he's got left. It feels like it's going to lose. Here at 35, it keeps dipping into that $35 level, and the buyer keeps stepping up. I'm just worried about a liquidity grab below 35, and then ends up not triggering my stop because, well, there's no shares at that level. By the way, guys, we took out the high of the day on CADX. I got the high of the day, but I want to resolve this trade before we start celebrating that one. Let's see what we get back into 35.31 over here into the $0.25. So I know now there's a buyer at 35. Now, how can I use that to my advantage? Well, let's see if we can kind of pop off this level now. Are other longs going to see kind of what I'm seeing and use the 35 as their backstop? Or the shorts going to lure us in and then push this one below 35? So right back to break even, Joey, over here, as we're up 35.54, and I've got 56s.
All right, let's do this thing. We're going to do it right now. Thank you very much. Who mentioned this? Yeah, watch out for a potential. There's a supply zone at 105 on SLV, so let's see how we react. But let's head over into some expected moves with earnings we are anticipating for this evening. Now, we'll pull up our trusty calendar, and we'll just go down the list here. We're going to start things off with, did I? Oh, I was chewing on an apple, so we're going to start off with AAPL. All right, guys. So then we'll actually pull up the chain as well. So let me move this here momentarily and see what we got going on. And then we'll just kind of we'll combine everything and put everything here together. So as for Apple, guys, we got a high of a potentially 3.6%, or sorry, 3.6% expected move. 266 high, 248 low. Now, as for the open interest, we want to correlate that with 267 if it is available, 267.5. 265 definitely has the most open interest. So there it is, guys. This is what we're looking at currently right now, 265 on this week's expiration cycle. At the money, IV drastically increased here on AAPL. Keep an eye out on that. The next level is going to be 270, where we have 24,000, and then also 280, a little bit of a supply zone right there. So moving on to the next one is going to be SNDK SanDisk. That is correct. Let's make this a full screen. Yeah, SNDK. We'll pull that up. I have a feeling this one's going to be a little bit bigger. SNDK. You got something going over there? I'm in the IPO. Oh, you're in the IPO. All right. 9.9% expected move right here, guys, with a high of around 597 and a low of around $490. It's a $100 spread right there, roughly. SNDK. Let's take a look at the SNDK. Let's take a look at the options chain. Not very liquid, but look at the at-the-money IV, man. This is absolutely insane. So you can see an increase in these premiums. You're paying $2,800 for some of these contracts. That's absurd, right, if you ask me. So in my opinion, avoid these for now unless you're going to be a writer, because that implied volatility will start to cool down. Now, as for Visa, it's not going to be very active as from the options front. 2.98% expected move, high of around 340 and a low of around 320.91. Now, as for the chain, let's see what we got going on over here. The only real one correlating was AAPL so far, but we only got triple digits, so nothing substantial, nothing to keep your eye out here in the options market with that trade.
All right, guys, we're in on the IPO right now, 35.56. We went the beak there on the price spike up into 35.88, but here it comes into 35 again. And now we saw the buyer there at 35. We all saw, and then there was plenty of shares that exchange hands at that level. So I'm putting in a dip trade at 05s. Let's see if we get the fill. Into 6s we go, so it's not quite dipping down into my level. Let's see. And anything below 35, guys, I'm basing my dip trade here on that 35 buyer. Let's see if they step in or whether even I get filled. Quite frankly, I'm not getting filled at the moment, so it dipped into 6s. Not quite there. 10s now showing up. Let's see if we can kind of dip down, pick up that order, and then maybe the 35 buyer can help backstop us. 35.08 showing up again. Not quite dipping down into my level. There it is. We got filled. Huge buyer at 35 again, guys. We're unable to. Okay, well, let's see. Let's see if we lose it. We lose it. Let's give them. Just want to try. Right back up. Let's go ahead and wait up here for a possible profit taker.
Oh, there you go. Nice pop right there, Sharif.
Yeah, but not quite there yet, Joey. And any big sell order can really hurt us here. So we've got 35.05. We got the fill showing 33s now, 21s now on the bid, 33 on the ask. Looking for continuation up into the 40s. We're going to wet the beak there. Then we're going to really try to hold for a 36 pop and go. Let's see, 45s, 50 now. There it is. There's a nice fill. So now we have 05s. Good. Let's see. Can we get above 36? We're showing 70s now. We're still below prior bar high. Let me give you the technicals. Bro, this is killing me over here. These charts are killing me, man. 35.88. Prior bar high, 35.88. Let's see. We're going to wait now. 36. Let's go 36 and a third. For a move, 35.98, Joey, 35.98. Let's see, can we clear 36? We can't. That's prior bar high. There's a monster seller here at 98s. Joseph Options. Is it going to help? Is it going to reject? We're going to wet the beak here. Let's move that up. Let's move that next one up. All right, good. So let's see, we can get maybe closer to 37. I know I'm like lofty in my expectations, but I want to clear that 36 seller. Let's see, man. Come on. 36. We know that there's a seller at 88s. We couldn't shake prior bar high. Let me double check that. I think I'm wrong. It did price spike up through prior bar high. 88s on the 1235 candle. 96s on the current candle. Down into 40s we go. We can't take out 36, Joseph Options. But that 35 buyer is still there. Down into 25 we go. What's up?
Look what happened to me. You see?
What, sorry, brother. I'm just trying to keep my. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's something going on with our platform today, and it's really aggravating me.
It's so frustrating. All right, I got to look at something else here. We're going to pull up another chart, guys. I was just reading through some of this stuff. Let's get this out of here. A nice indecision print. Yeah. Well, it's garbage, and it's got to get out of here. So.
Get it, Joey.
Yeah. I mean, let's find something else here, guys. We're going to head over to the Qs. I like what we got going on above the volume weighted average price. And if you go back to the daily and correlate it with what we got going from an intraday standpoint, then maybe there's going to be a good opportunity, a nice little short opportunity. So I'm waiting for these things to come back into play. All right, a nice little move there, guys. But we got something special for you. Adara
Especial
has an interview for you guys coming up right now.
Very excited to welcome in a company that you guys have definitely heard of or seen this stock trading in the last few days. It's a medical technology company, NV Medical. Thank you so much to Doran Besser, the MD, CEO of NV Medical, of course, trading here as FEED. So, I mean, obviously the stock and company have totally been on watch lately. Can you please tell us about your company's core product, the NV navigation platform?
Sure, thank you very much. So NV Medical has developed a 25-decade intra-body navigation platform that helps clinicians place feeding tubes safely at the bedside. So instead of placing blindly feeding tubes and confirming later on the next ray, NView has a GPS-like system which can navigate the feeding tube during placement. So the intention is to reduce risk, save lives, and at the end of the day also improve patient safety.
That's a really, really great cause, of course. And with that in mind, can you please tell us about the growth opportunities specifically for your navigation platform and what problems this product addresses within the healthcare industry in terms of like feeding tubes?
So across the United States, there are over 4,500 acute care hospitals. And in each of these hospitals, feeding tubes are placed on a daily basis. And everyone can receive a feeding tube. elderly patients, adults, young children, and also neonates. And the issue is that the feeding tube in about 3 to 5% of all cases can land in the lungs or not be positioned correctly within the stomach or small intestine. And what NVIDIA is doing, it solves this universal clinical problem while helping hospitals reduce complications, delays in providing nutrition to the patient, and the workload of dietitians and nurses. And this combination creates a very large and recurring growth opportunity.
So with that in mind here, because you mentioned hospitals, I understand that the NVIEW platform has been integrated with the hospital system in Virginia. What did you learn from this integration, and what were the results?
So what we've learned from that is within the Virginia system of 5 hospitals, that once the NVIEW system is integrated into the daily workflow, adoption grows quickly. So clinicians basically rely less on X-ray confirmation. They have an improved confidence, and that the system becomes part of the standard of care within the hospitals. And that's exactly the pattern which we intend to replicate nationally.
Thank you so much for going over that. Now I want to talk about kind of the moment we've all been waiting for here. Your stock has been rallying over the last few days, and the catalyst for this was you guys announcing your strategic partnership with UDeliver yesterday. So obviously a lot of traders have seen this headline, but can you give us more details and explain what this actually means for your company going forward?
Sure. So one of our concepts is also to reach also to home care, and the UDeliver distribution or partnership agreement accelerates our commercial reach because they bring logistics, they've got deep relationship with home care specialists, with dietitians, which allow us also to scale faster without this heavy infrastructure. And basically the market reacted because this is real execution catalysts.
Thank you, so much for kind of getting into that, because I know we've heard so much about this catalyst, but it's always nice to kind of understand more what it means for the company. And with that in mind, do you have any other growth catalysts on the horizon for NVIEW Medical right now that you want to tell us about or tease out?
Sure. So for the near-term growth, we're speaking about expanding our commercial footprint throughout the United States. In other words, new hospital installations, expanding the usage of our existing sites, and therefore the recurring disposable revenue. And longer term, NVIEW is a navigation platform. So we do expect also to expand future applications into pediatrics, and into neonates, and most probably also into other areas.
And with your stock, and last but not least here, with your stock having definitely reached so many people's eyes within the last couple of days, is there anything that you want our audience or just traders in general to understand about your company before we let you go?
So at the core, what NVIEW does is that we are modernizing a risky bedside procedure for over 13 million feeding tubes, which are inserted every year in the States. And one of the major issues is that safety, workflow, and economics, when those three things align, then adoption will follow, and therefore value will then be created.
Thank you so much for going over all of that with us. Again, this is the CEO of NVIEW Medical, which you guys certainly know as FEED or FEED. That is Doran Besser, MD. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Chris.
Great information and great interview there. And, it's fantastic when we were trading a name, and then we get the CEO of that company on the show, man, because we were all over Feed earlier.
Yeah, you've been trading Feed the past couple of days.
Couple of days, Joey. All right. I was into the IPO at 35, as you recall. We wet the beak there through 36. I'm back in at 21s at 36.21 because there's a buyer at 36. Let's see if he is as staunchy as the buyer at 35. I'm not giving it much room. If it loses 36, I'm out. Back into 36, 36.01, 36.03. Can we get that bounce, or are we going to lose the level? There's a buyer here. Again, a hidden buyer at 36. There's nothing posted on the gateway. We literally have 3 lots there. That's really nothing. And there it goes. So we will give back a little bit there, though, on what's this one called? YSS. We're still positive on it, though, actually quite positive on it. So pumped about that, but you know, I had to give it a shot because it was continuing to move up. And yeah, that's the situation there. Joey, what do you got?
All right, good stuff, guys. Global X, brought to you by Global X. Here it is, savvy Canadian traders. Oh, Beta Pro. Oh, okay, we're on the wrong one there. We'll fire that back up. I don't know why I can't see it here. Oh, okay, yeah, by Predator. Sorry, yeah. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus before investing at betapro.ca, everyone. All right, this is the time. This is the time where we're going to get involved here on silver. I think the momentum is going to start to slowly pick up. I missed my opportunity here at 104.50s, but now we're looking for the break of 104. We're going to start really small, so hopefully we're fortunate enough to get involved. To get this to go our way. The market is starting to head back towards the downside. One thing that I wanted to point out here, someone said, hey, Joe, there's a massive seller at 103. Keep an eye out on that. Don't go long. I'm like, okay, perfect. That's all I really need to hear because that's going to add me a little bit more conviction, and we're going to correlate that with the options chain, and we have a supply zone around 15,500 contracts with 29,300 contracts traded at that specific level, okay? So we got a lot going on right there. Is this going to work? We don't know. Only time will tell. But I'm going to correlate the 105. Where was our high of the day here on SLV? Or sorry, our previous pivot high, 105.10. All right? So I got two things working in my favor. I have the options chain telling me that there's a supply. It may not be absorbed. We have an inverted hammer candle, and we're slightly above the volume-weighted average price starting to form indecision prints, okay? So that's exactly what I want. Did I get the best price that I wanted? Absolutely not. But there goes silver. This is exactly what I'm talking about. 50 cents just like that. Get it, as Joey. Quick as you would like, man. I mean, just correlating the two, this is what I'm talking about here at SLV, a nice little move. Full disclosure, I'm still slightly red on the day, but that's small potatoes. We're going to recover that here momentarily, especially if we get this continued breakdown in SLV, guys. So there it is, a nice little move. I wanted 104.50s. We would be dollar ITM roughly at the low, but that's not the situation, nor the case that we're currently sitting in. All right? So, hey, let's just keep going with the flow and see if we can get this continued breakdown.
All right, I'm in battle here, BATL. We're in at 46, wet the beak there through 50. Got 50s on the dot. Looking for continuation into the high of the day. 59 is the high of the day. If it stops out below, below prior bar low, that's 34. Showing me 41s on the bid, 47 on the ask. So it's a bit of a spread on battle, even though it's done 10 million shares and is about a $5 name. It's a good-looking chart pattern, quite frankly, but all the rave right now should be on this one. Cat X blowing through 5 like it doesn't even matter. I mean, I thought I had a good trade on here with that 380 up into 440. It kept going and then some. And I kept telling myself, oh, Sharif, it's going to reject off 5. You don't want to get in here. It's too close to 5. Dumbass. All right, into 518 it goes, 519. Here it comes again, up over 100% now. Great strength today on CATX. Into the 5 1/4, almost there, 522, 525. There it is. I mean, CATX is breaking out. Now, do we dip into 5? And if we do we hold at 5? Prior bar low, I got to give you that information. 452, so substantially south. And then current bar low is 489. You could give it to 489, but we've seen this before. Topping tilt candle ends up going red. How does it go red? Well, it loses current bar low. So be on the lookout for that as well. But right now, it is dancing in the mid-teens. Not so bad over here on CATX. Looking for a possible 5 dip trade. By the way, that 10 EMA is at 4 1/3. So we are getting quite extended away from that 10 EMA with the high 525 and then the 10 EMA showing 539, I should say, not 5 1/3. 439, excuse me, not 539, 439. All right, so that's what I'm keeping my eye on now. We'll start the new segment in about 5 minutes, but I feel like I've been talking a lot today, Joe. So I'm going to send it to you because I'm getting a gnarly headache.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's ramble on a little bit here. A missed opportunity on the Nasdaq. We'll kick ourselves a little bit on this one, but there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, a nice little short here on the key from 5 all the way down to 623. just above the volume weighted average. Now, this is going to be a key for us right here. I believe that we can hold this trade that we're sitting in right now on silver. If we get the VWAP breakdown, it's like, where's that next stage and where's that next level we need to break into? Oh, we're back over here again. All right, so I mean, if we do that 102, first things first, right? Let's take a couple steps back. We're going to look at the volume, break and hold of VWAP. Once we get that breach, then we're going to look for that 102 break, right? Because why? We have a nice resistance zone. It can act as potential support. Next zone, we had a support level that can act once again as support. But if we continuously break through these steps, and we're fortunate enough to do so, then I think we can run into that $100 mark. That's going to bring us right into this little supply zone right now. You're starting to see a pretty hefty pullback on this. It's such a tough thing to short, which gets frustrating, considering I wish I was involved in the TQs, but that it is what it is. So YSS up to 36.32. Our boy Capote is definitely long from 34.50, so congratulations on that one. Hopefully you're still holding that one. I mean, that's a couple grand for you right there. $2 ITM, that's a nice payday. We'll take that one all day, every day. Now, as for some of the other bigger names, let's roll through our watch list and see what we got going on once again. I just want to sit in this trade. Where's my out? My out on SLV is going to be 105, so we'll give it $1. Okay, it's a little wide because our implied volatility is definitely increased. What's SMR been up to here, guys? Nice. See, same print here. We're going to correlate that with the NASDAQ and multiple other names. Apple starting to come back in, bouncing off the volume weighted average price. Then we have Microsoft as well, too. Just couldn't find any form of a rebound just yet and starting to form that turtle shell type price action. If this continuously holds to the downside, then 421 might be a potential target. And there we go once again, heading right back in towards the into VWAP on SLV. I'm going to keep you guys updated on that one. Just scrolling through the list, Broadcom, what have you been up to? A nice rebound, but waterfall right out of the gate and the opening auctions. Sure enough, you get that rebound, but fail to establish a new high and forming a lower high right there. Oracle. Congratulations on this one, Adara, as Oracle continues to absolute, what is it, hemorrhage we're going to call this one? It's like, it's just, yeah, you can't stop this one. You hit the artery off of this 346 zone. You're down more than 52%. This thing has been getting absolutely destroyed. It's not looking good for Oracle and company right now. Now, on to the next one, IBM earnings report. We're going to be going over this momentarily, a massive gap up. Well, guess what? We're going to start giving that a little bit. We're going to start giving a little bit of that back out of this consolidation, but right back into supply. Continuously moving here, guys. AMAT with applied materials still holding up relatively well. This thing has been on an absolute monster run as of late, guys. I mean, you have 102 days, 148 days right there. You catch 117%. No one's going to be complaining about that. TXN hasn't been holding up. Going oppo the overall market here today, Sharif, 216.59 to 222.04. I can continuously ramble on here about how garbage, or that's not very nice of me, is it? But it's the reality of how Bitcoin has been acting. You have now been moving to the downside. You broke the trend. You got a little bit of a rebound, but $47. I think we're going to see some more downside here in Bitcoin. Like, listen, it's been an absolute disaster. I don't feel bad for Saylor or anything along those lines because myself, I lost substantial amounts of money on this and unrealized gains as well, too. So, boo-hoo, cry me a river, as Justin Timberlake would like to say. But, yeah. Key support levels, I think we break 84 and head into the mid-70s. And if we really start to capitulate and break down and the momentum picks up, we can head into the 60s and who knows, 50K. Because I'll tell you one thing right now, Wall Street ain't paying 120K for Bitcoin. They're going to want to try to get that as cheap as possible. So a phase going on right now in Bitcoin. Asking me, Joe, hey, what do I think about BM&R? What do I think about MSTR? No, I don't like them right now. And I'm just being honest with you. Do you truly like this? Like, ask yourself. You have a high of around $4,900, right? Like, you almost get that 5K mark. It was a nice run. I get it. Everything building on the blockchain, stablecoins, and everything. Well, congratulations. We're now down 42% and heading right back into zones of June of 2025. So the middle of last year, roughly there. So Ethereum and the crypto space, I'm absolutely not in love with right now.
I respect that, Joey. All right, 2006 Jeep Limited. Thank you very much for $2 super chat. Shout out to my man selling one half of my Google buy 198 to buy Microsoft at 421. I'm assuming those are options. Are those options? Sell half of my Goog buy at 198 and then to buy Microsoft at 420. Is that options? Or what?
Sounds like it. Well, I mean, you can't sell half. I don't. Well, I mean, if you have 4 contracts, you can sell 2 of them and then buy 2 of them back. But I don't really know what the...
Let's look at some technicals. Let's see what soft one is doing. Obviously, I'm not really an options guy. That's Joey Opsh. But let's look at the technicals and see what kind of price action you've got there. So, what's buy 198? Microsoft? What are we talking about here? What does that mean, Joey? Buy 198
on Google? I don't know.
Oh, that's Google. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. Google.
That's like at like a couple hundred. Or is it at, what is it at? Google.
333. I'm not sure.
GOOG.
Oh, that's the same thing, brother.
Is it at the same price?
Yeah,
I don't know.
like
I don't know what.
They're both.
Maybe they mean 298.
Maybe. Well, I don't think we've been at 298 for a minute, man.
Yeah. So I don't know what.
Just that. I don't even know your name. 2006 Jeep Limited. You don't have to super chat again, but oh, here it is, 298 right there. That was back in mid-December. That's a fantastic entry, and it's a prior area of resistance. So that is the entry. Good on you. That's a great look. I mean, I think we probably see 350 soon on Google, sooner rather than later. So that's a hell of an entry right there. Now, if you're talking about 421 on Softy,
this is what he said, Sharif. Joel.
Go ahead.
He said he sold half of my Google shares. I bought at 198. Okay, so and then he bought Microsoft at 321.
Got it.
He's getting it.
Microsoft at 321.
Yeah.
I mean,
E21, like he's playing. What is that? Battleships. 21.
I'm not really sure what this means, but I'm not a big fan of Microsoft's price action at all. There's the mother of all double tops. You have a neckline break right there at around 500 to 490, and then it's a stair step lower low and lower high. It's bleeding its own blood. It's lost some very, very important technical levels at 440 and 450. Take a look at this area top over here, which should have acted as support for the price action from around this level. It's not. So this one does look like we may see 400. I'm not in love with Microsoft at the moment, but that doesn't mean it's not a good buy at some point. We're also markedly below the 200 on whatever you're looking, the 200 SMA, EMA, you're below all of them. Moreover, you just got the death cross yesterday between the 50 EMA and the 200 EMA on Softy. And just within 2 days on Microsoft, we're down about, almost 13% within 2 days. So I'd like for this one to settle down, start showing me some higher highs and higher lows before I get involved in Microsoft at all. I still like the company, obviously, but yeah, not at these levels. I just got stopped at a battle, by the way, guys. All right, which is fine. That way I can kind of focus on the news segment. And then Sadiq, 199 Super Chat. Thank you very much, Sadiq. How come NVIDIA doesn't make red graphics cards? I don't know what red graphics cards are, brother. I haven't the slightest clue. You're going to have to explain that to me. But I don't know how to answer that. Do you know what red graphics cards are?
You're asking the wrong.
I mean, Obi may know, but I don't know. Sadiq, explain to me what you're talking about there, brother, because I have no idea what red graphics cards are. I know some of the models and, the different types of graphics cards. I've never personally heard of red graphics cards. Adair.
Keep an eye here in GDRX. It is rocketing higher here. Endpoint reporting that the White House is punting the launch of Trump RX, which would be the administration's hub for the direct-to-consumer websites run by large drug makers. So once again here, GDRX on watch with a Trump RX headline. If I get more details, I'll let you know, but this thing is pushing higher for sure. Again, unclear any details. I'm looking for details, but just regardless, I do want to mention it because the story is pushing higher. Also, NVIDIA and Mercedes-Benz reportedly advancing plans for robotaxis. So lots of headlines here today. Back to you.
All right, thank you for that. Yeah. All right, let's start the new segment over here. Oh, we got another super. All right, let's check it out. Golf franchise. Thank you very much, brother, for the $5 super chat. Up 10% on DVYE, up 14% on ICOP. Shout out to you, my man. Let's just look at those charts in case people are interested to know what you're trading there and what you're up on. Let's see DVYE. iShares Emerging Markets. I've been hearing more about this. I think there's another one called EMM. The emerging markets have been booming lately, especially if you're looking at the tariff trend from lows. We're up about 47, 48% on that. Good look. This is DVYE, iShares Emerging Markets ETF, trades on the ARCA. And then he's up on ICOP. Copper and metals, love this. I'm looking at copper. What was that one, Brendo? COPX that we were looking at this morning? COPX, yeah. So copper, from the tariff tantrum low, you're up over 200% on this thing. So copper has been an absolute rocket ship, but this one looks like it has copper and metals. COPX was the one I was talking about. This one's the Globex Copper X miner. Shout out to Globex, obviously, a client of ours. And since the tariff tantrum to the highs today, you're 230% on copper. So, I mean, you can't really go wrong with these metals. Now, I was actually watching a really interesting video by CNBC. It was one of the reporters went to the Corning facility, and she was basically looking at the next sort of wave of fiber optic design. So Corning, I mean, I didn't know this. They're all sorts of entrenched in fiber optics. And if you look back at their chart during the dot-com bubble, well, we're not even close to recovering from there. So they've been doing this for a while. Let me just show you what I'm talking about, and then I'll get to my point. GLW, the ticker, if you can go to the screen, please. Here we go. Let's go to the weekly. Actually, we might need to flip to the monthly for this because it's been a minute.
I don't know if it's a different company, Sharif. But
no, it's not a different company.
No, what I was about to say is that Bell Canada works a lot with Corning as well.
Well, I bet. Bell Canada is only fiber optics, whereas opposed to Rogers, which has copper wires. Exactly.
Well, I mean, Bell still has copper too.
They do?
Yeah.
I thought it was
a lot of the. Well, they're trying to put in the majority of things copper, but a lot of the copper is the old infrastructure, right? That you still need and repair, right?
Yeah,
so if it's really damaged, you can't always replace all of it with fiber, so you still have to use like.
Very interesting, bro. Look at this, Joey. This is GLW's chart, and this is 1999. This is 2000. We got to $340, but we've seen this before. Cisco, Nortel, this was really a bubble and an aggressive retracement. We're not even close to some of those levels, man. Not even close. But Corning's been really breaking out lately, not because they're Apple's supplier for glass, even though that is a good cash flow part of their business, but it really is the fiber optics. And what they're saying is, you know, I know they have the latest tie-up with Meta, and they have about 8 million miles of fiber optics in that Hyperon facility that Meta's building, I think in Louisiana. But what I was really interested in is they're kind of taking like the cables that would be about this thick and not really malleable, and they're making them down into this. So number one, it's really interesting, it's really important for these data centers to kind of be able to utilize space in the best way, and these cables are bendable as well, whereas there was an issue with that before. So a lot of R&D happening there, and it's really data center focused. So GLW could be an interesting sort of trade adjacent to the data centers, adjacent to AI, much like we've been talking about with Caterpillar, et cetera. Not names you typically associate with AI and with hyper or with semiconductors and microchips, but GLW, an interesting one. And I would suggest everybody, if you're interested in that whole topic, to watch that video. It's quite lengthy. It's about like 25 minutes long, so a good watch nonetheless. BATL is bleeding its own blood down into 5. I perceive a support level between 5 and 490. Volume weighted average price at 490, and then the breakout level, the flat top break, was around 5. So not a bad look there for anybody who's interested. Dogo, Joe, Sharif, look at Meta, break above 735 going right. Look at Meta. CADX is about to take out $6, by the way, 592 high. This is a great hold today on Meta, especially in the face of a lot of weakness. This thing's up still 10%, and you know, not really that far away from the morning high as well as yesterday's high, 740. You're talking about 735, possibly. There was certainly a seller here at 735. You saw that earlier, especially vis-a-vis the topping tail candles, and you're getting topping tail candles again in and around 735. So you've got the higher lows, you've got the flat top. You're just going to need the buyers to step in now. But yeah, hard for me to know whether it's going to break through 435 or not. But a good hold for Meta, and there was certainly buying at around 730. Because you can see bottoming tail candles at 730 in the way that you're seeing bottoming tail candles in the opposite position at 735. So Meta may be a multi-day hold. I don't know what your time frame is Dogo, but shout out to you.
Can I short this YSS thing? Or do I have to order that?
You have to order. It's almost certainly you're going to need locates on that. Because IPO, bro. On the Rail TV, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. I have been swing trading BBAI for the past 6 months, buying at the mid-5s and selling in the low 6s. Back at that level now. My man, absolutely great. I mean, I don't know. The Katina man's invested in this name. So let's take a quick look at what Big Bear. Well, Big Bear is down today, much like the overall market, 7%. Take a look at the technicals on the daily. I don't like this because we seem to have these unbroken lower highs. Same except obviously for these outsized days that reverted back pretty quickly. Let me just extend this trend line because I think this trend line is actually quite accurate here. Geez Louise, it might be really, look at this, Joey. Touch. This thing would be, you know, so be on the registry there.
Yeah, no. Let's get out of this. Let's get out of this SLV stuff.
I perceive possibly a flat bottom break here on BBAI forming with maybe 5.5 to. Well, let's look at it a bit more because you're getting a compression pattern as well. Like you are getting these higher lows, but simultaneously getting lower highs. This is a tough one to read here, man. A tough one to read. These higher lows are all finding support at that trend line and or the 200 moving average, but you're still putting in lower highs. Like, I mean, all the area highs are lower than their predecessors. That's not a glowing endorsement for me. I'd like a decided break above that and a hold. But hey, your strategy is working. Your strategy is working. But Big Bear compressing your very, very obvious compression pattern. But the lower highs to me are a little bit more important. All right, let's start the news. Think we're good for super chats? No, nobody else? All right, good. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Yeah, just give me a sec. Ruchi Shah, thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Ruchi. Hey, Sharif, I believe GLW was split back in 2001. Let me have a look. My chart should reflect that. If it doesn't, I can definitely check. GLW, let's take a quick look. Go back to the monthly over here. It should tell me if it was split. We're going to have to wait. Sorry, guys. So let's just give this an opportunity to load. Here we go. I don't see a split on there, brother. I'm pretty sure this didn't split. But, you know, let me double check. You said 2001, right? Let me see. Yeah, 2001. Let me just find out. Take over, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this is why we got out of SLV. Just not shortable right now, and there's a lot of volume coming in. Like we can head over to our scan and see what we got going. Wouldn't be surprised if it's near the top end of things. Another super chat there. All right, very much appreciated. Where is my mouse gone now? Let's pull this up here, guys. SLV, yeah, 185 million shares, 185 million. Yeah, so it's too crowded. I'm going to avoid silver unless it's to the top side because it looks like it wants to steady grind a little bit more. So NASDAQ starting to recover as well, too, guys. So the market, a big-time recovery here today.
Yeah, you're right. So it didn't split in 2001, October 4th, 2000. Thank you very much. Accurate. 3-for-1 split, October 4th, 2000. They also did a 2-for-1 February 11th, 92, and then another 2-for-1 February 15th, 89. Thank you for that. That's actually quite important. I don't know if this chart is split adjusted. Typically, my charts do show split adjusted price action, so it'll reflect that. I'm not sure if this one did it because it's kind of like 26 years ago now. So I really can't answer that, but I'm pretty sure that they haven't recovered from the market cap high of the great financial crisis, and that's actually mentioned in the video as well. That the one that I was remembering, I was mentioning. Did you cover that last one?
No, I did not.
Two thumbs up.
Chat
GPT, $5 super chat. Guess who's got 2 thumbs has been swinging 3,500 shares of CATX. Now I just need DVLT to wake up. Hope you boys are having a good day. You must be having a fantastic day because this thing is up 116%, breached through 616 high, coming down now into 5.5, $5. I would be looking at 5 just because the 10 EMA and the whole dollar level are hanging out at that price. So CATX could be a very interesting dip trade at around 5. Slow motion, bro, put the ticker name and time frame in the back of your charts, big dog. Big dog. I would love to, but I've got to do it this way because my platform doesn't allow me. But you can kind of see the tickers right there, I think, right? And the time frame will always be 5 minutes unless I say otherwise, especially on the black charts. On my trading screen here, the bottom will be the 5 and the top will be the 1. So I just hope that's clear for everybody else. But Bovin saying ORBS is moving up. I keep saying we're going to start the news, but people keep putting questions.
You've got a lot going on
super
there,
chats,
man.
my boy. Keeping an eye here, just waiting for ORBS to load up on the platform. It is not immediately apparent. Yeah, not bad. Not a great looker, Bovin. 10.4 million shares traded at around 115 on a $1.61 name. It's not bad. ORBS, the ticker Bovin's talking about. Okay, I promise this time we're starting the news.
Someone sent another super chat there.
No. Nice try. What a jerk. All right, Assassino, you ready to go, baby? All right, let's talk about Meta. Meta up 10%, and for whoever was asking, 735 break, you got it. It's at 736.5. Go Meta, go, baby. Reported strong Q4 earnings, EPS $8.88, beating the $8.23, driven really by resilient ad demand as well as operating leverage. Revenue just a tad shy of $60 billion on the quarter, 59.89, topping the estimates of 58.59 by over $1 billion. And that also represents a very healthy 24% year-over-year growth on that top line number. They did guide Q1 revenue to be about $53.5 to $56.5 billion. If you're wondering why, well, why is Q1 lower than Q4? I'm guessing probably increased ad revenue for the Christmas season. That's just my guess. You guys can do your own research on that, though. That is it is low, even the guide, even though it is below Q4, well above the street estimate. So that tells you the street was wise to the fact that Q1 typically weaker than Q4. They were only expecting $51.41 billion. That is way above the estimates there, and I'm assuming why we're moving in this way. CFO Susan Lee highlighted continued strength exiting Q4 and early into Q1, reinforcing confidence in that ad spend durability, baby. Ad spend makes up 97% of Meta's revenue, all digital ad sales. Advertising generated $58.1 billion. Out of that, 58.59. So 97%. I was telling Brendo this morning, I'm like, I get, they've got like, a ton of daily active users, but if anything happens to their digital ad game, it's disrupted in any way, maybe remember like what Apple did to them by not allowing them to track users and they had to use AI to be more specific with their ad placement, that number it's just gonna drop, right? So that does concern me. Full disclosure, I'm invested in Meta. Daily active people, that's the first time I've ever heard to it as daily active people.
Well, I mean, a user isn't the best terminology, is it?
I was okay with it. DAUs?
Yeah.
3.58 billion. That's a healthy percentage of the world's population. That's in line with estimates, confirming no user growth deterioration despite, some regulatory headwinds, which we'll get to maybe at a later date. Advertising demand remains strong across all their platforms, which supports that premium multiple. This is where it gets really interesting. So we kind of talked to you about 2024 CapEx. I think it was 37 billion, 30-something billion. And then we had 2025, which is going to land at around, I believe, 72-ish billion. And now they're guiding 2026 CapEx to be between 115 to 135 billion dollars in 1 year for capital expenditures. That's well ahead of the estimates by the street. 110.7 billion. Usually, you get that would be a little bit risky, but Meta up over 10% today tells you kind of how the street. The spending is driven by their investments, obviously, in Meta Super Intelligence Labs. We've been talking a lot about that and all the umpteen amount of acquisitions that they made to that end. As well as their next-gen AI infrastructure. I talked about the Hyperon facility in Louisiana. They've got another one with Blue Owl Capital that they only own 20% of. They lease the rest so that they could, get creative with the balance sheet and the accounting. But the point is, they're spending up the yin-yang. And they better have something to show for it. And Zuckerberg confirmed that they are on track to have something to show for it because they're going to have new AI model releases over the coming months. Meta flag, though, this has all been kind of good news. They did flag, though, EU and U.S. regulatory risk. We know that they are now facing a trial, not criminal trial, civil litigation, I believe, in multiple jurisdictions, not just the United States, for making their fee too addictive and hurting younger people. Now, I can tell you, we've seen the European Union kind of look at making social media illegal for those under 16. I think Australia already pulled the trigger. And there are rumors, although nothing confirmed whatsoever, that Canada may be looking at limiting social media for teens or younger teens as well. So I don't think that that would be healthy for their daily active users, and probably will be reflected in the stock price at some point if that was to manifest, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I mean, I'm long some gold here, probably going to get stopped out momentarily as it's not working for us whatsoever. As for Meta, CapEx heavy, obviously a massive increase year over year. You want to see somewhat of an ROI here, but at the end of the day, when you have so many daily active people or daily active users, whatever you like to call it, 3-point-something billion, it's insane. You're going to blow all of that out of the window as it's continuing to grow. Revenue obviously continuing to grow as well too. So we like what Meta's got going on, a massive gap up from the daily perspective, and who knows, it's holding up relatively well compared to some of the other names. I'll pull it up here momentarily and take a look at some of the technicals, see if we can get a little bit of a move higher in GLD. That would be fantastic. But first things first, and that is going to be Meta. Sharif and I are both involved in this. METU, I don't know why that's up there, but FBL, METU are potential leverage plays. Now META from a daily. Big time recovery all the way up to 735. So it's holding some of these earning report highs. And then sure enough, let's head over to the daily, a big time gap up there. Indecision print though, just be cautious of what we got going on over here. You might get somewhat of a gap fill because that is a scary print, if you ask me, at the highs.
Scary, spooky.
Like today's.
I see him. Shout out to the long man. I think I just got to maximize your name there. The long man, 125, big ones in the chat. Appreciate you there. My guys, y'all kicking ass today. Feed and CADX have been simply lovely. I love to hear it, man. Absolutely pleased for you, small cap gapper trader. Shout out to the long man 001. Kill it, my man. Kill it. We're gonna hit this for you.
Hit that him.
By the power of Grayskull.
Boom. There it is. Like.
Bro,
you see the live action movie?
He-Man?
Yeah, it's coming out in like 26 or 27.
Hold on, there's a He-Man movie coming out?
Yeah, live action.
I'm gonna have to go to the
It doesn't look that good, to be honest.
That's blasphemous. You said that.
I'm just saying.
Rusty Dutch, he's dropping $20 in the chat. Oh my good. It's good to have Joe back. Hey, there you go, Joe.
Yeah, it is. Good. Thanks very much, my boy Rusty from across the pond. Come on, Gold Man. What are you doing? When I get involved, yeah, you want to think.
All right, let's go to the next story, Joey. We're going to talk about Softy, Microsoft. Tough day for the soft one today. Where are they at, Joe? Let's go. They're down 12%. Eek. All right, they beat 414 EPS, beating the 397 on revenue of 81.27 billion. That beats the consensus estimate by over $1 billion. But despite the beat, the stock sold off sharply as investors focused on, number one, slowing cloud growth. We'll get to that one in a second. And then margin pressure. Azure, let's talk about that cloud growth. Grew very healthy, man. 39% year over year. But the problem is they grew at 40% last year over year. And that 1 percentage point, well, I guess that and the margins is worth 12% on the day. That's slightly below, to be fair, some buy-side expectations. And they're guiding for Azure growth. They're guiding 37 to 38% in constant currency. That's roughly in line with consensus, but signals that continued deceleration, right? You were 40 last year. You printed 39 now. Now you're guiding for the next quarter 37 to 38. These are very healthy numbers, but the market's always forward-looking, right? So we'll have to see about that now. The other issue here were margins. Microsoft guided fiscal Q3 revenue to come in about 80.65 to 81.75, with the midpoint kind of flat versus consensus, but it's the implied operating and the gross margins, implied operating margins and gross margins, which are below expectations. Implied operating margin came in at 45.1. The street was looking for 45.5. Gross margins also slipped to just 68%. the narrowest level they've been in 3 years, kind of which reinforces that near-term profitability concerns. Let's talk about their CapEx because it's healthy as well. CapEx and financing leases surged to $37.5 billion. That's not full year, guys. That's on the quarter. That's up 66% and well above expectations. Management did emphasize, though, that they're going to continue to invest in AI data centers, the custom chips, and third-party capacity. We talked about Maya, or whatever they're calling it, yesterday ahead of their earnings. That is their custom ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits. These are chips that are used in data centers, and they kind of circumvent the need for NVIDIA's GPUs, right? They're very specific and tailored to the program that they're operating on. A lot cheaper, and some of them are a lot more energy efficient. That's why we've been making the case lately that maybe not right now, but there's a longer-term headwind possibly for NVIDIA and their margins. Whether or not they're able to kind of weasel into the ASICs game, story. Let's talk about their OpenAI exposure as well. They say that their commercial and remaining performance obligations, their RPOs, made famous by Oracle, jumped to $625 billion. That's up about 110%. But when you look and you dive deeper into that $625 billion, $250 billion of that 65 is by one company only, Open freaking AI. That creates concentration risk. And they represent, by the way, OpenAI, that is, 45% of Microsoft's commercial backlog. Well, Microsoft responded back, they pushed back against that concentration. They're like, look, Microsoft's role as OpenAI's provider of scale and confidence in backlog quality. So they're trying to say, hey, look, this is part and parcel of the deal that we have with them, and we think that they're good for their money. So they're pushing back against concentration risk by analysts. Thoughts?
I'm busy. I'm in something right now.
Adira, what are your thoughts on Microsoft?
One thing I really want to say here, beyond the OpenAI stuff that I think was really interesting, was Microsoft's Azure growth slowing down. And I mentioned this in the recap. I was like, oh, the growth slowing down. It's like the same quarter over quarter. Then because I am me, and apparently I felt I had nothing better to do, I spent time last night at home outside of work looking into this, and I made this visual. So here's the thing. Azure cloud growth has been dropping. This is the entire history. I literally went back to the reports, and I went, like, what's the first time that I see a reference here to Azure GAAP revenue growth year over year? And that's Q4 2016. So we're going back 10 years here. This is 10 years almost worth of data. And what you can see here that I think is pretty clear is the growth is not just slowing now. It is actually kind of stabilizing right now. It's been slowing for 10 years, which makes sense because usually, like, when you start to report a metric, you're obviously, this thing's just started, they're going to be reporting more growth, then it kind of slows a bit. But anyways, I just wanted to put this into context because that was one of the biggest things I was seeing was, oh, there's a lot of, slowing here of revenue growth. And clearly this was bugging me enough that it festered that I did this at home while watching Law & Order last night. So I do have to shout out MSFT. I do think that, like, if you look at the last 3 quarters here, I'll see if I can zoom in on my own little visual so you guys can see. But they're actually, like, we've kind of, if anything, steadied the revenue growth. This is all around like 38, 39, 40% growth over the last 3 quarters. So maybe we get kind of what we've seen with NVIDIA's revenue growth, where you get that nice, pop, kind of bottom out, and then we push higher. Maybe that's what happens with Azure growth. But either way, because that's something I was seeing, and it's something that, was festering, I wanted to actually visualize it for you all. I will drop this infographic link in the chat if you want to look at it close up. So it's kind of hard to read with this Microsoft yellow, but I digress. I think overall, MSFT probably going to rebound, but I don't think it will be doing this today. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about little Tesla earnings. Where are they at? They're down 2.25 still in the day. Well, they delivered a top and bottom line beat with EPS, adjusted that is, coming in at 50 pennies, beat on expectations, despite the fact that EPS declined 17% year over year. Kind of gives you the idea that analysts were already wise to the drop in profitability. Revenue coming in at $24.9 billion. That's slightly above consensus, but it also represents an 11% year over year decline on that top line number. What I wouldn't like to see as much is more of a drop on EPS, because that means you're not able to shore up costs and or you're doing too much cost cutting for your products. I'd rather the top line number be down more year over year than that profitability, because you should be wise to the fact that you're not going to sell as many cars and then take actions to make sure you're protecting your profitability. They didn't do that. and probably because they're spending on CapEx. But let's go on to the next one. Margins under pressure. This is kind of what we're talking about here. Automotive gross margins fell 170 basis points quarter over quarter. That's sequential, down to 16.7%, continuing, that longer-term margin compression trend, with adjusted EBITDA dropping 175 basis points now, down to 5.7%. But operating income also declined another 11%, which is offset a little bit by that 39% jump in operating expenses. Let's talk about their energy and storage revenue. We talked to you guys about this yesterday as part of maybe a dark horse for Tesla, and having sort of a balancing effect with automotive revenue coming down, but energy and storage will be coming up and balancing somewhat. That's exactly what happened. It surged 25% year over year, and it was really driven by the Megapack deployment that Tesla said they're deploying on scale now. And the strength partially, as I mentioned, offsets the weakness in automotive sales and helped limit overall that revenue decline, despite the fact that it was down 11% year over year. Tesla did highlight that it's their highest quarterly energy storage deployment ever, reinforcing the segment's continued growth and the fastest growing segment, mind you, for Tesla. But automotive is kind of where it's the fan. Sales declined sequentially, pressured by many different things. Elon Musk's involvement in politics, reduced incentives from the government, that $7,500 EV tax credit, kiboshed in September, and that's obviously had pressure on gross margins, which did show some improvement, which suggesting, at least to the market, that pricing pressure may be stabilizing somewhat. We'll have to wait and see. Tesla continues, though, their progress on Optimus with plans to unveil Gen 3 in Q1 of this year. Now, if you ever watch, the All-In podcast, you'll know that Jason Calacanis apparently got like a sneak peek at Gen 3 Optimus with Elon at the Gigafactory, and he was raving about it. Whether or not you think he is obviously biased, being a friend of Elon's or whatever, he says it's really good, and some analysts are leaking information saying that it's quite good as well. Now, for whatever reason, not included in the summary in this article is the big headline to me was the cancellation of the Model S and the cancellation of the Model X, the two most expensive Tesla models, of course. And they're going to retrofit those gigafactories to produce Optimus. Now, I think that that's a great move for Tesla, because it was going to take forever to build, your new gigafactories to be able to produce this Optimus, and there was no room at any of the other gigafactories, because they're already trying to scale up these cars, let alone the Cybercab, which is probably going to be its own thing. So I do really like that, but there's a silver lining. Well, not silver lining. The other side of the equation here is it leaves Tesla without that premium high margin product. They made more money per car on the Model S and the Model X, especially the Plaid versions, than they would ever make on the Model Y or Model 3, despite the fact that they weren't even close in numbers. But it's a trade-off, I guess, right? So no premium product other than maybe the Cybertruck and maybe the what's it called? They're calling it the Performance Model Y now. Still not as premium, I would say, though, as some of the Model S and Model X, which were bigger in size, by the way. Let's talk a little bit about Apple. Earnings tonight after the bell. I think it comes out at 4:30, a little bit later, and here's what analysts are expecting. We're expecting EPS to come in at $2.66. That would be up from last year on the quarter this time of the year, where it was $2.40, and revenue expected to be $118.07 billion. That's only a little bit above the $117.15 billion we got last year. I was expecting a bigger top line, given that iPhone sales have picked up. But this article, kind of posits that analysts expect iPhone revenue to be roughly flat or slightly down year over year. I'm assuming because they're Q4, maybe they're not realizing the whole sort of stronger iPhone upgrade cycle in that quarter. Maybe it's going to get reflected in Q1. I'm not really sure why analysts feel that way, but by all accounts, we're hearing iPhone sales are markedly higher for the 17 than the 16. And that's the key swing factor here, how well they do on iPhone sales. And China, specifically with iPhone sales, will be under scrutiny. We've been getting more reports that iPhone sales are picking up in China. We need to see that reflected in the data. Let's go on to services for Apple, their highest margin segment. 80 some odd % gross margins, and now accounting for about a quarter of their revenue. Services revenue expected to grow in the high single digits. A miss there in like mid-single digits, for example, could send the stock down. Again, their highest margin product. Gross margins are projected to remain near highs, so that's going to be another thing. So even if that top line number for services is higher, people are going to be looking at the specific gross margin percentage as a possible reason to remain bullish. And let's cut the crap, man. Their AI strategy, super important. It's been kiboshed, it's been fumbled, it's been not done well. And they have been notably restrained lately on their AI messaging. We did know that that they're tying an agreement with Gemini to be kind of the new Siri, but that's only one release. We're supposed to get possibly 2 releases of this AI Siri this year. The second, that's not Gemini related, I don't know, is that going to be an in-house model? Or are they going to go with the ChatGPT, which they're already using? No idea. So I'm going to be looking for more on that on the call. And any clarity on AI timelines and monetization would be super important as well. And Apple continues to generate massive free cash flow, which definitely supports that aggressive buyback, which puts money, of course, back in shareholders' hands. Joey, Apple.
All right, Apple, I mean, we got wicked out, bottom wicked here on GLD, so we're done here for the day, guys. Yeah, that's it. That's going to be it for me as for trading, and yeah, that's it. So let's head over to Apple and see what we got going on. Someone was asking me about some options contracts. Greetings from California, Joe. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Greetings, Tom, California. Greetings, Tom, California, Joe. I would like to have your opinion on some Apple 285 call expiration date May. There are $71 contract. Thank you. Just be cautious, right? Because you have the earnings report after the bell, and you're going to be paying an increase in premium. You don't know which way. Don't feel FOMO if it does decide to rip. Just wait for IV to cool down and then get involved in it if you do want to leverage your system and buy those options contracts. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think now is the right time. Okay. I could be wrong, but I mean, if you get that pop, you get out. Obviously, you have the risk. $7,100, slightly expensive as well, too. $7,000. Now, as from a daily perspective, guys, we're down approximately 11%, 10% off of that previous pivot high. This earning report is going to tell us a lot. Okay, we want to see obviously how the growth and how 17 sales are kind of continuously growing. Did you get that super cycle? Is it going to be double-digit growth in that specific segment? How are the services performing? So a lot going on and a lot to look forward here on today's Apple report.
All right. By the way, thank you there, Majid, for reminding me about this, because Apple did have another headline today, other than, of course, their earnings. They purchased an Israeli startup called Q.AI. Apparently, this company is focused on artificial intelligence for sound processing, according to a report by the Financial Times. Here's what we need to know. I guess the company is a veteran at 3D sensing. QAI's technology is designed to make devices better at understanding very quiet speech and at cleaning up audio in noisy conditions. Their leadership team, including CEO Avid, will join Apple. Reuters reported. They previously sold 3D sensing to PrimeSense to Apple in 2013, a transition that helped underpin the shift from fingerprint sensors to Face ID on iPhone. Okay, and their co-founders are also set to move to Apple as part of the acquisition. Why the deal matters? Apple has already begun adding on-device AI features to AirPods. More on that in a second, including real-time translation. Integrating QAI's expertise could accelerate more advanced functions, such as the ultra-reliable voice controls in crowded spaces, clearer calls, and more responsive Siri interactions. Now, yeah, we can go on with this, but I just want to mention one thing, that, again, a rumor from online sources. The AirPods Pro that may be released this year are rumored to have cameras on the side of them, probably a fisheye camera so it can get a wide scope. If that's the case, then we could see wearable AI for Apple, likely with processing on the iPhone. So the AirPods would just likely be the cameras. I don't think there's going to be on AirPod processing, but that would kind of open up that new wave of AI, visual AI for Apple. You know, what it does from a privacy sense, I think reasonable people can disagree on this, but I think it would probably be a good product in terms of making money. That's just my opinion there. And again, completely unconfirmed. These are just rumors. Let's go on to the next story. NVIDIA, China update, and OpenAI investment. Let's talk about this. So NVIDIA has not yet received any H200 AI chip orders from Chinese customers as Beijing apparently continues to review import approvals. We'll have more on this story, but we got to go to the big desk with breaking news.
SATS, this is EchoStar Corporation. They're moving lower here in a report that, or kind of moving around here to report that Elon Musk's SpaceX is in merger talks with XAI ahead of its planned IPO. This is going to be impacting SATS because it's in that satellite space. Reuters reporting here that Elon Musk's SpaceX is talking about merging with Elon Musk's XAI ahead of that SpaceX IPO. SATS is getting some movement on this, guys. It's moved like $5. Back to you.
Thank you for that. So Jensen, I saw the interview this morning. He's in, I think, Taipei, and he said the approvals, even though we reported to you the Chinese regulator given the nod for the H200 to come in, at least, you know, on a semi-limited basis, he's still saying no. The approval is still pending. Now, he's quite optimistic that it's going to go through based upon his discussions with the regulators, but fact of the matter is, it's still pending. Chinese authorities, according to the report, have asked major firms and others orders signaling, you know, those may be nearing, the approvals may be nearing. Just to give you some information on the H200, it was introduced back in 2023 and then basically sold in 24. It's part of NVIDIA's Hopper generation, which, you know, the second 2 generations behind, I want to say, the upcoming Rubin platform. So we're in Blackwell right now. We're going to get Rubin probably later this year. So Hopper would be 2 generations behind the most advanced NVIDIA chip. So for those people in the government, you know, that were making the case, let's not give China any of our advanced chips. The counter argument to that is, well, this chip is 2 generations behind. I think reasonable people can disagree on this as well. Let's talk about the Chinese context and why this is still an important story. It's the regulatory uncertainty, which keeps reinforcing that China's upside is optional, while the downside risk is largely priced in, right? Because we heard Jensen say this with his own words. His China revenue is at 0. So it can only get better from here. You have to assume the market's already priced in at $190.39 a share that their China revenue is 0. So I think if he does get, you know, a concrete yes, here's how many H200s can come into the country, we're going to see that reflected in the price of the upside. That's just my bias. And then one last part of the story here is that they're throwing more money into OpenAI, but they're not doing it alone this time. Softy's apparently going to take a stake that could be about $10 billion. Amazon says it's going to be $10 to $20 billion into OpenAI, but what's it called? NVIDIA is going to throw another 60 at them, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Altman's got his hands. I mean, he's in bed with a lot of people at this point, just doing continuously rounds of investment. I don't know what he's going to do here. I mean, I don't know what else he's got going on aside from ChatGPT. It sucks, in my opinion, at this point. It's not the best out of the LLMs. You better start monetizing, getting some ads in there. But when are you going to start seeing a return on investment? It's going to have to come out of a computer screen and be more than an LLM. As for H200s, I feel like we're playing ping pong at this point. Until the headline comes up saying, hey, Alibaba and some of these larger companies in the corporations are going to receive them. Exactly what I'm getting at. Until then, I think it's just going to be back and forth. It's approved one day, the next day it's not. They're putting their orders up, the next it's not approved just yet, but more regulatory issues. But yeah, until they actually have them physically. Ask for the chart within this consolidation, and we have been consolidating from July. Maybe in February, when NVDA does report, you get a break of this zone.
All right, let's go on to Alphabet. Waymo faces a new federal probe. What happened? So the U.S. auto safety regulator, known as the opened a preliminary investigation after Waymo's autonomous vehicle near off hours, and it did multiple roadway stop SUV. That's what happened. We're saying that's what Waymo said. Waymo stated that the AV filed immediately, braked hard, and the speed from 17 miles an hour to under 6 miles an hour before impact. Now, according to Waymo's own internal modeling, not the NHTSA, Waymo's own internal modeling, it suggests that a human driver may have hit the child at around 14 miles an hour because they would have reacted slower. Whether you believe it or not, that's what's being said, and it implies that the AV, the autonomous vehicle, has a better mitigation system than human. All right. After contact, the vehicle stopped, pulled over, and called 911, remaining on scene until cleared by police. Now, what's not immediately apparent is whether the vehicle automatically detected that it hit somebody, pulled over on its own, and then called 911 on its own, or whether an operator maybe got a message that an incident happened and then did it. You have to look into that. The article didn't specify. Let's talk about the NHTSA and what they're going to view. They're going to basically review whether Waymo exercised one appropriate caution in the school zone, especially peak hours. They're also going to examine the intended behavior of the AV, the compliance of the AV to the same, be a different regulatory body, a separate probe after one of its robotaxis illegally passed a school, or a school bus, I should say, a stop school bus in Austin, Texas. That's a big no-no. You got a flag for that here. And, back in December, Joey, Waymo recalled about 3,000 vehicles to do some software updates.
Yeah, that's. I think they're under more scrutiny just due to how new the technology is. How actually having the vehicle not in unless our along the way, no pun intended. Happen fast. If it reacted in a better manner than what a human could do, I don't know. You'd have to replay the scenario. Obviously, they're going to try to save their own on that front. Absolutely. But again, new technology. A lot of these things are going to happen. It's not going to be 100% perfect. And if people think that's going to be the case, yeah, exactly. So you got a long road to hoe, as they like to say, because it's never perfect. You're going to have those accidents. You're going to have people being injured in them. But if you can substantially reduce human error, then that's what I think essentially we're trying to aim for. As for Google, we talked about it in the likes of Microsoft, continuous uptrend. This, right? It's something you want to keep an eye out for. If it does crack, you might see about a 10-15% pullback here in Marcos.
TCGL halted again to the upside. It is up 216% on the day. It is now a $2.33 billion market cap. Okay, it has a low of $8.90. It's halted at 5 pennies below $115. Shout out to KC526. I know where you're holding this from. That's an insane trade. This is an insane move. It's halted to no end, and the buyers keep buying. This is insane. I think this is one of the best ones of the year so far, but it's almost done no volume. For 47, it's done 3.57 million shares. This is next level stuff. But here, TCGL, don't get FOMO. It's got to be a technically based trade. But shout out to Casey because I know she's in this. Let's talk about IBM, Assassino. IBM, where is it at? Find out. Up 4.15% of the day. A clean beat for their Q4 earnings. EPS coming at 452, beating the 432 on revenue of 19.69 billion. That topped the estimates of 19.23. So a clean beat on the top and bottom line. That revenue number, top line number, man, grew at 12% year over year. Solid acceleration from last year, kind of reinforcing that whole execution across both software and infrastructure. We'll get to that in a second. This is what really caught my attention, though. Net income, that profitability, that take-home money nearly doubled. They took home about $2.92 billion in profit this year on the quarter. Last year on the quarter, I should say. This time, $5.6 billion in profitability. Fantastic increase there. Their guidance as well. Guiding about 5% full-year revenue growth, moderating, though, a little bit from the but still ahead of the 4.6 expected by the street. So another beat there. Free cash flow projected to increase by $1 billion after hitting already $14.7 billion back in 2024. Their balance by you got to certainly support stock buyback. Again, Krishna. Will be driver. Your whole, there's so in the right one rate with the IPO making up a large sales 7 March 10th.
Performance. Percent. Support 17. Going that zone sentiment is here comes one as an investor.
We've seen ma'am. All right. Blocky.
He brought us the young
Invited to the wedding. Sadly, fighter weapon system, sadly, uses them. In ability, they do. The A2P as 20 the and Defense reduction 1,000 segment down G first time on the move up this business compare that that they make revenue up 18 to last year and I say deliver need or to make kind of win you know Pentagon's
and there. Program on free cash. Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good here and continuing to climb. So whoever had LMT on one of their picks has been an absolute monster because it's climbing.
short still restricted, not just Microsoft on the day. Service now down 11.5%. Here's why. They delivered a Q4 beat, adjusted EPS 92 pennies, beating 88 pennies expected by analysts on revenue of 3.57, beating the 3.53. So beat on the top and bottom line. And that revenue number, that wasn't small. It grew at 20.5% year over year on the quarter. However, the shares fell, suggesting the expectations, for the revenue were much elevated, were already elevated, I should say, and investors focused more on the forward growth and the spending intensity. We'll talk about that. So here's what they guided Q1 subscription revenue to be between 3.65 to 3.66. That's largely in line with full year 2026 subscription revenue guiding 15.53 to 15.57. The board also approved an additional $5 billion in share buyback, but the acquisition of MoveWorks is expected to add about 100 basis points to the subscription revenue growth for both Q1 and the full year, and management emphasized their acquisitions are an acceleration of organic growth, not a pivot away from it. And that's what we see with maturing companies. You know, they acquire companies in order to kind of remain increasing that top line number. I don't think that that's bad, right? And it certainly helps inject money where money is needed with these smaller companies because the bigger companies have it, right? Recent deals include that $7.75 billion acquisition of Armis, which is a cybersecurity company, and they completed that $3 billion Movework acquisition. The spending spree, though, has raised investor concerns around discipline, but management, for their part, they argue the return on investment here is capability driven. Last but not least, subscription revenue, Joey, rose 21% year over year up to $3.47 billion. That beats the expectations of 3.42, and their full year 2025 subscription revenue reached 12.88, also up 21% year over year. The market not rewarding them.
No, not rewarding them whatsoever, but it hasn't been rewarded for quite some time either, though, Sharif. The last time our previous pivot high was in January of 2025, almost a year ago today. So you got a couple of years here now at this point where it just hasn't been good whatsoever. You're down 51%. You've lost the majority of its value, $239.24, now down to $815. Service now not looking too bright right now, is it? But all right, guys,
Let's just wait for Katina to come in. Ready to settle down.
South Jersey Jacket's good. Thank you. I had ACL surgery about a year and a half ago, and it's a slow process, broski. Yes, it is. It's my second time around, second spin on the old ACL, so we're familiar with the process, and we're willing to endure. Obviously, if we wouldn't have done it, we would have just kept rocking and rolling how we were, but that's not the case. So.
Yeah.
Thank you, by the way, South Jersey.
For sure. All right, guys. Shout out to Benton. He's saying DKNG. See that late goal there, Benton, yesterday they put it on us? I didn't want that 3-2. The penalty I can let go. All right, it's a penalty. It's not a big deal. But it's not bad that they had Mascara and what's his name, Hincapie in the back. And I don't mind seeing those two play together because, quite frankly, you know, Saliba and Gabriel may not always be available as we saw earlier this year. So shout out to my man Benton C. The Katia man, he's locked. He's loaded, and Neil's short intel. Oh, boy. All right, guys. I'll see everybody shortly at the big desk.
I'm sure Netflix, but it's not showing up. We'll get that in a couple seconds.
Yeah.
You're sure? What did Sharif say? Intel, didn't he?
Intel.
Intel. Huh?
It's the Intel.
Oh, you'd rather him say it faster.
Well, isn't that how you say it? I don't know, man. It doesn't. Anyways,
each their own.
Yeah, to each their own. I'm still actually curious as to why when you guys were talking about space, Joe's like thinking about Ad Astra and Brad Pitt. I can think of off the top of my head, there's like 50 space movies, probably more like 10 that are better than Ad Astra. Ad Astra was incredibly disappointing.
Ouch.
I'm one of the biggest science fiction fans you will ever see, and that is in the last 15 years, it's one of the worst. Anyways,
for me, the best space movie ever is Space Jam. You know.
I thought you were going to say Spaceballs, at least. Spaceballs is where it's at.
Yeah.
You go ludicrous speed.
I don't know. Okay. You're the science fiction.
Well, speaking of ludicrous speed, how about Meta?
Trust your opinion on that one.
How about Meta? Also, we got a headline here: DraftKings
Meta back to highs again.
CFTC to withdraw 2024 proposal on political and sports contracts.
To withdraw 2024 proposal, or are they allowed to? I don't know. First of all, contracts it's missing an A, but I don't really know.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. Let me turn to DraftKings here for a second. We'll have to find out. Derek, can you find out what that 2024? Oh, there it is. It's to craft new rules for prediction markets. Okay, that's probably good for DraftKings. I think the big problem with DraftKings has been Kalshi and the fact that they can do these sports contracts, and it's a little bit, it's like classified different than gambling, you know. So maybe something there. We'll find out a lot more about that. But I'm sure Netflix now.
It is moving.
Yeah, I have it up. It's swiped down there on volume. So I think until we figure out, I mean, I'll just trust. Yeah. No, Darius, take your time, please. By all stretches, I'm not going to be rushing into, trade this right now. But looking like, anyways, if this is a negative story, watch out here for 29.75. right there. And I think the big problem with DraftKings has been the fact that they can't get the regulation. Like DraftKings is not even available in Florida, in Texas, and in California. Those are like 3 of the biggest markets for sports in the United States, right? Obviously outside of the East Coast as well. So yeah, Florida, Texas, and California, I believe, is what DraftKings is waiting for. So anyways, all right, decent story, down 1% right now.
But what's crazy is if my chart's right, I think it popped the full dollar first and then came down.
But those are those algos. Like, I have that there too.
Oops, algos. No, but in more important news.
Yeah, it did go up there. eSignal has it up there.
Meta, so I was just reading the next headline there.
Okay.
Meta almost back to the top. Like, as bad as that dump was today for the NASDAQ, getting down 2%, now only down 1.25%. I mean, unbelievable rally back for Meta to almost get back to $740, up 10%. You would think on a day where everything has been risk off and getting smoked, unless you're an airline or a cruise name, we're staring at you. Meta actually holds up incredibly well. They don't care about that greater CapEx spend. Nobody cares. Spend however you want. Throw money anywhere.
Yeah.
Mark Zuckerberg. I wish,
a little bit taller.
You know what? I wish Bill's management had the view of spending on wide receivers that Mark Zuckerberg has on spending on CapEx. Because he'd just go out and he's going to spend whatever it takes to get the job done. And sometimes that could be refreshing.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg, not worried too much about what people think about
they got so much
the spending. I mean, they lost billions, like I don't know how many billions they lost. It was $6 billion, I think, on the metaverse again this last quarter. But as they start to wind that down, there's
Reality Labs.
Reality Labs, that's what it's called. Yeah.
Same thing. Metaverse. What's the difference?
No, I think it's called Reality Labs.
I know, but it's still
Yeah. The metaverse is not
interchangeable. There is no metaverse.
Did you get that story, Adara, or what do you think? Oh, you're over there. Oh my God. Okay, yeah. Don't worry about it. Oh. Sometimes I hear in my ear, like, go to Adara, and then I have no idea even where I am.
Even though I can see that she's not there.
I hear over there. Yes, thank you, Fabian. Must be that special tea that you gave me. Fabian said I'm hallucinating.
Oh, by the way, Eddie, thank you for that donut.
Oh, by the way, yeah, I lost a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money. What's a lot of money? Yeah. Right there. So YSS. We were sort of thinking that first of all, we had a little bit of a problem with our order types. I should have got it all out there, didn't, and it's for some reason the order hung, and I had to punch out even lower there, which, I mean, if it would have, anyways, needless to say. Opens up at 38. Its birthday was its best day, and it didn't even get to this 38.40. I don't know what that was. I think that was just a spread opening up, and someone got filled up there. But
it was there briefly.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think if you somehow reacted to that, but I wasn't taking 40 cents anyways. We just got NVIDIA short. But that's going to, I'm short Netflix and NVIDIA. But that was right there, the bid, and whatever. We don't talk about share size, but it was enough to be a problem. There's 50 cents out for half. Half of it was out for 50 cents. But I tried to get out of it all. There just not enough liquidity. And then by the time my order canceled and yada, we wound up getting out at 36.50, the next bid. So out 50 cents for half, and then $1.50, unfortunately, for the next half. Was a little bit less than half there, but actually still, like, considering, still pretty good out there as we start to float around there on YSS. And maybe we'll talk about it as the day goes on. We got a
super chat, and we'll talk about that as the day, because I was going to say something about when these weird things with orders and something you should do, even if it doesn't always work out your way. Because it didn't work out for me when my order hung, but I was smart in not throwing another order out, which probably would have saved me, but I waited to confirm whether I was going to get the fill or not. On the rail, thoughts on BBAI at this level? Okay, so I have a funny feeling or a suspicion that there might be a lot of questions about dip buying today. Do you like this stock at this level? Are you picking up anything at these levels? The thing with BBAI, at least the way I see it, there's not many stocks of its size and ilk that have respected the 200 period simple moving average the way it has. It hasn't been underneath it on a closing basis since April of last year. It spent about a week and change underneath the 200 period moving average. It's breaking it today. So for me, when I see that, it's been respecting it. It's downward. It's now downward sloping going into it. It's still an upsloping 200-period moving average, which is good. But if it's going to do something like this, then I'll let it make a base shallow underneath, come back up, and reclaim. That's the way I always look at this. If the 200 period is going to be good, let it do this. There's usually an opportunity to get back in if it's going to be good. No need to go panicking.
We are,
but I think it's just different. Like Microsoft's a different story. Like stocks like Microsoft, I'll DCA into like a good company. Like Meta, when it was going down, I'm like, I'll just buy some here because I don't know where else to buy it. I wouldn't ever feel that way about a stock like BBAI. So I'd want it to actually hold out that 200 period again, which it's not today. I'd rather be patient and wait a week or two until it can do this kind of a setup.
These are stocks that have high beta correlations to negative tailwinds, or headwinds, I guess, in this situation. Like BBAI is going to get hit. A lot of these stocks that rally up on sort of flat to good days. When there's a bad day, what winds up happening is there's a lot of traders that have money into BBAI. They sell those garbage ones to look at, potentially other names just on days when the market goes like this. So down 8% is sort of what it is there. Okay, we got a good trade on right now, though. This was a great one. We got filled there on NVIDIA. Why did we take it? One may say. And it was just, and we have Sharif. Maybe NVIDIA is going to be on. It's just this hot right into there, 191. If it breaks 191, we can get out. But that's what I was trying to risk a little bit here. So it's 25 cents worth of risk. We're now in the money, 25 cents. So that's a good trade. Into the 21 period, I am bidding right here 46s. Hopefully we can get that now officially 1-to-1. And I told myself when things go 1-to-1, I want to be out of roughly half of the trade, right? Just to make that work. And then if you do get a downside play, then obviously the trade just becomes, so much better. So here we go, man. We are now into a big winner. Not a big winner, but a decent one here. Yeah, it's 35 cents in the money and trying to get lower. So good trade there for NVDA. We will cover some at the 21 period and look to get a little bit lower on this game. And I got to get out a little bit more. So I'm out of half and then we'll regroup. So yeah, so far so good here. There's 42s. Let's go back over. Here we go. This is the rundown. So it's going to be every stock you guys want us to cover. Not all of them, but the top 5. We'll look at those. We'll talk about some trade ideas, how it's looked so far, and potentially what we think about moving forward. It's Sharif. You might have just seen him on the midday. Now he's at the big desk.
Back.
This man, multiple talents, here with Sharif. So Sharif.
At least 2 or 3.
Back to you.
Welcome, guys, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they are locked and they are loaded and ready to look at the tickers as assigned to you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to join us in the chat and then vote for your favorite ticker every day. But before you vote, you got to throw in that $sign, then followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's start off the Afternoon Rundown by looking at the 4 major averages, and they are all decidedly negative over here, with the NQ leading the way down. The triple Q is here down 1.07%. The SPY faring a bit better, down 0.5%. The Dow basically flat. Down 0.14, and then the IWM, the Russell 2000 ETF continues to sell off, but faring better than the other 2 major averages, down 0.29 currently. Let's start off with the first name as decided by you guys. I have no idea where they went. Anyway, it is Feed, F-E-E-D. Fantastic look today. We had the CEO on with Adara earlier. Great information there. It didn't have a headline today, but it had one yesterday. NView Medical is the name of Feed, and the shares are trading higher after the company announced it signed a distribution agreement with UDeliver to distribute its ENFit syringes nationwide through a non-acute care channels. Breakout yesterday, continuation today, boys, up 81 3/4.
NView Medical.
Yeah, what's wild is it's going to post back-to-back $100 million share days in a row. In the second day is actually more impressive than the first. Like, if you looked at it yesterday at the open, it was like a dip and a rip, and then a stair step up, and then spent most of the afternoon just sort of falling off on low volume. Today, it was just an absolute rocket ship. Even the pullback couldn't get anywhere near the prior high. It spent most of this time holding above 4. It's a little choppy in here off the $4 level. So for the afternoon, it probably needs to at least start breaking back out. It's in threat of losing $4. And I wouldn't even care much about VWAP here. It's just every time it loses 4, there's at least some heavy action underneath. But for now, still looking good. It's a full-on squeeze if this thing gets over $5. Just looking at the daily here. If it does get and close above $5, you're talking a pure squeeze play at that point. But for now, looking at that forward, maybe key off that if you're small cap trading. Volume wasn't good in the afternoon either yesterday, but it still managed to bounce from its like $2 support to get almost to 260. So it might not be done, but you want to see it start to pick up off this 4 level. Hasn't done it yet.
All right, I was just going to say we got a, oops, what am I even doing there? I just canceled all my bids and offers. Okay. Shift R. What? Okay, I have to get back over this. I just canceled all of my orders for some reason. I don't even know what keystroke that possibly was there. Cancel all. Okay. Anyways, Rich Tech Robotics gets an order there today, or gets a story there from Microsoft and saying that, you know, there was no agreement or some sort of proposed deal between Microsoft and Rich Tech Robotics. It goes all the way here on that move up to $556, and now falling back. Yeah, I think this might be worth some sort of a bid down here in and around $4 to see if we hold this area that was holding pre-Microsoft deals. So just another runner there, Rich Tech. Let's go find out what the next story is, and I got to figure out these orders that just all canceled.
And XAI reportedly to merge.
What? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you like the IPO better or worse there?
Which IPO? Oh, SpaceX? On XAI? No, that's fine. They're the same company. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not.
But I like the separation thing. I like that you eventually will get to own the different companies independently. There's something to that. Like I liked it when GE broke up, and then I got to decide which ones I liked. Like, because I liked aerospace and I liked GE Renova. I didn't want GE Healthcare, so I dumped one and kept the other two. Like there's something.
Did you do that with Tesla? You did that with someone with XAI and Tesla. I mean, there was some sort of a change there or something. Or I'm not. For me, whatever. Both is baby. Yeah,
whatever.
I'm pretty fine either way there.
First world problem.
First world.
Hey, maybe number 2 is going to be Tesla after that headline.
Oh, maybe.
Silver, you're close, Neil. It's on there. It's on there. I promise. Silver pulling back after hitting another all-time high yesterday at $120 an ounce. It's down 3% today, but when you look, wider time frame, those higher lows still there. Also, gold dropping as well, but silver down 3%, boys.
So my whole thing of the last 3 sessions, effectively making one trade in silver off a mean revert. The first one on the 15-minute. So to say things were in a downtrend this morning is a bit of an understatement. So it was pretty heavy to the downside. There's the curl. There's the break. It's kind of a wide band, man. Like the first candle confirming the trend break on silver was like $1.40, and then it opens up like instantaneously holding the second one. So it's like, okay, well, just immediately long when it does that. And at that point, like you're giving it a relatively tight stop under the 99. I kind of played it by ear to the first place it resisted, which is the 102.5. I did like that level, only because I'm pretty sure I think I had 102.5 written down on the note this morning, to be honest with you. Well, I know it was yesterday I had the 102.5. So got to that pivot spot, it was just one mean reversion trade. And I feel like when it goes down, that's what I'm hunting for in silver. It's whatever the deep dive is, either in the morning, usually in the morning, and just make the reversion on the 15-minute, just be one and done with this stock. Because while it's in this upward trend, it's not always the nicest vehicle. Like it's very whippy. It loves to shake you out. It's absurdly parabolic at this point. Like those that are buying and holding and getting some of the overnight moves, fantastic. But for the day trade, I just feel like let it do these crazy moves to the downside and just try to wait for it to show signs of a turn, which it's been doing at some point in every single day. But today it'll end up, barring something crazy, we're going to be down 3% today on easily the most volatile day, mostly market related as well. It's not, silver wasn't alone here. It was the entire market getting smacked.
Yeah, I know he's got some super chats. We will discuss those when we're done. I think we can just look at the super chats. So just give us a couple minutes and we'll run through these and then we'll go. So for me, we're trading this live today. We saw silver at 105. We tried it there on the closing prices area anyways. Actually, we could have even gone long like at 106. We didn't. We waited for that 105. That came in. It lost. We got a little bit out for a win and then it just fell through. Then we tried again on this 21 period break. We tried again there. And then we got it again there. And And this was good, man, all the way back up. Then we had a nice short there, and then eventually we went short again against that same 105 area, and then it broke higher. And then, of course, now, obviously, it's down another $2 from where we got stopped out. So, yeah, silver, just a fun one to trade again today, down to 2.7%. Gold also to the downside. Look, I mean, it's been going like this for a minute, you know, and yesterday we saw it act pretty good off of Fed, you know, right here at 2 p.m. yesterday. So this is kind of the move in silver all the way up. We did fade out in the after hours, and then today with Bitcoin losing the bid and gold losing the bid, doesn't really surprise me that silver also lost the bid. And then while this was all happening in the morning time, maybe I can zoom back out a little bit. This is what was going on with the US dollar. So that was moving to the north side, and silver was doing this. So we've already seen that sort of correlation between the dollar and silver. So it doesn't really surprise me because the dollar goes down here. Maybe silver could catch a little bit of a bid, which is happening right here. So, you know, that still does remain okay. I'm going to get another piece out of NVIDIA here because it just went up and down through almost back up to my price again, and in a nice little downside play. So we'll take that 1-to-1 again. We're still waiting on Netflix to get to the downside. But silver, man, it's been real fun for now, but we haven't made any money on it. So we're going to get back to our silver trading very, very soon. Over to Sharif again for stock number 3.
Tesla, guys, down about 2.5%, a little bit less. They reported earnings after the bell yesterday, with earnings coming in at 50 pennies per share. That beat estimates, but it is down year over year. Sequentially, revenue 2.49 billion, missing estimate of 25.14, and declining as well, 3% year over year. We've covered the Tesla earnings separately. We just got this headline that Elon Musk, SpaceX, and XAI are in merger talks ahead of the IPO later this year. This is being reported by Reuters. Under the proposed merger, shares of XAI would be exchanged for shares in SpaceX, according to Reuters, reported on Thursday, which cited a person briefed on the matter in 2 recent company filings viewed by Reuters themselves. 2 entities have been set up in Nevada to facilitate the transaction. A merger would combine, the Rocket, Starlink satellite, social media platform, and Grok AI chatbot under one roof. Some XAI executives could be given the option to receive cash instead as part of the deal. According to Reuters, a final agreement hasn't been signed, and the timing and the structure of the transaction remains fluid. Neither party, Musk, SpaceX, or XAI, declined to comment to Reuters' report. And then we also reported this to you as well. Financial Times reported earlier in the week that SpaceX is looking at a mid-June IPO, aiming to raise as much as $50 billion at a $1.5 trillion valuation. Separately, this was earlier as well. EchoStar shares dropped nearly 10% after the report on the possible SpaceX AI merger. Guys, Tesla down 2.5%.
I promise you, the SpaceX IPO will be better than YSS in terms of volume, in terms of.
I think IPO might not be open by now. On that day, how long that's going to take?
I could see that being true. I could actually see, because it'll be the biggest IPO of all time, I could easily see SpaceX opening in the afternoon show, because why not? Why not wait the entirety of the day to trade it for 90 minutes? They've already done bad ones when you're trading it essentially for 2 hours. It's hilarious how that ends up happening still. Look, apparently it does matter that they had declining revenues this time. We're seeing this in the afternoon. It's like, okay, well, if the pivot away from the S, the S and the Model S and the Model X, if you're going to pivot away from that, too optimistic to get production out there, that whole forward view, that's supposed to be good. Why wasn't it breaking away? Like, it was just sort of hugging that 50 period in the afternoon in the aftermarket show. It just couldn't really go anywhere. And then I'm going to show you guys Blue Ocean as well, so you can have a quick look at last night, or we'll give it a few seconds, and eventually it'll show you last night. Like the average day on Blue Ocean, sometimes no movement. Actually, got movement there, but it was pretty bullish, but not too crazy. Only $4 for 1% in the aftermarket. It just didn't want to go crazy. It couldn't break 445, let alone 450. Well, it was sort of telling you that we weren't having that Elon moment, unfortunately. So, barring the 3-day rule changing anything, I think this kind of goes into for me, the semi penalty box. 420 is holding for now. That's a good sign. If it holds into next week, I'll feel much better about this. Otherwise, you got to sit this one out, because I think earlier when we pulled back, I thought we were heading lower, somewhere into this support at 380, at least a test. And now that's the 200 period moving average. So I've all the reason to believe if we can't hang on to this 420 level to end the week, we're probably headed down to at least retest that 380, which perfectly fine. And at the end of the day, 20% pullbacks happen. Probably due for one. A few stocks have already done it. I guess technically it's pretty much there.
I think Tesla's a long-term story, right? I mean, I don't, you know, trading these intraday price movements is great for day traders and great for options trading and everything like that. But I mean, you're at the 420 level, so there's that. But yeah, no, we've held. So 414 to 415, like that to me should hold again. And if it doesn't, then yeah, you're just gonna have to hold your shares. Like you talked about mid-2026. We'll see if that can happen for the Robotaxis, for Optimus, and we already heard that they're shutting down the production of the Model S and Model X to go with Optimus. And we already said that the hard thing about China and these companies is going to be onboarding. But right now, like they're already producing, they already have these plants in the United States. They're able to make cars effectively. I assume that he's going to and efficiently. I assume he's going to do the same thing with these robots. So I don't know what the margins are going to look like on these things, but I think it's just another case where Elon's going to be the first one to sort of make the move here, like mainstream, and it'll probably work out. So no reason to believe these robots won't be a thing and that robotaxis won't be a thing, in my opinion, anyways. We saw that story from Waymo, but Brendan had the story yesterday on our after show that there's been 650,000 miles driven on full self-drive. So there's a lot of data there that they can use to improve. Full self-drive, I think, Sharif, is on its 10th version, probably more than that. And they keep on updating it. It keeps on getting better. They're going with the SaaS model, which I like as well. It makes it more affordable for people to get involved. They could probably offer some discounts and whatnot to get people excited. By the way, send me a discount. But yeah, $4.15 or so. I think that's going to be your sort of zone where you're saying, hey, I'm going to wait $5 more. But you know what? $5 more. You can just buy some now. So I like Tesla down here. I think if tomorrow's a bad day, we get to $4 bills, and then we can deal with it then. So I'm still excited for Tesla. I think it's a buy. And I like the quarter wasn't that bad, man. They have 50 cents versus 45 cents. They're making money in their current business, and I think they're going to make a lot more with their future business. So Tesla for me is what it is. I don't have experience. We don't have any of those cars around here. Toronto just got approved for Waymo, I think, last month or something.
Waymo.
So we'll see when those come through. And to say like one is better than the other, I think they can both work. It's like saying Lyft is better than Uber or something like that. Obviously, the technology should be solid on both of them. And if you prefer one over the other, then that's fine. But I think at the end of the day, it's going to be a story of margins for the companies and then cost for the consumer, right? I mean, if Waymo is 20% more than the Robotaxi service, you'll probably use Robotaxis and vice versa. So until they get that all figured out, I'm pretty happy with it all. And yeah, Tesla sucks to be down 2.5% today. It's not Microsoft, but anyway,
Microsoft,
compare apples to oranges there. Netflix finally starting to move down here. Let's go back to Sharif, and we will get to these super chats. We have one more name, I believe.
Guys, Palantir down 4 2/3. They had an interesting headline today with a company called InnoData, and this InnoData tie-up with Palantir was for Palantir to provide AI data services for rodeo analytics. So InnoData will annotate thousands of hours of rodeo footage to train their AI systems that identify different animals, the riders, and the movements, guys, for automated performance analysis. Rodeos.
I'm not making this up when I say this. I actually have a friend of mine who I played baseball with in my men's league for years. He has like a tech headhunting company. Dude, the guy's an absolute genius. But he literally is developing an app, and it's not even out yet, so I won't say the name of the company. He's developing an app where you send video of it could be your coach sends video of like the kid or the athlete.
Yeah.
And it'll give you like AI analysis of, yeah, so I was testing it. I was like sending in some swings from like Aaron, and it gives pretty good breakdowns. Now it's not the super high level because obviously it's going to be AI.
Yeah.
But that kind of stuff is
you can attach a thing to the bottom of your bat.
Yeah, there's so much you can.
Yeah.
So like I know it sounds like a funny headline, but it's like this is the world that we're living in, where there's so many things that are expensive now, where if you fall somewhere in between, like I don't want to sit there and pay a bunch of money for a ridiculous coach, but I do want to get some actual tips from for my actual, for your swing, or you don't want your kid to have a swing coach or whatever it might be, but you want them to have some kind of an experience to get proper coaching. You don't have that there. It's amazing. As far as Palantir goes, I don't know what good to say about it. The 200 period ended up not mattering, obviously, today. The $150 level is doing yeoman's work of trying to hold on. Like we talked about that support this morning, and it didn't really ever set up a good trade for me. I think when it did the mean reversion here right at 11 o'clock, we were in the IPO mode, so I probably wasn't even paying attention to it at that point. And now you're barcoding and threatening losing the 150 area. I almost feel like this afternoon, it kind of looks like a breakdown short. Like, look at these lower highs. Maybe the next lower high off of VWAP actually looks like a short to me. So I'm going to put that up on a separate level too, because I think temporarily you're bearish. At least we get some numbers. They're going to report on Monday, and then we'll have some numbers to go with it. But this is already in bear territory. For now, the 150 with support looking like it's turning into potential resistance.
We put this trade on with you guys. This trade came in as I was sitting here discussing Rich Tech Robotic or something. Right there, came in at 190.80. We just got to fill at 30s. Pretty good trade there. So we're just going to wait to see how much more we can get on NVIDIA. We are now officially out of half, which is pretty good. Our stop was 25 cents. So we just got that filled down there for 45. So not too bad. Yeah, look, I mean, I think Neil's right when we talk about, what the capabilities of some of these companies are. We don't necessarily have to look, directly at the most recent stories. You just have to know that, their foundry is capable of doing many different analytics, and whether or not it's drones, whether or not it's that war machine, whatever it is, like Palantir has those capabilities. And I feel the same way about Big Bear AI and some of those other names. But yeah, I don't. It has a bad PE, man. I don't even know what the PE is now. Let's have a check, because the last time we looked at it was probably ridiculously high. Palantir is still in the 300s. Let's have a quick little check here. We'll go up into, that's the news source, sorry. This is what we want. There's Palantir here, Palantir. And its PE is, I was saying it was 300. So yeah, it's 365 with its forward PE of 169. So they're going to put up some numbers, that's for sure. But yeah, revenue of just 1.18 billion. It's probably a little too expensive. Its market cap, in the billions as well. I don't even know where I can find it right now, but we're days away from this name becoming we talk about it every day anyways, but it's in 4 days. 5 p.m. conference call. Monday night is we're going to get this, and it's going to be something to watch out for. So I'm excited to trade some Palantir on that day. I'm nervous for it, and I think that if you're in the stock, you're probably nervous as well. So Palantir right now, just let it settle down. Not really worth trading ahead of earnings. Futures getting lower here. Finally, Netflix trying to work out a little bit, trying to bounce rate. My orders all got canceled, so I got to put new ones in. Down into here, Netflix 76. Yeah, okay, perfect. That's where my bid is. So if we can continue to fall down here on NFLX, we're not even in the money, just letting it drop down. I thought we were done with Sharif, but maybe we have one more? Okay, one more, and then we'll go to some super chats.
All right, Microsoft, last on the list here, down 12%. It was a tough day for Microsoft. Short sale restricted. They beat on the top and bottom line, but the street was really focused on two things: a slowing Azure growth, not growing at 40% like it did last year on the quarter. Also, the guide with respect to Azure growth, also lower than the reported quarter. They were worried about CapEx and the compression of margins. Many different analyst rating agencies chime in, taking the opportunity to chime in about Microsoft. JP Morgan analyst Mike Murphy maintained a rating on Microsoft, but he did drop the price target to 550 from 575. The Ives of Wedbush maintained a rating, also lowered the price target to 575 from 625. KeyBank analyst Jackson Ader after maintained rating, also lowered the price target to 600 from 630. Goldman Sachs, Gabriella maintained a buy rating, but did also lower the price target to 600 from 665. Microsoft
Microsoft down 12%. There's been a lot of questions about the buying of stocks, and I think Microsoft is one of the last with the most. The reason I have Amazon up is when Amazon had an I thought the reaction was too ridiculous. I didn't think it made sense to me. It still was worth it. Day one, day two, day three, it came below and held it for a green day. Day 4 at the open, you could have the same price you got at the close on day 3. So if you just waited for it to settle down, it made a functional bottom, and you could have bought it bouncing off of that low on Amazon. That's where my head's at with Microsoft. I think there's a big reaction to all the AI names. That whole 45% of the Azure backlog is OpenAI, and so you've got all of these concerns about the bubble. Can OpenAI fulfill their obligations? Microsoft is definitely entangled in that. But I mean, come on, like it just feels like for a name with a big enough moat that is so successfully made so much money, and this is the only company that has been a top 10, top 5 market cap through like multiple cycles. From the time that I started trading, like over 2 decades ago, this was one of the biggest and most successful companies in the world. And then after the financial crisis, it was still in that elk. And then another more than a decade after that, it's still up there. The number of companies that have been able to do that, it's a one company list. It's only Microsoft. There's none. And that actually tells you, like, look at the 4 horsemen. No one even knows what I'm talking about when I say that, because none of those companies from the .com area are still a big deal. Where like they're still around, like nothing wrong with Cisco, but in Oracle. But at the end of the day, they're not Microsoft. So I do think it's worth a buy. But after the lesson of Amazon, I think you can wait a couple of days here and not just pull the trigger because it's down 12%.
Okay, not much going on there. I mean, yeah, Microsoft is going to be a good trade there. Yeah, the NVIDIA, what's up, Chuck of all trades? Thanks for joining one more time here today. And yeah, the NVIDIA trade is oh my gosh, a nice little one there for NVIDIA, as it's just, oh my God. I mean, here we go, man. Thank you so much, Andre or Fabian. We are now in the money, 50 cents, looking to break through 190. We have another bid down here. We just took a 190.18 fill there. We'll try to get a 190.10 fill, and then we'll go from there. I know the Qs may be rolling over. I do know that right now, but we're already short a whole bunch of stuff here. I mean, we've got Netflix. Well, we've got Netflix and NVIDIA. That's it. But yeah, no, Microsoft, I think it's probably, like I said, I'm pretty connected here with Microsoft already. Like, we've already got this in the portfolio. Obviously not Blue Ocean. Blue Ocean should be a good one here today for all of these names. But, you know, really barcoding. We did get squashed early on this name down into that 420 marker again. So you might confuse the pricing between Tesla and Microsoft today. But yeah, I would think it's a buy. That's all. I mean, Azure misses, and they get 39% growth. They had 40% last quarter, and then guiding between 37 to 39 next quarter. So, you know, I don't think it's, oh my God, this guy is falling on this name. But yeah, down 12%. And it's just kind of where it was. I know it's extended through. Like, I would be surprised if this gets back to 440 tomorrow, something like that, especially if Apple can deliver well and there's better feels for the market. Right now, there's no good feels. Right now, you have NVIDIA down 3%. We saw Palantir down. Well, Meta's obviously upside. Tesla's downside. NASDAQ is down a bit. So yeah, not good feels today for Microsoft. And yeah, it's going to get punished, and that is what's happening. So Microsoft to the downside, no surprise there today. We saw it get hit right away on earnings, and join us tonight. Like, this is what happened immediately on Microsoft yesterday, right? Here's the battle back as we run through all the numbers, and we come in tonight after the call, and it's downside. So, you know, if you're with us last night, you might have been able to catch some of that. And on that note, make sure you don't miss us tonight. And where it's going to be Apple, SanDisk, right? SanDisk, Western Digital. Plus many other names. So yeah, join us tonight, and we shall have some fun. All right, we do have some super chats. Thank you, Sharif. And now we've got a Dara back there.
This is it. Oh, there it is. Oh, thank you.
There you go. Perfect.
Boba plays. Your thoughts on MSTR and Coinbase? Well, I'll get the MSTR one out of the way first, because I think that's way easier for myself. Because I don't necessarily, I'll show an MSTR chart at some point. This is the chart of Bitcoin. Notice something about this? Well, this was a long trend that got broken, and what is happening to that trend line? The long trend from 2023, which I don't know why it extended further, got broken back here in November, and ever since then, it's been resistance. And every time we've popped, we've managed to get back down to 84. So we just did that round trip again. We're making these higher lows into a prior support line that's resistance, and if we lose this support, that trend breaks, one-way ticket to 73. So if I think that could be the case with Bitcoin, and I've remained bearish on it until we either get back above that line or make the test here, then it's impossible to like MSTR. Like I can't. I don't like it in general. I'm a Bitcoin over MicroStrategy person in the first place. So if I think that's happening to Bitcoin, what do we even think about MSTR? Is it breaks the lows? That's hands off 1,000,000% for me. So that's a no-go zone. Coinbase, you could make some arguments for why I would treat Coinbase a little bit differently, but there's nothing about its chart. Here, I'm going to pull up a weekly because I don't think that does it well enough. By the way, shout out to eSignal for these 1 second, 2 second charts. Yeah. Going over trading on whether good, bad, or in between, it's pretty valuable if you're trading in like a few split seconds on an IPO at the open to have an idea what it's doing in the microseconds and how you can execute better. I know that it's helped me tremendously. But when it comes to Coinbase, you put this up on the weekly chart, and much like if I think we're headed lower, much like Bitcoin, there's an obvious area that this can get to that makes more sense. If we're in the downtrend, what about this says we're about to make a bottom? So why not let it get into support? I know 150 bucks is a long way away. I get that. But it's still what I'd be waiting for. And I own some Coinbase. I haven't really considered buying more, but I'd probably buy more Bitcoin before I bought more Coinbase. Right now, I'm not really considering buying either.
I do have a new trade alert right now. It's going to be Marvell. This is one of my plays for the year, and I'm going short right now on Marvell. I mean, breaking, what? Crazy. So this should have triggered here when it broke. I didn't actually realize it broke. So I was sitting there, and I must have got the fill on the way back up, which is still fine. I wanted an $80 break short. So that actually printed right there. So we must have, remember I said all my orders, like something's going on with my platform today, but all my orders canceled. So we didn't get that break there, but that was initially what we wanted at 230. And then now it comes back in there, and we'll take the fill again at 80. All right, so I'm still going to stop out here, basically VWAP breaking of 25. Let's see if the short goes. And we talked about maybe the futures trying to roll over here. So Marvell are always breaking down through that $80 level. It was basically a good hold. And just to let you guys know, this is what we were looking at right here, was this little break. So it does break, and on that same candle goes all the way to the downside. And for some reason, I guess the order was missed, but picks me up back on the way through. So that's still fine, but we would have definitely taken some profit if we had gotten short. So I do have another bid at 85, and then our stop is 25 cents away. So our first target for serious shares would be here. Well, we have some shares at 85, and then we're going to take out a bigger piece at 75, and then hopefully be out of about half. I just heard something in my ear there about DeepSeek and NVIDIA or something. Yeah, so that made me punch out of a little bit there, and we have less than half of this position left as NVIDIA is trying to mature back up there to the upside. So we've got to be careful with some of these positions now because futures are not breaking lower, which is fine. You know, we have lots of time left. It's only 241, but looks like this could. Look, I'm trying to get out at about 190. Yes.
Yeah, this isn't really anything new, though. It's just I was China panel once again saying that they think NVIDIA products are used by DeepSeek. This headline has been really proliferating, so this is absolutely nothing new. And I had to search on X to find it. It hasn't even popped up on my blotter yet.
I mean, DeepSeek last year was like all the rage. Like everyone's like, oh my God, this is going to crush everybody because they're building these LLMs on like such a cheaper platform.
Yeah, that died down real quick.
And they're able, yeah, that got hit real quick to the downside there. But we did have a nice downside play on first. DeepSeek was about a year ago today, I think, when we were not today, but early first quarter last year, and that gave a big scare there that China was yes.
I believe it was actually the Monday, so that would have been the I want to say 25th. The Monday, I believe, or 27th.
Of last year. Yeah, okay, so Dara's got the day, I've got the right week. So I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer. But anyway,
I'm not remembering stuff like that. I'll be the first.
Yeah. Well, so anyways, I knew it was. I thought it was about a year ago. So kind of, I guess, a good guess. But yeah. So NVIDIA and DeepSeek, I guess. Not too much to worry about. So thanks, Dara, for bringing that up. That was already something that was mentioned.
I can tell you exactly where I want to get in and out of stuff, but like the actual date of it. Like what's weird is I can tell you like by the second what happened on the IPO, second by second, in that first, and it only took like I don't know, not maybe a couple of minutes at best. You're talking like 2 to 5 minutes for that IPO, like most of the action, and we'll get to it a little bit.
Oh
later
yeah,
on.
not even.
But I can tell you like from the order flow to like when the order hung and like my reaction to wait to see if you get the fill or not. Okay, why is it not triggering? It didn't trigger, cancel it and put another one. Like it just from second to second, it's wild. That's all happening in a matter of seconds. But for the first time today, a trend break. So on Intel, I've got 5 trades on Intel. Breakout, loss. Trend breakdown worked. Trend breakdown worked. VWAP trade didn't. And then a trend breakdown doesn't work here. So Intel, most of the time, it's been pretty good on trend breaks. Not this time, but I did mention on Palantir that once that 150 was gone, so there's the break of the 150 level away from the volume weighted average price. It's consolidating lower, so shorting the consolidation under VWAP and the 150 on Palantir. I don't know why I get caught saying PLTR all the time. On Palantir, down 5% The other thing I want to be sure, we're just talking about how Bitcoin and MSTR and all that stuff is not looking very good. Well, Bitcoin's starting to bounce. We're at 84.2. Hey, 420. And we're at 84.2. But if this presses into the morning resistance, which is about 47.75 on IBIT, so not too much further, probably just a couple $100 on spot, then I want to look short in and around this level. Not VWAP per se, but this support to resistance here to hopefully resistance one more time. Bitcoin's taking it on the chin, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like BTC, there's the 50 period. It tried to break it. Huge rejection on the 50 period on the daily. And then you lose this little structure, as we like to call it, off 50. And there's just not much, there's really not much in the way of it dropping a little bit further here. Maybe retest this 46, 47, or the November lows, for lack of a better term. Yeah, can't say this looks very good here with Bitcoin. And then when you think about it too, like all the money that's going into the metals right now, there's legitimate piles of money going into gold, silver, copper.
That's what I was saying. I think it's a meme play, and right now people are focused on the bigger plays. Yeah. But this day might ignite.
But if you want to bottom on IBIT, maybe you should be waiting for silver to fall apart and gold.
Right. I think this day might ignite some more traders into IBIT. I mean, you could start seeing Bitcoin starting to go a little bit more. NVIDIA just came in. We took another 25 fill right there, as I'm not sure, just bouncing around. Netflix went down. We got out a little bit for flat there. That's my only fill that was at 79s, and then another 85. And I don't know, like waiting for it to break lower. I didn't take 79 again. Looking for this. Netflix isn't doing too much. We were trying to go short. Well, we are short, just against this level right here. I mean, how good does that look? You know, if I lose on this, I lose on this. And we talk about, you know, putting yourself in the best positions for, you know, the best kind of trades. And for me right here on Netflix, we kind of find this one, we pick it, it's down 2% today. Market kind of doing nothing. If the market falls down, maybe Netflix does as well. We are obviously aware of headline risk with this name, so we do have our stop order in. And never, like my stop order is only 10 cents. I mean, it's roughly, I can tell you exactly. Yeah, exactly, just breaking 83, we're out. So breaking 83 right there, we're out. These tops are actually 82, like 99. Actually, it didn't break 83 yet this afternoon. So if it does, we'll market it out. And, actually, this will be a market order. There's a lot of liquidity. We'll be able to get out for, and then unfortunately, we'll take probably about a 20-cent hit on this. So that's why I'm like, I don't even want to get out here, but it's not dropping. So once we realized that the 20 cents might be hard to get, we started taking out for flat there, and that was about 25%. So right now we have about 60% of this position left, and it's not the greatest, that's for sure. Our Marvell is just chilling. We've talked about that a little bit. We did get stopped out of our AMD, which was a good one right there. So thankfully, that was we finally broke the. At that time, it was breaking. I don't know. It must have been breaking this 21 period. I'm not sure. But all the way to the downside there, why we got out right there. Oh, 245, that's why. Yeah, just that top. We only had a small piece left. We talked about trying to hold this all the way to the downside, but that was our initial short early, and then bye-bye to the basement down to 240. This name lost $20 today on 260. So we lost about 7% in the first hour, or 2 hours. This name that was down 7%. And it's battled back, and this kind of looks like Netflix a little bit to me too, right? Not trying to break above VWAP, not trying to do too much there, and if you do, then maybe you shoot up, because we've really been respecting this 200 period right here, and there we go. So yeah, just trying to do the best here in the last little bit here this afternoon as we hold on to some of these trades, and you know, not much is moving right now. If the futures do start to get going, maybe we'll be able to do something. I said to Joe, I was like, Joe, look at JP Morgan. That had some nice moves behind it today, and it's up 1.6% and trying to break out. So yeah, maybe a run to safety a little bit here, I think, for JP Morgan. You know, when there's a lot of sort of confusion in the market, it's easy to go back to the banks. They've already reported. It's a little bit of a safety zone there for many people. So we'll have to wait to see JP Morgan at $300.
And whether it's moves like today or maybe after we saw with the Fed in the afternoon, if you're a savvy trader and you want to boost your exposure to things like the NASDAQ 100 or the S&P 500, well, Beta Pro by Globex is for you with their 3x daily leverage ETFs with built-in FX hedging. This allows you to amplify short-term moves like we're seeing today, hopefully short-term, and minimize the impact of currency swings. So if you're bullish or bearish, today hopefully bearish, these ETFs are built for active traders ready to take on the markets. Make sure you read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing or trading. And remember, of course, that as with all of these leveraged ETFs, you do have to worry about decay. I just heard Duolingo heading to the downside on some apparently some ChatGPT feature talk. It's like, well, what about all the LLMs doesn't hurt these guys? Because why not kick a good company when it's down? All jokes aside, Duolingo's been really, really nasty. Not a huge volume spike, but like everything else, it is falling and falling even further. TCGL, I just saw in the chat. Okay, that's that crazy stock, right? Yeah, that's this thing. Okay, so, I mean, I don't know who's trading this, but the TCGL, which had been halted multiple times for like over an hour, it's opened back up and is halting to the downside. Just in time after, and one of the reasons why you will get a situation like this where you're not halting for 5 or 10 minutes on circuit breakers is simply a lack of liquidity. So what happens is they're supposed to halt when you hit those bands for 5 or 10 minutes, but if it ends up longer than that, it doesn't have to be news. It can just simply be, we can't open this in an orderly fashion, and until we can, we're not going to open it.
Yeah.
And so that's what clearly has happened here. It's now halted. What the? Oh, just what? No, that's not. Is this right? That's 55?
What are you talking about?
No. Okay, so anyways, it halted down and then...
What is the tap?
I have a tap at 55.55, but I have prints going off at 55.55.
Might be
So look, maybe it already gapped down. Either way, let's just say the wind is coming out of it. You know this is going to happen when you see a stock like this in the first place. But there's also a reason that a lot of day traders won't touch something like this, because you can't guarantee what your out's going to be. Like the way if I look at the IPO as an example, like my stop hung.
But it did halt again at 55.
That's what's crazy.
That's why.
Yeah, so it's pretty nuts. No, but like my stop initially on that IPO hung for a few seconds.
Right.
And it stunk because we go heavy on the IPOs. I didn't even go that big. I gave up more than half of a good month today. That being said, the IPO strategy is like one of the biggest ones for the last year or so. So it is what it is. But imagine that on this. Like, what do you think is happening to you if something goes wrong on TCGL? Like, I always look at it this way. There's the risk of your trade, like say on Palantir. I'll just use an example of the stock that I'm in. There's the risk of your trade where I can say I'm short here with my stop here. Well, what's the worst that Palantir is going to do over the 150 stop? Where are you going to get out if Palantir breaks 150? 150.05? 10? 20? I mean, those are like bad case scenarios if you got 20s of slippage on Palantir. On TCGL, if you just say to yourself, well, I'm in the money, I'm going to stop it out if it breaks $100. Where might you get out if you try to take out $100? I don't know. 97? 95? Get caught in a halt in 55? All of those things are out there in the open, meaning your first trade in this might be your last trade ever. And then when that's the mentality, I like to stay away from them. So 55 is where it's at. Good luck with these things.
Yeah, those stocks are, you kind of got to be in there early and then just let it ride.
Yeah, if you have the long, like under $10, when it actually is doing, look at the volume it's doing.
Trying to play the game now is.
You got to have it down here at like $10 when you could reasonably risk $1, and even if you get extra slippage, it's at least worth it down there instead of here where you're risking like $50.
Yeah, for sure. So watch out there for TCGL. May not reopen, but what time is it? Oh, 2:52. Yeah, it'll reopen. My bad. On that one, okay. Well, maybe Netflix. Marvell's going against us, which is what it is. If these futures break down, maybe Marvell will go, but we can go 2 for 3. All right. So I'm bidding 76. I told you that already. So hopefully Netflix will come in and give me that 76 fill there, and if it does, then Yahoo for the Netflix trading, and we'll see if we can get out of a piece there. We'll get out of about 20% of what we have on Netflix, and that will leave us with probably, well, will be about 50% of our position left. We're just getting at 25% of what we have left on that one. If it does come in, that's your 200 period moving average. And like I said, I wish I didn't have to take this fill. I don't have to, but we're gonna get out of a small piece there. Oop, almost. And then we'll see if it falls back in. And then the next level here for Netflix, maybe the 60, as if, you know, 1 penny away. Hopefully it comes in. And then I'm bidding 60. So that was what I was getting at there. My next fill will be 60. So hopefully that winds up coming through. Let's take a quick look at silver, what's going on there. We see the US dollar not doing a whole heck of a lot. We said that as this US dollar sort of came to the backside there, you know, silver little falling, but I don't think it's following the dollar now. It's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. Underneath VWAP, I've been trying to trade off of some of these levels, but today they really haven't mattered too much. VWAP's been pretty, you know, just back and forth here off the opens or off this afternoon. You know, off the open, it was great. We had a nice little move down there on silver and it just kept on going. You know, when there's moves, shoot, now the market's gonna start to tick the other way here. So we'll probably get stopped out of our Marvell. We're out of a lot of this NVIDIA trade, by the way. We just got another couple fills down here. So we take that 25, and then we just got a 190.10 again. So we're light now. We have 20% left of this position. I'm not going to reload it. If it takes down 191, then we're out. So this is just that same kind of trade as these all are right now. Like, I think even if these go against me, right, which they are, Marvell is, Netflix is fine, and NVIDIA is obviously fine. This is the setup. Like, I'm thinking lower. The Nasdaq's down 1%. We were just looking to break. We don't. If we do and get lower, then all of these are winning. And then if not, we break higher, we can stop out for virtually free. You know, if not better than free, because we've already made money on these trades. The only one that we haven't made money on, we haven't got any fills on, is Marvell, which that looks like, of course, the pick that I make long out of all these picks is the one I short, and but it doesn't matter, it's getting beat up today. Let's see what happens with Marvell. If it takes down this VWAP, okay, which it's almost going to do, then we're going to get out of this name immediately. So it looks like there it is. So we have to slap a fail on this one, but we just talked about that. It does break, and Marvell's a funny one. It's actually different than the rest. This is the trade that should have triggered right here. But we missed it, got it on the way back up with momentum against us. So that was the problem there. So we do have to hit a flush down there on Marvell. It's virtually no damage done P&L wise because we hit NVIDIA, but we will give some back there on Marvell. I just thought that was worth the break there downside, and it just didn't continue, right? So there's the break, there's the short. It only goes to 74, and then it breaks higher. So yeah, not too much going on there with Marvell for me. We do have good news though while that was happening, and at least this was a good idea. We do get our Netflix bid, so that was good. So we do get our 76, and now we'll see if we can get lower. Now we're bidding 75 or 60s for that. So yeah, all right, Majid. See, this is what I'm saying. You guys don't have to put up super chats. We have to try to see them. That's basically all that it is. I'm going to put this one up because I see it. No, it's not. I'm saying, Andre, it's not a super chat, my guy. But we got it right here. If we see these things, and again, we appreciate the super chat, getting the attention, but here goes. What's up, Majid? You've been here many times. You have Apple options expiring next week. Come on, man. I mean, these kind of questions, honestly. So I would just say, like, it's not about the multiple messages. It's fine. This is the only one that I saw. So I was just going to say, like, you have, so Majid, I would just say, my question to you is why do you have these options, right? And so it's, you knew that they were going to report.
Yes.
And if you didn't, then get out, right? But if you did know that they were going to report, then today's your day, man. Like, I would get out of them.
Usually the purpose of getting, if you know their report, the expectation is after the report, then usually your expectations you want to.
Yeah.
Why? Said if you didn't know, then you can just get out. Everyone's like whether you, I'm trying to. There was like one time, like years ago, I was trading stocks, and I was like a lot younger, in the 20s. And I remember one time I was like, oh, this is cool on this penny stock. I was watching, so I took a break. I got something, I bought shares in my account, and I don't care what they, to be honest with you. And I found out they were reporting, and I was like, oh, well, you're not in fundamental reasons. I don't need to be in this stock, and like selling it like day for I don't know, a small gain net fees or whatever would have worked back. So because penny stocks reported, and it was like they got like woodshedded or some nonsense after the fact. But I legitimately didn't know, which is kind of stupid. But I'm making so you'll have to have some kind of a plan going into it, and that's a good question.
Yeah, it's good.
No, it is a good question because you have to think about like what it is to take the shot on earnings. Then I think you're supposed to do that. I get it. Maybe you get spooked you're seeing with Microsoft, but that's part of the game. Looks like this RPGL halted to the upside. Here's a small capper that A, has good volume, B, actually hasn't even halted yet today. For the first time today, halting and the breaking dollar level on the halt. So it got to 99 or 98 or whatever. And now up at 104. The tap's saying 104, so it looks like it's going to open up at about 104. So RPGL, another small capper, up a couple 100%. And breaking the big and key $1 level. Well, I know what Luis would say about this chart. Luis on this morning, these are exactly the kind of charts that you don't want to usually chase. Typically, the good news is doing this thing after. I'd feel like it's probably not a hold more than anything else, but yeah, that's not the best looking chart that you're ever going to find on the daily to make you want to sustain this move. When I see this, I'm usually thinking the fail of $1 is a good trade.
Oh, Netflix.
Which we probably can't short this for free, so I may not be worth doing anything here. But when it opens back up, I might actually see if we can short that. So
Marvell back down.
Yeah, I'm trying to reload here on players because the scale of what's moving now. Stock can be in like a 50, 60 cent range compared to what we were doing this morning. Power is not going to look like this. This was $12 from top to bottom, from open to this actually further. Here. Now it's basically just inside of like a 40 to 50 cent range as we speak. Play inside the range out here. I'm going to go to that PGL and see if it's reasonable. Okay.
Marvell just out and then flushy. Netflix point though. So that's working out. Nvidia, not doing much. Man, that Marvell, damn. Oh, there's a question here I can answer because it's the same thing as all. I don't understand the question, but how long you take since you made the trade and to post here on the screen? This is automatic. Like as soon as
there's about I found like maybe a second between every now and then it might take
it has to hit the platform and then.
So when you get the fill, the actual triangle, sometimes it's less than a second. Other times I've noticed it might be a second or two. Sometimes it just depends on how the computer is feeling. It's relatively instantaneous. It's like the message comes back that you get the fill from the market, right? And then I see it in my blotter. The delay between seeing the blotter and actually seeing the triangle, worst is like a second or two. What I would venture is there was a slower order flow for sure, but that was maybe like a 2 or 3 minute long event once the stock had opened up. But yeah, but you see it pretty much as fast as possible. And keep in mind, we're live on YouTube here, and YouTube itself typically 10-second lag, 5 to 10 second lag on YouTube.
Oh, for that, yeah.
And if you have a longer than 5 or 10 second lag on YouTube, just refresh because it shouldn't be any longer than that. Oftentimes it'll be like something with the PC. You have too many Chrome things open up.
Yeah, so it's all programmed here. So hopefully our trades will show up on time, and we'll move off of it there. Okay, I just want to check this YSS. Remember that the price. So I don't know if there's going to be size here at 34. It doesn't really look like it. I can't see the NYSE book, which I think is where Goldman and Jefferies would be using, but I don't know. If this comes back to $34, that was the initial IPO price of $34. So that's where like all of the insiders would have gotten shares and whatnot. So long at $34. I believe it was supposed to IPO at the upside of its range. It was $34 to $34. So 34, and that was just like on this. Goldman was just like screw you to $34 on the way down. They let it go all the way to $32.50, but someone stopped it right there from moving down. You get, I mean, again, it's not like a huge amount of volume or anything at that $34 mark. There's almost nothing, but that's an interesting level there. So let's wait to see what happens at 34. I did pay for shorts. I mean, if we break through 34, then I think that you go short on York Space Station right there. So yeah, $34 short break on that name. Let's go, man. We got a good trade here on NVIDIA, and we've got a good trade on Netflix.
And traders, whether you trade U.S. stocks, options, or futures, at some point, each of you has felt blindsided. The stock you're trading is struggling, and you're just left sitting wondering why. It's not your fault. Often, a lot of times, you have these funds that have built up huge positions quietly in the options market well before the name that you're trading even reacts. So to gain an edge in today's market, Spot Gamma's daily Flow Patrol report reveals where big money is positioned. So you can identify stocks building momentum ahead of major price moves. To get 2 free weeks off Spot Gamma's Flow Patrol, scan the QR code you see on screen and go behind the curtain to see what the professionals see. Maybe you'd be in Southwest. I don't know. Like, what's the only thing, what starts with L and is one of the only things that's actually strong today? It's Southwest on that earnings, which is hilarious. I'm going to slap the gigantic, I don't have my fail thing on. This morning when we talked about this, we're like, oh, you know, maybe Southwest breaks out the 45 level. I didn't really give too much serious thought to it. We're just like, I think that's a good breakout. If it does so after earnings, you know, I think that could be good. Well, while that's happening, Southwest was chilling out here at 43 on effectively no volume. And then what happened right away at 9:30? It just screams to 45. Even this part, this is the worst part. It dips back into 45 even or 44.99 before now racing higher. If the only place that you could have looked for strength today, I mean probably the VIX, Southwest, RCL, it was airlines and cruise lines today that showed you strength. And I'm talking about from start to finish. You're not talking about buying things off the bottom. Like, you could have had these right off the open when they were instantly doing more than the market was doing. TCL was up like 4 or 5% when we first started looking at it. 9% to the upside for these guys, and a huge breakout for CCL. Look at this. This is what gets me. How many times have we talked about accumulation on a major moving average on a stock? So look at the accumulation going into RCL's earning report. So you have one of their competitors going to report, and look at the accumulations, just sitting there barcoding. Good report for RCL, breakout for CCL. I don't know, man. Sometimes make it harder than it is. To be honest. Super chat here for Deep.
Oh, we should get a poll up.
I just like the name. Deep Cheeks AI. Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. What do we think happens with SoFi tomorrow? Thanks, Neo.
Oh man, it's.
What's hilarious? Appreciate it. The name's Neo.
Thanks, Neo. Your name should be Neo.
No, but what's crazy? You know how sometimes you're in a movie theater and you can't hear the dialogue well enough. Some movies are like that. Any Christopher Nolan film, but I remember I never forget watching The Matrix for the first time, and at least for the first 4 or 5 times that I heard Neo, I actually thought that they were saying Neil. And then it wasn't that deep into the movie.
Shit,
I was like,
I'm famous all of a sudden.
God, that's not actually my name. What do I think happens to SoFi? I don't feel that great about initial reactions on any stock after today. It doesn't mean I don't still like SoFi. I like the company. I'm just not that optimistic about how we're going to react. SoFi has this tendency not to show love after the report. And it could even go up, initially after the report. It's what happens after is usually a bit of a sell-off or at least a pullback. So on that vein, I'm still of the belief that we're testing the 200-period moving average. I have not bought a single share of this since it broke trend. And until it gets to the 200, I'm not even considering it. So I'm thinking after what we saw today, everyone seems to be getting punished unless your name is Meta or Like I said, the airlines and the cruise lines have nothing to do with them. You throw in the fact that crypto is not looking incredibly good. That not a big deal here, but it certainly doesn't help at all. My gut is telling me that we probably head a little bit lower, which is fine. The stock has been a rocket ship. It probably deserves some kind of a healthy pullback to get better prices for the long term. Right? Like when you look at this hold, is it insane to pull back into the prior high at like 18? We haven't retested that. That could happen. That seems like it would be a great long-term buy at that price. But I'm being really patient with SoFi because I feel like they always sell off after earnings. Adara?
Time for more hyper-specific analysis with Adara ahead of earnings. I want to talk about Apple revenue in Greater China because we know this is a metric that people care about. And I want to specifically, I was kind of curious as I was going through these numbers, I noticed a pattern where Q1 year-over-year declines were a lot steeper than those of Q2, Q3, or Q4. In fact, Q3, sometimes we actually get year-over-year increases. So that, like the graphic on the left just shows every quarter for the past 16 quarters, so Q1 22 to Q4 25, what the revenue was. Then the graphic on the right visualizes this in terms of like year-over-year, what is the change that we've seen. As you can see, Q1, steep declines on a year-over-year basis each time. Now, what quarter are we getting tonight? Q1. So be aware we could, based on this pattern, see a pretty steep year-over-year decline in China revenue. Again, if you guys have any ideas for things that you want to see in terms of Apple earnings, in terms of Sandex earnings tonight, always tag me in the chat because I want to create real-time infographics for you guys as we get these numbers tonight. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. TCGL opened and closed again, and it's open right now at $60, $62. So it did halt. It's going to halt again, and I just want to send this up there because we get. I said, "What the hell does?" He was saying, Adam was saying he got schwabbed today. So I was like, "Okay, what exactly is that?" And I asked him, and there's not a great experience trading penny stocks. Does anybody have any other platforms? I think some people were talking about Robinhood and Fidelity, IBKR, things like that. So try it and see if there's the way they halted again.
You really need a good broker and platform.
That shouldn't have halted there.
Huh?
Actually, I don't know why this just halted. To be honest with you.
Maybe it's finally holding for news then.
Wait a second. 55. I didn't see this go to 55. Maybe
I've seen some fishy stuff on that.
Maybe it just did. But it just halted now. I don't know. I guess maybe it halted because it went from 55 up to 61 again. I don't know. But anyways, this name now 1510 is the most 1509.49. So you're gonna have to wait till 315, right? And then this will open back up. It's just a 5-minute halt. But that's just, it's been dancing here at $50. So anyways, I'll clear that out. Thank you for sending that in. It's power hour now.
It does say volatility halt.
Last 50, it does say it? So
yeah,
okay.
It is a volatility.
That is what it is.
You can always just double check at NASDAQtrader.com or just Google NASDAQ and trade halts. So you'll find this page pretty easily. And then it'll give you the reason code. So like, is anything halted for news?
Or public power just halted.
QNCX. Quince Therapeutics is halted for news.
Find this one, RPGL. Is it on there? Because it just halted 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. There you go.
What does it say?
LUPD is also volatility.
Yeah, limit up, limit down.
Limit up, limit down. And then M is also a volatility halt. Volatility. Those are basically the same thing. This is the one on news. Every time I see Quince,
has this not halted before?
I just think about it was a final answer on the Jeopardy for White Man Can't Jump. The answer was, what is a quince? I don't remember what the question was, but kind of a weird line in a great movie.
What is a quince? Yeah, I don't know what it is.
It's some kind of a fruit.
Like quintuple?
But I don't remember what the clue was. I just remember Rosie Perez saying, what is a quince? But whatever that stock is, it's also halted. Look, ultimately, oh, wow.
NVIDIA ripping up.
I just saw Adwis saying why I invested in Bull.
It's 750 today.
I was going to say, we haven't even talked about this one in a while. See how long that chart took?
Like, NVIDIA just did not break there. I watched it, and it punched me out.
We flat bottom broke on Webull today. By the way.
I don't even understand what's going
on. Yeah, flat bottom break. This was a triple bottom on Bull. Ever since it lost that $10 level, which for SPACs, that's like your line in the sand. If it's a SPAC, $10 level, holds good. Second time, well, you could maybe argue this bounce, that's 13, not 10. And then down here the third time, I was long here when it held 10 long, and I think it held 10 for like a week or so in there. And I had it, where is it? I have to refine it again. I think, yeah, it was right in here. Like when it started holding 10 for about a week, I don't remember which one of these days I would have taken the shot. Then it broke it right after, so it was instantly out. Did not take it when it tried to reclaim it here. But so I'm like, I've swung this twice, I'm over 2, and I have zero reason to get into this again until it shows a break of the trend. Like the trend looks pretty nasty. I gave it the shot off 10 the second time. I'm not even sure I should have, to be honest with you. But it is what it is. You gotta have yourself a out, because this, like stocks like this, they trend down for a reason.
Okay, man. Yeah, what's up, Majid? Oh, there it is. Thank you very much for everything that you're doing to us as well. You've traveled all over Europe and traded with us. So shout out to you, Majid, and we'll say awesome. Awesome to be able to, watch us and everything all over. Awesome. And there it is right there. So we'll clear that out. Yeah, I said I got stopped out on NVIDIA there. I don't know, but now it officially broke. So yeah, 191. Again, pretty fine with that with that stop. We can see that we're up on NVIDIA today. It's the only trade that I made there. So yeah, good. Now I'm thinking about, honestly, what about going long here now into the close? And I don't want to just be trading and flipping and doing this and doing that, but there's the break, there's the hold, here's the break higher. Potentially now NVIDIA wants to work to that upside. I want to put a poll out. I'm just trying to think about what it could be. We have major stocks. We could put which stock, do you think, we
could just put a red or green Apple, or I think SanDisk.
No, but I want, yeah, that's what I want to do, like a SanDisk, Apple, SoFi.
Western Digital. Oh,
yeah, I mean, we can do both.
You know what the problem is? SNDK and Western Digital kind of tied at the hip.
That's what I'm saying. I don't mind doing both names.
Right, I'll throw something up. So what was it? You said Apple's obvious.
Well, Apple, SoFi is tomorrow morning, so I think that this is the last time we're going to be able to vote on anything SoFi related. I don't know. What do you guys think we could do for that? Would you pick for? Oh, that's a different question. What would I pick for a dip buy? I'll do that in a minute. But anyways, let me know or let us know. So I just went long on NVIDIA finally, just breaking that 191. We'll see if it pulls back into 190.75 or so, but we'll try to play the long now and see if momentum into the close. The thing is the one trade that I wish I had on, and it's just like, I'm still bidding it, but it's not going to come through. I was bidding 257 down here for Apple, and we missed it. I was trying to get close to VWAP, close to the 200 period moving average. It just continues to work upside right now, Apple into earnings. With the NASDAQ down 1.1%, Apple's up 6.6, right, 2/3%. So this could be a good report for them. We'll see where it goes. But yeah, SoFi would be something to talk about. Down 1% today. Feel pretty good about the earnings report tomorrow. The banks haven't been that great, and I would think that, yeah, you might be right. Maybe you do get that 200 period moving average around 2250 or so, and that comes into play, and you'll be liking your trading if you're able to get filled in and around there. So 2250, not bad. See, look how easy it is when you play momentum, man. It's crazy. I sit here and struggle. Well, and we didn't struggle at all. This was a really good short. So I shouldn't sit here and be like, oh man. But we do get stopped out there, and then once we just go long, it actually just basically rips up 30 cents right from that 191. Look how long it took to get 30 cents the other way, and now when you play the momentum and you go upside, it gives it to you, no problem. There it is.
Before you hit enter, you have a fourth option here.
We just got, there's 4 options?
I can do 4.
What is reporting today?
Oh, come on.
All right. Let's see. TTV Research. I'm just going to go to TTV Research and get that up because Adara has everything. And here it is right here. Go to TTV Research for anything you want. This is what Adara was just talking about, Apple's greater performance in China there, greater China performance lately. China. Here it is. Oh, Exxon. Oh, all these guys are tomorrow.
Okay, so pick.
Right. Let's just go Exxon then. Let's go Exxon. All right, so Exxon, SoFi, Apple, or SNDK. Sure, Micron's not reporting. So, yeah, Visa, whatever.
No one cares about the credit card.
I don't mind Visa. It's not a bad idea. Dara just yelled it in the background.
I mean, they're bigger than SoFi, but I don't know.
This is the first time I remember where all 4 credit card companies reported in a 24-hour span. So we had MasterCard this morning, we have Visa tonight, tomorrow morning we have AXP.
Okay, so there you go.
So even if people want us to do
Visa,
I've already made it, so it's too late.
Would you buy before tomorrow's open?
Yeah, so basically which one do you use? If you had to buy one of them, Apple, SoFi, SNDK, or Exxon. I know for sure it's not SNDK. That's the problem with all this. I'm bearish on all of them. I'm going to go with Exxon.
I was going to use that. I was going to go XOM.
What? Nobody picked XO. Okay, I mean,
Really? I'm picking it. I was going to.
Did we see what's going on with tech?
I just picked oil too.
Apple 41.
Because this is what XOM looks like. I just said to everybody.
Yeah, look at those charts.
I tried to make a little small little point there. Was look at this chart, and I just said like on Nvidia, look at momentum.
Who's picking it?
We don't have a red freaking candle. Like this day here was $2. We've covered that up the very next day, blasted through. So since January 9th, one red day. But doesn't mean, I guess the question is before the open, so I guess we got to figure out what happens to this stock. But I even think, even if it's hit, man, I really, really like XOM. So, but I think Apple could work, but as you said, we did have a great report from Meta. Sure, Meta's all the way back up. There's no doubt about that. It's near its day's high, but it did get crushed. Right off the open as well. Sure, it ticks a little higher, but you know this would have been down to 714. You're like, what happened? Now all of a sudden it's all the way back as the Nasdaq tries to settle down a little bit and even push. Yes, yes. Go NVIDIA. Nice move there for NVDA. Still going a little bit higher. We'll see where we can clap this out at right now. We wish we would have had a little bit more on this long, but you know that's always the case. So we'll put an offer at 42. We'll see if we get something there, and then we'll see if we can keep on climbing. I'm trying to hold the majority of this trade, so we're only out right now of 20%. So we'll see if we can hold the rest of this to the upside. How far upside, you may ask? Good question, Sean. Talking to myself. 192 is that level that we sort of got back to already today. So why don't we go like 191.75, and then after that we'll just edge it up a little bit and see what happens on a 192 break. So let's go to 191.75. We're almost there. Well, not really. We've still got 40 more cents to go. There's 20 minutes past 3 right now. There's only 25 more minutes. That's 345. 350 will get those imbalances, and then we'll see what happens. Hey, this might not even get up to my level of 70 right now, but we're going to try to hold this bid. And then, like I said, on any kind of a momentum play, I'm going to try to use the 21 period as my out. So that's 190.90. So we just got to put in our stop order there, and we'll trade it out if it breaks through 190.90 there on NVDA. Okay, so that's going to be the trade for right now, and we'll just see if that can support. That's probably going to get up to 191 at some point, but 190.90, the flatten out spot here. And let's put it in together. 190.89. I always go one penny. Let's go 88. Let's go William Nylander. We'll offer that out, push it, offer, enter, and now we sit on our hands and wait to see what happens with NVIDIA heading into the close, you know? Maybe Apple. Well, Apple's not going to be a CapEx story. Oh, we're excited for Apple and Google, maybe. You know,
it's not a cap. It's like the definition not a cap.
Least.
Well, what's the definition of cap is having a stop at 150 on Palantir. We reloaded a few times. It just ran stop and came right back underneath. So I didn't grab it on the way back through. I think this time I will, though. If it gets back up, it's just holding this little consolidation with lows at 149.3, with the top at about $150. So if it's going to stay inside the range, I'm going to try to reload it. Maybe get a couple more scalp trades in before the close. By the way, the early look imbalances, that's not a nothing. Like Joby with a 3.5 million buy imbalance. Remember, Joby had the offering this morning or overnight. I don't remember if it was, actually don't remember if it was overnight or in the morning. It doesn't really matter. But they're down 18%. On volume, I guess it was last night, and then it's getting smoked.
Was it an
today.
offering or a short report?
No, it was. These guys was an off. These guys were an offering, not was. So Joby was an offering, down 18%, and now you're looking at a 3.5 million early look buy imbalance for this. That gets interesting. I'm going to throw that one up on the side burner, as I believe we're going to my left.
Yeah, PDSB Biotechnology under the NASDAQ. PDSB is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in just a matter of years. Learn more at pdsbiotech.com. That is pdsbiotech.com. Thank you so much for these gifted memberships. And there it is, Steve Irwin. Thank you so much, Steve. What's Steve Irwin? Thank you so much for that. That was a great show, by the way. Obviously, unfortunately, passed away there. But thank you so much for all of that. You got to get those checked off, and they've already been claimed there. But, you know, get into our get into our chat for when that happens again. What it's going to get you is Sharif's morning note every single morning, 15 to 16 pages or so of data that you can follow, current news stories. It's a great read if you're looking for something to do. Check that out. And thank you so much, Steve, for that, man. I mean, our community is already the best. We've talked about that. Look, no matter what you think about Josh Brown, you're going to see one pump right here today in Joby. Who do you think went on air, paid for a spot, and said to buy Joby? So that was Josh Brown, if you guessed that, and there's the pump up right there. It was
a 12 right to VWAP too.
It does not work, but that is what was tried there. And again, I'm just playing around with that. I just know he mentioned it on CNBC, and I was just going to say, like, there's the move down. So if you do like the business and the company, remember, they have to register and file for these offerings well before. So it's not like they just dropped it on us. It's if the company's working and you like the space, right, the aviation space in Joby, then maybe this is a good spot right now to pick something up in and around this $10 mark. So you are getting a little bit of a break on this. It's down 50%, or 15 to 10. So it's down almost 50%. If that gets into 7, that would be it. So down 35% right now in just a matter of a week. So this could be something worth taking on the downside if you do like the space. So watch out for Joby. And just look at some of its competitors. I don't know when it reports, but take advantage of offerings when it's in a good stock. Like SoFi had an offering and brought it back down to like 21 or something at one point, and then it came back up the next couple of days. So just pay attention. If it's a stock you like, an offering isn't necessarily a bad thing, but do your research on it. I'm not trying to say buy Joby, but that's the thing. If you do get a good stock that you like a Microsoft. Like if you're an investor and you like the long-term story behind the cloud, behind Azure, what Microsoft's doing as far as OpenAI relationship and everything like that, down 12% is like a gift. So take advantage of it. Don't pile into anything on day one, but
you know what I would say though,
might be worth something.
Like I don't know. We're obviously in IPO mode, so I wasn't really paying attention to what was getting said and what wasn't being said. And we're not watching CNBC. If this was actually just, and any stock does this, it's down that much, and it does this kind of a pump into VWAP just because someone mentioned it on a program, then look at the candle afterwards. See that? Wick top rejection, and see this candle? Well, that's a turn. Like, I think you're just effectively like, why not just be short this to that as just a standard mean reversion trade, right? The reason matters. Like, if news gets dropped that's materially it matters to the company of material importance, well, then maybe you don't put on that kind of play. But if it was literally someone just said something on air, I almost don't care what the stock is. It was downward trending before, down double digits. It goes right into VWAP and tries to break, shows a reversal candle. That's a pretty standard setup for a pullback trade. So, you can take advantage of those kind of things, Adara.
I just want to let you guys know here, this CCCX, CCC moving a little bit. I'm seeing it. I'm not sure if this is confirmed or if it's older news, but the stock is moving, so I want to mention it. Churchill Capital Corp, they are a special purpose acquisition company. They're going to be acquiring Inflection. Well, apparently Inflection, which is a quantum company, has grabbed a senior executive from Amazon's AWS. So that's probably like why this CCCX is moving. I also wanted to mention again here, because I know short reports were mentioned. If I have time tomorrow, I'm going to be posting these, but I've been working here on basically like a breakdown of the Carvana short report, and then also a lot about this Rich Tech Robotics short report. So I mentioned this in the midday, but in case you missed it, the basis of this short report here with Rich Tech Robotics was that the company was claiming they were in a close collaboration, and this is important, close collaboration with Microsoft. Then we had Hunter Brook come out and say that's not true, they're just a customer. Well, here's the thing. I actually went back and looked at the announcement that Rich Tech made. And so based on like the definitions of the program they're with, they're in here with Microsoft. They do refer to work between the companies as collaborations. So it really just sounds like Rich Tech Robotics was using language from Microsoft's own website for the program. So a lot of the crux here of this short report is really easy to refute. Again, though, that's just my quick analysis. Either way, and people have been speculating on social media pretty similarly as well. Either way, quick recap there of that RR short report in case you missed it. Back to you.
Weird. Thanks, Adara. I mean, that's a great coverage there on that short report. So thanks, Adara, for going over all that and then trying to help us figure out Wagwan. Bless you. Wagwan. All right. Wagwan, Shane be smoking.
Call for.
I don't know what you're smoking. I mean, actually, this is probably better than you know, tobacco, but up to you. I ain't no doctor.
Probably better. No.
What's your call? Yeah, I guess so. What's your call for dip buy swing? Hey, look at the TV back there. That's really nice. There's Apple action back there. I like that as we get ready for Apple earnings. Look at that. Look at that B-roll right there. Plug in your MacBook, man. Plug that MacBook in. But okay, what's your call for a dip buy swing with today's Selloff? For me, it's a pretty easy one. We'll give you one. Neil will give you another one if you want as well. I think there's some plays that we could do here. For me, it's going to be Palantir, honestly. Not just because I really like the stock, but it's more because of this move down. So today, for no reason, we didn't get a story on Palantir or anything like that specifically, but this has been really beat up. You mentioned a swing trade on there, Shane. So I was just going to say, like, this is coming into some good levels right there. If tomorrow's a bounce back day, Palantir will bounce back, I think. I say I will, and then I think at the same time, but no certainties guaranteed. But this is a nice move to the downside right there with earnings coming on Monday. I think it's due for a little bit of a pullback. Will they continue to sell it? Quite possibly. So that might not be the greatest play for a pullback, but I think there's some kind of a worth it there. If you're talking about today's sell-off, I don't think you want to make a call on Microsoft or Netflix or not Netflix, sorry, or Meta or any of those names that had a play today on earnings, because I'm not sure that they're going to react well tomorrow. But I just think that if you're talking about a swing, Palantir could be it for like a one-day play. But into next week, just remember that they are reporting there on Monday. So I would say pass on that. And then based on today's sell-off, let me give you one more that's going to seem a little bit strange, but JP Morgan, okay? Like, look at the opposite end of the sell-off, okay? We did sell off pretty violently today, right? JP Morgan's up 1.5%. The banks are starting to get that feel again. So if you're talking about a week or two, or maybe just even 1 week swing trade, I think JP Morgan can get back up to here, 320 and change. If you get a couple good days, you know, SoFi is not going to really rally the banks, but if it can come back up to the upside, why not play the other end of that trade, right? Play the fact that look for something that was strong in today's sell-off, and then play a rebound in that name. So I would say JP, I mean, you could pick any bank, but look at the banks. So I would say that's something for me.
Well, banks are where I'm going. I wanted to say Amazon, but then I hesitate to pick somebody that hasn't reported.
Okay, so we got the same ideas.
I just can't pick somebody that hasn't reported for that. And I've said countless times today, every time I've been asked, I'm like, I don't like this for a dip buy, give it a couple of days. Don't like SoFi, wait till after earnings. Give Microsoft 2 or 3 days because Amazon was worth 2 or 3 days, and it worked out better if you waited a couple of days. But, and at Morgan Stanley at least came down to the 50, we're already like the 50 period, so it came down to the 50 period, and it might even go green. Now, well, kind of running out of time here. 30 minutes, I believe it went very close to getting green. I just prefer the banks that are related to trading and to, you know, the IPO market, which is coming back in full fold. Like when you have, look, we're going to get SpaceX, that's going to be massive. I just think those are a little bit better position, and they've been stronger. So I'd have to go with them almost by default. I really badly wanted to say like a GE Vernova. Can't pull the trigger. Because my response would be like, what dip buy? Like GE Vernova, if there's a stock that's flat today that I'm just a little bit surprised. I think the good thing for them, of course, is the big CapEx spend. That's why they were able to recover the bleaks. Like it just gets sold off with everything else this morning. But then after that, it's like, well, wait a minute, if the CapEx spend is going up more than expected, then what's your excuse for selling GE Vernova? And it kind of snapped right back. So you're not really you're not getting a discount. So what's the point here on GE Vernova? Without that, I can't call it a dip buy because you're not really buying the dip here. You're literally buying where it was yesterday. So it doesn't count.
So at some point, this is going to turn around for me, but maybe not today. We just punched the bottom right there. So honestly, my stop order was in there. We were going to give it to 190 or so, breaks below this level. I'm not sure why I didn't give it like more room than that. Should have spent a little bit more time looking at that trade, but the market is coming down. I think we'll try to buy that again against this level, or just buy it right there against there. So that was a little bit of a silly out.
Oh, you know where a dip buy is coming?
For me on NVIDIA, but
not yet, but we're starting to get there. For weeks, culminating with whenever this thing was over $29, what have we been saying on this show for Warner Brothers Discovery? Netflix is not raising their bid. Nobody thinks the Paramount Skydance offer is going to get done. They didn't raise it either. So every time this was over $29, it was a short. Well, you look where it is now. It is underneath the cash offer of $27.75. It's finally starting to trade under the realization that it's the Netflix deal that's going to be done. Well, what it's not counting on yet, which, like, don't at me. I keep mean reverting it on the day trade, even though it's trending down. Like, whatever. I like mean reversions. Probably should be shorting this thing. But right now, it is trading under the price, but it's not really factoring that there's time value of money here. The deal's not going to close right away. It's still going to take a while, regulatory issues. So even if it closes in the middle of the year or the back half of the year, you then have to find the fair value, which, I don't know, just slap like 3.7%, whatever the interest rate is at right now, and slap like 6 months on it. That should be trading probably somewhere in the low 27 range at best. So I think it's going to slide down to that price, but there will be a moment where it gets far enough underneath the Netflix bid, and if it's not completely kaput, the Skydance offer, it'll be worth it to pick it up. I don't think it's there yet, but I do think we're getting into that realm, and might be good for swing. I was actually discussing this with a trader at another floor at poker night, and we're like, well, how far would it have to go down that you'd want to do a swing trade long on WBD? And I was saying it has to break underneath the Netflix bid, and then I start considering it. So it's getting close to consideration. Oh, there.
I want to talk here about YSS. Yes, that is the IPO from today. York Space Station. Kind of a wild headline here. Looks like the CEO is on Fox Business saying that the company is the leading operator of satellites in orbit now for the Department of Defense. So YSS CEO looks like engaging in some uplifting of the company, if you will, on Fox Business after its IPO. Back to you. The stock does not care, though.
YSS. All right, so we just got, like, what I'm talking about, man. Like, we get stopped out right there at literally the bottom, and then boom, this comes in again. So I don't know if there was just some news on NVIDIA or something, but the futures just sort of shot right back up there. So yeah, whatever. We were sitting at 35. We got it. Good position out too. We got it at 20% there. So not bad right there, man. This TCGL is just not stopping. Oh, there was a super chat from Easy Peasy. Let me just get that right now because I don't want to miss it there. He watched Rogue. Oh, you got it already. Okay. Watched Rogue Trader. No positions today. Improved your IRA. So that means you probably bought some Microsoft or whatever dipped down earlier. Maybe some Meta. I'm not sure. Maybe. Oh, you know, I didn't even check out IBM. What that's been doing. So good. You saw Rogue Trader. What a great one. What is APPU? Is that the Apple like triple levered or something like that? Inverse something. I don't see. Am I missing, or do you mean APPL? I'm not sure. But anyways, yeah, I think Apple will be fine today. I don't think you had to put that in any sort of an account right now. But I don't know. I don't see what APP.
I think you're making some kind of a joke with the 5/8 account.
Oh, is that maybe?
So for anyone who hasn't seen Rogue Trader, Nick Leeson, for whatever reason, he was able to do. I don't know, he was like the head trader, but he also did the clearing. When he was doing it was the Asian markets that he was trading in.
So just let him be responsible for everything.
Yeah, so he was hiding his own losses in the 5/8 of some account called the 5/8 account. And so he was able to still look like a superstar while he was DCAing into like this crazy futures position after like an earthquake.
Yeah, so he was like he was reporting the winners but not the losers.
Yeah, so everyone thought he was like a rock star.
So he kept getting more buying power.
And then the story goes that the DCA came right back in. He ended up making money on it, and then he did it again, and it didn't work the second time, and he bankrupted Barings Bank. Great story. He's now a
Neil was in Palantir. Oh, you're out of it now.
No, Palantir. Oh, I got wicked out. Look at this.
Yeah, right. Okay. Maybe that's what they're asking.
There's the wick out. It hasn't come back to the 150 to retest. It's still some time. Just 14 minutes until the imbalances were to come out, but this is now on the wrong end of the V. Like there's the wick out, and then it finally flushes. Now we're bouncing off 149 even as we head into VWAP. So this is on the wrong side of it to try to take it. Like in the afternoon.
Oh, there's a new round.
Yeah, I want to be very particular. Like it has to be a really clean setup, and this is fighting.
Look at Microsoft.
If I try, well, what happened to Soft?
There's the story's out now, but there's a new funding round for OpenAI, and apparently. Amazon. Yeah, okay, Adara has all the news, so let's go over there, but right now Microsoft ripping.
Yes, guys, here I've been just waiting. Amazon, as reported by Wall Street Journal, going to be investing up to $50 billion in OpenAI. Still in talks, though. OpenAI funding round could value the company as much as $830 billion. So over $750 billion here for OpenAI. Now, we've heard reports of different companies investing in some of these AI startups over the last couple of days, but this specifically, again, involves Amazon reportedly investing up to $50 billion in OpenAI. That is according to the Wall Street Journal. And again, still a report, still early talks. Back to you.
I like, you know, that YSS came to market with $4 billion. Like, obviously, YSS is not OpenAI, but $830 billion in the public, in the private markets. Like, that is like insane. And obviously, they haven't raised that much money. That's just the valuation that they're raising at. I think we could probably find out what exactly how much they've raised. But I'm hearing SFTBY, also SoftBank, wants to get involved in this as well. No surprise there. So look at SoftBank there to the upside. I can't believe that people come in and say, I'm willing to invest in this crazy company right now at this kind of evaluation, and the stocks get this bump. Like, that is insane. So basically, Microsoft makes a lot of sense because they have the biggest share in OpenAI out of all of these public companies.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And they have it early. They have it 2 years ago. So Microsoft definitely catching a tailwind here of OpenAI's valuation. So there it goes. And I'm not sure what percent, Mike, can you double check that, what percent Microsoft has in OpenAI at this point? I'm not even sure what that looks like for them, but Microsoft definitely catching a bid here from 423 right to 429 right there. So upside now on Microsoft.
And it's not the only thing. It's
Nvidia's going.
It's taking the market up. Like, everything's going. Palantir just broke VWAP for whatever reason. It's on this headline for it is what it is. Why it necessarily would move Palantir is beyond me. But the Qs are finally breaking. There's only 10 minutes to go to the imbalances. Ugh, you gotta be kidding me. Too fast on the drop down. There we go. Load afternoon charts. The Qs just broke the channel. So you're getting a lift on everything. By the way, that Joby imbalance is still there. It's smaller. Don't like that as much. CIVI is a buyout. GDX is a 3 million early look buy imbalance. You've got BAC 2.5. I don't know what Sorrow is, but that's a 2 million sell imbalance as well. Yeah, Palantir right through VWAP. That's why when people are saying, oh, it's at that 150, you're going to short it again. No, it looks very different from when it was consolidating. You know, your short is there. At this point, like, either you're long already. I'm not chasing moves going into the imbalance. Not a fan of chasing late going into the imbalances where you could get a bit of a flip scenario. Mean reversions are typically what I look at when the imbalances are coming out. So about 10 minutes to go. It'll be mildly interesting, but
Shane, no, this is the same one as before. Remember when you asked me and I said buy some Palantir? That was just like lucky into that market. But if you had done anything, there's $1.50 right there. So if you're playing options, actually, especially for a swing, you just get out. Like, I don't know how much those just matured there or what you bought, but there it goes. So yeah, okay. We'll do the pat on the back there on a little bit of luck there as Palantir goes. We had nothing to do, obviously. Had no idea that was going to happen. But was talking about a market rebound and potentially Palantir rebounds. But the story, I guess, the biggest name that I heard there was Amazon. And SoftBank, but Amazon looking to get involved in this round as well. I believe they're already in. That's a good graphic for Adara to do. All the public companies that are currently invested in OpenAI. One of the bigger ones, of course, will be Oracle.
That'd be a good pie chart.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be an awesome one. And you can see Oracle's probably, yep. So it's like, what's happening here is that I think that a lot of this worry that comes with OpenAI is settled down a little bit the more big players that you get involved in it, because if OpenAI does have a cash burn or something like that, you know, they can go back to the NVIDIAs, the Amazons, the Oracles, the SoftBanks now of the world and say, hey, look, we need more, or else this whole thing is coming down. You know, and so I think that with Amazon getting involved now, we already know NVIDIA was involved, which is part of the reason why NVIDIA is going up right now and then right back in, is that there is investment in this already through these guys. So will that hurt Google? Maybe. I mean, Google's smart enough. I think they also have an investment in OpenAI, but they're going to work on their own programs with Gemini and whatnot. So, you know, no surprise here as that story comes, we see everything else going one way and Google coming back in. You know, because Google can support, they don't need to raise money to support Gemini, but obviously OpenAI does. So OpenAI has to go to private markets. Google can go to the public markets. They can get bonds or whatever they want. They could even, they won't do an offering, but they could do an offering, which probably wouldn't affect it. And there's two classes of stock anyways for Google. They have GOOG as well. So different strokes for different stocks there. So anyways, Google downside a little bit there, and Amazon and the rest, nice upside. So yeah, just gonna hold this. We did get out on some nice topside plays there, 190, 150, kind of matching on NVIDIA right into here. So a bunch of good outs. We said that the top side might be 192 anyways. And remember I said 192.70? Well, that's where it went to, is we're able to get some out when it went up to that top, or was it, no, 191.70. That's where we got some out there on the top side. So we'll have to wait to see now if it breaks through 192 with imbalances just moments away. And then join all four of us, Adara, myself, and Brendan at 4 p.m. for the closing show, where we'll be talking about after hours show, I should say. All the stocks that are going to be reporting tonight, we'll have them all for you. Primarily Apple and SNDK, right?
In order, everyone says they would buy Apple before the open. Well, 43% say they would. SoFi doesn't report till the morning. That's 29%. SNDK, 15% like them. XOM's also in the morning. But those names, SNDK and Western Digital both report tonight. Apple is obviously the big one. Let's be real. But we should really not be sleeping on what has been, I don't know, probably the most parabolic stock in the market has been SanDisk. We saw what happened today. If there's even a hint of a moment like what has happened to Carvana, just structurally, or what happened in general to like a Microsoft, I think the cover that they have is the CapEx spend was big, so really, where is demand going to go? But if they slip up on their numbers, there's high expectations for Western Digital and SanDisk, and nothing has performed as well as them. So I think this is the one, percentage-wise, that could move the most. Still about 5 minutes to go. I don't know the timing. Apple's usually not right at 4 o'clock. I feel like Apple's usually a little bit after the bell, relatively speaking. But I'm not sure. We don't usually pay attention to SNDK.
No,
so I don't
know what to expect.
Yeah, like most of the time you're like, oh, these guys report at 4:05, these guys report at 4 o'clock, these guys report at 4:10. I've never cared about SNDK earnings until literally this report. This will be the first time in a while. Why is Palantir so strong off this headline? It's hilarious. What do they have to do?
It's just a NASDAQ, I think.
Yeah, it's just a NASDAQ thing, I suppose.
That was part of the prediction there for Palantir, was just more like, hey, if we do get a rally back in the NASDAQ, potentially something there for PLTR. All right, man, here is a medical device company to keep an eye on, Enview Medical. Ticker, we had them on today. It's Feed, okay, F-E-E-D. The company designs and markets a guided feeding tube platform to hospitals across the United States. Today, the majority of hospitals do this procedure blindly, leading to unavoidable injuries from misplacements. Think of this platform as a GPS for feeding tube placement, which can improve patient safety and streamline how care teams work. What stands out to me is the growing appetite for this platform throughout the United States and hospitals, and how their tech fits right into clinical needs. Today, they are already in 38 hospitals. As hospitals push for safer, more efficient solutions, Enview looks like a company building scalable technology with real-world demand behind it. Definitely one to watch. And Adara had a great interview today, around 12:30, I think it was about, or maybe a little bit later than that. So go back, rewind, check it out. Midday show interview with Feed. And you could see what their stock has been doing, man. It's been absolutely ripping, up another 76% here today, and there goes Feed. So definitely check that out. Dara, do you remember what time your interview was?
Just before 1.
Your interview today with Feed CEO. Your interview today, do you remember what time that was? There it was, 12:45. So we're close enough to that. So go back and find out their Feed right now, 76%, and trying to go higher. So yeah, that's a pretty good one there. Tesla seems like a short overnight in the chat. Okay, does it? Okay, yeah, maybe. Overnight is risky, obviously, but yeah, you're right at a breaking spot. So with more bad news, and again, I don't like to really call tops or bottoms on names. You know, we sold our Intel before the earnings because we got I got it at 25% at 53.50. You know, too late to sell Tesla now. Not too late. I mean, you can, but you're going to miss that whole move. So I was going to say day 3 is generally the earnings sort of time, day 3 after earnings, so you're going to want to maybe till Tuesday to see some of the action there. Generally speaking, you'll get a flush on day 1, then day 2, people trying to figure out what that positioning will look like, if the bid's supported or not. Day 3, if it wants to go higher, is when you'll start to get that bid coming in as people start to say, oh, maybe the bottom's in, and then if the bottom is in, then indeed you will see a much higher move to the north side. So we'll wait to see for Tuesday, Wednesday next week for basically all the names that report this week. Try to give it that kind of a period to let it settle down. And
just for some of the questions in the chat,
especially here. SNDK.
SoFi is a NASDAQ stock. So for those asking in the chat about the imbalance for SoFi, you'll know at 350. The early look, which we show you, just gives you New York and Amex. So GDX, of course, the ETF, gold miners ETF, CIVI, that's a buyout deal closing. BAC, 3 million, sorry, 2.3 million to the buy side. Citigroup, 2 million. Halliburton, 1.3 sell. Southwest, which is up a ton today, 17 or 18%. Sell of 1 million, and Joby still 1 million. That's been declining. It was about 1.8 million to the buy side. Now it's only 1. So you'll see SoFi and other NASDAQ names pop in right about 350, almost, we'll get 350. You'll start to see them matriculate. There will be changes. They do move around in real time if you're watching for the first time. And then at 355, that's a big pairing event. So a lot of times the imbalances will start to pair. I do wonder, you just answered a question about Tesla first swing. I just saw
okay, well, we can still look at it.
Easy July put on SNDK 440. If SNDK pulls back, I think 440 is not even, that's very, I would say it's very realistic. I just have no way to time this thing. I do believe there's going to be a hefty pullback in it, easy peasy. But I've been saying that for a while, and thankfully have not tried shorting it a single time the whole way this was out of control. The moment hasn't necessarily happened, but I do think, remember SMCI, that's who I'm thinking of. Remember SMCI on the way back in with imbalances in 30 seconds. You didn't need to have the top on SMCI. It was completely and utterly unnecessary. Once this thing was unwinding, there were so many chances to get in. It's insane for SMCI.
Yeah.
This is not split adjusted, but even before the split, there's the top, and then the split, who cares? But you didn't need the top on SMCI. There were lower highs abound. When it's falling apart, you're gonna get your chance. So I don't feel the need to guess too early on it. That being said, yeah, earnings would be a good place for it to start.
Okay, here we go, man. What just happened to NVIDIA? Oh, nice upside move, so it must be a buy. Wow, 3 million? Finally, something's working out. So we'll have diamond hands by accident sort of on this one. Not by accident. We had this topside take, but you get lucky. I was actually exiting out of this trade as these imbalances were coming out at 20s there just because, and there's the boom, boom, pow to the upside there on NVIDIA. So, all right, GDX, BKR, I don't know what Civi is.
That's a buy.
That's a buy, okay, that's doing something. There's your WBD is on there as well, BAC with a buy. We talked about potentially going long on JP Morgan. Joby with a buy, so that might help some of those bids going through. I didn't see Intel today, actually, 850, so they're a bid as well. 1 million shares. I feel like this is a pretty big number here today. It looks like there's lots going on in there. Just give us those numbers. And actually, I'm in the wrong chat. So, okay, so we don't have it right now. Okay, she's got it now. But we're going to go over that in just a second here. It's big time. NVIDIA there, top of the order right now as far as the big trades are concerned. GDX, though, the gold miners, this has been just as much of a play as GLD, as you can see. Straight upside as on this as well, down 5% today. No SLV on here, but there is ZSL, that's the other way. This one does
huge volume.
Yeah, 900 million shares.
It's one of the most liquid things you're ever going to see.
Oh, man, that's a crazy one. Right there, the market was 1.5 billion to buy, of which 80% of that was the NASDAQ names. So big time NASDAQ bids here coming through. And as you see what happened to the NASDAQ, boom. We are down 2.4% today. Holy crow. And that is, don't call it.
We're not going to get green on the NASDAQ.
Look at this.
The ES is only down 0.3%.
Look at that. Talk about dip buying there. Trust these names, man. All right, Apple, I guess so. Trust, I don't know. Apple, boom, 260 earnings. We definitely like that call right there for Apple. Meta's probably at days high with this kind of an imbalance. It sure is. So there's Meta right now as well. And then the good positive news about Microsoft and OpenAI on a new funding round. Microsoft getting the top tick there of 432 and pulling back into right now. So yeah, man, get those calls and get ready to go. The market is lasting. Visa, Apple, SanDisk tonight. 3 big ones. Tomorrow, SoFi, XOM, CDX.
By the way, SNDK does have a sell imbalance. It is not, what the heck is it, 300,000 shares I see as a sell imbalance. I had to do this. I had to create a list. Find the small ones, I create a list of individual stocks. That way I can see something that doesn't have a significant imbalance. So 360,000 on SNDK. That's all it took for it to go down $10. But remember, this is not the most liquid stock. There's 2 things to consider with the imbalance. A, how big of a percentage is the imbalance relative to the amount of volume it's done? And B, how big is the imbalance relative to the actual liquidity you see on the stock? So in the latter case, there's not a lot of liquidity on the individual stock. So volume-wise, it's not a huge deal, 360K, but hitting the bid for anything on SNDK is going to be nasty. Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one. I feel like this is the one that's going to be the most fireworks. Apple, it wouldn't surprise me the way the dip buys have gone today that maybe they get a bit of a reprieve and we don't have a Microsoft or Meta type moment with Apple tonight.
No, I've always thought Apple was a great setup.
It's more steady Eddie, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it'll have a 10% move or anything, but yeah, it was more the setup that we came back in, sort of absorbed this 200 period moving average without even getting there. We just sort of down ticked a little bit. A couple good days heading into earnings. Up, it was always up today, despite what the market was doing. I mean, maybe we did catch a downward draft there, but you know, I remember when we came back on, we were like, okay, Apple's up today against a flat or a real stack. Obviously, this has matured up now, and now you're up full 1%. So talk about going oppo the market. I like Apple. We'll see what SoFi is doing, see if there's any sort of an early indication of, you know, potential movement on SoFi tomorrow. Not really. It's not really doing anything into the close, so we'll see if that winds up holding. Think about these bank stocks, man. We had some decent earnings from JP. Like, they all had decent earnings, and they all fell. So if you're going to do something, then do something with SoFi, but be very, very careful, as a good report doesn't necessarily mean that thing went moon on that. Coinbase, when Coinbase finally stopped going down, I don't know the answer to that one either. Pretty violent movement into $200, and it looks like it doesn't think about holding. We went from 208 today right down to 193 was the low, right into some of these levels. So Coinbase, I mean, I remember this stock when it was a $40 name. So it's, you know, it's had its moments, and it's had its IPO moments as well in the 360. Like, we're not even talking that long ago that this was $70. This is 2023. Even goes lower from there. So yeah, just getting hit right now is Coinbase. Probably better to look at this one on a longer time frame. But yeah, right now not great. And there it is, man. It's now $1 in. As there goes Nvidia. So yeah, we're happy, but for me, day we did have, I mean, I can't be green. I put, you know, the most amount of risk into this trade because we've really hit well on these IPOs. But today we were sort of sniffing it out, so we did lower our shares on what I thought, but still used big enough for it to hurt. So not a great trade there on York.
I like to look Apple's
space. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm
not
even mad about it. Just telling everybody that was, you know, the much bigger risk for me. And I lost about 10% or so of what I made on one of those big ones. So yeah, so it does suck and it does hurt, but it's a drop in the bucket to what I've made on these things in the past.
Yeah, like it's a weird thing because it's like it's a drop bucket to what they make in the past, but it's enough to be like the only reason that I'm down today, right? Like it give back a chunk of the month as well because like the IPOs are this like one-off event where you don't even compare it to your regular trading. Like momentum trading was green today, but the IPO just sucked. And the worst thing about it is the IPO was a great short if you took it. And we paid for locates.
Yeah.
And actually didn't get any shorts.
Silver at the highs.
Yeah, some of these are pairing off. That's the buy. That was actually pretty good. That headed to the downside if you took this one for the imbalance. But it is pairing off. Microsoft, 2 million on the buy side. BMNR kind of sticks around here at 1 million. Nvidia is pairing off now to 1.2. Joby is actually holding steady a little bit here on the imbalance at 1 million. Intel at 1 million, but they are starting to pair. We're going to swing around in a couple, maybe just one more minute. SNDK has, that grew again. No, it had paired off and got smaller, and now it just got back to 500,000 shares. Oh, no, now it's back down. Okay, never mind. It was just sort of flipping around. It is back down and paired off. I just thought flip back up and then back down. So S&DK is now flat, paired the entire thing off. That doesn't really matter. What's going to matter for them is going to be earnings here. Western Digital, SanDisk. I do expect some fireworks here. Like, what kind of a stock can do this on the... Forget about the year, the last 2 years. It's insane. On the year, this stock was, where did we start? $237. So it's more than doubled in basically 1 month going into the report tonight. So for anyone out there that feels like Apple is going to be the most volatile thing, what? You're wrong. It's going to be this one.
Apple will be the least volatile.
Least volatile will be Apple.
Out of all of them right there. There it is, man. Hot Dog Cannon to end the day. So my number one P&L name will still be, wow. Okay, my top two P&L names are AMD number one, NVIDIA number two, and they're Oppo. NVIDIA downside, number one P&L play, and NVIDIA upside. Although we flipped, we were short, made all the money back going long. So yeah, not too bad there. All right, we're gonna flip over. Let's go back over to the desk there. Brendan Adair will take you in to the close. A minute 30 left. NASDAQ trying to get green. Can you freaking believe that? NASDAQ trying to get green right now. We're gonna have Apple earnings abound in just a couple minutes, and then we'll go from there. Maybe Adair can let you know when that print's gonna come out. Let's throw it back over to the desk, and I'll flip around. Join us past 4 o'clock. We're staying late today. Back to the desk.
Maybe a little bit later than you think.
Maybe a lot later.
Yeah, maybe a lot later than you think, Sean. Apple's going to be 4:30, guys. It's a little bit later than the rest, so stick with us. We'll bring you that when it does come out. We'll talk a little bit about what to expect. We'll talk about a few other names coming through as well, including, as guys were mentioning, SanDisk, going to be very, very interesting as far as memory plays go. I was just reading some of the expectations for S&DK higher than they've been for quite some time. So we'll get that much earlier than anything else. What a day it was, though. Here's the SPY heading into the close here. Basically running into the close here, as the guys are saying, trying to get green on the day. I don't know if we'll actually get there or not. We would have to get all the way back to 695 here. So a little bit further to go for the SPY. NASDAQ a little bit closer here as we head into the close. But yeah, all eyes going to be on Tim Cook. All eyes going to be on Apple and the rest. You know what else I was looking at before I came over here this afternoon? What's coming up next week? Because, you know, we were talking about and focused on how important this week was. There we go. There's the bell. We did not get green for either the NASDAQ or the SPY. But anyways, just off the top of my head, I mean, AMD, Google, Amazon, Palantir, to name a few, all coming next week.
What I've noticed is sometimes the week after the Meg 7 earnings is actually a bit crazier than the week of the Meg 7's earnings. Furthermore, Brendan, usually Google and Amazon will all report the same week as Microsoft, Apple, and Meta. Tesla usually reports before. So this is all kind of crazy. And it is worth noting there will be a 25-minute gap between all the main earnings or the non-Apple earnings and then the Apple earnings. But guys, guess what? It's okay because I will be continuing to make content for y'all on X at TTV Research. There will be Apple, there will be SanDisk. There are things that will be posted literally as we're speaking. So X at TTV Research for all the earnings content that you need. But yeah, I think it's the moment of Tim Cook here for sure today. I was saying to the guys, I have an infographic I'll show later to kind of back this up, but it's interesting. Q1 revenue for Apple for China drops sharply every year. So, and this is Q1 for Apple. So Q1 China revenue is going to be on watch for fiscal Q1. So yeah, I mean, I'll pull that up after because it is very, very clear that there's a distinct trend with Q1 China revenue for Apple. So I would expect a drop here, but we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, let's see. 265 to 270 is the expectation on the EPS. 265, I was reading before I came over here as well. That would be a record if it does come in at that or above, obviously, level. 138 to 139 billion on the revenue side of things. We'll talk about iPhone sales, as you mentioned. I mean, 70 billion range for iPhone revenue specifically. Somewhere around that 70 billion mark would be exactly what analysts are expecting. As you said, you know, China going to be a very, very important market for them. SanDisk, meanwhile, on the other hand, we'll get that much before. Consensus 267 to 268. for SanDisk, 2.31 billion for SNDK. Keeping my eyes on this one here, guys, as we await SanDisk. Should be 405, I think, was the posted time here for SanDisk. But I mean, these memory plays have been so hot lately.
You've more than doubled on SanDisk alone to start the year. And I'm just talking, and we're not even done January. Micron's gone nuts. We also have, look, Western Digital. There's already some action in Western Digital here, but I don't see the numbers. They're also going to be reporting as well. So in terms of volatility, I think this is where it's going to be. The good sign for them, as we were saying before, with SanDisk is, well, look what happened last night. All we're talking about was the CapEx spend. Meta more than expected. Microsoft more than expected on the CapEx. That's going to bode well, because that just means the demand for memory chips is not abating. They're saying there's going to still be that demand issue for the next year. Some of the spending is sort of fortifying that. So that would be the good side of it. The bad side would be, well, how many times do you go into earnings more than doubling going into the month on a name like this? Not very often. Nope. So to say that we're priced pretty aggressively here on SNDK would be a bit of an understatement.
I mean, look, last quarter's adjusted EPS last quarter was $1.22. You know what we're expecting today? $3.78. So you're talking about like a triple up from last quarter on SNDK. So they're looking at an EPS. The last quarter's estimate, so this is Q1 of 2026, was $1. So right now the estimate is $3.78. I think it's a little hard to hit that, but we'll see if they do that right there. Revenue expectation, $2.62 billion. Last quarter, 2.3. So there is an expectation of quite a big move there. Data revenue last quarter up 26%. So that's a big one, right? If you're going to get data center talk, you're going to need to see revenue beating last quarter's number of plus 26% quarter over quarter. Net income, $112 million last year. Last quarter, we'll see if they can beat that as well. EPS guide adjusted 3 to 3.40. So we're going to see if they can come out. So Darryl will have all these numbers parsing out as soon as they come. Neil, it's 122% year to date on SNDK. So just a small gain so far. There.
22.
Wait, what day of the month is it?
Yeah, almost the end there. The 20.
It's been a short year so far. News on Robinhood, guys, or more details anyways. The U.S. reportedly considering Robinhood as the primary platform for the proposed Trump accounts. So aiming to spur investing on behalf of children going forward. This is a fantastic idea, the concept anyways of these Trump accounts. So again, Robinhood reported, or the U.S. reportedly considering Robinhood as the primary platform for processing the Trump accounts. So we're up about $4 or $5 here on that.
If we're ever talking about the government picking winners, I mean, that is the definite. I mean, it's forget about the fact that the accounts would even be there and just the inflow that you would get from them. That's not even the big deal. What the big deal is, once those accounts are there, you might never leave. Like, effectively, you could just set up an entire young generation of people to be sitting on Robinhood, which, I mean, I guess you kind of already are to a certain extent. That's really good news that's unbelievably good news, I think, for Robinhood if they were to do it. Now, I have no idea how the reaction might be within the industry to that kind of exclusivity. It seems a little crazy to me that could actually happen, but at face value, that is fantastic news for Robinhood.
Just seeing Visa coming across. First one of the evening here coming across here. Visa results are out. We're downside 317 EPS versus 314. That's a beat. 10.9 billion versus 10.6 billion. That looks like a beat. Visa processed transactions $69.4 billion, slightly below estimates. And again, the processing transactional value, 69.6 billion was the expected there. So bouncing off the low from earlier this morning. Not a huge move here, guys. Still keeping our eyes peeled for SNDK.
Yeah, Visa down slightly on this number. We talked about some of the credit card worries. I think you want to wait for the call to see how serious that 10% cap maybe is there on Visa. But yeah, a nice little downside push there. If you're looking at a daily chart for Visa, I think think about getting long anyways, almost immediately if you like the stock. I mean, we've fallen from 360 right back into these levels that keep on getting bought up. I don't know if these are actually real down here, these ticks, but 314, 315 seems like we've been down here before, and we could probably try to absorb that. So right now we just turned green right there on, or no, sorry, it was up on the day. Right, downside right there, down 3.2, 328 right there. I'm not sure what the percentage this is down here, but right now Visa heading to the downside after hours.
Western Digital is moving.
We could check out, SNDK, maybe it's out. Western Digital, okay, yeah, SNDK is probably out, guys. And oh my, up 10%, Adara.
Okay, well, the revenue is up 31% sequentially. That's at $3.03 billion. That's going to be well above estimates. Data center revenue up 64% sequentially, so good look there. Driven by strong adoption amongst AI infrastructure builders. They're expecting third quarter revenue between $4.4 billion and $4.8 billion. Non-GAAP diluted net income per share guiding between $12 and $14 a share. So this is a massive blowout report here for SNDK. Revenue here, again, up 31%. Quarter over quarter, gross margin up 21 percentage points, 50.9% gross margin versus 29.8% last quarter. Operating expenses actually dropping, which is a nice look there. Operating income up 505% year over year. Net income up 617% year over year. Now that is slightly slower than the growth we saw last quarter, but still really, really good, obviously.
Monstrous, absolutely monstrous. I was just going to pull up MU. I was just hearing moving around.
Well, that's up for sure.
As well, just took out the highs. But guys, SNDK almost touched $600, 14%.
No, it is. Yeah, it's at 601 right now. I mean, I don't even know what's stopping this name now. With that report comes out good. We said 26% was the bar. Derek just said 31. They didn't even. They said 26. What the hell is that?
That's not even close.
There it is. So there's up another 14%. We have Western Digital. That's going to come out.
That's up 5 points.
Yeah, that's up 5 points before their numbers even out. So Western Digital, they got something to compare against. Darren, let us know when WDC is out.
That
might be out soon. There's a lot of volume.
Their numbers are out.
And bye Micron.
No,
anyways,
it's completely
WDC is out actually.
I can literally picture shareholders like Jabba the Hutt just going ho 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 ho. Like that's all they're doing. These are ridiculous numbers. This right here is it's a kind of a path. If it wasn't for the fact it was already up so much, it's the kind of report that's like the Nvidia report. Remember like a couple of years ago when we were just like, what the heck was that? That's what the numbers are. The problem is it's already up so much that no one wants to believe it up here, yet the shorts are getting destroyed time and time again.
Let's get WDC.
Let's talk about it, guys. Q2 adjusted earnings, $2.13 above estimates of $1.92. Sales, $3.017 billion above estimates of $2.924 billion. Guiding Q3 revenue between $2.15 to EPS, $2.15 to $2.45 above estimates of $1.96. Guiding sales for the quarter for Western Digital between $3.1 bill and $3.3 bill. That's also going to beat estimates. So both our memory names tonight hitting it out of the ballpark, though obviously SanDisk performing much better because that's just parabolic.
Just reading another note here. Bloomberg reporting more on this Robinhood story as well. Basically saying that, they're going to oversee the Trump accounts, or the U.S. government weighing the option for Robinhood to oversee. So it's just more detailed on that same story. But SNDK thoughts here, guys.
I see also that there is 3 firms that there's going to be trying to battle for those.
Should be.
For the Robinhood accounts, and they're all going to sort of give their...
Fidelity and Vanguard, you're right.
Yeah.
It should be everybody gets an equal shot at it. Otherwise, you're picking winners and losers as the government.
Yeah, I mean, I like it for Robinhood anyways.
I still think it's a great story for them.
I mean, we already called Robinhood down to the $100 mark, and that's exactly what happened. All right, well, SNDK, I mean, woe is me. Nice little pullback there off of 600. You could look at psychological levels. Obviously, when we're talking about PEs and everything like that, you're going to get blown out the water on this name anyways. So SNDK, this is what it looked like before on the PE side of things right there. Actually, we don't have a PE right there. Just 40. So we'll see where that goes moving forward now. But what a blast off right there at 550 level. There's the take up to $600. Oh, did I just say 597 or whatever it was? How about 612?
Yeah, it just
we went back in and straight up. There's no in the aftermarket, but you could see SNDK upside. And why would you choose SNDK over WDC? I have no idea. One's going and one isn't. So, it's sort of tale of 2 reports here. WDC catching some SNDK tailwinds, but not catching the bigger story here.
Guide is
SanDisk.
I mean, even the guide is just so ridiculous here. They're like, they guided to a $13 midpoint EPS when expectations were $3.63. That's almost,
maybe that's full year.
50% above the midpoint.
Okay.
Like, it's like one of those, I'm saying, it's like one of those, that does not compute kind of moment. So ride the wave. Look, they bought it. It's not like in the 3 minutes, not even a red candle here. And to Sean's point about there not being any liquidity, I just pray. I'm not saying this will go up forever, but I do hope that nobody would try to short this in the aftermarket, because good luck exiting positions. Like, these numbers are pretty parabolic. Like we were saying this entire month, all we said is, man, the bar is being set high. When the bar was being set at the point where they needed to beat. Everyone knew they needed to beat.
Yeah.
But man, did you think they were going to be 300%, 350%? Things like that, they don't double the expectation.
Where's that whisper number? We need to see.
It's going to be up 20% here in a couple of minutes.
This is insanity.
It's might not even be the biggest move. Here's Deckers, guys. Absolutely rocket on this one right now as well. 1.95 billion revenue, beating 1.8 expectations. EPS 3.33. Estimate was $2.76. So huge. The upside for DECK again, 5.4 billion to 5.425 billion was the guide. Also higher than the expected 5.36 billion. EPS 680 to 685. Deck.
Yeah, I talk about Hoka. You know, they got the Hoka brand, they got the Uggs, man. Everybody, like, you know, hands up. I my winter boots out there are Uggs. My Tasmans, they're so super comfortable. So shout out to Australia and Uggs, Deckers. Yeah, really, they continue to go higher right now, and what a move there for Deckers. A little bit beat up. We saw
this chart on the weekly looks fantastic.
You have the weekly chart.
Deckers, but basically, the gap that you're seeing right now is going to take you right through the 50 and the 200 period moving averages on a weekly. Remember, it's a weekly chart, so it would need to actually close the week to confirm this breakout. But if it's above 110 at the end of the week, then Deckers looks absolutely fine, and we're trading at 116. So if this is a higher time frame breakout for Deckers, let's be real, like it hasn't been performing that well when you look at it over the weekly and the monthly time frame. It's been beleaguered, and you've needed some new names to start breaking out, because it can't just. I'm struggling to say, well, it can't just be tech all the time. I'm having to say that in the face of what SNDK is doing, because apparently it can't just be tech all the time. No, but in this particular case, it does lead to some of the market breadth and other names and other things that are breaking out. And it looks like the consumer has been okay. And yeah, like you said, they got a lot of great, fantastic brands. That's a very good looking weekly chart for Deckers. Does need to hold on to these gains. A lot can happen in the aftermarket in the reaction to earnings, and we get all hyped up about it. And then 9:30 tomorrow morning can be a bit of a different story. So it's important to at least hold on to some of these gains. Meta did a good example of, in the midst of today, holding on to those gains. Did a very good job of it. Not always the case.
You have to 100% raise guidance. If you do not raise your guidance, you're not going higher. Deckers did that, they're going higher. SNDK obviously did that, they're going higher. We saw Microsoft go off of that. They went lower on their guide. They got smoked. Meta went higher. They're winning. So I think all you got to do is sandbag it and guide more. Apple's a little bit of a move down here from 259 at close down into 257 as traders prepare. I just want to give you guys that note. We're now 15 minutes away from that print. We believe it's going to come around 4:30. Adair is already glued, ready to go on all of that as well. A scared trader, yeah, what's up, Tony? A scared trader is a faulty trader. I would say into that one, you do not want to be scared to put on a trade that you've thought about, okay? It's one thing to get all emotional about trading and get into it, but I think a prepared trader is the best trader.
What I absolutely hate that saying. One of the most important features of being a human being is fear. Fear sharpens you.
Tell that to
Literally.
that Taipei guy.
I'll tell you straight up, it makes you focus. Like it's one of our most natural, it's how you use it. Now, some people out there get all emotional or sort of can't make good decisions when they have that high incentive. I'm like, heck no, it's literally the opposite, man. If you've ever been in that kind of situation, and I'll tell you, I'll give a perfect example. I have been in a fat finger trade where it's just like, you're like, the first reaction was, oh crap, but then it's that hyper focus, well, you're up itch creek, and now you just got to deal with it. Yeah. And that split second, if you can turn that switch, that's what matters. Not get emotional about it, but use that to have that laser focus. So I'm just not a fan of that saying. It's a weird one out there. But you should be afraid to short S&D. I don't give a darn. Right now, you better be afraid to short this.
Did you hear, by the way, Sean, you mentioned that Type A guy. Did you hear, by the way, how much that guy made?
Yeah, $500,000. I know. I said to my kids last night, he's going to climb Burj Khalifa.
He can't even buy a house.
I know. Actually, that's the example I made to my kids too. I was like, this guy's a father. What the hell is he doing? But I would say I would tell, if I was doing Burj Khalifa, I'd tell him I need $10 million.
Did you see? Mr. Beast came out and said he would have paid him way more. On his YouTube.
He's going to do Burj, and that's going to be his last one, and it's going to be a monster payday. So I'm not afraid to short SNDK. I would short it right now. You have the 630 top. You have an out. So for me, I would short this. Not now. It's going to pull back. But if you can get this to like 624, 625, I think some energy can come out of this. Remember, once everyone's looking at Apple, the shiny fork or whatever, spoon in the drawer, will get a little rusty. I still think it's great. I mean, it's obviously a great stock. You're up another 16%. It's just continuing climbing here. But why not, man? We have an out right there. I think you could short this thing against 630, but understand there's going to be slippage when you miss that trade. But right now, we sort of have a decent spread. It's $2. I'm not sure the kind of share size you guys will be working with here, but a break of 630 would be out, and I think you don't want to get short until 620 or so. But yeah, there it is, a little bit of a pullback. I know Micron and some of the other sort of secondary plays are catching a little bit of shrapnel on the downside, but a nice move upside there for Micron. And of course, WBC, I don't even know what those numbers were actually. I was so focused.
Yeah, they were double beat and then better than expected guidance. Yeah, I can go over
okay, so then that's what that, see, so then like this has better than expected guidance and a double beat, but yet is down. No, so
there's more.
I think SanDisk might have seen
more squeeze aspect to SanDisk than there is to WBC.
I was just reading, guys. SNDK is now officially a triple since the beginning of this year.
What?
That one's squeeze.
It was up 122% before today, though. I thought it was. It was a one.
Year to date. That's what.
Year to date.
3x year to date.
What?
Year to date, right? Yeah, because it was $230, right? Yeah, $650. Absolutely crazy stock.
Microsoft losing a measly $357 billion in market cap today. I just saw that pop up in front of me as well. Microsoft with
he's up $400 in 20 days on the chat there.
Unbelievable.
Wow, absolutely insane. And I don't think you want to stand in front of any of these things. Do we even have the short float on SNDK here? Let me check out what that is. Yeah, it's nothing. It's 4%.
You have to remember, for larger cap companies, if you're above 2% on a short float for a larger cap company, that's actually pretty decent. Like I think Tesla usually gets in around there when it's considered.
That's actually not a bad number.
And Palantir too. Like I think Palantir is probably like 2 or 3% for a big company.
5.
Might be higher now.
Yeah, so 5 now. Yeah, so if you get above 2 or 3% on a bigger company, that's pretty legitimate in terms of short interest. It just makes it distinctly different. Obviously, we're waiting for Apple. I believe we're waiting for 430. Someone in the chat just asked, is it 420 or 430 for Apple? We are expecting 430 to get the Apple earnings. Probably not going to give you the opportunity to move the way SNDK is, but you know, it's obviously a stock which the market is going to care a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, last quarter they got 185. This quarter they're expecting 265 for Apple. So I really feel like there's sort of a disconnect of what we're expecting here for Apple. But hey, big time. We're looking at revenue guidance growth between 10 to 12% year over year. So that's the number that we're looking for. If they can somehow guide higher than 12%, this thing moons. We'll have to wait. China growth, obviously, in focus for Apple as well. We'll see what those iPhone 17 numbers look like. And then on the call, you mentioned AirPods.
Miss on services.
New things like that.
Services. Yeah.
I want to see them beat on services.
Yeah.
If they miss on services, I think that's kind of a.
That's a huge.
That's where your margins are at.
30 billion in
30 billion in
what
services,
is expected. Yeah.
And a good margin business for them.
Yeah. Last quarter 28.75 there. 28.75. $1.5 billion. Can you believe that for services for Apple? All right, let's just check back in on SNDK quickly, and then we'll go over Visa to the downside. So there you go. So we just had, I was saying maybe 620, that went to 618 there. Quick check on Visa as we'll go back to financials. They're making a move down 0.3. So Visa, SanDisk, Apple, and then the big one that was a little bit of a surprise, Deckers. They're upside 17% on Decker. Yeah, it's a huge surprise. I mean, we weren't even
talking about it today.
It was probably trying to go 5 or 6%. They have a short float on Deckers of 4% as well. So.
That's it?
Yeah, I thought it would have been higher. I just double checked it.
Yeah, apparel companies usually have been having higher short floats. But.
Conference call 4:30 for many of these names, guys. So, all right. What about some predictions for Apple? What are we thinking? Anybody?
Price?
Just not price. What do you think about the move there? What is the expected move?
Oh my God, I think it was smaller than that. The expected move for AAPL, I have to scroll, I posted so much today, 4.2, so 420 here.
420.
That's right. I was going to say under 5%. So that's
so just under 5%. The largest was Deckers, then SanDisk, then WDC, Visa smallest. Deckers, the expected move was 11.2%.
Ooh,
who blew that away?
That's not coming out of nowhere. We were like, Deckers kind of surprised us all.
And I post these expected moves every day, guys. You can always just find them, like usually an hour before earnings come out. So,
that's why you follow Trader TV research, because we're sitting here saying, well, a little bit more than we expect on Deckers, and then Deckers was actually the biggest expected move. 4.2% on Apple, it kind of feels right to me.
Yeah.
I think even if it moves past it, I think we can settle in that kind of no move range. Would feel about right, especially the way the market got bought back up. But again, it's going to matter. You need to be in the right places. Like I said, I think the services is going to be a big deal for them. By the way, WDC is now in the red. Western Digital is now down 1%.
I just heard one we had featured on the show here, down ticking as well, a little bit, not a huge move, but Feed, F-E-E-D, two-day runner here, giving some back in the aftermarket. If you missed it today, make sure you go back and watch the conversation. Adara did a bang-up job as always, talking with the CEO live around lunchtime, 12:30, 12:45. We had the CEO on the show. So FEED has been a two-day runner coming back in here, guys. Under 10 minutes to go, about 7, in fact, until we are supposed to get Apple earnings. We are chopping around here, though. But how much, guys, do we look to? I mean, we talked about the services angle. How much do we look to the geographic dispersion here of, that services portion of the revenue specifically?
That's an excellent question. I think sometimes we get a little bit too hung up on the geographic aspect. Like we're always concerned about how much can you diversify, and I don't know how much I care about that if overall you're making it work, especially with so much uncertainty outside of the U.S. when it comes to Apple. I think the good news is Apple doesn't really have any. Like, we talk about this sometimes with Tesla, where they have some issues out in Europe. Like for Apple, I think they're strong everywhere, and your only concerns are going to be China. And then I think you're talking about production on the other end. We're talking about India, so I'm not terribly concerned about it. I just want the overall beat. I feel like we're in a market right now where we're looking at the numbers, and if something doesn't add up, that's a problem. But as long as you're producing, I think you can be absolutely fine. Still a few minutes to go here for Apple. But I cannot believe Western Digital is going to end up red with SNDK up 15%. That's the one thing I didn't have in my bingo card, which was I felt like down for one was down for all in my head, and to see Western Digital, down now 3 points after blasting up. But what's interesting is it went up on Sympathy to SanDisk, despite beating. They're pulling right back in here. So maybe these guys were priced to perfection and not SNDK.
Well, SNDK is pulling back in as well. I mean, this is going to break the 605. Once it breaks this, then we do have a floor coming through here that looks like it's going to get breached right now. So once that does happen, I think a break of 600 gets us back to 590. That's the kind of stuff that we're talking about. We are now 4 minutes away. Remember, we still have tons of stuff to talk about, man. There's still going to be the conference call coming through for SNDK. So that's something to look out for as we get ready for Apple.
There was one more data point just coming across, might be the downtick here, guys, for SanDisk to pay Kioxia $1.165 billion for availability of supply. Again, just coming through for SNDK to pay Kioxia $1.165 billion for availability of supply. Dara, you had a note on Meta there.
Yeah, kind of a bizarre headline on Meta. We do have Bloomberg reporting that apparently the U.S. is investigating claims whether or not apparently WhatsApp chats are private. So again, Bloomberg investigating if WhatsApp chats are private, kind of a bizarre headline, but either way, just want to let you guys know. I also want to let you guys know here, this is on X, the TTV Research just posted it. Here's a look at Apple's earnings by category. So this is for Q4 2025. I have it ready to post the second we get the new earnings, what these are going to be like year over year. But as you can see, iPhone revenue growing year over year last quarter, services revenue growing year over year last quarter, accessories, iPad and Mac all relatively flat. Now, last quarter, we actually got a slight year-over-year decline in Greater China, but as I mentioned, for fiscal Q1 for Apple, the China earnings tend to have the largest decline. So just something to remember here. That being said, America's revenue grew year-over-year, Europe, Japan, and the rest of Asia Pacific. So generally pretty good here, but again, iPhone services revenue growth, as well as China, really probably what the street's looking for.
We'll see. Downtick, meanwhile, right now for Apple, again, as we noted, volume will get lighter and lighter and lighter the later we get after the close here, guys. But typically, I mean, Apple is not necessarily a huge mover in the moment, but might be more on the day after type thing or during the earnings call. But a couple more minutes to go here. If you're the type of person who has been sitting in this for quite some time, I mean, there's probably not going to be much you see here tonight that really moves the needle.
No, like if you were somebody that was feeling like we were in a bit of a market top and maybe Apple was something that you wanted to be trimming, well, you were doing that like weeks ago when it lost the 50 period. You were probably thinking that when it lost the 270 level. That's why I like to look at the 50 period moving average. Like if it's a stock that I'm thinking of trimming, well, losing that kind of a major moving average would be a reason to do so. So I feel like some of that money has probably already gotten out of it. And they always say buy it, don't trade it kind of deal. I feel like for a lot of people, that's what Apple is going to be. Like it's turned into a more of a stable stock. I think, but to the other side of the coin, though, this does end up the kind of name that if for some reason we do have a Microsoft moment, I promise you this, there's probably more people willing to sit out there on day one and buy Apple after if it were to go down 10% than there were Microsoft. Like it's like, give Microsoft a couple of days. If Apple does something that's nonsensical to the downside, I don't think people wait 3 days. I think you just pull the trigger.
I actually have like a sense that Apple's going to go real hard right now, like upside. I like the Gemini aspect here. I think there could be some sort of a guide that's associated with more people getting excited about their platform, getting excited about their iOS with Gemini being implemented into Siri. Plus, Tim Cook's almost gone, man. Let him cook one more time. Let's see what winds up happening here. We're now seconds away, man. We're about 30 seconds away from getting this all figured out. And I don't know. To me, it's an own, don't trade type of situation here on earnings. I don't think you need to be, worried about your position. It was up today in a red market. I don't know exactly what's happening with the screen right now, but here we go. It's Apple time, and we're getting ready for that report just momentarily. Let's go over to Adara. We now have 5 seconds, Brendan and Adara, until this report is dropping. Right now, Apple's going to go out around 258.
All right, we'll keep our eyes peeled here. The initial move, there we go, actually, to the upside right now. So Apple numbers are out.
I have them.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just have to click on the website here. Okay, but this part I can get. So they have quarterly revenue up 16% year over year to $143.8 billion. That's going to be well above estimates. Diluted earnings per share, $2.84, 19% year over year. Again, apparently services revenue at an all-time record, so no year-over-year decline to worry about there. iPhone revenue at its best ever quarter as well. Apparently, strong margins led to EPS growth of 19%. That's also setting a record here. Apparently, nearly $54 billion in operating cash flow. They returned roughly $32 billion to shareholders during the quarter. I have to click on their website for the full results, but that's a quick summary, guys. Obviously quite strong.
Let's just say that again. iPhone revenue, $85.27 billion. In services, $30.01. Wearables, $11.49 billion. Greater China revenue, $25.5 billion. EPS, $2.84. Dividend, guys, 26 cents.
And let's be real, no one's Apple for the dividend. What do we get there? 4%? No, 2.5%.
Yeah, it's going up 0.2 there.
Yeah.
At 258, but there it is, man. That's exactly what we talked about. Thought about some, green shoots there, and there goes Apple to the upside. We knew that there. Okay, Mike.
We have issues with Sean's mic. Apologies there. But Apple 265 we're looking at right now. So yeah, that's about $7, 2.5%. We need to get to that 4.2 that we were expecting. So it's underneath the expected move right now. That's what you need to get to. So do that math just quickly. It's about 258. So it needs to go about $11. So you're looking like 269. I want to say would be the level that you need to get up to after that big of a beat. The numbers are absolutely fantastic. We should be doing more than 3% on this. But hey, it's a couple of minutes after the report. There's still earnings call to come. You want to see the individual line items as well. Like I want to see what's going on. Like I haven't seen the individual services number. That's going to matter a heck of a lot more. Margins as well. I haven't seen that yet either.
I mean, there it goes. It's now blasting higher right now. Dara, something on China over there?
Yeah, I mean, like I talked about the year-over-year decline for Greater China revenue here. That's not the case this quarter. Apple posting Q1 Greater China revenue, $25.35 billion. Estimates here, $21.82 billion. So that is going to be a beat, and it's also going to be well above last quarter. So great look there for AAPL. Looks like that iPhone 17 really saved the day and the quarter.
The only real kind of iffy number, it looks like, guys, the services revenue number, pretty much exactly in line with expectations. Not a miss, but basically exactly in line with expectations. Wearable revenue, again, $11.49 billion. And as Adara was mentioning, Greater China, $25.5 billion to the upside. So we are coming off the highs a little bit here, but not even a downtick barely, guys, for Apple.
Yeah, I see a miss on MacBook. I see a miss on wearables, but I mean, still,
those are the things
huge, right? But yeah, Greater China, 25 versus 21. That's going to be a big one there as well. So operating cash flow, just $54 billion. EPS growth, new all-time record at 19% EPS growth there for Apple. So we still got to get the call, right? They're going to be talking all about that. That's where I think the Gemini story comes into play there. But for now, we are top ticking at 268 right there for Apple. They declare the cash dividend 26. They already have a dividend, but they declare it again, 26 cents per share there. I did want to see
more shares in that. That's all you do.
Yeah. I'm happy with it. There it is. We nailed this one as well. SNDK down right there. So I was like, a blind man would short that, but I was saying I would like to do that as well. Up there around that 630, it was about 620 there, coming to the downside right there for SanDisk, 597. But it's Apple over here, 265. SanDisk coming down, WDC as well, getting downside. Yeah, at 276, not a bad move there for them, but it's Apple right now carrying the day at 265, guys.
The 268 number would have been a record, so we're way beyond that, obviously, 284 for EPS. I just double-checked, 5 p.m. for the earnings call for Apple. Coming back in here pretty quick, actually, at the moment. So we'll see what they say on the earnings call, but overall, I mean, as we said, I mean, the service is basically in line with expectations.
All the way down.
Else, absolutely monstrous. Maybe some people taking an opportunity to sell some here in the aftermarket.
It just feels like that expected move. It was napkin math to say 269, so I don't know exactly what the 4.2% would be, but it was right around the expected move where it turned around. So if everyone is waiting for a conference call with Apple, then it would make sense that you're not going to exceed the expected move, and then we'll look tomorrow. Obviously, actually I shouldn't say look tomorrow, because you'll be able to, if you're here with Real Trading, or you have access to Blue Ocean, the overnight market, you can trade the call. So that's what you want to be looking for tonight. Can it hold over that 269 once we actually get Tim Cook on the mic? And maybe they will talk about succession. Who knows? There's a lot of things that people are curious about.
Good reports yesterday that got faded as well. Right?
Exactly.
So I wouldn't be surprised there. I just can't get over this number: $85.3 billion worth of iPhones in one quarter. $85.3 billion worth of iPhones. Expected 78.3. That's a 10% beat on iPhone sales, which is absolutely ridiculous. And then also more than almost a 20% beat on China numbers. I mean, if this dips, it's just a buying opportunity for me, but we're doing the show on big. Thank everybody for watching us again here today. I think we covered great numbers there. I don't know, Adair, anything catching your eye here?
China growth is like a thing for me, but as you mentioned, Mac, iPad, and accessories revenue all basically flat year over year. So that's kind of dicey. And every region, it wasn't just every region posting year over year growth. We'll get that. I'm going to put this up so you guys can see it. This is it won't let me see it. My thing hasn't downloaded. Here we go. So I'll show it to you guys right now. This has not yet been posted, but you guys have a picture of year over year growth. Obviously, services and iPhone revenue growing year over year. Mentioned services revenue estimates, but it still was a record.
Yeah. Just reading that.
So I mean that's great. Spectacular greater China. Not only is this year over year growth, but it reverses a consistent year over year decline for Q1. So I am quite impressed by that alone.
The installed base, 2.5 billion with a B as well for devices, just absolutely monstrous.
The world's population.
The portion of, I know, like basically every other person.
Like almost like every other person.
Everyone's aware of the portion of these major market ETFs, the Qs, the SPY, et cetera, that this stock makes up. I mean, this has to be a good sign for tomorrow and the rest of the week.
100%. With the only caveat we want to see how it reacts tomorrow. You want more. You want a Meta moment, not a Microsoft moment, where Meta withstood all the selling in the market today after their gap hold forward. That's all you need to see from Apple. That's all that's going to matter. Like if you hold on to, we're up 2.5% today. It's great. At 269, we're up 2.5% today. As long as you end up above 262, let's just say, I'd be happy with that. As long as we don't give up the gains. I think a gap underneath and losing 260, that would be a bad signal. To bring us underneath where we were at the end of the day today, after those numbers, which is across the board, even that services number in line, you're talking 14% growth. So to say it's in line is still pretty spectacular. You don't want to sleep on that. I think that was important, but you don't have to be anywhere. And you can be in line on fantastic or high expectations and be the same.
I just did some math with Perplexity helping me out. To answer your question, John, 30.3% of the world's population has an iPhone. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, think about having that population for the world, whatever, that are probably discontinued. That's good point. I mean, maybe they will do a cheaper iPhone again at some point. The one had the SE model. That was a little cheaper. I don't know with all those.
The thing is, they don't
colors.
They don't necessarily need to.
Of course not. Yeah.
Like at this point, we know where everything stands. There's Samsung. Android's not everything out there, and there's a million different Android phones that you can have. But like it's so solidified between the two platforms. They don't really need to change much of anything. The numbers are proving they don't have to waver from their current path. They didn't have to waver on it when it came to AI spend, and that has worked out. So they don't have a reason to change. Let your competitors make mistakes. If what you're doing is working, then do more of what you do well.
Unbelievable. All right, we will we'll wrap up with that, guys. 20 minutes, about 20 minutes until the earnings call for Apple and Tim Cook. There's a ton of comments coming through from Tim Cook. On a few things, wearables as well he's talking about, but I don't know if he's on TV somewhere or just a statement. There we go. Tim Cook on CNBC right now. The earnings call is going to come up at 5 p.m. We wish everyone the best if you are going to stick around for that. Thank you, Adara, as always, for your effort. Guys, parting shots here for tomorrow, I guess. I mean, this has to look pretty good for the market.
It does. Don't forget that Decker's had a big beat as well. Like that chart looks actually really good on the daily.
Yeah, I would just say you sleep well tonight if you're an Apple shareholder. I mean, that's a good number. I don't think you need to worry about anything. Will be up tomorrow is another thing. The market's just have to wake up, watch what the Nasdaq's going to do. Apple should follow that. I mean, we saw Microsoft sort of its friend in positioning on the Qs. They had a downside slide today and was able to make it back on some OpenAI news. So yeah, I'm hearing the same kind of thing here about it. Wearables growth was held back by supply constraints. So, that seems to be something that they talk about. I think the dividend's nice too, 26 cents. I mean, there's a lot of shares out there. So that kind of cash, give it back to the shareholders, plus the buyback. I mean, I like Apple. I think it's fine. And we'll figure it out tomorrow. Probably Apple at some point.
It's going to be an interesting day. Positive, certainly, for the overall market going into the end of the week. Hope everyone has a fantastic evening. We will see you all 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Have a great night.
You guys.
Ciao.